Amen, amen, a vine aneng, the green just sprouted, the snail carries that. Konoha, sunset. A young figure walked on the street of Konoha's civilian area, with a happy smile on his face, humming a cheerful song that no one could understand, and walked step by step towards the dilapidated hut in the distance with a backpack on his back. White hair and red eyes, handsome features, white skin like jade, and an intoxicating smile. A healing white-haired little boy. White-haired lowly is the favorite of many people. That white-haired boy is also the apple of some people's eye. For example, these strange aunts and sisters who were greeting the little boy Zinfan. My family has stewed fish, come to my house for dinner Zinfan, come to my house. My sister bought some candy Zinfan, come to your aunt's house, Zutai is waiting for you to come and play. Come and give your sister a kiss. Go kiss your son, don't stop Zinfan from coming to my house for dinner. Zinfan never said he would go to your house, so don't be so self-indulgent. Carefully bypassing because he began to quarrel with his aunt and uncle, Zinfan continued to move forward and came to a dilapidated door and pushed it open. I'm back. Zinfan called out softly after entering the house and put down the basket on his back. No one responded in the empty house. Zinfan didn't care about this. If someone really responded, he should be careful. He has been in this world for several years, and his parents in this life have died one after another in these few years. In the end, he was the only one left. Zinfan's parents were ordinary civilians in Konoha and did not leave him any inheritance. Ninjutsu scrolls and the like were out of the question. He took out a few fish from the basket neatly, squatted by the well in the yard and began to kill the fish and scrape the scales skillfully. After hanging the fish on the wall to dry, Zinfan picked up the last one and walked into the kitchen. He stood on a stool and started to work on the stove. In the evening, Zinfan finally finished his meal and lay in the yard, looking at the big moon in the sky. He is not exaggerating. The moon in the ninja world is really big. I just wonder if Kaguya-sama on the moon is big. To be honest, Zinfan really wants to go up and find out. Of course, this is impossible, and Zinfan can only think about it. After all, this is a dangerous ninja world famous for the theory of bloodline and fatalism. Without excellent bloodline and not being the child of destiny, he can't even explore Tsunade's mind, let alone explore Kaguya's mind. The only one who can explore it is probably the kind and weak Hinata. Of course, with his looks, marrying into the Yamanaka family is also a good choice. Well, it seems that the rich woman Tian Tian is also a good choice. As long as he can eat gigolos, Zinfan is not picky. If there is a choice, he just hopes for more gigolos. Fighting and killing is not as good as eating the soft rice of beautiful women. As for Sakura, he likes her more after she becomes a wife. Her husband never comes home all year round and loves his brothers more than himself. His daughter is prejudiced against him and has inherited the Uchiha family's mental illness. As a medical expert, he has a huge mortgage. It's so miserable, just right for him, the descendant of men, to invade. Ding! Student card. A cold and familiar voice appeared in Zinfan's ears, making him wonder if he had traveled back in time again. Looking around, Zinfan was extremely disappointed. What? Were we on the bus? Was I hallucinating? Zinfan shook his head and lay down again. Ding! Senior citizen card. Xin Feng, who had just laid down, stood up immediately. He was very sure that he was not hallucinating. Ding! Death card. What does that mean? Xin Feng was confused, and the next second, a transparent panel quickly appeared in front of him. A large piece of information quickly appeared on it. Congratulations to the host, you got 3 random cards. The card system is now open. Get 3 blank character cards, obtain 3 blank skill cards, obtain 3 blank summoning beast cards after surviving for 1 year. The next round of card draw will start, and the prizes will be random. Complete special events, unlock special achievements, and get random card rewards. Special achievement clues cannot be viewed, please explore on your own. Trade wins. Is this the legendary benefit of traveling through time? After studying it several times, Xin Feng finally figured out what this system is all about. Blank summon beast cards can copy summon beasts for one's own use, 10 minutes at a time, with no limit on the number of times. The copied summon beast has the same abilities and characteristics as the copied object, but it is a brand new individual and has nothing to do with the copied object. After merging with itself, it will immediately bind to the corresponding summoned beast and can be used in spiritual warfare, and others cannot snatch it. The premise of copying is to defeat the summoned beast head-on, and your own damage accounts for more than 80%. Blank skill cards can copy skills, and the same skills can be used after use. The premise is that you have seen others use it and know the name of the skill. The number of times it can be used each time is 1 times. After use, you can copy the next skill. You can also fuse the card with yourself and quickly learn the ninjutsu on the card. Blank character cards can copy character information, and after use, you can summon the same character to help in battle 3 times, each time not exceeding 10 minutes. You can also fuse with yourself to obtain all the character's talents, bloodlines, and ninjutsu knowledge. all talents, bloodlines, and ninjutsu. Then wouldn't I be able to crush the Otsutsuki and snatch Kaguya away? Go and explore Kaguya's mind? Zinfan looked at the system information in front of him and was delighted. Concentrate your thoughts. Zinfan continued to look at the premise of copying the character card. According to the system regulations, if you want to successfully copy a character 100%, you must either have a close relationship with the character or have negative distance contact, or to the extent that the other party is willing to die for him. After killing the character, place the card on the corpse for replication. The amount of power gained by the replication is determined by the system based on the percentage of damage caused by the host to the target. The higher the damage percentage, the more power the card gains after replication, and the greater the bonus after fusion. In other words, it is impossible to pick up the corpse. Zinfan must kill it himself to complete the replication. In addition, negative distance contact. Seeing this system message, Zinfan was a little stunned. Is this contact of yours a serious one? Do you want to enable random cards? Student card, use it to get a random card from the student department. Elderly card, use it to get a random elderly card. Death card, use it to get a random death card. Student, elderly, death, what are these? Confused, Zinfan randomly picked an elderly card. Senior citizen card activation. Ding, you get a card for the old giant clam. A card with a golden border emerges from the void and slowly lands in Zinfan's hand. In the middle of the card is a picture of a giant clam covered with corals and looks very hard. Old giant clams, super giant clams with a short lifespan are the perfect choice for hitting people. Trade wins. Old big clam, what the hell is this? Resisting the urge to call out and see, Zinfan looked at the student card. Student card activation. Ding, get a student Tsunade character card. Student Tsunade. Without thinking, Xin Feng grabbed the card that had just appeared, ran back to the house, and looked at it carefully under the light. Wow, this is so cute. Just this picture alone is enough to make a killing. 12 or 13 years old, with a golden ponytail and green clothes with purple edges. The picture on the card should be a picture of Tsunade not long after she graduated from the ninja school. The card introduces all the information about the ninjutsu that Tsunade possessed during this period, as well as a name, Little Tsunade. This name is very good. The Tsunade in the picture is indeed Little Tsunade. Little in every sense. Should I use this card, or fuse it with myself? After carefully reading Little Tsunade's card several times, Zinfan was a little confused. If he fuses it, he will be able to obtain all kinds of abilities that Tsunade had when she was a student. He can also obtain the blood of the Senju family. But, he really wants to summon Little Tsunade to see. Xin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked the system, can I still fuse a card that I have used once with myself? Character cards can assist in battle 3 times, so I can use them twice before fusing them with myself. If I can, it's a win-win situation. I win twice. Theoretically, yes. Before the system finished speaking, Xin Feng used the card in his hand. Bang! With a bang, a cloud of smoke exploded in front of Xin Feng. After the smoke dispersed, a girl who was much taller than him appeared in front of him. It was Tsunade, a girl with a golden ponytail. Well, this is similar to the shadow clone. I don't know if it has thoughts. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zinfan was thoughtful and asked directly, Sister Tsunade, can you teach me ninjutsu? Sure. What do you want to learn? The girl Tsunade smiled, squatted in front of Zinfan, and pinched her little face. Mom, I'm in love. Looking at the girl Tsunade with a smile like a flower and showing her gentleness, Zinfan fell instantly. Sister, please teach me the chakra refining technique. 10 minutes later, looking at the little Tsunade who disappeared without a trace, Zinfan smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. The little Tsunade created by the system was like a shadow clone of Tsunade herself, not only had thoughts, but also had an excellent sense of touch. Just as he was about to use it again, the system information immediately appeared in front of him. Ding! Welcome to the character card system version 2.0. The current system version has been updated. The used character card cannot be merged with the host. The host's character card Little Tsunade has been restored. Next, we will release version update benefits. Ding! The host's death card has been upgraded in quality, and the probability of precious items appearing has increased. Trade wins. What the hell? Is this system so smart? After he found the loophole, he immediately blocked it. Although he was given a reward to keep his mouth shut, but it seems not fully given. A mysterious probability up. This is even more insignificant than a mosquito leg. After all, if the system doesn't tell you about the probability increase, who knows if you have done anything wrong? Could this system be from Penguin Field? So treacherous. Zinfan, who would never see Tsunade again, cursed and was very unhappy. He didn't believe in the probability up of precious items given by the system. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Now he can't do anything about the system. Death card unlocked. Ding! Get the death character card, the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage who died after sealing the 9 tails, possessed the following ninjutsu: Flying Thunder God, Raiznan, and Shikigami Seal, Trade Winds, Trade Winds. Master System, I was blinded by greed just now. You are a great man who does not bear grudges. The slap in the face came too quickly. Zinfan sincerely repented. System, tisk tisk tisk, it smells so good. Zinfan could understand Naruto's behavior. After all, Naruto's life was not very good before the third Hokage handed him over to Irika. Wait another 2 years. Wait another 2 years, and after you enter the ninja school, you will meet your teacher Irika. Thinking of this, Zinfan slowly walked towards the civilian area. Time is like running water, it comes and goes in a hurry. Another half year has passed, and in the blink of an eye it is the 56th year of Konoha. In the new year, Zinfan drew another round of cards. He got a skill learning card and a blank character card. The skill learning card is the telescope technique of the third Hokage. This is the famous ninjutsu of the third Hokage, and it is also the main reason for his rapid aging. Seeing too many beauties in the bathroom will always make people very tired. Without the Byakugan, this is a very useful ninjutsu for Zinfan. The only prerequisite is that a crystal ball is needed. The 56th year of Konoha. During this year, the atmosphere in Konoha village was very solemn because of the upcoming coup of Uchiha. Whether it is the Konoha high-level officials or other ninja clans, they are all keeping a close eye on the movements of Uchiha. As a large clan of Konoha, Uchiha was moved to the edge of Konoha after the Nine Tails Rebellion, and was very close to the boundary of Konoha's barrier. This made Uchiha very dissatisfied with Konoha. At the same time, the Uchiha clan is mostly radical because of their eyes. Because of the targeting of the Konoha high-level officials, many radicals have asked the clan leader Fugaku to rebel against Konoha. Looking at the hesitant Fugaku clan leader, as a double agent, Uchiha Shisui is under great pressure. He knows that the power of Uchiha alone is not enough to compete with Konoha. Once the Uchiha rebels, not only will the Uchiha clan be exterminated, but Konoha may also be weakened by this coup and attacked by other ninja villages. At that time, the Fourth Ninja World War may start ahead of time. This is something Uchiha Shisui absolutely does not want to see. Under this huge pressure, an idea emerged in Shisui's mind. Later, as the gap between Uchiha and Konoha grew, the friction between the two sides became more and more intense. Seeing the rebellion coming, Shisui proposed his own Koto Amatsukami plan to the Konoha high-level officials. A plan to use Koto Amatsukami to control the entire Uchiha clan. At the same time, Shisui also told the Konoha high-level officials about his Mangekyo ability, Koto Amatsukami. In the end, after the Konoha high-level officials learned that Shisui's Koto Amatsukami could permanently modify the will of others, the naive Uchiha Shisui only welcomed the fear of the Konoha high-level officials and the greed of Danzo. With the connivance of the third Hokage, Danzo successfully used his Inaga to sneak attack Shisui and dug out Shisui's right eye. With nowhere else to go, Uchiha Shisui opened Susanoo with his single eye and killed some root ninjas in seconds. He came to the cliff of Nanga River where he had agreed with Uchiha Itachi. Night. On the cliff of Nanhi River, Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui who had his back to him, with a worried look in his eyes. Itachi, it seems I failed, that guy Danzo doesn't believe me. Uchiha Shisui stood on the edge of the cliff and spoke calmly. However, I finally thought of a way to temporarily stop the Uchiha rebellion. In order to delay the Uchiha rebellion, Shisui has made up his mind to die. He reached out and took off his left eye. With blood in his eyes, Uchiha Shisui turned around and handed the Sharingan in his hand to Uchiha Itachi. As long as I, the strongest Uchiha, die, the strength of the clan will be affected. By then, they will definitely postpone the rebellion. After this, I can only ask you, my dear friend, protect Konoha and the Uchiha name, Shisui said, and then he jumped back and continued to fall towards the bottomless cliff. Shisui, the grief-stricken Uchiha Itachi, knelt on the spot, tears of blood flowing from his eyes, and the three Megatama Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly. Finally, they connected together. This year, at the age of 11, he finally opened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the moment of Shisui's death. He officially entered the ranks of Kage and became the terrifying existence who could kill the three ninjas Orochimaru in one glance. At the bottom of the cliff of Nanhi River, Zinfan witnessed the whole scene of Uchiha Shisui jumping off the cliff through the telescope technique. At this time, he was right below Shisui jumping off the cliff. Because the cliff was extremely high and it was at night, Zinfan was not worried at all about being discovered by Uchiha Itachi. Looking at the figure falling from above, Zinfan kept calculating the speed of the other party's fall. Finally, when Uchiha Shisui entered the appropriate range, Zinfan threw the stone with the mark of Flying Thunder God in his hand towards Shisui's falling path. At the moment when the stone and Shisui intersected, Zinfan instantly activated Flying Thunder God and came to Shisui. He swung the kunao in his hand and instantly cut the throat of Shisui, who was determined to die. A second later, he grabbed Shisui's clothes, and another Flying Thunder God disappeared on the spot. Since you're so eager to die, it's not too much to let me finish you off. In exchange, I will leave seeds for Uchiha. Zinfan looked at the dead Shisui, took out a blank character card from the void, and placed it on Shisui. Name Uchiha Shisui deceased host damage ratio 59.9%. After copying, you can randomly obtain 59.9% of its ability. Do you want to copy? 59.9%. System, are you a university tutor? Do you have to be so fussy? Do you just say that there is a 60% chance of death? Unable to complain, Zinfan chose to copy. Because Shisui was previously injured by Danzo and his men and lost both eyes, he got 59% of the damage by finishing off the enemy, which was actually very good in Zinfan's opinion. As long as he could get Kota Amatsukami, even just one, it would be a big profit for him. Press the select button. The blank character card on Uchiha Shisui gradually merged into Shisui's body. After the card was completely integrated, Shisui's body turned into a pile of white ashes. Among the white ashes, a golden card rose up slowly. Ding, the character was copied successfully. Uchiha Shisui, Mangekyo Sharinan, Kota Amatsukami, left, Uchiha Bloodline, top Sharinan illusion talent, big profit. Seeing the word Kota Amatsukami written on the gold-rimmed card, Zinfan was overjoyed. Card copying looks at the damage percentage, not the completeness of the body, so even though Shisui has no eyes, Zinfan still got a Kota Amatsukami. Then, Zinfan looked at the card introduction again. There is only one Mangekyo Sharinan and Uchiha swordsmanship, the rest are all bloodline and various talents. There is no phantom flash technique. After discovering that his ninjutsu and skills were only one of the gods and swordsmanship, Zinfan muttered to himself somewhat unsatisfiedly. However, in Zinfan's opinion, talent is more useful than skills. Do you choose to fuse the incomplete platinum card Uchiha Shisui? Yes. As Zinfan pressed the select button, a golden vortex enveloped him. After a few seconds, Zinfan opened his eyes, and the pupils in his eyes did not change. After fusing Shisui's card, Zinfan did not awaken the Mangekyo, nor did he awaken the Sharinan, and Kota Amatsukami could not use it. Kota Amatsukami needs him to open the Sharinan and awaken the Mangekyo before he can unlock and use it. Although the result is not perfect, but Zinfan doesn't mind. After all, it is clearly written in the introduction of the card that the fusion of cards will only gain bloodline talents and ninjutsu knowledge, not directly obtain all the abilities of the character. And he has obtained Shisui's Uchiha bloodline, so it should be a simple thing to open the Sharinan. At the same time, Zinfan also obtained Shisui's talents in illusion, swordsmanship, and other talents. As long as he continues to work hard to learn illusions in the future, Zinfan's name will also be on the list of people who can kill people with their eyes wide open, which is why Zinfan was so happy about gaining talents instead of ninjutsu just now. Just rest in peace. I will keep my word and leave a seed for Uchiha. After burying Shisui's ashes, Zinfan clasped his hands together in front of Shisui's simple grave. After doing this, Zinfan looked around, performed Flying Thunder God, and disappeared on the spot. The next day, the news of Uchiha Shisui's suicide spread throughout Konoha village. The name of Flash Soul Shisui is very famous in Konoha. After hearing about Shisui's death, many ninjas sighed. They really couldn't imagine that Shisui, the strongest Uchiha, would die like this. But since Shisui left a suicide note, they can only choose to believe it. The understanding of Shisui's suicide death is different from that of the Konoha ninjas. The radical faction of the Uchiha clan did not think that Shisui committed suicide, but believed that Shisui was killed by someone else. After searching in many ways, they finally set their sights on Uchiha Itaki, who also did not attend the clan meeting that night. Itaki, where were you on the night Shisui died? Uchiha Inahiro and the other two stopped Uchiha Itaki, who had returned to the Uchiha base, and asked him with a stern look on their faces. The village has arranged a task. Uchiha Itake glanced at the other party and walked past him. I have checked the attendance records of the village that day, and there is no information about your attendance. How do you explain this? The Uchiha 8th generation, who had rare white hair in the Uchiha clan, took out a few notes and looked at Itake seriously and asked, I was on a confidential mission, so it's not on the list. Uchiha Itake continued to walk around Uchiha Yashiro and continued on his way calmly. Humph, it seems that you won't talk unless I take you down. Seeing that Uchiha Itake was unmoved, Uchiha Inayari exploded with anger, and the three Magatama Sharinan appeared in his eyes, ready to attack directly. Uchiha Itake looked calm, and the shuriken in his sleeves fell into his palms. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, three heavy objects hit the ground, and Uchiha Inayari and the other two fell to the ground one after another. The Sharinan in Itake's eyes disappeared, and he picked up the short knife stuck in the ground and walked towards home. Uchiha Itake had just returned home and was lowering his head to change his shoes when he heard a hurried running sound behind him. Then, a small body lay on his back. Unai-chan, you said you would practice with me today. Young Suzuki Uchiha lay on Uchiha Itake's back, acting like a spoiled child. Today, his brother Uchiha Itake stood him up again. Sorry, Suzuki, I've been too busy lately. Uchiha Itake changed his shoes, turned around and touched Suzuki's little face. Looking at Suzuki in front of him, the shadow on Uchiha Itake's face caused by Shisui's death disappeared by half. "I'll accompany you next time, okay?" Uchiha Itake looked at Suzuki, stretched out two fingers, and tapped Suzuki's forehead. Suzuki was touched on the forehead by Itake, and he was secretly happy and prepared to continue to pester Itake. "Suzuki, my brother is a member of Konoha Zumbu, and he is very busy. Don't bother him." Uchiha Mikato came out of the next room, holding medicine in her hand, and said to Suzuki, "Come, mom will help you apply the medicine." Misaka said, and took the medicine and began to apply it on the wounds left by Suzuki's practice. Seeing Misaka coming out to stop Suzuki, Itake didn't say much, took the opportunity to get away, and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku's room. As a double agent between Konoha and Uchiha, he also needed to report today's situation to Fugaku. Humph. Seeing his brother leave, Suzuki pouted unhappily. Mikato was a little amused. Time passed, and soon it was March of the 57th year of Konoha. After fusing Uchiha Shisui's card, Zinfan's chakra amount increased rapidly again. Chakra is the product of the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. Tsunade's Senju bloodline provided Zinfan with powerful physical energy. Uchiha Shisui's Uchiha bloodline provided Zinfan with powerful spiritual energy. Adding the two together, Zinfan's chakra amount changed dramatically, multiplying several times on the original basis. Zinfan is now able to use some large-scale and wide-range ninjutsu. At the same time, he has integrated the three cards of Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, and Uchiha Shisui, and his comprehension and memory have reached an extremely high level. Many things can be remembered quickly just by looking at them once. He also obtained the changes in the nature of wind and fire chakra. At the same time, the level of chakra refining and chakra control is advancing by leaps and bounds every day. Zinfan is now not only able to use the Raise-Non completely, but also has fully mastered the primary medical ninjutsu that requires high chakra control. At the gate of Konoha Ninja School, Zinfan stood in the line of civilians and came alone to sign up for the entrance test of the ninja school. Today is the day for Konoha Ninja School to recruit students, and many civilians sent their children to sign up. In the ninja world, although ninja is a high-risk job, compared with other jobs, ninjas are not only well paid, but also can gain powerful strength. They are the most coveted profession for civilians. Therefore, many families hope that they can have a ninja in their family, which will make their lives change qualitatively and no longer be so easily bullied. Although in the Ninja World War, most civilian students are cannon fodder for Konoha. However, even Konoha's ninja cannon fodder is not so easy to be. If civilian students want to enroll, they must pass the test organized by Konoha Ninja School. Only after showing certain talents and abilities will they be accepted by the ninja school for the next step of training. If they cannot pass the test, they can only find another way and find a job that barely makes a living when they grow up. Next to the civilian team is a line of ninja children. The people queuing there are all ninja children. They have learned chakra refining techniques since childhood, and they can enter the ninja school without taking a test. Zinfan also saw several familiar faces among these people. Yamanaka Ino, Hayaga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Inyazuka Kiba, Abarame Shino. These people were followed by their respective fathers, all of whom were the clan leaders of various ninja clans. At this time, these clan leaders were standing together and chatting. Many civilian parents would act a little uneasy when passing by them, and they didn't even dare to look at them, because these civilians know that although they are now only one step away from these powerful clan leaders, but this step is a huge gap. It is an existence that they can never cross. There was only one person who crossed this step with his own talent, and that was the fourth generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato. In the crowd, Hayaga Hinata's face was red, and she kept looking back to peek at Zinfan in the civilian queue. It would be nice if I could be assigned to the same class with him. Hinata thought so. Wow. So handsome. Ino, who was behind Hinata, saw Hinata looking back secretly, and followed her curiously. When she saw Zinfan's face, she was surprised. Behind Ino, Shikamaru rolled his eyes speechlessly. Because the relationship between the three tribes of Ino, Deer, and Joe is very close, he and Ino Koji have known each other since childhood. It's just that Ino started to be a fangirl at such a young age, which made him speechless and troublesome. Because there were not many people in the queue of ninja children, Hinata and Ino quickly completed the admission procedures and left with their parents. Zinfan was only halfway in the queue, and there were still dozens of people in front of him. Students were queuing up. Not long after, Uchiha Suzuki came here accompanied by Uchiha Mikato. Because the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha is very tense now, the two waited until the other ninjas left before showing up, and left quickly after completing the formalities. However, Sakura, who was in the civilian queue, kept looking at Suzuki who was leaving. Sakura kept looking at Suzuki, while Zinfan kept looking at Mikato. He had never been able to resist such beautiful women. Half an hour later, After a series of tests such as long-distance running and doing exercises, Zinfan finally got the admission notice to the ninja school. Wow, so handsome. When Zinfan and Haruno Sakura passed by each other, Zinfan heard Haruno Sakura's exclamation. Turning his head to look at each other, Zinfan smiled at Haruno Sakura. When Haruno Sakura saw Zinfan turning his head to look at her, her pretty face flushed and her heart was pounding. Seeing Haruno Sakura's expression, Zinfan smiled again and left. Although Haruno Sakura behaved a bit like a bitch in the original work, this was from Naruto's perspective. If it was from Sasuke's perspective, Haruno Sakura would definitely be a perfect candidate for a wife. Just based on the fact that Naruto has been prying for so many years, Haruno Sakura has always been devoted to Sasuke. Haruno Sakura's obsession with Sasuke is no less than Hinata's obsession with Naruto. What's more, since Hinata has already snatched her away, Zinfan doesn't mind snatching Haruno Sakura away. Stepping on the first and second men, holding the first, second, third and fourth women in his hands, isn't it the standard feature of a time travel novel? Of course, the most important thing is that Haruno Sakura's pink hair is so eye-catching that Zinfan can't help but want to dress her up as a singing girl. Zinfan's face is even more handsome than Sasuke's. He believes that under his deliberate offensive, Haruno Sakura will soon fall. Haruno Sakura's performance in front of him just now is proof of this. Thinking of this, Zinfan looked back at Haruno Sakura and found that she was also secretly looking at her with a red face. Seeing Zinfan looking back at her, Haruno Sakura immediately became shy, hiding behind her parents, and then quietly looked at Zinfan. In the 57th year of Konoha, on May 22, early morning, in Zinfan's dilapidated cabin. It had been a month or two since the start of school. Today was the day Zinfan would draw the lottery again. Because he had opened the card system on May 22, so the card draw time was also on this day every year. Start a new round of card drawing. Yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability card transformation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blank character card. After the system prompts, a golden card and a white card appear in the void in front of Zinfan. Zinfan reaches out and puts the blank ability card into the system, picks up the golden card and examines it carefully. Transformation ability card. You can transform into a physical form that looks like your imagination or the target. After acquiring the target's chakra, the chakra can also be changed. It cannot be detected by other people. The transformation can be cancelled after separating the transformation card. The damage received after the transformation will be synchronized to the main body. During the transformation, chakra is not consumed and ninjutsu can be used. The appearance and age can be adjusted after the transformation. Cooling time, 30 minutes. During the transformation, chakra is not consumed and ninjutsu can be used. Zinfan was delighted to see this introduction. Although the transformation technique and the three body techniques can also change the body, it requires the use of chakra to maintain the transformation. Therefore, when using the transformation technique, other complex ninjutsu cannot be used. This is why Orochimaru peeled off someone else's face and pasted it on his own face instead of using the transformation technique. With this, I no longer have to be limited to this small body. Maybe I can implement my ideas now, Zinfan said to himself happily while holding the card. He ran off the bed and began to test the effect of the transformation card. Bang! Zinfan turned into the appearance of Tsunade. Bang! Zinfan turned into the appearance of Tsunade. Bang! Zinfan turned into the appearance of Tifa. Bang! Zinfan turned into the appearance of King Sargeras. Bang! The weak Zinfan fell on the bed. On July 15th, the ninja school officially had its summer vacation. Zinfan, transformed into an adult and wearing a mask, came out of a gold exchange in the Land of Fire. In his hand was a copy of the Ninja World Bounty List provided by the Gold Exchange. This list records all the ninjas or samurai who can exchange for bounties at the Gold Exchange. Most of the ninjas on the bounty list are very powerful, and the lowest is a special Jonin level. The bounties offered by the Gold Exchange are basically around 3 million. Only a few ninjas or samurai who have made a name for themselves can reach more than 10 million. For example, the elite Jonin of Konoha, the son of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, has a bounty of 35 million ryo. In the entire list, there are not many people higher than him. After flipping through it casually, Zinfan felt a little bitter. It's not that he is afraid of the people on the bounty list, but that he can't find any trace of these people at all. The Gold Exchange Office can not only exchange the bodies of bounty ninjas for bounties, but also provide intelligence information of different values according to the needs of customers. However, it needs money to buy it, and the higher the value of the intelligence, the more expensive it is. And if Zinfan had money, he would not have come to be a bounty ninja. As an orphan who does not belong to an orphanage, how could he have money? Even the money to enroll in the ninja school was saved by selling fish in the forest. The mask on his face was carved by himself out of wood. It is called a mask, but it is just a faceless man with 2 holes dug in a wooden board and a piece of rag tied on it. It's really a matter of dying before achieving success. A penny is a problem for a time traveler. Zinfan sighed, feeling more and more depressed. After walking 2 kilometers, Zinfan found someone walking towards him. He was wearing a mask and had green eyes. Isn't this Kakuzu? Hasn't he joined the Akatsuki organization yet? Is he here to exchange for the bounty? Looking at the corpse in Kakuzu's hand, Zinfan was delighted. Looking for death. Seeing Zinfan staring at the corpse in his hand without knowing what was good for him, Kakuzu snorted coldly and took action directly. A mask emerged from Kakuzu's clothes and aimed at Zinfan. Fire escape, head hard. A ball of fire fell in front of Kakuzu and instantly turned into a raging sea of fire that swept towards Zinfan. Zinfan kicked the tree trunk next to him several times and jumped high to avoid Kakuzu's fire attack. At the same time, he waved his right hand and the hidden weapon in his hand flew towards Kakuzu. Humph, you actually dared to jump into the air. Don't you know that this will make you a sitting duck? Yakuza saw how Zinfan responded and spoke contemptuously. He grabbed the hidden weapon thrown by Zinfan and put it in front of his eyes, only to find that it was a few small stones. The small stones. How dare you tease me? Kakuzu's mouth twitched, and he was furious. He dropped the corpse and stone in his hand, and showed a mask to Zinfan again. Wind escape, oppression. He wanted to make this ignorant boy pay the price with blood. The high-pressure wind ball released by the wind escape mask instantly attacked Zinfan, who was still in the air. Not only that, the sea of fire on the ground also burned violently under the blessing of wind escape. Do you think I want to throw stones? It's because I don't have money and can't afford shuriken. Zinfan heard what Kakuzu said and complained in his heart. The next second, Zinfan's figure in the air disappeared and appeared behind Kakuzu, and at the same time reached out to grab the corpse under Kakuzu's feet. When Kakuzu felt the sudden appearance of Zinfan behind him, his eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly jumped to the side, distanced himself from Zinfan, and looked solemn. Flying Thunder God. The well-informed Kakuzu immediately recognized the ninjutsu used by Nobukaze, and facing the user of Flying Thunder God, he had no choice but to be cautious. Nobukaze, who originally just wanted to steal the body, suddenly found Kakuzu's appearance a little interesting and smiled and said, "Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner next time." After Zinfan finished speaking, he disappeared again. He also took away the body of the bounty ninja that Kakuzu had just held in his hand. Kakuzu did not relax his vigilance because of Zinfan's departure. He still stood there, secretly on guard. Facing the elusive user of Flying Thunder God, it is never too careful. Boom! After confirming that Zinfan had really left, Kakuzu punched the big tree next to him and broke the trunk directly. The body was stolen, and Kakuzu's face was gloomy. "Don't let me know who you are." On the other side, Zinfan happily ran to the gold exchange with the corpse in his hand. After entering the gold exchange, Zinfan went straight to the staff and dropped the corpse in his hand. Exchange money. The person in charge of the exchange was an old man. He was secretly shocked to see that Zinfan had just gone out and brought back a corpse. This efficiency was too fast. After taking a closer look at the corpse at Zinfan's feet, the old man slowly spoke. "The wandering samurai of the Iron Country, Sandanzen, Takefun, 12 million taels." 12 million taels, no wonder Kakuzu was targeting him. Zinfan didn't know whose body the corpse belonged to. When he saw the old man looking at him, he nodded slightly, which was considered as his approval of the other party's statement. Zinfan didn't care who the body belonged to, as long as he could get 12 million taels. The old man took the body back to a room inside and then took out a box of money. Hearing the words of the person in charge of the gold exchange, Xin Feng reached out to take it. He opened the box to confirm it, but he was too lazy to count it. The gold exchange was opened here, and if the other party dared to cheat him, he would not mind increasing his income. After thinking for a while, Xin Feng asked, "Do you have any stolen goods for sale? I want to buy a set of shuriken and a samurai sword. The shuriken is for Flying Thunder God, and the samurai sword is for the swordsmanship talent and Uchiha swordsmanship obtained after fusing the shisui card." The old man in the gold exchange nodded when he heard this, returned to the inner room, took out a few more things, looked at Zinfan and said, 10 shurikens, 10 kunao, and a top-grade samurai sword from the Iron Kingdom, a total of 100,000 ryo. After that, Zinfan bought the location information of some bounty ninjas and spent 200,000 ryo. Zinfan opened the box, took out 300,000 ryo and handed it to the other party, picked up the things and turned to leave. Not long after Zinfan left, Kakuzu rushed here, looked at the old man behind the counter and asked, who just now after hearing what Kakuzu said, the old man Huan Jinshua was stunned, and quickly smiled flatteringly, "Uncle Kakuzu, what's the matter?" Kakuzu was a frequent visitor to the gold exchange. He was very powerful and could kill people without blinking an eye. The old man didn't dare to provoke him at all. Bang! Kakuzu slammed his hands on the table and said angrily, "Who was here just now? A newcomer just came here, carrying the body of Sanduan Wushun to claim the bounty." The old man saw Kakuzu getting angry and said, "Where did he go?" When he heard Wuchuan's name, the veins on Kakuzu's forehead jumped. That was his hunting target. East, east. The old man pointed tremblingly. Kakuzu turned and left. Seeing Kakuzu's reaction, Could it be that his prey was taken away? Seeing Kakuzu leave the counter, the old man said to himself, huh? Suddenly, Kakuzu turned around, his murderous intent bursting out, staring at the old man at the gold exchange. Sorry, the old man's legs were shaking and he apologized quickly. Humph. Kakuzu snorted coldly and left the gold exchange. Call. It seems that Kakuzu's prey was really snatched away by that newcomer. I was wondering why he came back so quickly. He even dared to snatch the prey from Kakuzu. This young man is incredible. After Kakuzu left, the old man in the gold exchange was a little shocked in thought, and then he quickly informed the headquarters of the news. Those who dared to snatch even Kakuzu must be paid attention to by the headquarters, and they must not be offended. After leaving the exchange office, Zinfin used the instant body technique to move towards the Flame City next to Konoha village. After several hours of trekking, Zinfin finally applied for an anonymous bank card in the Bank of Flame City. After taking out 100,000 yuan from the box and putting it on his body, Zinfin deposited all the other money into the bank card. After finishing these things, Zinfin left Flame City and began to head towards the Wind Country. He wanted to leave his Flying Thunder God mark in all parts of the ninja world so that he could quickly travel between various parts of the ninja world in the future. And the Wind Country was his first target. Well, mainly because of the information provided by Huanjin, there was a notorious wandering ninja in the Wind Country, and he needed to hurry there. Zinfin's main purpose of going to the Wind Country this time was to deal with this wandering rebel ninja and then exchange for a bounty. After several days of running, Zinfin finally arrived at a remote oasis in the Wind Country. According to the information provided by Huanjin, the wandering rebel ninja was called Shazuk, and he robbed houses nearby with some desert horse bandits, killing many merchants and local people. Arriving at the oasis, Zinfin put on a cheap handmade mask, drew out the samurai sword he carried with him, and walked towards the bandit camp in the distance. Who are you? At the entrance of the camp, a bandit looked at Zinfin who was approaching and asked sternly. In response, Zinfin swung the sharp knife in his hand. Swish! The bandit's head flew up, and bright red blood spurted from his torso. Zinfin would never show mercy to these evil bandits who did all kinds of evil. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A bandit in the distance saw his dead companion and shouted a warning. The next moment, he fell under Zinfin's sword. As Zinfin moved forward, he recalled the swordsmanship information about Uchiha swordsmanship in his mind. As the number of bandit deaths continued to rise, his movements became more and more skilled, from the initial blunt chopping to the gorgeous and smooth later. With a strong talent for swordsmanship, Zinfin's mastery of Uchiha swordsmanship is rapidly increasing. Ding ding ding! Zinfin casually chopped off the shuriken that was flying, and tilted his head to look at the 1.8 meter tall, bearded man in front of him. Around the man, there were a dozen remaining bandits. Who are you? The big man looked at Zinfin with a wary look on his face. Zinfin shook off the blood on his samurai sword and looked at the big man. Are you the gang leader? Yes. Who are you? Do you know a man named John Meze? What are you talking about? He has several pockmarks on his face. Do you know him? Neuropathy. Then you can die. After saying this, Nobukaze rushed towards the bandit leader with a samurai sword in hand. No, he rushed towards the wandering rebel ninja, Suzuki. Seeing Nobukaze rushing towards him with a samurai sword, Suzuki's mouth curled up slightly, and his hands quickly formed seals. Another fool who doesn't know how to live or die. Earth escape technique, sinking armor cut. After the seal was completed, a layer of rock armor emerged on Saki's body, and a sharp stone knife grew out of his right hand. The heavy rock armor is used to defend against slashing, and the knife is used to cut people, commonly known as sinking armor cut. Have the Shinkai of the Rock Village? This kind of armor is meaningless in front of me. Buzz at the moment the two touched, a buzzing sound came from Zinfin's left hand, and a blue light appeared between the two. With the samurai sword in his right hand, Zinfin blocked the stone knife that was chopped by Seiku, and sent the raise-non in his left hand to the opponent's chest. Bang! The rock armor on Seiku's chest shattered to the ground, and a bloody hole as big as a bowl appeared on his chest. Saki looked at Shinkaze in disbelief. He didn't expect that he could use such a powerful ninjutsu in an instant. I'm so unwilling to accept this. I obviously have many ninjutsu that I haven't used yet. As Suzuki thought about this, his eyes fell into darkness. The boss was killed, run away. Seeing that the powerful leader was killed instantly by Zinfin, the rest of the bandits fled in horror. Swish! 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 Zinfin caught up with the fleeing bandits, swinging his samurai sword repeatedly. After killing the three leaders, Zinfin looked at the others and shouted, "If you dare to escape again, you will die." The frightened bandits dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. After shaking off the blood on the knife, Zinfin tied up all the bandits and searched the bandit camp carefully. When he came to a place that looked like a prison, Zinfin saw many young girls with lifeless eyes. The purple scratches and tattered clothes on their bodies were telling of the tragic experiences they had suffered. There were also two women who were slashed on their legs, with pus and maggots growing in the wounds, and they were lying in the prison waiting to die. Seeing such a tragic scene in front of him, silent anger brewed in Zinfan's heart, and the red pupils in his eyes became more and more scarlet, and a Megatama quickly appeared. He turned around and rushed towards the surrendered bandits. Zinfan, who was murderous, raised his knife and blood splashed. Every time Zinfan killed a person, the pupil power of the Sharingan would increase by 1 point, and a Megatama would appear in his pupils. After killing the last person, the Megatama in his eyes finally appeared, turning into a pair of 3 Megatama Sharinans. Who? Zinfan stood in the camp full of corpses, holding a bloody samurai sword. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled heavily. This Sharingan is like an emotional amplifier. No wonder the Uchiha family tends to become psychopathic. Feeling the murderous intent constantly emerging in his heart, Zinfan murmured to himself. As his mood calmed down, the 3 Megatama Sharingan in Zinfan's eyes gradually hid and disappeared. Ah! Zinfan opened the cell, startling the imprisoned women inside and causing them to scream. He came to the 2 dying women, knocked them unconscious, and began to clean their wounds with strong liquor found in the camp, then stretched out his hands and pressed on their wounds to perform palm magic. The other women in the cell saw Zinfan's behavior and opened their mouths in surprise. A brave girl secretly ran out and saw the bandit camp full of corpses, but Zinfan's mood became heavier, because he was surrounded by crying women. After knowing that all the bandits were dead, all the victimized women started crying, and they kept crying for half an hour. This made him a little upset and helpless. He could kill those enemies with 1 knife, but for these victims, he didn't know what to do with them. After an hour of comforting them, Zinfan finally found out the village where these people lived. He led the horses out of the bandit camp, got on the carriage, and took the victims and the money looted from the bandit camp to the Huangsha village mentioned by the women. After walking for several hours, Zinfan saw a remote village in the oasis. Thanks. Seeing the girl being sent back, the old head of Huangsha village held Zinfan's hand and thanked him repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Old man, don't grab me with your dirty hands that you use to wipe your nose. Believe me, I'll kill you. Seeing the old man crying and holding his left hand tightly, Zinfan's forehead veins jumped. After being invited by the villagers to have a sumptuous dinner with desert characteristics, Zinfan left the village with the villagers' farewell. Sir, these things of yours. Several women rescued by Zinfan ran out of the village, with several horses beside them. On the horses were the money and valuables that Zinfan had looted from the bandit camp. I'll give it to you. Xin Feng waved his hand without even turning his head. I just need you. Right, Seiku. Looking at Seiku's head in his hand, Zinfan chuckled and disappeared into the desert. Wind Country, Gold Exchange. Zinfan walked out of the gold exchange in the Wind Country, feeling happy. Another 5 million taels arrived. I didn't expect that Shizuke was actually a jonin of the Uegakur. This is too bad. After stretching, Zinfan left the gold exchange and continued to leave the Flying Thunder Godmark in various cities in the Kingdom of Wind. A few days later, is the Sand Village ahead? Zinfan left the Flying Thunder Godmark on the rock beside him, looking at the Sand Village in the distance with some curiosity. After several days of running around, he had left his Flying Thunder God mark everywhere in the Wind Country. The Sand Village was his last stop. Thanks to the long-distance raids in the past few days, Zinfan was already familiar with the 4th Hokage's body-flicking technique. Although he couldn't reach the title of the fastest in the ninja world, he was much faster than other ninjas. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could become a Flashman like the 4th Hokage. Well, the Flashman here refers to the speed of movement. It's not something strange. Someone ran out. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Seeing a figure running out of the Sand Village, Zinfan quickly hid and watched secretly. Wow, such a beautiful back. It's you, Ya Kang. Looking at Ya Kang's back, Xin Feng muttered to himself and followed him quietly. Who is it? After running for more than 10 minutes, Ya Kang suddenly turned around and stopped, staring at Xin Feng with a wary look. Miss Ya Kang is indeed an elite jonin. You discovered her so quickly. Zinfan showed up and smiled at Ya Kang. Who are you? This is the jurisdiction of the Sand Village. Ya Kang looked at the low-quality mask on Zinfan's face and shouted. Then, Ya Kang continued, forget it, let's take you down first. After that, 5 extremely bright fireballs appeared behind Ya Kang. She waved her right hand, and the 5 fireballs flew rapidly towards Zinfan. Burning escape, 5 wheels of fire. Zinfan formed a seal with one hand and performed the instant body technique to avoid Ya Kang's burning escape attack. She circled around Ya Kang, constantly spinning around Ya Kang, and at the same time, she threw 2 small stones to attack the other party from time to time. Playing tricks. Ya Kang shouted, and more than 20 fireballs appeared around him again, spreading rapidly around. Burning release, 20 consecutive hits. Why is it a bit like a fire star? Looking at the fireball that spread rapidly around Ya Kang, Xin Feng thought to himself. The next second, Xin Feng appeared behind Ya Kang and stretched out his finger to touch the exposed spine on his smooth back. The sudden attack made Ya Kang shudder with the cold touch on her spine. This strange feeling made Ye Kang feel ashamed and angry. Ye Kang was furious, and blood rushed to his head. He grabbed Xian Feng with his backhand and formed a seal with one hand. The burning fireball that was just spreading outward accelerated and flew back, hitting the two of them. It was obvious that he wanted to drag Xian Feng to death with him. Boom! The fireball exploded, flames shot up into the sky, and there was a loud bang. You crazy woman! Zinfen appeared in the distance holding Ye Kang, looking at the explosion scene in the distance, secretly smacking his lips. It really deserves to be called scorch release. The power and range of this explosion are indeed much stronger than ordinary fire release. Damn it! Ye Kang was hugged by Zinfen, his face turned red, he struggled to get rid of the other's arms, took out the kunao, and wiped it towards Zinfen's neck. But the kunao stopped 5 centimeters away from Zinfen's neck. What, is this a cursed seal? Yakura was horrified to find that a black cursed seal appeared on the surface of her body, binding her body and making her unable to move at all. Cursed seal. By performing a sealing technique on the opponent's actions are sealed. This is one of the many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and it is the same type of immobilization technique as the self-engagement curse seal used when Danzo and Suzuki fought. However, the one used by Zinfen is from the Uzumaki clan, and its power is much greater than that of Danzo. Zinfen stretched out his hand, lifted Yakura's beautiful face, stroked her lips, looked at her and smiled. Ms. Ye Kang, you are really attractive. After saying that, Xian Feng took off the mask and kissed her. Ye Kang's pupils trembled, and a blush appeared on her face, which quickly spread to her ears. I'm going to kill you. After the two separated, Ye Kang looked at the mask on Zinfen's face, her chest heaving violently, and said viciously. She entered the decision-making level of the Sand Village at a young age. Usually, she was either carrying out missions or practicing hard. She had never come into contact with such things. At this time, her first kiss was taken away by Zinfen, which made her ashamed and angry and ashamed. Do you want to follow me? Zinfen looked at Ye Kang's expression, as if he was looking at a cat with its fur standing on end. You are dreaming. Before Ye Kang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xian Feng again. The two separated again, and Xian Feng continued to ask, do you want to follow me? Ye Kang shook his head again. Xian Feng kissed again. Do you want to follow me? Ye Kang continued to shake his head. Xian Feng continued to kiss. This time Xian Feng left immediately. Ye Kang's face was red. He continued to stare at the mask on Xian Feng's face, then unconsciously pursed his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Seeing Ye Kang's actions, Xian Feng chuckled and said in his ear, be careful of the mist ninja, be careful of the fourth Kaze cage. Zinfen said, and disappeared from the spot. It was late at night, the moon was high in the sky, and a breeze blew through the forests on the border of the Water Kingdom, making a humming sound. Why don't you listen to advice? After the Mist Village ninja left, Zinfen walked out of the shadows, came to the dying Ye Kang, and shook his head. Such a beautiful back, you people from the Mist Village are really ruthless. While pulling out the densely packed kunao on Ye Kang's back, Zinfen performed healing techniques while chanting non-stop. After Ye Kang's beautiful back was restored to its original state, Zinfen turned him over. At this time, Ye Kang bit his lips tightly, staring at Zinfen with tears constantly falling from his eyes. Physical pain and death were already commonplace for Ye Kang, who often went through life and death. However, being betrayed by the Sand Village was the most fatal thing for Ye Kang. The hero who had made great achievements for the village was betrayed and killed by the fear of the Kaze cage. This was really an irony. Alright, the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village don't care about you. They are brain damaged. You see how much I miss you. I've been following you secretly for a few days. Please stop crying, please. Regardless of the blood on the ground, Zinfen sat on the ground and held Ye Kang in his arms, gently patting his back, like coaxing a child. Woo woo woo. However, after hearing what Zinfen said, Ye Kang's resentment and grievance suddenly burst out, and she cried even more fiercely, like a little girl who was abandoned. Zinfen still patted Ye Kang's back gently, and finally hummed softly, the dark sky hangs low, and the bright stars follow, the insects are flying, the insects are flying. After crying for a long time, Ye Kang wiped his tears, looked at Xian Feng and asked, what is this you are singing? How come I don't understand anything at all? Xian Feng heard this and chuckled. This is Chinese, so you naturally don't understand it. After thinking for a while, Xian Feng said, this is a ballad from another world, and you are the first person in this world to hear it. Ye Kang got up from Xian Feng's arms, curled her lips, and clearly didn't believe it. You are kidding. After the initial collapse, she has recovered and turned back into the elite jonin she used to be. After Ye Kang finished speaking, she walked to the stream next to her, took off her coat, and began to wipe the blood off her body. Glossy as white jade, bright as a jade girl. Looking at Ye Kang's smooth back that seemed to be glowing in the moonlight, Xian Feng took a few deep breaths and was amazed. Turn around. Ye Kang glanced back at Xian Feng. Since his first kiss had been taken away by the man in front of him and he had been saved by him, Ye Kang began to try to trust him. Okay. Zinfan smiled and turned around immediately. Hearing the sound of water coming from behind, Zinfan felt itchy and wanted to turn around and take a peek several times, but he suppressed the idea and waited quietly. A real man should keep his word. While washing his body in the river, Yakang stared at Zinfan's back, wondering what he was thinking. Do you really trust me so much? Seeing that Zinfan really did what he said and kept his back to him, Yakang sighed slightly. Ninjas cannot turn their backs to others. Wash the clothes, dry them with the burning release, and then put them on. Sliding a horizontal line on the sand ninja forehead protector, Yakang came behind Zinfan. Alright, where are we going next? Xian Feng was delighted when he heard this, and immediately turned around and looked at Yakang. Well, you have just recovered from your injury. I will take you to a place to recuperate for a few days. I'll come find you then. Seeing Yakang nod, Xian Feng reached out and grabbed the other's arm, disappearing on the spot. Konoha, civilian area. Swish! Zinfan's figure instantly appeared in his own cabin. Beside Zinfan, there was nothing. Are you kidding? Of course he couldn't bring Yakang back to Konoha, but settled him in a hotel in the Fire City. Goo! As soon as Zinfan's transformation was over and he returned to his true form, his stomach started to growl. It's early morning now, and I don't know if Ichiraku Ramen is closed yet. Picking up a few banknotes, Zinfan walked out the door and ran towards Ichiraku Ramen. Because he had always been very poor, he had never tasted what Ichiraku Ramen tasted like. At Satsuki Ichiraku, today I will let you taste my power. A few minutes later, Zinfan looked at the Ichiraku Ramen in front of him and complained. He patted the curtain hanging in the air, and walked in with his hands behind his back. Welcome! Seeing Zinfan coming in, he clapped his hands to welcome him warmly. Bang! Zinfan clapped his hands on the table and shouted to the clappers, at Satsuki Ichiraku, give me a bowl of pork bone noodles. Ayam, who was about 11 or 12 years old, was cleaning up the tableware. Hearing this, he put the tableware in his hands on the table next to him, came to Zinfan, and said angrily, Dad is called Handfighter, not at Satsuki Ichiraku. If you dare to yell again, I'll punish you. Zinfan turned his head and looked at Icarus, and found that she was actually pretty. This instantly dissipated his anger. Beautiful women always have some privileges, don't they? Ayam, it's too late, you should go back and rest, I'll do the rest. He looked at Ayam from behind the counter, and then he looked at Zinfan. Wait a moment, little brother, the pork bone ramen will be ready soon. Humph! When Icarus saw Zinfan covering his forehead, he raised his hand and threatened Zinfan, then picked up the tableware and left. Playing with memes, this is a joke, do you understand? Zinfan looked at Icarus leaving and couldn't help curling his lips. Being a child for a long time, he also picked up many childish habits, and little Icarus was so cute. Of course, I have to tease him a few more times. When Icarus saw Zinfan's unhappy expression, he immediately put his hands on his hips, raised his eyebrows, and looked like a little adult. Seeing Icarus was about to rush over again, Zinfan jumped off the stool and pretended to run away. Seeing Zinfan's appearance, Icarus chuckled and walked into the inner room. This kid is not bad looking. Brother, deluxe pork bone ramen. He placed a bowl of ramen covered with barbecued pork in front of Zinfan. I just ordered the regular one, Zinfan said as he sniffed the aroma of the ramen and looked at the ramen that was seriously different from the picture. The main reason was that the ramen that was made by hand for him had too much meat. Well, this is my apology for Icarus's recklessness. He waved his hand nonchalantly and continued to work at the counter. He is really generous. Hearing this, I want to tease Icarus again next time. Zinfan picked up the chopsticks and broke it open, picked up a chopstick of ramen and put it in his mouth. This tastes so delicious. The soup is rich and mellow, the noodles are chewy and elastic, and the barbecued pork is even more delicious. Zinfan slurped the noodles into his mouth, one chopstick after another, and couldn't stop. In the end, he even drank up the soup. If he wasn't too small to eat so much, Zinfan would really like to have another bowl. Welcome! Zinfan had just put down his bowl and chopsticks when he saw a ninja wearing a cat mask walking in. When the other party took off the cat mask, Zinfan found that the other party was Kakashi Hatake, who was wearing a mask and covering his left eye with a forehead protector. Sitting in his seat, Zinfan was amazed at Kakashi in front of him. The decadent and depressed aura of Kakashi is almost worthy of being called a king. From now on, I will call you the King of Mourning or the King of Decadence. But that's right, Kakashi, who experienced the death of his father, the death of his master, the death of his master's wife, the death of Nohara Rin, and the death of Uchiha Obito, should be thankful that he did not commit suicide. Zinfan did not leave after finishing his ramen, and looked at Kakashi and thought about it. Well, he mainly wanted to see how Kakashi ate noodles with a mask on. This can be said to be an unknown mystery in the ninja world. Zinfan also estimated his total chakra amount at this time. Well, it's about 10 calories. Cal, a commonly used unit of measurement in the ninja world, used to calculate personal chakra amount. Here, your seafood ramen. He handed a bag to Kakashi. Tisk, it was packed. Unable to see Kakashi's true face, Zinfin curled his lips and walked out of the ramen shop. When passing by Kakashi, he wiped his left hand covered with soup on Kakashi's clothes, ran out of the ramen shop and made faces at Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the mischievous Zinfin, and without saying anything, he used the instant body technique to disappear on the spot. "Father, I'm here to see you." In front of the memorial tablet, Kakashi greeted the tombstones of the fourth Hokage couple, Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito and others, and then came to the tombstone of Hatake White Fang. Opening the box, Kakashi took off his mask and started eating ramen. In the shadow of the woods next to the memorial tablet, the transformed Zinfin, wearing a mask, kept moving, trying to see the true face of Kakashi, who was eating noodles with his head down. Lifted a little more, lifted a little more. Zinfin muttered to himself, staring at Kakashi constantly, like a pervert. Swish! Kakashi suddenly waved his right hand, and two chopsticks attached to the lightning escape attacked Zinfin with lightning speed. "I wipe it." Zinfin was startled and quickly moved to the side. He didn't expect Kakashi to suddenly attack. Click! Click! Looking at the two chopsticks nailed to the tree, Zinfin smacked his lips. When he turned his head to look at Kakashi, he found that the other party had put on his mask again. He still didn't see it. Zinfin sighed. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Seeing that the other party had avoided his attack, Kakashi stood up and stared at Zinfin with a vigilant look. "Who I am? I am the one who will help you cure your kidney deficiency." Zinfin chuckled and threw a few shurikens at Kakashi. Ding ding ding. Kakashi, who didn't understand what Zinfin was saying, took out a kunao and shot down the flying shurikens. The next second, Zinfin appeared behind Kakashi, and the kunao in his hand pierced Kakashi's neck directly. Blood spurted, Kakashi's figure dissipated, and then turned into a powerful lightning strike, entangled with Zinfin. "Haha, it's you indeed, Kakashi." Feeling the numbness in his body, Zinfin chuckled. Using lightning clones to lure the enemy and test him is really Kakashi's common routine. On the other side, Kakashi, who was lying in ambush, was slightly startled when he saw Zinfin suddenly appearing behind his clone. The move used by the opponent made him feel very familiar. But before he could think about it, Kakashi's real body rushed out, with lightning flashing in his hands, forming a straight line, rushing towards Zinfin, whose body was paralyzed by lightning. Lightning release Reikari. I hope my guess just now is not true. The fearless Kakashi thought so in his heart. The next second, a figure flashed on the path of Kakashi's Reikari and blocked Kakashi's Reikari with his body. "You are not the only one who can use clones." Seeing the clone blocking Kakashi's Reikari with his body, Shinfeng, who had recovered from the paralysis of the lightning strike, chuckled and kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi slid through the air and hit the trunk of a big tree heavily, blood spurting out of his mouth and severe pain all over his body. "You should have recognized the moves I used just now. Even so, you still rushed forward recklessly. Kakashi, do you really want to die?" The moment Kakashi landed, Zinfin came in front of Kakashi and put his hand on his neck. "Curse seal! Who are you? Why are you Konoha's flying thunder god?" Kakashi, who was unable to move, did not answer Zinfin's words, but stared at him with a serious face and asked, "It seems that you who keep losing things have some self-destructive tendencies. Do you want to kill yourself with my help? I won't let you succeed." Zinfin said to himself, knocked Kakashi unconscious, and then reached out to pull down Kakashi's mask. He wanted to do this on the first day he came here. As expected of His Highness Kakashi, he is so handsome. He is almost as handsome as me, no wonder he can charm Nohara Lin so much. Putting Kakashi's mask back on him, Zinfin reached out and pressed on Kakashi's left eye, taking off Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharinan. "The Mangekyo Sharinan is too much of a burden for you who are not from the Uchiha clan, so let me keep it for you." Although the Mangekyo Sharinan can enhance Kakashi's fighting skills and strength, it is too much of a burden for him, and it directly locks Kakashi's outstanding talent in the Sharinan. Once Kakashi loses the Sharinan, his strength will drop sharply, and he will be reduced to the weakest Hokage. It's simply not worth the loss. Of course, the most important thing is that the power of the Sharinan is Kamui, and Zinfin has been coveting it for a long time. In Zinfin's future script, Kakashi and Naruto and others will just happily get married and have children. Things like saving the ninja world will be done by Zinfin. He wanted to destroy the Otsutsuki, snatch Kagaya away, and discuss the mystery of life with her. After storing the Kamui Sharinan, Zinfin reached out to heal Kakashi's bleeding left eye. "I will keep my word. I will help you with your kidney deficiency and I will never break my promise." Looking at Kakashi, who woke up from the pain, Zinfin smiled at him. "Is your goal to get my eyes?" Kakashi looked at the Sharinan in Zinfin's hand and said coldly, "No, I'm here to tell you the truth. This Sharinan is just the reward I received for curing your kidney deficiency. Besides, it is too much of a burden for you." Hearing Kakashi's words, Zinfin shook his head. "The truth?" Kakashi was stunned. "Some people died, but he is still alive. Some Kakashi is still alive, but he is dead." Kakashi, if you want to know who is the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion, and if you want to protect the orphan of the fourth Hokage, then you'd better work hard to become stronger. When you have the strength to be a shadow, I will tell you all the truth. Come on, Lord Kakashi, you can't let your fans down. After saying this, Zinfin glanced at Kakashi and disappeared. When Zinfin left, the curse seal on Kakashi was released. Kakashi covered his left eye with an ugly look. Kakashi, now you can't even save the eye that's left with the soil. You're a piece of trash. After spinning on himself for a while, Kakashi clenched his fists. No, I won't give up, I want to become stronger. I want to know the truth about the Nine Tails Rebellion, and I want to protect the bloodline left by my teacher. Kakashi stood up, the decadent air on his body swept away, and he looked firmly at the fourth Hokage on the Hokage rock. Teacher, in order to protect Naruto, I will work hard to become stronger, Kakashi said, and rushed directly to where Might Guy lived. Konoha Forest. Zinfin came to the place where he used to catch kind animals. He took out the Mangekyo Sharingan that he had just taken from Kakashi and carefully examined it under the moonlight. Pick out someone's eyes. Simple. I still feel guilty about taking off my own eyes. After hesitating for a long time, Zinfin took off his left eye and replaced it with the Kamui left eye in his hand. The Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed more useful than the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Zinfin thought so while constantly comparing the difference between his left and right eyes. Click, click, click. The sound of several shurikens hitting trees rang out in the forest, and was carried to Zinfin's ears by the wind. Who was still practicing hard in the forest at this late hour? Zinfin listened carefully, then identified the direction and walked towards the sound. When he arrived at the location where the sound came from, Zinfin saw a beautiful girl who was practicing shuriken hard. Who? The girl suddenly threw the shuriken in her hand towards Zinfin's position. Ding! Taking out the kunao, Zinfin casually shot down the flying shuriken and looked at the 3 Megatama Sharingan in the girl's eyes with some surprise. Uchihas? He has opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan at such a young age. He is quite capable. Zinfin tossed the eyeball in his hand and praised it. As he tossed it, Zinfin was stunned. He realized that the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his hand was his own. Uchiha Izumi frowned when she saw a strange adult man wearing a mask coming out. Then, she saw the 3 Megatama Sharingan in the other party's hand, which made her breath catch. Enemy. Uchiha Izumi thought that the other party was staring at her eyes, and she formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Seeing that the other party took action directly, Zinfin raised her eyebrows. Are all Uchiha people crazy? Killing people over a disagreement? Zinfin, who didn't understand that the reason was on him at all, swung the shuriken in his hand, bypassed the great fireball jutsu, and flew towards Uchiha Izumi. Ding! Uchiha Izumi had just knocked down Zinfin's shuriken when she found that the other party flashed beside her and pinched her neck with one hand. Uchiha Izumi was horrified, because she didn't see clearly how the other party bypassed the great fireball and appeared in front of her. If such a situation occurs, it means that the opponent's strength exceeds her by several levels, and she is not able to deal with it at all. Why are you attacking me? Zinfin frowned and looked at the girl in his hand, a little puzzled. If the other party can't give any reasonable reasons, Zinfin feels that he needs to contribute to the peace and stability of Konoha. Although the other party is pretty, no matter how pretty a crazy woman is, she is still a crazy woman. Hearing Zinfin's doubtful words, Uchiha Kwan was stunned. Didn't he stare at my eyes? Whose Sharingan is that in your hand? Uchiha Izumi pursed his lips and looked at the mask on Zinfin's face. So that's the reason. Zinfin let go of the girl's neck, put his hand over his left eye, and said indifferently, of course it's mine. Uchiha Izumi frowned and looked at Zinfin, obviously not believing what. I can't just take my eyeballs off for fun. Zinfin curled his lips, and then explained, look, it's really my eye. After that, Zinfin continued to cover his left eye, put the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his right eye in front of the girl, and then opened and closed it. Ha! Seeing that Zinfin could open and close the Sharingan freely, Uchiha Izumi was obviously relieved. Only those with Uchiha bloodline can open and close the Sharingan freely. Senior, I thought you were coveting my Sharingan just now. Why are you scratching your eyeballs for no reason? Uchiha Izumi glared at Zinfin angrily, showing the attitude of a little girl. Practicing healing skills is not okay. Zinfin glared back at Uchiha Izumi, threw the eyeball in his hand and left. Senior, I was wrong just now, please forgive me. Uchiha Kwan followed Zinfin and spoke softly, okay, I forgive you. Zinfin shrugged and said indifferently, really? Uchiha Izumi was quite surprised. She didn't expect the senior to be so easy to talk to. Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes and looked at Zinfin with a smile and said, Senior, what was that move that you suddenly appeared in front of me just now? Hearing this, Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Izumi. Girl, your abacus beads are too loud. You can't learn it. Zinfin refused directly. Why can't I learn it? Uchiha Izumi frowned. Because you can't live for more than a year, so you won't learn it. What did you say? Uchiha Izumi heard this and stared at Zinfin in shock. Oh, I made a mistake. Zinfin left him and ran away. At Matt Guy's home. Kakashi, you said your Sharingan was stolen? Might Guy, who had just been woken up by Kakashi, was shocked when he heard Kakashi's words. Kakashi was already a jonin of Konoha, who could snatch his eyes from him? Thinking of this, Might Guy continued to ask, where were your eyes stolen? It was in Konoha, just now, Kakashi said calmly. He had calmed down now and began to think carefully about his opponent. The opponent had the Flying Thunder God and the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. It was like the fourth Hokage was alive. What? It actually happened just now, and in Konoha? Might Guy was stunned when he heard it. During the time I was sleeping, my best friend's eyes were gouged out. Damn it. Might Guy regretted it in his heart. Then, Might Guy looked at Kakashi and said, could it be someone from the Uchiha clan who did it? Because Kakashi's Sharingan was Obito's, the people of the Uchiha Guard have been looking for trouble with Kakashi, wanting to take back Kakashi's Sharingan. Not quite. Besides, I'm not sure if the other party is from Konoha because he can fly Thunder God. It is very easy to enter and exit Konoha. Kakashi recalled carefully, and he did not find any characteristics of the Uchiha clan in Zinfin. Flying Thunder God. When Kai heard Kakashi say that the other party could fly Thunder God, he was not surprised at all, and even felt that this was the only reasonable thing to do. In this case, Kakashi, how are you going to explain this to the third Hokage? Might Guy looked at Kakashi with some concern. Losing a Sharingan is a major event. If you don't meet that person again in a few days, tell the truth. Kakashi glanced at Might Guy and continued, Guy, I want to ask you how to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu. If Kakashi wants to defeat someone who has the Flying Thunder God, Guy's 8 gates of ninjutsu is his only choice. The other one is naturally the Flying Thunder God. In a hotel in Flame City, Xin Feng looked at the bounty information handed over by Ye Kang and asked, well, I have confirmed it in the black market newsroom. The information provided by the exchange is indeed accurate. This man killed many civilians in the Rain Country, but because he was Hanzo's right-hand man, he was not punished. After that, he became even more rampant and often killed people for fun. On the other side of Zinfin, Ye Kang looked at the mask on Zinfin's face from time to time and spoke slowly. At Zinfin's suggestion, Ye Kang also joined the ranks of bounty ninjas, and followed Zinfin to hunt down those ninjas and samurai who committed crimes. In that case, let's go. Zinfin walked to Ye Kang and stretched out his right hand. Ye Kang put on a mask, looked at Zinfin's right hand, pursed his lips, and stretched out his left hand to touch it. The next second, the two appeared at the border of the Land of Fire. Although it was not the first time to experience Zinfin's Flying Thunder God, Ye Kang still felt very surprised. This way. After identifying the direction, Ye Kang pointed in one direction. 2 hours later, Zinfin and Ye Kang arrived in the territory of the Rain Country. After contacting the Black Market Information House in the Rain Country, the two successfully found the target person who was killing people for fun in the countryside of the Rain Country, Poison Knife Izzo. Run, ha 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 ha, run quickly. I will kill whoever runs the slowest. Ha 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 ha, you are the remnants of the Akatsuki organization, ha 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 ha. Izzo, who was wearing a forehead protector from the Rain Village with 4 vertical lines on his head, had thin cheeks, black hair, and was holding a purple-black poisonous knife and a whip, was chasing the boys and girls who were running away in front of him and laughing. If he saw someone running slowly, he would take the whip and beat them hard. These boys and girls were naturally not the remnants of the Akatsuki organization, but that was in the past. Now Izzo said they were, so they were. Ha 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 ha, you're running too slowly. Yi Zhang laughed crazily, raised the poison knife in his hand, and slashed at the little girl who was running at the end. That's too much. Zinfin shook his head and appeared in front of Zhang with a flash. He blocked Zhang's poisonous knife with his right hand and pulled the little girl into his arms with his left hand. Who are you? Yi Zhang was shocked when he saw the sudden appearance of Xin Feng in front of him, and he stepped back repeatedly. He didn't see clearly when the other party appeared in front of him. Yi Zhang had just distanced himself from Xin Feng, and suddenly found that more than 20 hot fireballs had fallen to his landing point. It's over. Cold sweat instantly soaked on the forehead of Poison Blade Yi Zhang. Boom! The fireball exploded, setting off a raging flame, and the fierce burning flame spread far away. I was almost affected by you just now. Zinfin appeared beside Ye Kang with a little girl in his arms, looking very upset. The power of Ye Kang's 20 scorching fireballs exploding at the same time was enough to cover a range of dozens of meters. Although Yi Zhang retreated quickly after seeing him, Zinfin was still within the range of the explosion. Aren't you safe and sound now? Ye Kang looked at the burning sea of fire in front of her, without looking back. When she fought with Zinfin last time, she found that the explosion of 20 scorching fireballs at the same time could greatly increase the power and range, so she liked this way of attack. And at Zinfin's suggestion, she named this move, Big Bang. Zinfin's mouth twitched, and then he said depressively, if you burn people like this, they will be unrecognizable. How can we get the bounty then? Ye Kang opened his mouth, a little frustrated, and then she looked at the girl in Zinfin's arms. How long are you going to hold her? Xin Feng realized that he had forgotten that there was someone in his arms, and he quickly let go of the other person. You should leave quickly. If someone sees you standing with us, it might affect you. Yes. The girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with short purple hair, nodded heavily and ran away quickly. As she ran, she looked back at Zinfan and the others. When the sea of fire dissipated, Zinfan looked at Izo's charred body and glared at Yakang fiercely. Ahem! Yakang coughed and looked to the side with a guilty look. He took out a body bag from his backpack, put on gloves and put Izo's charred body and the poison knife in his hand into it. He was going to try his luck. After all, it was worth several million taels. Let's go. Zinfan picked up the body bag and walked towards the capital of the Rain Country. He planned to leave his Flying Thunder God mark in the capital of the Rain Country, and then use Flying Thunder God to leave. After Zinfan and Yakang left, Zionin walked out of the shadows and kept watching Zinfan and Yakang leaving. On the other side, who are you? How dare you kill my subordinates without permission? Hanzo of the Salamander brought a dozen Rain Village ninjas to stop Nobukaze and Yekara and asked them sternly. He originally came to deal with the remnants of the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't expect to see Yekara performing fire escape from afar before he arrived. Then he received a report from his subordinates that someone had cremated Izo. Tisk tisk tisk, here comes a troublemaker. Zinfan looked at Hanzo in front of him and felt a headache. The demigod of the ninja world, bestowed the title of the three ninjas Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru during the Second Ninja World War, and was poisonous. Thinking of this, Zinfan forced a smile and looked at Hanzo and said, "My name is Santang. I came from the Tang dynasty in the east and went to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Well, by the way, I will send Yi Zhang to the west." Xin Feng said, raising the body bag in his hand. Puff! Yakang beside him laughed out loud. Although she didn't know where the Eastern Tang dynasty was, she still understood the word return to the west. After all, there is such a thing as Buddhism in the world. You're looking for death. The veins on Hanzo's forehead jumped violently, and he rushed towards Zinfan and Yakang. I'll deal with him, you deal with the others. Zinfan dropped the body bag in his hand, drew his samurai sword and rushed towards Hanzo. Yakang beside him nodded, holding a fireball in each hand, and rushed towards Hanzo's men. Ding! Sherinan? When Hanzo and Zinfan's weapons collided, he discovered Zinfan's Sherinan hidden under the mask. He quickly retracted his gaze, not giving the other party a chance to cast an illusion, and then withdrew and returned. A mere Sherinan dares to come to my rain village to kill people. You are simply looking for death. As a person who overpowered the third Hokage and won the title of demigod at the top of the ninja world, Hanzo had already mastered the technique of fighting without looking at his opponent, so he naturally did not keep the three Magatama Sherinan in his hands. During the Second Ninja World War, countless Sherinan masters in Konoha died in his hands. Hanzo put his hands on the ground and performed the summoning technique. The summoning technique Salamander Ibushi. There is no accurate information about the time when Salamander Hanzo died, but when Naruto participated in the Chunin exam, the forward protectors of the Rain Village ninjas still had 4 vertical lines, and after Nagato took control of the Rain Village, a horizontal line of the symbol of rebellion was added. Zinfan frowned and retreated quickly, getting out of the range of the poison gas, grabbed 5 shurikens and threw them at Hanzo, who was standing on the salamander. Let me tell you what an overwhelming gap means. Knocking down the flying shuriken, Hanzo took the chain sickle and rushed towards Zinfan at a high speed. Facing Hanzo's attack, Zinfan managed to resist the opponent's rapid attack with the help of Sherinan. 5 minutes later, the salamander Inobushi sprayed poison gas in Zinfan's direction again. Facing the whistling poison gas, Zinfan narrowed his eyes. Crash! The chain in Hanzo's hand entangled Zinfan's samurai sword, and the other end of the chain, a sickle tempered with poison, slashed Zinfan's body. Swordsmanship chain sickle 2-stage attack. At the moment when Hanzo's sickle was slashing towards Zinfan, who had let go of his samurai sword, disappeared from the spot and appeared above the head of the salamander. Zinfan stretched out his hand through 2 layers of clothes and pressed on the top of the head of the salamander Ibushi, and it was released at the touch. Contract seal. After the contract between the salamander and Hanzo was lifted, the salamander under Zinfan's feet disappeared with a bang. Hanzo, who had hit nothing with 1 blow, looked at the disappearing salamander and looked at Zinfan with solemn eyes. 3 Magatama Sherinan, Flying Thunder God, sealing techniques. When did such a strong man appear in Konoha? However, do you think that I can't do anything to your Flying Thunder God just because you can remove the spirit of the salamander? Hanzo made seals with both hands and pressed them on the ground. Earth escape, poisonous spring. The ground around Hanzo softened quickly, and a yellow-green poisonous liquid emerged, and the range was still spreading rapidly. After bypassing the body of Izo, it soon spread to the feet of Zinfan. Zinfan jumped up and jumped into the air. Run! The leader has used the poisonous swamp. The other people from the Rain Village who were fighting Yakang saw the rapidly spreading poisonous swamp and turned around and ran away. Yakang looked back and was startled. He also hurriedly ran after the people from the Rain Village. It's too abnormal, it's just like a poisonous field, there's no place to stand. In midair, Zinfan praised and threw 2 shurikens into the air. Then, he disappeared and appeared in the low air behind Hanzo. His right hand lit up with blue light, and the raised non took shape instantly, pressing towards Hanzo who was performing the earth escape. Did you leave the flying thunder god mark on the katana? In an instant, Hanzo glanced at the katana that Zinfan had just left behind, and he understood. Water instant body technique. Hanzo's figure suddenly turned into a pool of water, dodged Zinfan's raised non, and appeared in the distance. Seeing that the attack missed, Zinfan grabbed the katana and his figure appeared next to the shuriken in the air again. He grabbed the shuriken and threw it into the sky again. After repeating this twice, Zinfan came to a height of nearly 200 meters above the ground. Putting the katana behind him, Zinfan threw the shuriken in his hand and quickly formed seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone shuriken starry sky. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. Soon, a dense and overwhelming number of shadow shurikens gathered in front of Zinfan. Looking at the countless shadow shurikens that covered the sky, Hanzo's eyes lit up. Zinfan was able to use such a large-scale shuriken shadow clone technique, which was enough to enter the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. This ignited the long-lost passion in Hanzo's old heart. The next moment, Zinfan waved his right hand, and the overwhelming shadow clone shurikens, with the blessing of gravity acceleration, instantly attacked Hanzo who was standing on the poisonous swamp. Hanzo formed seals with both hands and pressed them on the ground. Earth escape, Earth prison hall. Boom! The soil beneath Hanzo's feet rolled, forming a hemispherical earth shield that protected Hanzo. Snap snap, it was like a rainstorm hitting an iron sheet. At the moment when Hanzo's Dorokiduma was formed, countless shadow shurikens, with sharp sounds of breaking through the air, were nailed onto the rock and soil shield of Dorokidumu. The power of the shadow clone shuriken was already strong, and under the acceleration of gravity, it was even more powerful. Under the impact of countless shurikens, Dorokidumu soon couldn't hold on. However, Hanzo pressed his hands on the ground, constantly providing chakra for Dorokidumu, and repaired the damaged Dorokidumu in time. Outside the Yellow Spring Swamp, many Rain Village ninjas looked at the situation on the battlefield with their mouths wide open in horror. If they hadn't run away just now, they would probably have been affected by the 2 people fighting at this time. Faced with the poisonous spring swamp that would kill them if touched and the overwhelming shadow shurikens, they had no power to resist at all. This guy is quite powerful. Yakura, who was not far from the Rain Village ninja, looked at the trade wind in the air, his eyes were bright and his mouth was slightly raised. In the shadows in the distance, Zionin looked at the trade wind in the air, her lips slightly opened, and her expression was surprised. She didn't expect that someone could fight Hanzo to this extent. He is indeed the top demigod in the ninja world. I can actually think of this usage of Tu Lao Tang if he didn't give Hanzo any chance at all. In mid-air, Zinfan praised again. The Dorokudo was not only able to defend against the overwhelming shuriken, but also made Zinfan's flying thunder god completely helpless. If Hanzo used other means to defend, Zinfan would have launched a second attack the moment the shadow clone shuriken with the flying thunder god style landed beside Hanzo. Santang, your move just now gave me some inspiration. If you can survive later, I, Hanzo, will recognize your strength and regard you as someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with me. The rain of shadow shuriken stopped, and Hanzo walked out of the dungeon, looking at the wind in the air, and shouted. This battle with the wind made him find the long-lost passion. This made him, who was old and frail, regain the confidence and strong heart of the past. After speaking, Hanzo made hand seals. A large number of detonating talismans appeared at his feet, and then turned into shurikens. Fire escape, detonating flame formation, flying blasting sword. The seal was completed, and the shurikens formed by countless explosive talismans around Hanzo shot towards the wind in the air. How come this is so much like Konan's ninjutsu, and there are so many of them? Looking at the overwhelming detonating shurikens, Zinfan's mouth twitched. Hanzo's reputation as the top of the ninja world is really not exaggerated. He actually realized it on the spot, tried it on the spot, and succeeded on the spot. Is there any justice in the world? Zinfan in midair thought about these things, stretched out his hand to pull out the samurai sword behind him, adjusted his posture, and dived towards Hanzo. Since Hanzo has said so much, he naturally has no reason to escape. If he doesn't even have the determination to fight the old Hanzo after mastering the Flying Thunder God, then what qualifications does he have to say, destroy the Otsutsuki and snatch Kagaya away? Hanzo, if you die, don't blame me. Zinfan roared, flames rose from his samurai sword, and he held the sword with both hands, drowning in the overwhelming exploding shuriken. Boom! Looking at Zinfan who was drowned in the smoke of exploding shuriken, Yakang frowned, Zionin looked calm, and the ninjas of Rain Village were overjoyed. When Zinfan's twin phoenixes collided with the explosive flame array beside Hanzo, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted. Then, a huge explosion and shock wave instantly hit the surroundings. Seeing the terrifying shock wave coming, a team leader under Hanzo hurriedly shouted defense, Earth escape Earth array wall. Earth escape Earth array wall. The people of the Rain Village had just raised 2 earth escape defenses in front of them when they were instantly submerged by the shockwave, and people and horses were thrown to the ground. Yak Kang was well prepared. He blew up a big tree before the explosion shock wave hit, and hid behind the remaining half of the tree trunk. Even Zionin, who was the farthest from the center of the explosion, was dizzy and embarrassed by the shock wave. The next moment, Zinfan appeared next to Yak Kang, who was hiding behind the tree trunk, carrying Izzo's body bag. Cough cough. With half of his body burnt and the lower part of his mask shattered, Xin Feng suddenly coughed up a stream of blood and almost lost his balance. He was held in Yak Kang's arms. "Are you okay?" Yak Kang looked at Xin Feng with some concern. Xin Feng did not answer, but stood up with Yak Kang's support, staring at the center of the explosion that blew the ground more than 10 meters deep. He used Flying Thunder God to dodge the explosion the moment it happened, but he still got his hand burned by the flames of the explosion. This made Xin Feng regretful, and he felt that his behavior of relying on Flying Thunder God to confront Hanzo just now was a bit reckless, and he should be more cautious next time. He should have just hit Hanzo with the big clam. Zinfan thought so. Ha ha ha. When he saw Hanzo with a broken leg slowly rising from the ground in the big pit at the center of the explosion, Zinfan laughed sincerely, because Hanzo was much more miserable than him. "Whoosh, Santang, tell me why you came here." Hanzang panted heavily, staring at the distant Zinfan, and shouted. He had been through hundreds of battles, and even though he had become afraid of death and treacherous due to old age and physical weakness, after this battle with Zinfan, he had regained the confidence and faith of his peak period. Although Hanzang still had many moves that he had not used, this time he was indeed defeated. When Zinfan got Izzo's body, he was defeated. "I'm just a bounty ninja. A bounty ninja who specializes in killing villains." Zinfan coughed and said loudly to Hanzo, "Bounty ninja." Hanzo murmured, then he looked at Zinfan and yelled, "Tripitaka. From today on, I, Hanzo, will call you Shuangfeng Santang and regard you as my greatest enemy. From now on, your name Shuangfeng Santang will be known in the ninja world. The moment you and I meet again, is the time when we will decide life and death. Did you hear that? Shuangfeng Santang. But my name is not Santang." Zinfan waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Then, he took Yak Kang and used Flying Thunder God to leave, then reappeared and took away Izzo's body. "Santang, we will meet again." Salamander Hanzo looked at the disappearing trade wind and talked to himself. After saying that, Hanzo used the water teleportation and disappeared into the poisonous swamp. On the other side, Zionin, who witnessed the whole process in the shadows, looked at the direction where trade wind disappeared and remained silent. Shuangfeng Santang. Then, she disappeared from the spot and came to the secret base of the Akatsuki organization hidden on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. She looked at a figure and said, "Pain, I want to recruit someone into the Akatsuki organization who..." Twin Phoenix Tripitaka. Reason, he had just defeated Hanzo and blew off one of his legs. Upon hearing this, Tiandeo Pain opened his eyes and asked, "What happened in detail?" "Just now. Fire Country, Gold Exchange, exchange money." Zinfan and Yak Kang entered the gold exchange office wearing masks and threw the body of Dudeo Izang on the ground. It was him, the one who dared to rob Kakuzu's prey. The old man in the gold exchange office saw the mask on Zinfan's face, and his pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the other party would come again so soon. Opening the body bag, the old man took a look at the unrecognizable face of Dudeo Izang, looked at Zinfan with some embarrassment, and said, "There is no way to identify him." Hearing this, Yak Kang turned his head away guiltily. Then, she took out a poison knife from the body bag and handed it to the old man. "This is the poison knife of Izzo. With this, we should be able to confirm it. This is against the rules." The old man looked at Zinfan carefully, but he didn't dare to say this out loud. Facing this ruthless man who dared to rob even Jiaodu, the headquarters had already issued an order to try not to provoke him. After thinking about it, the old man still felt that his life was more important, so he nodded reluctantly and agreed with Yak Kang's statement. "Even if you have completed the reward this time, you won't be able to do it next time." The old man at the gold exchange put away the body bag, took out a box from the inner room and handed it to Zinfan. After opening it and taking a look, Zinfan left with satisfaction. He didn't expect that the gold exchange would be so easy to talk to. "Fortunately, I brought the poison knife of Izang, otherwise I would have lost a lot of money this time." Zinfan walked out of the gold exchange in a happy mood, because he had several million taels in his account. "Tisk tisk, you are so badly injured now, but you are the first to come here to exchange for the bounty. Don't you want to die?" Yak Kang, who was standing next to him, glanced at Xin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. This was the first time she had seen someone who was so obsessed with money. Of course, this was also the first time she had seen someone who could fight with Hanzo to that extent. "Here, look." Zinfan raised his right hand and pressed it on his burned left hand. Then, the faint light of the medical ninjutsu lit up and began to treat. Then, he found that he had some slight scars on his body. What's wrong? Why don't you continue the treatment? Seeing Zinfan stop the medical technique, Yakang asked hurriedly, why is there a scar? Xian Feng was stunned when he looked at the slight scar on his left hand. The last time he treated Yakang, there was no scar left. Because the transformation technique was given by the system, the injuries he suffered after performing the transformation technique would also appear on his original body. If he has a scar now, there will also be a scar on his original body. This shows that your medical skills are only elementary. You can make cuts heal as before, but you can't do anything about burns, which require delicate operations. Yakang glanced at Zinfan and immediately knew the problem. Yes, my medical skills knowledge was given by little Tsunade, not big Tsunade, so it's not that high at all. Although my chakra control level is high, but the medical foundation is not enough, so it's naturally impossible to do delicate operations. What should I do now? I don't want to leave a scar. Zinfan looked at Yakang and asked. Hearing Zinfan's words, Yakang shrugged and walked away. Let's go, I know a place that can heal your wound without leaving any scars. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng hurriedly followed Yakang. Where is it? Do you want me to cast Flying Thunder God? Kyuzagakur, did you leave a mark? Kyuzagakur? Have you been there? No, I just heard that there is a person there who is very good at treatment. As long as you pay, he can treat you. Is that so? Zinfan nodded and began to think in his mind whether there were any famous ninjas in Kyuzagakur village. The person in Kyuzagakur who is very good at healing, could it be Karen? Zinfan thought for a long time and finally remembered Karen's existence. These people are too perverted. Karen is only 6 or 7 years old now. How could they have the heart to let her be a blood bag? Let's go quickly. Holding Yakang, Xian Feng used Flying Thunder God to come to the Flame City and deposited the money. Xian Feng once again took Yakang to perform Flying Thunder God and came to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, and ran towards the direction of the Grass Village first. Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Seeing Zinfan leaving him behind, Yakang accelerated to catch up. How can this person's instant body technique be so fast? Looking at Zinfan who was getting farther and farther away, Yakang frowned and was a little angry. Half an hour later, Zinfan arrived near the Kyuzagakur village first, and then he used Flying Thunder God to return to Yakang and pick him up. If you wait, I will die. Yakang glanced at Xian Feng angrily, looking like an angry kitten. Do you know where the person who is good at healing is in Kyuzagakur village? Zinfan came to a big tree outside Kyuzagakur village and looked at Kyuzagakur village. Kyuzagakur village is just a small village, and there is no barrier to protect the village. How should I know? This is my first time here too. Yakang rolled his eyes at Xian Feng. In that case, then you go and injure them and let them take me to find them. Zinfan pointed to a patrol team outside the Kyuzagakur village. In fact, we can get in as long as we pay money. Yakang suggested you are now a traitor from the Sand Village. I don't want to expose my identity. Do you think we can go in? Zinfan looked at Yakang as if he was looking at a fool. Yakang's face flushed instantly when she heard Zinfan's words. She forgot her identity as a traitor from the Sand Village. A few minutes later, Yakang, who was shy, beat all the members of the 3-person team of the Kyuzagakur village seriously. After Yakang left, the 3 seriously injured Kyuzagakur village members desperately ran to a small wooden house in the Kyuzagakur village. Hearing the words of the captain of the Kyuzagakur village, little Karen was so frightened that she stood there in a daze. Sir, bite me. Inside the wooden house, a pale red-haired beautiful woman came out, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms full of teeth marks, and stood in front of little Karen. The beautiful woman had a delicate appearance, and even though she was wearing shabby clothes, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face, but her face was extremely pale, and she looked very weak. The 3 people from the Kyuzagakur village saw the beautiful woman coming out, and their running speed increased a bit. The next second, the 3 people from the Kyuzagakur village hurriedly braked and stopped. Because the masked woman who had just injured them had stood next to the beautiful woman, and next to her, there was a figure. Zinfan frowned and glanced at the teeth marks on the red-haired beautiful woman's hand, and then looked at the shivering little Karen hiding behind the beautiful woman. After seeing the teeth marks on Karen's hand, Zinfan became angry and ordered, kill them. Yakang saw the teeth marks on the red-haired woman's hand, pursed his lips, and stretched out his hand to the 3 people from Kyuzagakur. Burning style, big bang. Boom! The fireball exploded, setting off a raging flame. The violent sound and the fierce burning flame spread far away, directly alarming everyone in Kyuzagakur. And the 3 Kyuzagakur ninjas were successfully turned into charred corpses. What do you want to do? The red-haired beauty looked at the 2 people in front of her who killed each other without saying a word. Her face was pale, but the little Karen behind her opened her eyes wide and stared at Yakang's back with admiration. From today on, you are mine. Xian Feng looked back at the red-haired beauty. After Xian Feng finished speaking, he directly chopped the red-haired beauty unconscious with a knife, not giving her a chance to resist. Don't hit me. Little Karen raised her hands in surrender. Seeing how cute little Karen was, Yakang stretched out his hand and pinched her face, smiling, "We are here to help you." At this time, several Kyuzagakure ninjas appeared in front of Zinfan and others, looking at the large pit with a radius of dozens of meters created by Yakang's bombing, and asked in horror, who are you? Heh. Yakang sneered, pointed his hand at the people from Kyuzagakure, and prepared to perform the Big Bang again. However, the Kyuzagakure ninjas were so scared by Yakang's actions that they quickly used the instant body technique to escape, not giving her a chance to perform the technique. "Okay, we're done, let's go." Zinfan picked up the woman in his arms and said to Yakang. After that, Zinfan formed a seal, split into two clones, and disappeared with Yakang and the other two. Flying Thunder God. In the distance, the head of the grass village, who had just arrived, was shocked when he saw Zinfan and the others disappear. Fire Country, Flame City. Inside the hotel room where Yakang lives, what are you going to do with them? Looking at the mother and daughter of Karen eating big mouthfuls of food in the courtyard, Yakang asked the tradewind next to him. The hotel suite where Yakang stayed was very large. It not only had several bedrooms, but also had a hot spring courtyard. What else can I do? Naturally, I will buy a house in Flame City and raise it. They are members of the Uzumaki clan, and they have special healing methods. With them around, we don't have to worry about getting injured when we go out hunting in the future. Looking at Yakang, Xin Feng said as a matter of course. At this time, his injuries had been healed by Karen's mother on the way back to Flame City, and the treatment process was quite exciting. Of course, he would not tell Yakang about this. After Xin Feng finished speaking, he prepared to go out and buy a house as his base in Flame City in the future. As one of the few members of the Uzumaki clan, Karen and her daughter have great value, and he will not let them go. Moreover, it is not a big deal to let Yakang stay in a hotel every day. Sister, don't you want to eat it?" Little Xianlin ran to Yakang, holding a small cake. This was something she had never eaten before, and she thought it was the most delicious thing. "Yes, sister will eat too." Yakura liked little Karen very much. He took off his mask, followed Karen to the courtyard and started eating. After buying a house and settling Yakura and Karen, Zinfan returned to Konoha. Having earned several million taels, Zinfan was ready to relax for a few days. The next day, Zinfan carried a backpack to the forest he often went to, ready to catch some fish. He used to save money to register for the ninja school, and would go back to catch fish for money after a while. Now, he has developed a habit and also likes fishing as a way to relax. Konoha, Hokage's office. Kakashi, Kai, what do you want to talk to me about? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and Might Guy in front of him, took a puff of his pipe, and asked. Kakashi and Kai looked at each other, then took off the forehead protector covering their left eyes, looked at the third Hokage and said, "Third Hokage, I'm sorry, my Sharingan was taken away by someone." Kakashi said, looking at the ground with a guilty look on his face. "When did it happen?" The third Hokage frowned when he heard this and asked Kakashi. The third Hokage didn't care about the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but the person who could snatch the Sharingan from Kakashi made him pay more attention. Kakashi was able to become a Jonin at a young age, and his strength was also one of the best in Konoha. The night before yesterday, in front of Konoha's memorial, that person has mastered Minato's Flying Thunder God. Kakashi thought about it and said these two sentences, "What did you say?" The third Hokage stood up and looked at Kakashi in astonishment. The Flying Thunder God of the fourth Hokage was a top-secret ninjutsu of Konoha. Not everyone could learn it, nor could anyone learn it. That man did master Minato's Flying Thunder God. Kakashi repeated what he had said before, and then began to talk about his experience that night. The night before, the man wore a simple mask. The mask was so simple that it looked like a piece of wood with 2 holes randomly dug on it. However, he concealed the last words that person said to him about the truth of the Nine Tails rebellion. It was not that he did not trust the third Hokage and Kai, but he wanted to find out the truth thoroughly before telling them. After listening to Kakashi's description, the third Hokage created a shadow clone and went to his home to check if the Book of Seals had been stolen. After the clone was released and the message that the Book of Seals was intact came, the third Hokage frowned and thought hard, checking the suspicious candidates in his mind over and over again. After hearing that Kakashi's Sharingan was stolen, the third Hokage's first reaction was to speculate whether it was done by the Uchiha clan. When Kakashi said that the person who stole the eyes could use Flying Thunder God, the third Hokage dispelled this speculation. If there was really someone in the Uchiha clan who could use Flying Thunder God, with the arrogant and domineering nature of those Uchiha people, they would have announced it long ago. This group of Uchiha who even rebelled blatantly had no concept of confidentiality at all. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rapid knock on the door, and a member of the Konoha intelligence team rushed into the office and handed the third Hokage a letter. The third Hokage asked in disbelief after hearing what the intelligence team said. Salamander Hanzo was a powerful existence who overpowered the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and won the title of demigod in the ninja world. For a long time, Salamander Hanzo was synonymous with power. And now you tell me that he had one of his legs blown off yesterday? The third Hokage was wondering if he had heard it wrong. Kakashi and Might Guy on the side looked at each other in disbelief. They had heard of the name of Salamander Hanzo. The title of the legendary three ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, was given by the other party. Lord Third Hokage, this is a message sent by Hanzo of the Salamander himself. He calls that man Shuangfeng Santang. The purpose of sending this message is to make this man famous in the ninja world. You can read it yourself and you will understand. I don't know the details either. The intelligence officer pointed to the letter in the third Hokage's hand and explained. After casually dismissing the intelligence officer, the third Hokage opened the letter and read it carefully. However, the more he read the content of the letter, the more surprised he was. Finally, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, looking at Kakashi and Kai and said, Kakashi, the one who stole your eye should be this person called Shuangfeng Santang with his strength. It is reasonable that you are not his opponent. The third Hokage handed the letter in his hand to Kakashi, turned and walked to the window, staring at the fourth Hokage on the Hokage rock outside the window in a daze. In the letter, Hanzo listed all the ninjutsu used by Shuangfeng Santang to the third Hokage, and even said that the other party had the Sharingan. He had Flying Thunder God, mastered the Raise-Non, the Contract Seal, and the Shadow Clone Shuriken. If the third Hokage had not buried the fourth Hokage's bones personally, he would have almost suspected that the fourth Hokage was resurrected. Kakashi's Sharingan was taken away by someone who could Flying Thunder God yesterday. Yesterday, Hanzo encountered Shuangfeng Santang who had a 3-Magatama Sharingan and could Flying Thunder God. Kakashi's eyes, 10-9 out of 10, it was this person who took away his eyes. But who is this person? There shouldn't be someone with such strength in Konoha village. Hanzo said he was a bounty ninja. Could he be from another ninja village? The third Hokage filtered the possible candidates in his mind again, and he had a headache. Is this person so strong? Kakashi looked at the information in the letter and was shocked. The moment he saw that Shuangfeng Sanzo possessed Flying Thunder God, he was sure that this person was the one who took away his eyes. But he didn't expect that this person actually possessed so many ninjutsu like the fourth Hokage, and was able to blow off Hanzo's legs in a ninjutsu confrontation. Kakashi, it seems that your eyes were really taken away by this man. Might Guy next to Kakashi frowned and said. Might Guy didn't think that there were two people in the world who could use Flying Thunder God so skillfully, and Konoha didn't know about it. Kakashi nodded and agreed with Might Guy's statement. Kai, go and ask Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha Guard to come see me. The third Hokage looked at Might Guy and gave him an order, then he told Kakashi, Kakashi, you should leave first. It's not your fault that you lost your Sharingan. Don't be discouraged because of losing your Sharingan. I will give you a vacation for a while. During this time, you can get familiar with your current body. In addition, I will send someone to write to Hanzo later, hoping that he can provide a portrait so that you can identify it. Yes, third Hokage. Kakashi looked at the third Hokage gratefully and left with Might Guy. Sir, what do you want to talk to me about? Not long after, the head of the Uchiha Guard Department, Uchiha Fugaku, came to the third Hokage's office. Kakashi lost his Sharingan. It was thrown into the hands of a man called Shuangfeng Santang. Regarding this matter, I hope you can restrain the Uchiha people and tell them not to cause trouble for Kakashi. The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said seriously. Some people in the Uchiha clan have always wanted to retrieve Kakashi's Sharingan, but they were stopped by the third Hokage. Now that Kakashi's Sharingan is lost, those Uchiha people will definitely cause trouble for Kakashi after knowing it. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi is the direct confidant of the third Hokage, so the third Hokage naturally cannot ignore it. Kakashi's Sharingan is lost. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked when he heard this. He knew Kakashi's skills. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to snatch the Sharingan from the other party. Who is this person called Shuangfeng Santang? Look at this, this is a letter from Hanzo of the Rain Village. The third generation pushed the letter on his desk to Fugaku, indicating that he should check it himself. Hanzo, the one who is known as the top of the ninja world, what does he have to do with this matter? Uchiha Fugaku picked up the letter with doubt and began to check the contents. Flying Thunder God, Contract Seal, Raise-Non. Uchiha Fugaku was more and more shocked when he saw the ninjutsu used by Shuangfeng Hanzo mentioned in the letter by Hanzo of the Salamander. He almost thought it was the reincarnation of the fourth Hokage. When he saw that Hanzo of the Salamander had one leg blown off by this man, Uchiha Fugaku was even more stunned. How powerful was this Shuangfeng Sanzo to be able to blow off Hanzo of the Salamander? After a long time, Uchiha Fugaku recovered from his shock, looked at the third generation and asked, Third Hokage, are you saying that the Sharingan of Shuangfeng Santang is Kakashi's? The third Hokage nodded and said, Kakashi's eyes were taken away by a man who can fly Thunder God the night before yesterday. Shuangfeng Santang fought with Hanzo of Salamander yesterday. He also can fly Thunder God and revealed his Sharingan. This is how I came to this conclusion. Of course, it is possible that his Sharingan was originally his own. At the end, the third Hokage made a vague comment. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked when he heard this. Is the third Hokage suspecting that Xuanfeng Santang is an Uchiha? He must not take the blame. Otherwise, it will only deepen Konoha's defense and surveillance of the Uchiha. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately explained, Hokage, there was no record of all Uchiha people leaving the village yesterday. Chief Fugaku misunderstood what I meant. I just said it casually. The third Hokage smiled and explained that he naturally did not think that the twin Phoenix Santang was a member of the Uchiha clan, but just used it to hit Uchiha Fugaku. The third Hokage's meaning was very clear, that is, if the Uchiha clan brought up Kakashi's matter, then I will investigate whether the twin Phoenix Santang was a member of the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, Hokage. I will definitely restrain my clan members in the future, and at the same time investigate whether there is another Sharingan missing in the clan. Uchiha Fugaku heard the hidden meaning of the third Hokage's words and immediately promised that he would never cause trouble for Kakashi in the future. In this case, I will trouble the Fugaku clan leader. After getting the result he wanted, the third Hokage resumed his smiling face and said seriously, in addition, please ask the head of the Fugaku clan to check as soon as possible to see if there is another Sharingan missing from the Uchiha clan. Because Hanzo did not specify in the letter how many Sharinans the twin Phoenix Santang had, the third Hokage wanted to see if there were any other Sharinans missing. The third Hokage did not think that the twin Phoenix Santang was a member of the Uchiha clan. If it was true, with the temperament of those Uchiha clans, they would have spread it out, and it would not have been possible to wait until now. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku agreed and stood up to say goodbye. Not long after Fugaku left, another member of the intelligence team ran into the Hokage's office. Hokage, we have received a message from Kuzegakur village saying that they were attacked by a mysterious flying thunder god user. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter and frowned without saying anything. Is it you again, Xuanfeng Santang? After thinking about it, the third Hokage gave up the idea of sending people to investigate Xuanfeng Santang. Now the Uchiha is ready to make a move, and rebellion may happen at any time. Konoha should not make another strong enemy. Wind Country, Sand Village Granmacho, this is a letter from Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. In an indoor garden, a ninja from the Sand Village came to Granmacho and handed her a letter. Oh, how come that old man with the ventilator would think of writing to me? Granmacho slowly got up from the recliner, stretched out her hand and took the letter. After opening the letter, a light suddenly burst out in Granmacho's eyes. After quickly reading the letter, she froze in place, muttering in shock. He was able to injure the old man Hanzo in a ninjutsu match. It seems that a remarkable person has emerged in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God, Reisnan, are these really not people from Konoha? It feels like the yellow flash has come back to life. Thinking of this, Cho handed the letter to the Sand Village Ninja village in front of her and ordered, give it to Luo. Yes. The Sand Village Ninja took the letter and used the instant body technique to leave. In the office of the Kaze Cage, the fourth Kaze Cage Raza was frowning as he looked at the account book of the Sand Village's expenditure this month. The funding of the Sand Village had been cut again and again by the daimyo of the Wind Country, and it was already stretched to the limit. This gave the fourth Kaze Cage Raza a headache, and he had to find a way to save some unnecessary expenses. Master Kaze Cage, here is a letter from Granmacho. The Sand Village Ninja who delivered the letter knocked on the door and entered the office, handing over the letter. I understand. The fourth Kaze Cage Luasha took the letter and put it on the table without any care, then waved him away. 2 hours later, after reading the account book, Luasha, who was dizzy, picked up the letter on the table and wanted to see what the old woman Cho had written to him. A letter from Hanzo. Seeing the signature on the letter, Luosha instantly became alert and carefully read the letter. There is another person in the ninja world who can skillfully use Flying Thunder God. This is not good news for the Sand Village. After reading the letter, the fourth Kaze Cage Raza's face was gloomy. Someone come here. After thinking for a while, Luosha ordered at the door. Lord Kaze Cage. 3 Sand Village Umbu entered the room and half knelt in front of Luosha. Pay close attention to the news of Konoha, and then let the intelligence team go to the black market to investigate a man named Xuanfeng Santang. Luosha instructed the 3 people in front of him. Flying Thunder God and Reisnan are both ninjutsu of Konoha village, so Konoha has become the focus of Luosha's attention. Yes. The 3 people from the Sand Village took the order and disappeared on the spot. It was a pity that Ye Kang had been dealt with by himself. Otherwise, sending her to investigate would be the most suitable. However, since she has threatened his position as Kaze Cage, he naturally cannot keep her any longer. Thinking of this, the fourth Kaze Cage Raza continued to lower his head and began to handle government affairs. Land of Lightning, Kumagakur. The Raikage's office, Mabi, this is the letter that just came from Hanzo of Rain Village. Is the Raikage not here? The fair-skinned, blonde-haired, hot-bodied Samui walked into the Raikage's office and handed a letter to Mabi, who was working on a document at the desk. Yesterday, Ma Bai, who had dark skin and white hair, just looked up and saw Samui's 2 pet bears. She twitched her mouth and explained, yesterday, Kiribi-sama was about to run away to meet a basketball fan who sang rap, so today Reikage-sama went to teach him a lesson. Then, she took the letter from Sumui and opened it casually. As the fourth Reikage AI's advisor, she had the right to view all the confidential documents of the Kumagakure village. What? Ma Bai was shocked as soon as she opened the letter. The demigod Hanzo of Rain Village actually had his leg broken? And it was broken by a bounty ninja named Sanzo? Am I seeing things? What's wrong? Seeing Ma Bai like this, Samai also came close to him and read the contents of the letter. After reading the contents of the letter clearly, she opened her eyes and was shocked. Sumui, go and call back the fourth Reikage first. I'll go inform the others. Mabi glanced at Sumui and said hurriedly. After that, she stood up, adjusted her suit skirt, and walked out of the office. Sumui also followed Mabi and stood up to inform the fourth Reikage. Next, when the fourth Reikage AI received the news, the third Tsuchikage Onoki of the Uegakure also received the letter from Hanzo of the Salamander. The third Tsuchikage Onoki and the fourth Reikage AI were both shocked by the result that the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, had his leg broken by the twin phoenix Sanzo. The fourth Reikage AI, who had fought with the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, almost thought it was the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze who was resurrected. Afterwards, the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Reikage asked their ninjas to pay close attention to the news of Konoha. The ninjutsu used by the twin phoenix Tripitaka were all related to Konoha, and there was definitely some relationship between the two parties. In the afternoon, near dusk, in the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Itaki, who had completed his mission, quickly rushed to the clan meeting. Because of Kakashi's loss of the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku convened an emergency clan meeting tonight. As for Kakashi's loss of the Sharingan, Uchiha Itaki, who was also in the Umbu with Kakashi, had already heard about it. And Itaki came to the clan meeting this time on the orders of the third Hokage to observe how the Uchiha clan members reacted to Kakashi's loss of his eyes. I hope this incident won't cause an overreaction among the clan members. Uchiha Itaki prayed secretly while running wildly. A huge rift has appeared between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Any small matter may completely intensify the conflict between the two sides. When Uchiha Itaki arrived, he found that the clan meeting was just about to begin. Because this was a clan meeting held temporarily, the people present were basically representatives of every household and Uchiha clan members who had opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The children were basically not seen. Those who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan basically sat in the front of the venue. The Uchiha civilians who did not open the Sharingan sat in front of the venue, then sat at the very back. Glancing at the crowd of Uchiha Itaki walked to a corner and stood still. Uchiha Inabai and others who had fought with Uchiha Itaka before looked unhappy when they saw him coming. Uchiha Izumi glanced at Itaka secretly, feeling sad. Ever since the death of Shisui, Uchiha Itaka has never paid any attention to her again. Not long after, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, walked to a high platform in front of the venue and saluted the Uchiha clan members below. The Uchiha clan members also stood up and saluted Fugaku. The night before yesterday, Kakashi lost his Sharingan. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, the Uchiha venue exploded instantly. What? Kakashi lost his Sharingan. I told you to recycle it as soon as possible, but you just didn't believe me. Now you are fine. Kakashi is such a loser that he even lost his Sharingan. Could it be that the 3 generations hid it on purpose? I think it's possible. Some were shocked, some mocked, some were suspicious. For a moment, because of Kakashi's loss of the Sharingan, all the Uchiha people became excited, and even began to conspire against the third Hokage. Has the suspicion of these clansmen towards Konoha reached this point? Seeing the scene, Uchiha Itake frowned. Uchiha Izumi was stunned. When she heard that Kakashi's eyes were taken away, she suddenly remembered the senior who played with his eyeballs the night before. In the past 2 days, she has been secretly investigating who that senior is, but she has not found any results. Quiet! Uchiha Fugaku shouted as he saw the situation begin to develop in a different direction. After the clan leader spoke, the Uchiha clan members also began to calm down. Yesterday, the leader of Rain Village, Hanzo, had his leg blown off by a man called Shuangfeng Santang. And this man called Shuangfeng Santang was the culprit who stole Kakashi's Sharingan. Seeing the scene quiet again, Uchiha Fugaku released another bomb, causing 1,000 waves. Chief, this is probably fake. That's Hanzo the Salamander. Chief Fugaku, is the news about this matter confirmed? Patriarch, are you fooling us? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku frowned and scolded. This matter was personally informed by Hanzo of the third Hokage in a letter. I also read his handwritten letter. He also colluded with the third Hokage to deceive us. The Uchiha people heard this and fell silent. No way, that Salamander Hanzo actually had his leg blown off, and Uchiha Jonin who had experienced the Second Shinobi World War frowned. During the Second Shinobi World War, many Uchiha Sharingan masters died at the hands of Hanzo of the Salamander. If the Rain Village had not finally sent back the bodies of these people under the pressure of Konoha, the Uchiha clan would not even be able to take back the Sharingan of these people. Of course, it would be useless even if they took it back, because those Sharingan were all contaminated by the poison of Hanzo of the Salamander, and they could not be used at all, and finally had to be destroyed. Afterwards, Uchiha Fugaku disclosed the details in the letter to everyone. After hearing that Sanzo of the Twin Phoenix could actually use Flying Thunder God, Raise-Non, and Sealing Technique, the Uchiha people suddenly fell silent, because they all remembered the yellow flash that shone in the ninja world a few years ago. After hearing that Sanzo of the Twin Phoenix had Sharingan in his eyes, the Uchiha clan finally believed that Kakashi's Sharingan was indeed taken away by this man, clan leader, but Kakashi only lost one Sharingan. Uchiha Inari looked at Uchiha Fugaku and asked, I have investigated the clan and found that no one's Sharingan is missing, but there are still several clan members on missions outside. Fugaku said. Uchiha Yashiro asked, did the Salamander Hanzo mention in the letter how many Sharinans the Twin Phoenix Sanzo has? If there is only one, it means that the other party only stole one of Kakashi's Sharinans. If there are two, then the Uchiha clan members who are on missions outside are in danger. Hanzo's letter did not mention how many there were, but in order to find out the truth, we must find this person called Shuangfeng Santang. The other party is a bounty ninja, we can use this as a clue. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the other Uchiha clan members and said seriously. Then, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the others and said solemnly, in addition, the other party may also have the blood of Uchiha, so we must find him. It was the Sanda who enlightened Fugaku to this idea. He carefully studied the information that Hanzo had given in the letter and found that when Shuangfeng Santang was using the Sharingan, he could actually perform Flying Thunder God more than a dozen times in succession, 2 large-scale high-power ninjutsu, and there was no sign of chakra being consumed by the Sharingan at all. In short, after Shuangfeng Santang and Kakashi installed the Sharingan, they were in 2 completely different states, one full of energy and the other dying, which made Fugaku suspicious. In addition, some of the blood of the Uchiha clan was lost outside, so it was normal for someone to accidentally open the Sharingan. Chief, you mean? The eyes of Uchiha Inahiro, Uchiha Yashiro, and others lit up instantly. They obviously understood what Fugaku meant. If he really has Uchiha blood, then he is a member of our Uchiha clan, and the next generation of Hokage will belong to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku looked around at everyone and said yes, clan leader. Hearing this, Uchiha Inari and others were excited. No way, no way. Could it be that the senior I met the night before yesterday was Shuangfeng Santang? Hearing the name of Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Izumi suddenly remembered the move of that senior who appeared in front of her in an instant, and her heart was pounding wildly for a while. However, if he was Shuangfeng Santang, and if he really wanted the Sharingan, why did he snatch Kakashi's eyes instead of mine? Uchiha Itachi frowned deeply. For a moment, he hesitated whether to tell the third Hokage about the situation. If Uchiha Inahim and others' attention was attracted by Shuangfeng Santang, the rebellion would be postponed, which was what Itachi hoped to see. If Inahim and others really found this Shuangfeng Santang and persuaded him to join the Uchiha in the rebellion, considering the strength of Shuangfeng Santang, it would be a disaster for Konoha. It seems that I must find Shuangfeng Santang before Inahiro and others and find out his details. After thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi decided not to tell the third generation for the time being, but to make plans after he found Shuangfeng Santang himself. After looking at Fugaku, Inahiro, and others again, Uchiha Itachi disappeared on the spot. Uchiha Izumi looked at Uchiha Itachi, a little entangled whether to tell him what she encountered the night before. However, before she opened her mouth, Uchiha Itachi disappeared on the spot without even saying hello to her, which made Uchiha Izumi abnormal. He left in a depressed mood. Unknowingly, he came to the place where he met the senior the day before yesterday. Uchiha Kwan turned around a few times but did not see the figure he expected to see. Instead, he found a child sitting by the river fishing in the setting sun, looking very leisurely. Zinfan sat by the river, looking at the sparkling lake, feeling comfortable. Because he had no shortage of money, his way of catching fish was very simple. He piled stones in shallow waters, put hooks in deep waters, and waited for the fish to come to him. If the number was not enough by then, he would go down to the river and catch a few with ninjutsu. Little brother, have you seen a masked man around here? Uchiha Izumi walked to Zinfan, squatted down and looked at Zinfan and said, isn't this the crazy woman in the Uchiha family? Little brother? You are the little brother. Zinfan glared at Uchiha Izumi unhappily, pointed at the river and said, you scared my fish away. Oh, sorry. I'll help you catch a few. Uchiha Izumi said, and then he jumped onto the water, opened his Sharingan, and quickly stabbed a few fish with his kunao, which made Zinfan roll his eyes, thinking, I want to catch them with ninjutsu, and I'm waiting for you to come. Here, little brother, here you go. Uchiha Izumi held up a few fish and handed them to Zinfan. Looking at the rotten fish in Uchiha Izumi's hand, Zinfan was speechless. Such fish would not be accepted by those stores, but it was the other party's kindness, so Zinfin had to accept it. Reaching out to take the fish from Uchiha Izumi's hand, Zinfin looked at the other party and said, "What did you just say to me? I want to ask if you have seen a man wearing a mask around here." Uchiha Izumi squatted in front of Zinfin with a bright smile. She found that the child in front of her was really good-looking, and he also had a pair of red pupils. "I haven't seen it before." Zinfin shook his head, took out a knife, and began to gut the fish that Uchiha Kwan handed to him. Although he didn't know why the other party was looking for him, he didn't want to care at all. "Really?" Uchiha Izumi was a little disappointed when she heard that, then she continued to look at Zinfin and said, "My name is Uchiha Izumi, little brother, what's your name?" "Uchiha Izumi? The rumored girlfriend of Uchiha Itachi?" Zinfin looked at Uchiha Izumi with some surprise when she heard that, then continued to clean the fish in her hand and said lightly, "Zinfin Xiao Zinfin, if you see a masked man around here in the future, please tell me. I will." Uchiha Izumi is still unwilling to give up and plans to place an eye here. "Can you remove the word small?" Got it. Zinfin nodded, impatiently put the things into the backpack, turned around and left. He planned to teach Uchiha Izumi a lesson after he returned, so that she wouldn't come here to disturb him every day. Seeing Zinfin leave impatiently, Uchiha Izumi pursed his lips, thinking that this child had a really bad temper. Coming to the place where he practiced shuriken last time, Uchiha Izumi practiced shuriken while waiting patiently to see if he could meet the senior again tonight. Until late at night, Uchiha Izumi didn't wait for the senior. When she was about to leave, she suddenly found someone rushing towards her quickly. Ding! Uchiha Izumi reacted in time and blocked the opponent's knife with a kunao senior. Seeing the simple mask on the face of the newcomer, Uchiha Izumi exclaimed in surprise and quickly put down his kunao. However, Zinfin did not answer and attacked Uchiha Izumi again. If he said he wanted to teach the other party a lesson, then he would definitely teach the other party a lesson. Senior, seeing Zinfin attacking him again, Uchiha Izumi was shocked, scared, and angry. His Sharingan kept turning, and he held the kunao in his hands, barely defending against Zinfin's rapid attack. Ding! 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 The sound of weapons colliding rang out in the woods. Uchiha Izumi was sweating profusely on her forehead. She was cut by Zinfin and her body was covered with blood. However, Uchiha Izumi didn't care about that. She stared at Zinfin's swordsmanship. She had recognized that Zinfin's swordsmanship was the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. He was indeed a Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi was thinking this when she suddenly found that Zinfin instantly sheathed his sword and turned his back to her. Just when she was still a little surprised, she heard the other party cough and said slowly, "Put on your clothes." The next second, Uchiha Kwan felt a chill in front of her body, and then she found that she had been slashed in the front at some point, revealing a large area of Uchiha Izumi's pretty face instantly blushed, and she quickly put her hands on her chest, tightly covering the exposed parts. "Senior, why are you attacking me?" Uchiha Izumi squatted on the ground, her clothes soaked by the blood from the knife wound, cold sweat on her forehead. She only now felt the severe pain all over her body. Now Uchiha Izumi could tear several wounds with just a casual move. "You stayed here all night today, are you looking for me?" Zinfin turned around and asked instead of answering, his tone cold. Hearing this, Uchiha Kwan pursed his lips, hesitated for a long time, looked at Zinfin and asked, "Senior, is Xuanfeng Santang?" Uchiha Izumi asked, her heart pounding, and she looked at Zinfin nervously, because she didn't know if she could walk out of the forest alive after asking this question directly. However, even so, she asked without hesitation. If the other party is Xuanfeng Santang, a strong man who can fight with Hanzo, then what he said that he will not live for more than a year is very likely to be true. Uchiha Izumi really wants to know the reason why the other party said this so confidently. "I didn't expect that Salamander Hanzo's efficiency would be so fast. He said that he would become famous in the ninja world, and it has only been a short time, and the news has spread to Konoha." Uchiha Izumi heaved a sigh of relief for no reason. It seemed that this senior was not going to embarrass her any further, otherwise he should have taken a knife instead of asking questions. And by saying this, was he indirectly admitting that he was Xuanfeng Santang? Does the senior have Uchiha blood? "Senior, answer this question for me, and I will tell you the reason." Uchiha Izumi, who felt that she had escaped from the gates of hell, showed a bright smile to Zinfin. The next moment, Zinfin, who appeared in front of her in an instant, grabbed her neck and lifted her up, with her feet hanging in the air, and smashed her on the tree trunk behind her. Zinfin pinched Uchiha Izumi's neck with one hand and slid the samurai sword slowly down her pretty face with the other hand, and said coldly, "In front of me, you have no room for bargaining." "Ahem, I get it." Uchiha Izumi coughed, covered his neck with both hands, and struggled with his calves. "Speak." Zinfin casually threw Uchiha Izumi to the ground, sheathed his samurai sword, and turned around. Well, Zinfin turned around not to show off. It was just because he had just seen Uchiha Izumi's two little pet rabbits again, which made it difficult for him to continue to make things difficult for him, so he could only turn around. If you are from the Uchiha clan, the clan leader will be ready to recognize you as a relative and recruit you into the Uchiha clan. If you are not, the clan leader would probably recruit you as a son-in-law to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi got up from the ground, looked at Zinfin and said quickly. Well, the latter sentence was her guess. Uchiha Fugaku never said that. Recruiting his son-in-law into the Uchiha clan? Zinfin was stunned when he heard this. This Uchiha Fugaku is really courageous. I don't know if he will leave his wife, Uchiha Mikato. Zinfin's mind showed the handsome appearance of Uchiha Mikato, and he touched his chin and seriously thought about what Uchiha Izumi said. Of course, he was not considering whether to join the Uchiha clan because of Uchiha Mikato, but was thinking about how to get the scrolls of ninjutsu secrets in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Because Uchiha Shisui's cards brought him talents in illusion and swordsmanship, which were talents in bloodlines, but there were relatively few in ninjutsu, or basically none. If he could get the illusion of the Uchiha clan, he would be able to kill people in a second with a glare, and it would be much more convenient to go out for bounty missions in the future. Of course, he could also let Uchiha Izumi give these things to him. Senior, what are you thinking about? Seeing Zinfin touching his chin and thinking, Uchiha Kwan asked curiously. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Kwan and said coldly, have you told my news to other people? No. Uchiha Izumi shook his head like a rattle and answered very confidently. Uchiha Izumi estimated that if she dared to tell other people about the other party, the senior in front of her would definitely come to kill her. After all, he was the one who could blow off a leg of the salamander Hanzo. Very good. After Zinfin finished speaking, he turned and left. He still needed to think carefully about whether to join Uchiha or not. If he joined Uchiha, he would have to face the upcoming problem of the Night of Extermination, but the benefits would also be rich. As long as he could take charge of Uchiha, it would be easier for him to step on its Satsuki and snatch Kagaya in the future. He could even compete for the position of Hokage in the future, bring Konoha into his own hands, and do things for himself. As for Uchiha Kanji and Uchiha Daxiaozi, Zinfin was not too afraid. He knew all the information about their ninjutsu and mastered Flying Thunder God, so he was not inferior to them at all. Senior, why did you say I won't live for more than a year? Uchiha Izumi came to Zinfin and asked nervously. She was afraid that the other party would say that she had some terminal illness. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Izumi and said casually, in the near future, the Uchiha will rebel and then be exterminated. Your eyes will be dug out by others and used as resurrection coins. You are talking nonsense. How could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? Uchiha Izumi glared at Zinfin, and when she saw him looking at her, she quickly acted like a good boy. If you can give me a few Uchiha illusion scrolls, I will tell you the reason. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Kwan and put forward his own conditions. Okay. Uchiha Izumi thought about it and nodded in agreement. Because she was also planning to use these Sharingan illusion scrolls to confirm whether Santang really had Uchiha blood. The Nine Tails Rebellion, the Nine Tails controlled by the Sharingan, caused heavy casualties among the ninja clans and civilians of Konoha, and the hatred of the people of Konoha for the Uchiha had reached its extreme. There are countless people who want to eliminate the Uchiha clan, and at this time, the Uchiha clan is still thinking about rebellion. Your extermination was destined after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Seeing Uchiha Izumi nod, Zinfin directly spoke out the speculation he had read on the internet in his previous life. How could the Uchiha rebel? Uchiha Kwan opened his mouth slightly and looked at Zinfin in disbelief. This is a prophecy, believe it or not. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Izumi next to him, and disappeared directly on the spot, leaving a sentence echoing in Uchiha Izumi's ears. If you dare to leak my information, I will come to Konoha in person to destroy Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi shuddered when she heard this. She believed that with the other party's strength, she could definitely do it, and hurriedly assured loudly, I will never reveal the senior's secret. After Uchiha Izumi shouted, she saw that there was no response, and she muttered to herself in some doubt, the senior said that he would come to Konoha in person to destroy Uchiha. Does that mean that he is not from Konoha? He did use Flying Thunder God when he disappeared. It seems he is really the twin phoenix Tripitaka. But what is a prophecy? Uchiha Izumi said this, and then he looked at the place where Zinfin disappeared, and turned away. Is he a natural fool? Behind a big tree, Zinfin looked at Uchiha Izumi, who was leaving, and held his forehead in silence. However, he fell into my language trap so smoothly, so he might really be a natural fool. Zinfin thought so and disappeared on the spot. In the wooden house, Zinfin, who returned from the woods, lay on the bed, thinking seriously about the pros and cons of joining Uchiha. Thinking about it, Zinfin thought about his future development. If he wants to destroy the Otsutsuki, snatch Kagaya away, and turn the ninja world into a back garden, then Zinfin must at least have the strength of the six paths. And Zinfin wants to have the strength of the six paths either, collect the tailed beasts and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki like Uchiha Obito, or, like Uchiha Madara, find a way to awaken the Samsara Eye, and then collect the tailed beasts and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, or, like Naruto and Sasuke, wait for the six paths old man to pass on his skills. However, Zinfan knew that it was impossible. Of course, Zinfan had other ways. That was to kill anyone in the Otsutsuki clan head-on, and then use a blank character card to copy the bloodline. Or, kill or capture Hinata and Hanabi, use a blank character card to copy the bloodline, and then go to the moon to kill Tonari, and then obtain the Samsara Eye and the power of the pseudo six paths. Of course, the easiest thing is to kill Naruto and Sasuke now, and then copy their bloodlines, merge Indra and Azuris Chakra into one, and then step into the six paths. However, Zinfan didn't want to do this. He was not a person who could have no bottom line for power, and he was not sure whether the power of the reincarnated son of the six paths could be copied through the card. In addition, Zinfan also felt that if Naruto and Sasuke died, the old man of the six paths would probably appear immediately. The border between the land of water and the land of fire. Zinfan, wearing a simple mask, led by Yakang, who was also wearing a mask, quickly headed for a lake somewhere on the border of the land of water. Arriving at the destination, Zinfan stood beside Yakang and looked at the huge lake in the distance. According to the news that Zinfan had just received in the gold exchange, it seemed that a huge monster appeared in the lake here, attacking many merchant ships. Zinfan quickly determined according to his memory that this was most likely the wild three-tailed beast that had just been resurrected. After being killed by Kakashi's Reikari, Rin Nohara, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, not only completely blackened Uchiha Shinji, but also successfully killed the three-tailed beast. It was the 57th year of Konoha at this time. The Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, and Uchiha Itachi had not joined the Akatsuki organization. It had been 7 or 8 years since Rin Nohara's death. According to the tailed beast, it takes 7 to 10 years to resurrect after death, and the stronger the tailed beast, the longer the resurrection time. The three-tailed Isabu, whose strength is far inferior to the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beasts, 8 years is enough for it to revive. In the original novel, Akatsuki did not start to capture the tailed beasts until the Fourth Ninja World War in 1968. It is very likely that after Yagura died, the three tails died again, forcing Akatsuki's plan to be postponed until then. In this way, Yagura implanted the three tails into his body in 1957, fought Itachi, who had just defected in 1958, died in 1959, and the three tails just resurrected before 1968. Therefore, Zinfan guessed that the huge monster that appeared in the lake was most likely the three-tailed Isabu. Zinfan's purpose of this trip was to defeat the three-tailed Isabu, and then use the card to copy the three-tailed and create his own three-tailed. Since collecting the 10-tailed and becoming the 10-tailed Jinchura key would allow Kagaya to be resurrected in the body, Zinfan was ready to use the card system to create his own 10-tailed. Let's search separately. Looking at the lake with mist and clouds, Zinfan gave an order to Yakang, and then ran away. Half an hour later. Boom! Zinfan, who was searching on the lake, suddenly heard a violent explosion in the distance, and the next second, he appeared next to Yakang. In front of Yakang, a huge three-tailed gray giant turtle monster was looming on the lake in the distance, and then dived into the water. It was the three-tailed Jifu. Seeing this, Zinfan was delighted, and his guess was indeed correct. What should we do now? Yakang held the fireball of the big explosion and asked Xin Fang. At this time, the three-tail was hit into the water by her big explosion. Now if they want to deal with the three-tail, they must dive into the water. And she and Xin Fang are not very proficient in water escape. If we wait for a while, the three-tailed beast will most likely attack us. It just took a fireball from you, it's impossible for it to let it go. Zinfan said calmly. As a tailed beast, Sanwei has a bad temper. It was attacked by Yakang just now, so it obviously wants to get back at him. Sure enough. Not long after, a huge shadow appeared on the lake surface under Zinfan and Yakang's feet, and quickly attacked the two of them. Scatter! After dropping his shurikens, Zinfan and Yagura suddenly jumped to the side, avoiding the underwater sneak attack of Sanwei. Splash! Sanwei's huge body rushed out of the lake, splashing a huge splash of water. Then, Zinfan used the shuriken engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark that he had just dropped to appear next to Sanwei, and successfully engraved the Flying Thunder God mark on the opponent. Sanwei Isabu raised his three tails high and slapped Zinfan continuously. Tisk, he is just like a wild animal, he doesn't know how to use his own strength, no wonder Deidara captured it so easily. Zinfan sighed as he dodged the three-tailed beast's attack. There is indeed a big difference between domesticated and wild ones. On the other side, Yakang quickly rushed to the shore, jumped high, and threw several shurikens into the air. When the shuriken was about to fall, a blazing fireball flew out from behind Yakang, accurately came under the shuriken, and suddenly exploded. Boom! Under the impact of the explosion, the shuriken flew upwards again and successfully reached a height of several hundred meters. The next second, Zinfan appeared next to a shuriken in the air, grabbed it, and threw it into the sky. With him, the confused three-tailed Isabu appeared. In nature, there is a kind of eagle that, if it encounters a turtle with a hard shell, will generally use its sharp claws to grab the other party into the sky, and then throw it down, smash it into pieces, and then eat the turtle meat. Zinfan obviously wanted to follow suit, to see if Sanwei, the turtle, was afraid of falling. Sanwei's huge body fell freely in midair, its limbs scratching around, its three tails swinging around, and it fell rapidly. Boom! The ground shook, and a cloud of dust was smashed up, making a loud bang. Yakang jumped up at the right time when Sanwei landed, avoiding the vibration from the ground, and then landed steadily on the ground. Then, Zinfan appeared beside Sanwei, who was a little dizzy from the fall, stretched out his hand and pressed Sanwei on him, and appeared in midair again. Boom! Sanwei landed again, dizzy. Boom! Sanwei landed again, with stars in his eyes. Boom! Sanwei landed again, foaming at the mouth. Boom! Sanwei fell from a height of several hundred meters for the fifth time and was completely unconscious. Ha! Ha! Zinfan came to the unconscious Three Tails, panting. The Three Tails was about 50 meters tall and huge. Every time he used Flying Thunder God to move it, it consumed a lot of chakra. Even with Zinfan's current chakra, it was a bit strenuous. This was the first time he felt that his chakra was not enough after obtaining Tsunade's Senju bloodline and Uchiha Shisui's Uchiha bloodline. Even when he fought Hanzo last time, he didn't have this feeling. I'll go back for a while, don't let it wake up. Xian Feng said to Yakang, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in the mansion of Flame City. Grown UPS. In the pavilion of the mansion, Uzumaki Karen's mother Uzumaki Eri saw Nobukaze suddenly appear beside her and quickly stood up. Come with me. Seeing that Karen was gone, Zinfan no longer hesitated, picked up Uzumaki Eri and kissed her directly. A minute later, Zinfan, whose chakra was replenished, disappeared from the spot, leaving only Uzumaki Eri sitting there with a flushed face. Zinfan had just returned to Yakang when he was attacked by the other party's white eyes. Yakang naturally knew what Zinfan had just done, because this bastard had done this more than once in the past 2 weeks. Ignoring Yakang's white eyes, Zinfan walked to the unconscious Sanwei and began to perform the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique to restrict Sanwei's actions. In the system's recognition, temporary stun does not mean defeat. Only when the Three Tails loses its ability to move completely can Zinfan be considered to have defeated the opponent and use the card to copy. Sealing technique, Diamond Seal. Zinfan formed seals with both hands, and several chains sprang out of his body and wrapped around the Three Tails Isabu. As the husband of Kushina, the fourth Hokage naturally knew how to use the Diamond Seal, but because he was not a member of the Uzumaki clan, he could not bring out the true power of the Diamond Seal, so he basically did not use it. Although Zinfan was not a member of the Uzumaki clan either, it was more than enough to restrain the unconscious Three Tails at this time. Host damage ratio 99%, greater than 80%, meets the replication conditions after copying. You can obtain a summoned beast with 100% of the abilities and characteristics of Sanwei. Do you want to copy it? Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan clicked to confirm. As Zinfan clicked to confirm, the blank summoning beast card suddenly burst out with brilliant light, penetrating the body of the three-tailed beast and covering the three-tailed beast. Then, a platinum card appeared in front of Zinfan. Done! From now on, I will also be a person who has a tailed beast as a precious baby. Zinfan raised the corner of his mouth and reached out to take the platinum card. Putting the card in front of him, Zinfan found that the name of the card was Three-Tailed. The picture depicted in the middle of the card is a monster with 3 tails, which looks almost the same as the three-tailed Isabu. Both of them are turtle-shaped, but they are all black. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the three-tailed beast and completing the achievement, Tailed Beast 3, get a random card. After the system prompt, a card emerged from the void and landed in front of Zinfan. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Zinfan was delighted and reached out to take the card in front of him. After opening it, he got a blank summoning beast card. Is this the so-called achievement reward? Unexpectedly, this time not only did he successfully copy the three-tailed beast, but he also got a blank summoning beast card. Zinfan, who is determined to get his own 10-tailed beast, has realized the preciousness of the blank summoning beast card. It's really a double happiness. Then, Zinfan took the blank summoning beast card and thought about it. It seems that this so-called special achievement must be achieved before it can be obtained, and before that, there is no prompt. However, since there is an achievement for defeating the three-tailed beast, there should be an achievement for defeating other tailed beasts. That means that in addition to the annual card draw, Zinfan can get at least 8 extra cards. Thinking of this, Zinfan suddenly became very motivated and wanted to do all the other 8-tailed beasts immediately. Put the card into the system, and the trade wind will remove the seal and the diamond blockade. What the hell are you doing? Yakang, who was standing next to him, couldn't see the cards, so he didn't know what Xian Feng was doing. When he saw him lift the seal, he hurried over to ask, "Do you want to become a Jinchuriki?" Zinfan asked instead of answering, looking at Yakang and smiling. If Yakang is willing, he is ready to seal the three-tailed beast in Yakang's body. If Yakang is not willing, he is ready to let the three-tailed beast go and let the plot develop smoothly. After the Akatsuki organization captures the 9-tailed beasts and resurrects Kagaya, he will jump out and conquer Kagaya. I don't want to. Yakura recalled the tragic experience of the Jinchuriki in the sand village, shook his head directly, and said firmly, "Water style, water dragon bullet technique." Suddenly, a huge water dragon roared in the distance and pounced on Zinfan and Yakura. Zinfan immediately became alert, hugged Yakura in his arms, disappeared from the spot, and appeared on the shore of the lake not far away. The water dragon bullet continued to move forward and hit the three-tailed Isabu. Roar, boom boom. The three-tailed beast was awakened by the blow, roared, and then rolled up its body into a wheel shape, rolled into the lake, and dived to the bottom of the lake. Who are you to dare to covet the tailed beasts of the Mist Village? The fourth Mizukage Yagura Karada appeared in the distance with several Mist Village ninjas, staring at Zinfan and Yakang, who appeared in the distance with a violent look on his face. Yagura Karada, with green hair and purple eyes, a suture under his left eye, and a black stick on his back, looks like a Shota, and his voice sounds very childish. But his means of ruling the Mist Village are very bloody and cruel. It is under his rule that the Mist Village has the terrifying title of the Blood Mist Village. Hearing Yagura Karada's question, Yakang was inexplicably angry. She hates the people of the Sand Village and the Mist Village the most now. Zinfan was upset when she saw Yagura Karada take action without asking the reason. Flying Thunder God? The fourth Mizukage, he seems to be the twin phoenix Santang. Seeing Nobukaze wearing a simple mask and using Flying Thunder God, a masked Mist Village ninja who looked like a team leader, reminded the fourth Mizukage Karatachi Yagura Twin Phoenix Tripitaka? Who is that person? Kuretaka Yagura narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Because the Land of Water, the Mist Village, is now implementing a policy of isolation and is cut off from the outside world, the fourth Mizukage, Kiriataka Yagura, has not heard of the Twin Phoenix Tripitaka, who has been in the limelight in the ninja world recently. On the contrary, the masked Kiriataki ninja had just returned from a mission outside and had a certain understanding of the name of Shinfang Twin Phoenix Tripitaka. After the Kiriataki ninja told Kiriataki Yagura in detail about the battle between Hanzo of the Salamander and Twin Phoenix Tripitaka, he retreated. After listening to his subordinate's introduction, Kiriataki Yagura stared at Shinfang with a vigilant look. He had to treat with caution the person who could make Hanzo of the Salamander lose a leg. Ding! The host's name has spread among the 5 of the 5 major ninja villages. Achievements have been achieved, and the ninja world has been famous. A random ability card is obtained, perfect state card. After use, you can actively adjust your own state to reach your ideal state. Cooling time, 72 hours. Hearing the system prompt again, Zinfan raised his eyebrows and reached out to take the card. He didn't expect that there would be such an achievement. Watching the last fight with Hanzo, it is not without benefits. The fourth generation Mizukage Yagura saw Zinfan's expression and movements, thinking that the other party was ready to take action, and instantly formed a seal. Wind escape wind cutting technique. Dozens of invisible wind blades formed around Yagura and instantly pounced on Zinfan and Yakang. However, the next second, Zinfan appeared in another place with Yakang's figure, and then took out 10 shurikens and threw them at Yagura, and then used the instant body flickering technique to follow the shuriken and pounce on Yagura. Yagura's repeated actions have angered Zinfan. Flying Thunder God? Seeing 10 shurikens flying towards him, Godaki Yagura formed seals with both hands. Wind style, whirlpool hurricane. A stream of air formed around Yagura and instantly turned into a giant typhoon, blowing the shuriken and trade winds flying towards him directly into the air. Buzz! The storm stopped, and Trade Wind, flying in the air, stabilized his body, raised his right hand, and a white Raiznan in the shape of a shuriken instantly took shape. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. With the dual attribute chakra of wind and fire, and after mastering the Raiznan, Naruto's ultimate move was on Trade Wind's mind, and he successfully mastered it a few days ago. With a wave of his right hand, the Raisin Shuriken in Trade Wind's hand rushed towards Yagura. Humph, I can copy all your ninjutsu. Looking at the flying spiral shuriken, Yagura chuckled. Water escape technique, water mirror technique. A round water mirror appeared in front of Yagura, reflecting the image of the flying spiral shuriken. The next second, the spiral shuriken in the water mirror flew out and collided with the real spiral shuriken of Zinfan. Woohoo! The two powerful wind escape techniques collided, and a powerful airflow instantly erupted, sweeping the surroundings. Ah! Yakang and several Mist Village ninjas were thrown far away by the strong airflow. This man actually mastered such a powerful wind escape technique. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Yakang looked at the captain of the Mist Village at the center of the explosion and praised him. She just saw that the other party used the water prison technique on her at the moment of the explosion, successfully offsetting the explosion of her fireball, instead of being taken down by her sneak attack like other Mist Village ninjas. Looking at the several Mist Village ninjas whose lives and deaths were unknown at Yakang's feet, the masked Mist Village captain felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that in one round, he would be taken down by the opponent and he would be the only one left. However, the fireball of the man in front of him was obviously not like an ordinary fire escape ninjutsu, but more like a blood limit. Thinking of this, the captain of the Mist Village narrowed his eyes and formed seals with his hands. Dissolution escape, dissolution of monsters. This bastard. Before the captain of the Mist Village could perform his ninjutsu, he saw Yakang in front of him looking up into the air, screaming, and turning around and running. The captain of the Mist Village was stunned, and when he looked up, he found a huge, pitch-black turtle monster falling rapidly above his head. The captain was startled, and used the instant body technique to get to the side of the fallen Mist Village ninjas, grabbed a few of them, and ran away. Karatachi Yagura looked at the huge figure falling from the sky, was slightly stunned, and immediately used the instant body technique to dodge, his face gloomy. He had just been talking bad about Zinfan, saying that he could copy all of his ninjutsu. In the end, Zinfan not only ignored him, but also took out a big monster and threw it at him. Boom! The turtle monster hit the ground with a loud bang, causing the captain of the Mist Village, who had just run a short distance, to stagger and almost fall. Roar! Boom boom! The black turtle monster roared, curled up into a wheel, and rushed towards the fourth Mizukage Yagura in the distance, making bursts of roars. Three-tailed? The fourth Mizukage Kurujutsu Yagura dodged the huge monster rushing towards him and exclaimed in surprise, "No, no, no, this is not Sanwei, but my precious baby, the little turtle. The real three-tailed fox is over there." Zinfan stood on a tree in the distance, gently shaking his index finger, correcting Yagura, and then pointed at the three-tailed fox in the distant lake. He had just seen the spiral shuriken being copied by Yagura, so he summoned a little turtle and smashed it at the other party. At this time, the three-tailed fox in the lake was also startled, and just happened to see the black little turtle on the shore that looked similar to him, with a look of shock on his face. Roar! Then, the three-tailed turtle roared, curled up into a wheel shape, and rushed towards the little turtle of the trade wind. There can only be one big turtle in this lake. Well, three-tailed, you are not interested in the little turtle, are you? Looking at the angry three-tailed, Zinfan was a little confused. He originally wanted to use the little turtle to deal with Yagura, so that he could copy half of Yagura's ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that the three-tailed would intercept him. When did he create such a giant summoned beast again? In the distance, Yakang looked at the summoned beast created by Xian Fang, her mouth slightly opened, and murmured. She found that every time Xian Fang could create some unexpected surprises for her, scary. Thinking of the scene when Xian Fang fought Hanzo last time, Yakang pursed her lips and prepared to go to a distant mountaintop to watch the battle, so as not to be affected by the opponent. Why is this person's summoning beast so similar to the three-tailed fox? The captain of the Mist Village on the other side looked at the little turtle and the three-tailed fox fighting in the distance, but neither of them could defeat the other, and thought so. Then, the captain saw Yakang leave alone, thought about it, grabbed the unconscious Mist Village ninja, and left 100 meters away, ready to stand a little further away and watch. Regardless of whether it is the three-tailed fox or not, it will belong to the Blood Mist Village from now on. Looking at the little turtle and the three-tailed fox fighting fiercely, the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karatachi spoke domineeringly. Water style, water break wave. Yagura Karatachi formed seals with both hands, and a high-pressure water column spurted out of his mouth, cutting through the ground and trees, and cutting towards Zinfan on the treetops. At the same time when Yagura just formed the seal, Zinfan's Sharinan appeared in his eyes, imitating Yagura's seal-forming movements, forming seals quickly, and the same high-pressure water column spurted out of his mouth, and the time when Yagura launched the ninjutsu was exactly the same. Come on, let's hurt each other. Zinfan did not choose to use the water break wave to offset Yagura's water break wave attack, but bypassed the opponent's water break wave and cut towards Yagura himself. With Flying Thunder God and Sharinan, he was absolutely sure to dodge the attack the moment the water column hit. Sharinan? Yagura saw that Zinfan was also using a water column to cut towards him, and his eyes narrowed. The high-pressure water column and his mouth tilted and cut towards the incoming water column, successfully cancelling out the two people's ninjutsu. Water escape, mist hidden technique. Seeing that Zinfan was about to use the Sharinan to copy his ninjutsu, Yagura formed a seal with one hand and spit out a cloud of mist from his mouth, which filled the middle of the battlefield and disappeared his figure in the thick fog. Just what I want. Zinfan jumped into the air, took out a Flying Thunder God shuriken, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone shuriken. Swish, 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 ding ding ding. Yagura had just finished the mist hidden technique when he found hundreds of shurikens attacking him. He took out the black stick from behind with his right hand, and quickly spun it in his hand to block it, knocking down all the incoming shurikens. The next second, Zinfan appeared behind Yagura, the Raisnan in his hand lit up, and pressed on Yagura. Puff! Yagura's body shattered, water splashed, and a water prison was formed to trap Zinfan. Water escape, water prison technique. At the moment when Zinfan was trapped in the water prison, Yagura's figure emerged from the pond on the ground, pressed on the water prison, and continuously exerted pressure on Zinfan inside. Do you think I don't know that you can use Flying Thunder God to sneak attack? The fourth generation Mizukage Kuruju Yagura said sarcastically. Zinfan laughed lightly, and with a bang, he turned into a puff of white smoke. It's actually a body. Wait, what is this light? Just as he was surprised, Yagura found that the thick fog around him was penetrated by the light. He looked up suddenly and saw two huge fire phoenixes looming outside the thick fog. In midair, the two fire phoenixes surrounding Zinfin, under his command, instantly attacked Yagura's position. Wind escape, fire escape, double phoenix. Boom! The double phoenix exploded at Yagura's position, forming a small mushroom cloud, and then a strong shock wave broke out to attack the surrounding hundreds of meters. The explosive power of this perverted double phoenix has become stronger again. Tisk tisk tisk. Luckily I ran away early. On the top of the mountain, Yakang looked at the small mushroom cloud in the distance and was very glad for his wise move. On the other side, the captain of the mist village was not so lucky. He was thrown out by the shock wave of the explosion and hit a tree trunk, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Ahem! The captain of the mist village took off the bloody mask on her face, revealing a delicate face and a pair of emerald green eyes. It was the future 5th generation Mizukage, Mei Terumi. She looked at the distant trade winds and murmured to herself. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, and in the huge deep pit created by the explosion, Yagura limped out of a ball of water, and behind him lay a huge corpse of an unknown animal that had been blown to pieces. Although Yagura used the summoned beast to block the knife, his right leg was still affected by the explosion. You actually used a summoned beast to block the knife, you are amazing. When Zinfin saw Yagura's figure, he immediately knew that the opponent had most likely run into the stomach of the summoned beast. Sure enough, the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages are not so easy to kill. I'm going to kill you. His giant summoned beast was killed, and the young face of Gaji Yagura was full of ferocity. Water escape, great explosion water wave. The lake behind Yagura surged, forming a water prison with a diameter of several hundred meters, trapping Zinfin firmly in it. He copied another large-scale ninjutsu with the card. Seeing Yagura's actions, Zinfin was not surprised but happy. The ninjutsu copied by the blank skill card has the maximum effect when used, and the consumption of Zinfin's chakra is extremely low, almost negligible. Just like Yagura needs a lot of chakra to use the great explosion water wave, Zinfin only needs a little bit when using it with the card. If used well, it is definitely a big killer. As for other small ninjutsu that are not bloodline limits, Zinfin Feng can just copy it with the Sharingan. The next second, Zinfin disappeared in the water prison and appeared in mid-air, next to a shuriken with a small parachute hanging on it. This was what he had just sent up with the help of the shock wave from the explosion. Water escape water monster technique. Yagura was not surprised by this. He formed a seal with one hand, and the giant oval water ball changed into a huge 9-headed giant turtle that was twice the size of the tailed beast. No wonder he was able to become the 4th generation Hokage. With this move, ordinary tailed beasts can be suppressed for a short time. Looking at the water monster technique performed by Yagura, Zinfin exclaimed in admiration. However, you are not the only one who has this thing. Zinfin took out the old giant clam card and shouted to the 4th generation Nizukage Yagura, Gaji, little brother, the big monster is coming. Yakura was furious when he heard what Zinfin said, you are the little brother, your whole family is the little brother. Zinfin ignored the furious Yakura and summoned a giant clam in midair. How can it be so big? Seeing the size of the clam with a diameter of more than 200 meters, Terumi Mei, who was watching from a distance, was shocked. Not only her, but even Yagura opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Bang! Zinfin's supergiant clam fell straight down in midair, and in the shocked eyes of Yagura, it directly crushed Yagura's 9-headed water monster. The giant water monster was crushed, and the lake water splashed in all directions, forming a huge wave and torrent, instantly destroying the surrounding forest. You bastard! Yagura, who was swept by the flood, gritted his teeth. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Zinfin came to the top of the tree, turned his head and saw that Yagura was on the top of the mountain, attacking several ninjas from the mist village below the mountain. Is that support from the mist village? Never mind, since I already have the Sanwei card, there is no need to tease the child anymore. Snap! Zinfin snapped his fingers, cancelling the connection between the little turtle and the little flower shell, then appeared beside Yakang, and took him away with the flying thunder god. Damn it! Watching Zinfin leave, Gaji Yagura emerged from the water, his teeth itching with anger. However, he also knew that the other party had the flying thunder god, and if he wanted to leave, no one could stay. I will make you pay the price, Shuangfeng Santang. Yagura thought bitterly in his heart. Lord Mizukage, are you okay? Mei Terumi came to Yagura, carefully looking at his injured right leg, wondering whether to take this opportunity to attack him. Because she was very disgusted with the Blood Mist Village policy launched by Yagura, Mei Terumi had been secretly planning a coup to overthrow Yagura's rule. However, Mei Terumi immediately gave up the idea because she had seen the support from the Mist Village, and those people were all Yagura's confidants. Write a letter to Konoha, write a letter to other ninja villages that have tailed beasts, tell them everything that happened today, let them know that the target of the twin phoenix Tripitaka is the tailed beast. The 4th generation Nizukage, Yagura, looked at Mei Terumi, and quickly ordered with a ferocious face. Yagura, who suffered a great loss at the hands of the twin phoenix Tripitaka today, could not swallow this bitter breath. So no matter whether the target of the twin phoenix Tripitaka is the tailed beast or not, he is ready to put the head of coveting the tailed beast on the other party, and then inform other ninja villages that have tailed beasts. In order to increase the attention of other ninja villages, he even wrote about his defeat to the other party. The strength is strong enough to defeat the Mizukage, and the target is the tailed beast. These two things combined will definitely make the twin phoenix Tripitaka closely watched by other ninja villages, and even a cruel blow. Yagura wants to make it difficult for the twin phoenix Tripitaka to move in the 5 major countries, and everyone will shout and beat him. Yes. Looking at the distorted face of the 4th Mizukage, Mei Terumi bowed expressionlessly and replied, "The border of Wave Country." Swish! Zinfan and Yakang appeared in a forest. Where is the bounty target in this area? Zinfan touched the mask on his face and asked Yakang in his arms. He and Yakang were not only on this trip to find Sanwei, but also to do a bounty mission. Yakang took out a map and pointed to a place not far away and said, "Just ahead." Nodding, Zinfan followed Yakang and slowly headed for the destination, then began to study the card he had just obtained. Perfect State card. After using it, you can actively adjust your own state to reach your ideal state. Cooling time, 72 hours. Zinfan tried to use it and prepared to see what this card can do. As Zinfan integrated the card into himself, a template suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Physical strength, 58 remaining %, chakra amount, 40 remaining %, pupil power, 31 remaining %. Seeing the information in front of him, Zinfan blinked his eyes, then stretched out his hand and touched the chakra meter. The next second, Zinfan felt that the chakra in his body was instantly filled. Zinfan looked at his body and felt happy. The ability of this perfect state card seems to be very abnormal. Xin Feng muttered to himself and continued to study. A few minutes later, hiss. The ability of this card is really abnormal. Zinfan took a breath after studying the card. Simply put, after Zinfan has this perfect status card, it is basically equivalent to having a recovery card. Every time Zinfan uses it, he can directly restore his physical strength and chakra to the full value. What if you have no mana when fighting the enemy? Open the status card and adjust the mana to the maximum. What if you have no physical strength when fighting your wife? Open the status card and adjust the physical strength to the maximum. I really found a treasure this time. He took the card out of his body and put it back into the system space. Yakang! Xin Feng accelerated and came behind Yakang, who was sulking, stretched out his hand and touched his beautiful back. What? Yakang looked back at Xin Feng. Nothing. Zinfan chuckled and put his arm around Yakang's slender waist. Then, he took off the simple mask on his face, revealing a face with clear lines and handsome features. With his white hair and red eyes, he looked very cold and handsome. Exchange money. Zinfan, wearing a simple mask, threw the body bag in his hand to the old man in front of him and said coldly. Next to him, Yakang, who was also wearing a mask, looked at Zinfan from time to time with a pair of beautiful eyes, and his eyes flashed with admiration from time to time. At a table on one side of the gold exchange, 2 people wearing a cat and a dog mask were sitting, flipping through the bounty list in their hands from time to time. The old man at the gold exchange was looking at a beauty photo magazine behind the counter. He glanced up when he heard the words, and when he saw the mask on Zinfan's face clearly, he quickly stood up and replied respectfully, "All right, Master Shuangfeng." The news of Shuangfeng Santang's battle with the demigod Hanzang spread throughout the ninja world through the Rain Village. The old man Huanjin Shuo also knew that the boy in front of him with a simple mask was the killing god who blew off one of the legs of the salamander Hanzang, and he did not dare to neglect him. Shuangfeng Santang? The 2 people next to him heard what the old man Huanjin Shuo said, and instantly raised their heads and looked at Zinfan and Yakang, with an expression of disbelief in their eyes. "This is your reward." The old man took out a box and handed it to Zinfan respectfully. Yes. Zinfan took the box, turned around and left with Yakang. "Master Shuangfeng, please wait a moment." Not long after they walked out of the gold exchange, Zinfan and Yakang were stopped by the 2 people who were studying the bounty list in the gold exchange. "What's the matter?" Xin Feng glanced at the 2 people opposite him and spoke coldly. "Here is a letter that I want to give to Master Shuangfeng." The man wearing the dog face mask carefully handed the letter to Zinfan. Zinfan created a clone, took the letter, and asked the clone to open the letter and read it on the spot. Uchiha? After reading the letter, Yakang, who was next to Zinfan, looked at the 2 people in front of her with some caution. She knew that Zinfan had the Sharingan, but she also knew that he was not an Uchiha. She always thought that Zinfan was the blood of the Uchiha who was lost. At this time, the Uchiha came to find Zinfan, which made Yakang suddenly wary, fearing that Zinfan would choose to return to the Uchiha clan and leave her. The content of the letter was very simple. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, wanted to invite Shuangfeng Santang to meet him, and left his contact information on it. This is my reply. Zinfin, who had learned the news from Uchiha Izumi long ago, left a sentence and the flying thunder god mark on the letter, removed the clone, dropped the letter, and walked away. The two masked Uchiha members looked at each other. They were ordinary Uchiha clan members who had not yet opened their Sharingan. They had just received a mission to exchange for information about Shuangfeng Santang in Jinso today, but they did not expect to meet the real owner in exchange for the bounty. The two picked up the letter and did not dare to stay. They directly performed the instant body technique and left. A crow in the woods quickly followed after the two left, following them from a distance. Swish! A shuriken flew out of the woods and successfully hit the crow, splitting it in half and falling to the ground. Let's go. Zinfin took back his right hand, put it on Ye Kang's back, and disappeared with him. They still had millions of taels of money to deposit, so they couldn't delay. 2 hours later, Uchiha Itaki appeared here, looking at the crow that was split in half, and fell silent. Afternoon. Flame City Mansion. Wearing a mask, Zinfin leaned on a chair in the pavilion, closing his eyes and thinking about Uchiha. In front of him, little Karen was working hard to help him massage his legs, with a flattering look on her face. My lord, the meal is ready. Uzumaki Eri came to the edge of the pavilion and spoke softly. Here, this is your labor compensation. Zinfin took out 100 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xianlin. Yeah, thank you, brother Zinfin. Xiao Xianlin cheered, took the money, and immediately stood up and ran to the door. Hey, where are you going? Uzumaki Eri yelled at Karen, who ran away. I don't want to eat anymore. Little Karen replied without even turning her head, and disappeared at the gate in a blink of an eye. The Flame City is close to Konoha, and the security is very safe. Zinfin and Uzumaki Eri are not worried about Karen. Sir, you shouldn't spoil Karen. Uzumaki Eri glanced at Nobukaze and spoke softly. Nobukaze turned his head to look at Uzumaki Eri, took off the mask on his head, and hugged her. Let's go eat. Seeing Nobukaze's actions, Uzumaki Eri was stunned and stared at her in a daze. Sir Nobukaze is really good looking. Uzumaki Eri was stunned when she saw Nobukaze's appearance, and then her face turned red in an instant, because she remembered what Nobukaze did to her during the day. Seeing Eri standing there in a daze, Zinfin suddenly became interested and reached out to lift her chin, carefully examining her shy and blushing face. Feeling Zinfin's aggressive gaze, Uzumaki Eri's heart was pounding, and she glanced away in panic, and spoke softly. Lord Ye Kang has finished bathing and is waiting for dinner. Let's go. Zinfin let go of the other person and walked away. Uzumaki Eri breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zinfin leave, but then she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If Zinfin really wanted to do something to her, Uzumaki Eri would actually be willing to do it. First, she wanted to repay him, second, she didn't hate him, and third, Lady Zinfin is really good looking. The most important thing is that life with Lady Zinfin is too happy now, and she doesn't want to lose it. After having dinner with Ye Kang and Huili, Zinfin left Huili with the learning scrolls of the basic Uzumaki seal technique and the diamond seal technique, and then got up and left. Uzumaki Huili has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, but Zinfin, as a good young man who grew up on that hot land, has his own bottom line and will not kill people for power. So he is ready to teach the other party the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan so that she can play a role in the future. After getting rid of Ye Kang's persistence, Zinfin returned directly to Konoha. After seeing Zinfin's face, Ye Kang was already obsessed with her beauty and wanted to further their relationship. However, Zinfin still had Uchiha's affairs to deal with, so he naturally wouldn't let her succeed. Came to the Konoha forest that he often went to. As expected, he saw Uchiha Izumi practicing shuriken again. Swish, 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 ta, ta, ta. After the shuriken hit the target accurately, Uchiha Izumi came to the target on the tree trunk and carefully took down the shuriken on it. Coming here to practice has become her daily routine. While training, she was looking forward to meeting the mysterious Shuangfeng Sr. Although the opponent would beat her up every time she appeared, Uchiha Izumi never got tired of it. Because of her strength, she has grown very rapidly in the past 2 weeks, and she has become more and more proficient in the use of the Sharingan. Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi saw Zinfin standing on a tree trunk in the distance observing her, and exclaimed in surprise. Uchiha Izumi took out a bandage and wrapped it around the wound on her arm, looking at Zinfin, who was wearing a mask with a complaining look. After a period of getting along with each other, she also knew that the other party only looked fierce, but was actually easy to talk to. Of course, the premise is that she must obey the other party's arrangements and not disobey the other party. Let us talk about the Uchiha clan. Zinfin leaned against the tree trunk, put his hands behind his head, looked at the sunset in the distance and spoke. He had planned to meet Uchiha Fugaku to see what he would say. So now he wanted to see if he could get some information from Uchiha Izumi. The Uchiha clan is one of the 2 major Ijutsu clans in Konoha. Uchiha Izumi knelt quietly beside Zinfin, bandaging herself while telling Zinfin about the relevant information of the Uchiha clan. Whether it was the legends of the Warring States period, the current situation between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, or some arrangements made by the clan leader Fugaku, she told them one by one. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Izumi took out a few scrolls and handed them to Zinfin. Senior, this is the Uchiha illusion scroll you asked me to find a while ago. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusion can only be used by people with Uchiha blood, so when Izumi took out these scrolls, she had no psychological burden. Of course, the main reason is that after several contacts, she has confirmed that the senior in front of her does have the blood of the Uchiha clan. If she gives these illusion scrolls to the other party, if the Uchiha is really in trouble, Uchiha Izumi can also use them to ask for help. Zinfin took the scroll, took a look at it, and put it in his arms. Senior, the Uchiha clan will be exterminated, do you have any way to resolve it? Seeing Zinfin put away the scroll, Uchiha Izumi asked the question she was most concerned about. Why should I tell you? Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Izumi and continued to look at the sunset. Uchiha Izumi was stunned when he heard this, then knelt down beside Zinfin's legs, rubbed his legs and feet, and said in a flattering manner, Senior, please tell me. I will listen to you carefully in the future. Zinfin just enjoyed himself and didn't answer. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi looked disappointed. She knew that although the other party would come to see her and spar with her, he obviously didn't trust her, otherwise he wouldn't have worn a mask in front of her. Uchiha Izumi pursed her lips and continued to serve Zinfin, hoping to impress the other party. If someone else said that the Uchiha would be exterminated, Uchiha Izumi would not believe it, but the senior in front of her was the powerful Xuanfeng Santang, who was famous in the ninja world, so she had to consider it carefully. Moreover, after being awakened last time, Uchiha Izumi also began to observe deliberately in private. She saw the hatred of the Uchiha people towards Konoha, and saw to Konoha's resistance to the Uchiha clan. All these prove that things are really developing in the direction that Senior Santang said, and it has reached the point where it is about to explode. This makes her very sad. She has family at home, and Uchiha Izumi can't watch them die. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi had a bitter expression, but did not stop pinching his legs, Zinfin raised his eyebrows, raised his hand to pinch the other's pretty face, and walked down. He didn't have any evil thoughts, but just wanted to test whether Uchiha Izumi would resist him. Zinfin's achievement of famous in the ninja world that he just completed made him have some guesses. According to the experience of playing games in the previous life, this kind of thing can only be obtained after completing a major event or changing the outcome of a major event. For example, defeating the Three Tails, or making the twin Phoenix Santang, who does not exist in the original work, famous in the ninja world. For this reason, Zinfin is ready to intervene in the genocide incident to see if he can get achievement rewards and new cards after changing the outcome of the genocide night. If it works, Zinfin will know how to get achievements and get new cards in the future. Zinfin wants to change the outcome of the genocide incident and bring the Uchiha clan into his hands, so he naturally needs one or more helpers to help him manage the Uchiha clan in the future. And the young man Uchiha Izumi, who opened the 3 Megatama easily, is the most suitable candidate. However, the prerequisite is that the other party must obey him completely. Feeling Zinfin's action, Uchiha Izumi's whole body stiffened, her pretty face flushed, her lips tightly pursed, and she said nothing. In order to save the Uchiha, she has given it her all, and she doesn't hate the senior in front of her. With the help of Xuanfeng Santang, the Uchiha clan will definitely be able to avoid the disaster of genocide. Of course, it would be even better if the other party could be a little gentler to her. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi was submissive and obedient, Zinfin retracted his right hand, continued to look at the sunset in the distance, and thought about the future arrangements for Uchiha Izumi. Senior, if you want. Uchiha Izumi's face was red with shame, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. I don't need a vase. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Izumi and spoke coldly. If he really wanted to do that, Yakang and Uzumaki Eri would be better candidates. They were equally beautiful, one was heroic and the other was mature and sensible. As for Uchiha Izumi, although she was beautiful, she was too immature, and he didn't like her very much. On the contrary, Uchiha Mikato, who was gentle and virtuous, with a gentle and dignified temperament, was very much in line with his taste. Moreover, Uchiha Mikato was a Uchiha Jonin and her strength was also very good. Uchiha Izumi was stunned when she heard what Zinfin said. I am ready to sacrifice myself to save the Uchiha clan, but you look down on me? What were you doing just now? Checking the meat quality? And you actually said I was a vase. Please, I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi looked at Zinfin in disbelief. As a genius who opened the 3 Megatama at a young age, her strength is already above the ordinary Chunin, and she will soon be able to reach the special Jonin level. She is also highly respected in the Uchiha clan. This is the first time she heard someone say that she is a vase. Uchiha Izumi thought with some resentment, but she did not dare to refute Zinfin, so she could only lower her head and sulk, and then continue to pinch the other party's legs. Seeing Uchiha Izumi wanting to refute, but not daring to refute, and could only sulk by herself, Zinfin wanted to laugh. Girl, although your 3 Megatama is already very strong for ordinary people, that is because you have not seen a wider landscape. If you can't become a kaleidoscope, you are just fish on someone else's chopping board. After the night of genocide, the eyes you are so proud of will be given to that second brother by Uchiha Itachi, whom you once admired, as a resurrection coin. Zinfan thought about it and decided to reveal some information to Uchiha Izumi, and said, above the 3 Megatama Sharingan, there is another kind of eye. Only when you evolve the Sharingan to that level can you control your own destiny. Uchiha Izumi heard this, blinked his eyes, and asked curiously, there is another kind of eyes. What is that? Zinfan turned his head to look at Uchiha Izumi and smiled slowly again. Why should I tell you? Uchiha Izumi was furious when he heard this. How could there be such a person, who would whet people's appetite and then deliberately not tell them? Senior, what do you want me to do to make you believe me? Uchiha Izumi looked at Zinfan and asked sincerely. Zinfan's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving 2 words echoing in Uchiha Izumi's ears. If you can help me capture a high-ranking Uchiha who has opened the 3 Megatama and bring him here as a token of loyalty, then I will believe you. After that, I will let you gain the power to escape fate, and at the same time help you resolve the crisis of Uchiha clan extermination. Zinfan took off his mask, lay on the bed, and carefully examined the Uchiha illusion scroll in his hand. The scrolls that Uchiha Izumi gave him were the Jutsu of the Claw, Magic Mirror World, Illusion Bubble, and the Scroll of Basic Knowledge of Illusion. Thanks to Shisui's super high talent for illusion, Zinfan successfully mastered the basic knowledge of illusion and the Jutsu of the Claw in just 2 days, and then learned the Magic Mirror World. It was not until the 3rd night that he successfully mastered the Magic Mirror World. At night, arriving at the Konoha forest, Zinfan met Uchiha Izumi, who came here every day to wait for him. At this time, Uchiha Izumi hadn't slept for 2 days. His face was haggard, with obvious dark circles under his eyes, and he looked nervous. You can tell at a glance that he is from the Uchiha family. Senior, as soon as Uchiha Izumi saw Zinfan, he immediately ran over excitedly. She thought that today would be like the previous few days, and she would not be able to wait for him. Zinfan glanced around, and before Uchiha Izumi ran to her, she threw a piece of paper to him and disappeared again, leaving behind the words echoed in Uchiha Izumi's ears: if you catch a Uchiha high-ranking official, destroy the paper and I will come here to see you. If you still haven't caught one in a week, you don't have to come here anymore. Uchiha Izumi stood there stunned, his face pale. Senior, do you really want to do this? Looking at the place where the trade winds disappeared, Uchiha Izumi's 3 Megatama Sharingan appeared, and she squatted on the ground with a painful look. She didn't want to hurt any Uchiha for her own sake. However, if she didn't obey the orders of her predecessors, she couldn't save her family and the Uchiha clan. Your pain has just begun, Uchiha Izumi. The more pain you feel, the more likely you are to open a kaleidoscope. Only you who open the Mangekyo can be useful to me. In the shadows in the distance, Zinfan looked at Uchiha Izumi's back, muttered a few words, and then went to the Flame City. The next day, Zinfan broke free from Yakang's entanglement and returned to Konoha from the Flame City. Wait until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zinfan put on the mask and prepared to meet Uchiha Fugaku. He left the time and Flying Thunder Godmark in Uchiha's letter a few days ago. Zinfan believed that Fugaku must be ready to meet him at this time. Uchiha Clan Land. The secret basement of the Uchiha clan. In the bright tatami room, Uchiha Fugaku knelt on a futon, quietly waiting for Xuanfeng Santang to come. On the coffee table in front of him, there was a letter with the Flying Thunder Godmark, and opposite the coffee table, there was a futon. Master, do you think Xuanfeng Santang will really come? Uchiha Inaori, who was also kneeling behind Uchiha Fugaku, asked with some restraint. Whether the glory of the former Uchiha can be restored depends on whether they can convince Xuanfeng Santang to join them tonight. Strong men like Santang attach great importance to credibility. Now that he has replied to the message, he will come. You should be patient and don't let the other party look down on us. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and said slowly. Then he continued, have Setsuna and the others made any moves? Uchiha Setsuna is the leader of the Hawk faction in the Uchiha clan, and he is determined to take revenge on the Senju clan and other ninja clans in Konoha. The neutral faction headed by Uchiha Fugaku just wants to restore the glory of the Uchiha and let the Uchiha people ascend to the position of Hokage. Before, the goals of both parties were the same. But now, Uchiha Fugaku's move to recruit the outsider Santang, Xuanfeng, has been fiercely opposed by Setsuna, so that the two sides have now parted ways. When the clan meeting was held earlier, because Setsuna was on a mission outside, Setsuna's clan did not object too much at the clan meeting. When Setsuna returned, these people began to jump out to stop him, which gave Fugaku a headache. Don't worry, they don't know what happened today. Only you, me, and Yashiro know about this matter. Inaori answered behind Fugaku. Hearing this, Fugaku stopped asking questions and waited patiently. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes on time. In front of him, Zinfan's figure quietly appeared, looked around, and disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone? The other party is really cautious. Uchiha Fugaku saw Zinfan's behavior and narrowed his eyes. The next moment, Zinfan appeared again and sat on the futon opposite Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Zinfan sat cross-legged on the futon, his right elbow resting on his knee, his palm supporting his chin, his Sharingan slowly emerging from his eyes, looking at Fugaku and saying. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head and stared closely at Zinfan's eyes behind his mask. He really has the Uchiha bloodline. When Uchiha Fugaku saw that Zinfan could actively open his Sharingan, his pupils shrank. Uchiha Inayari behind Fugaku also watched carefully, and was directly shocked, and then ecstatic. Inayari was about to speak excitedly, but suddenly found that Xuanfeng Santang looked at him, and then he fell into the illusion, his whole body trembling violently, but he couldn't move. The art of hanging. Uchiha Inayari took a breath. He didn't expect the other party to actually take action directly, and he could also make himself who opened the 3 Megatama be hit instantly. This man's Sharingan illusion is so strong. Seeing that Xuanfeng Santang only took a glance and made Inayari, who also had 3 Megatama, fall into the illusion, Fugaku was directly shocked. At the same time, he once again confirmed that Xuanfeng Santang really had the blood of the Uchiha clan. I said in the letter that I only met with Chief Fugaku. Everyone else, please disappear. Seeing that Inahiro had been freed from the illusion with the help of Fugaku, Nobukaze spoke coldly. Mr. Santang, please forgive me. This is my negligence. Uchiha Fugaku apologized repeatedly and asked Inayari to leave quickly. Okay, the strangers have left. If you have anything to say, just say it directly, Chief Fugaku. Seeing Uchiha Inahiro leave, Zinfan stretched out his body and lay on the tatami with his right hand supporting his head. He had been busy all day today, and it would be a lie to say that he was not tired. Mr. Santang can open and close the Sharingan automatically, so he must have the blood of the Uchiha clan. So I would like to ask Mr. Santang to return to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I do have the blood of the Uchiha clan in me. Zinfan said this, and then in Fuyu's hopeful eyes, he opened his mouth and poured a bucket of cold water on him. But why should I go back to Uchiha? What can Uchiha bring to me? Strength? Fame? Wealth? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly found that the arguments he had prepared before seemed to be useless, because he really had nothing that could impress the other party. Strength? The other party was a strong man who could break the leg of the demigod Hanzo, and the Sharingan illusion he just displayed was very powerful. Fame? The name of Xuanfeng Santang has spread throughout the ninja world, and no matter where he goes, he has a place. Wealth? The reward offered by the Cloud Ninja Village to recruit the other party, even Fugaku was a little jealous. Since these can't impress the other party, does Uchiha Fugaku have to move the glory of the Uchiha in the past to impress the other party? However, the other party could say such words. Obviously he did not take the Uchiha clan seriously. How could Fugaku impress the other party with such illusory things? This person really killed the topic with just one sentence. Thinking of this, Fugaku fell silent, thinking quickly about what he could do to impress the other party. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku had nothing to say, Zinfan didn't care and continued to stare at the other party. Now Fugaku was begging him, and the initiative was in his hands. Moreover, Zinfan also wanted to see what Fugaku could come up with to convince him. Of course, if the other party dared to make empty promises for him and treated him as a fool, Zinfan would not mind giving Fugaku a big blow. I wonder what Mr. Santang wants in order to return to Uchiha. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku decided to find out what Zinfan wanted first, and then make a long-term plan. Zinfan was speechless when he heard Fugaku's words, thinking, I want a saber, can you give it to me? The question is not what I want, it's about what you can and are willing to give. Uchiha Fugaku was instantly furious when he heard this. The 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zinfan and said coldly, Your Excellency, please be careful with your words. Although Fugaku knew that he was no match for Zinfan, he was still the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and was not someone who would allow others to insult him without any ability to fight back. I'm just giving you an example. Zinfan spread his hands indifferently, and then continued, Look, Mikato, you don't want to give it, which means that what I just said is correct. Uchiha Fugaku saw that the other party was still talking about his wife, and the veins on his forehead jumped violently, and he immediately wanted to rush up and cut the other party into pieces. However, as the head of the Uchiha clan, he still has the cunning to do what he should do, especially now that he needs the other party. Please stop saying things that can lead to misunderstandings. Fugaku took a few deep breaths, looked at Zinfan and said slowly, Tisk tisk, you can tolerate this, no wonder you didn't have the heart to resist when Uchiha Itachi came to kill you. Let the entire Uchiha clan be ruined by the 2 psychopaths, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shanji. The Uchiha clan is really unlucky to have you, your son, that Shanji and Uchiha Madara. After making up a few words about Fugaku in his mind, Zinfan said, I was just giving an example. If it makes Patriarch Fuji Kage uncomfortable, I'm very sorry. After saying that, Zinfin stretched out his hand and scratched his ear, without any sense of apology. This is a list of ninjutsu and ninja tools owned by the Uchiha clan. Mr. Santang, just pick whatever you like. Uchiha Fugaku ignored Zinfin's actions and placed 2 scrolls on the coffee table. Although he thought Zinfin might not like these, he was still prepared to make a final effort. Tisk, why are they all ordinary ninjutsu? Only the transcription seal is somewhat useful, and there is no skill of Mangekyo at all. It seems that when Uchiha Madara left, he had already taken away all the scrolls about Mangekyo and advanced secret techniques of Uchiha such as Izanagi. No wonder the Uchiha got worse and worse later, and they didn't even know about the Mangekyo. In the end, they were directly exterminated by the filial son and the second brother who opened the Mangekyo. Zinfin frowned and looked at the list of scrolls in front of him, trying to find something useful for him. After searching for a long time, Zinfin finally found the 2 things he wanted. One is a ninjutsu scroll of transcription seal, and the other is a kusanagi sword. If Chief Fugaku gives me the scroll of the seal and this kusanagi sword, I will tell the chief of the Fugaku clan a secret about the Sharingan. Handing the 2 scroll lists to Fugaku, Zinfin started a deal. Judging from his previous test and the scroll lists Fugaku gave him, Zinfin was very sure that Uchiha Fugaku did not open the Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise he would not be so tolerant of him. Moreover, the original work did not explain that Danzo or Shinobi had obtained Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, and Uchiha Itaka's eyes were not the eternal Mangekyo, which also indirectly confirmed Zinfin's guess. The secret of the Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and looked at Zinfin, and suddenly felt a little absurd. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, how could he not know what secrets the Sharingan held? Do I need you, an Uchiha left behind, to tell me? Chief Fugaku, don't you want to know why I am so strong? It is said that not long after Konoha was established, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, left Konoha with many secret manuals. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku didn't believe it, Zinfin directly threw a big bomb, using Uchiha Madara's tiger skin as a banner. His 2 sentences were incoherent, but Zinfin believed that Uchiha Fugaku would be able to make up what he believed in. What did you say? Sure enough, after hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Zinfin in disbelief. When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he took away many Uchiha's advanced ninjutsu secrets, which directly led to the interruption of the Uchiha clan's inheritance. This secret is something that even the current Konoha high-level officials do not know, and only the Uchiha clan leaders of each generation know about it. And Santang in front of him can know this, and then think of the shackle technique that the other party just used. That means the other party is very likely to be the bloodline left by Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the other party is very likely to have those Uchiha advanced secret scrolls left by Madara. The opportunity to restore the glory of Uchiha is right in front of us. Thinking of this, even with Uchiha Fugaku's scheming, he couldn't help but start to breathe quickly. Seeing that the fish has been hooked, Zinfin didn't keep it a secret, and looked at Fugaku and continued to speak. After opening the 3 Megatama, the Sharingan can evolve again. If the chief of the Fugaku clan could possess this kind of Sharingan, it would not be difficult for him to ascend to the position of Hokage and rule Konoha. Is there really another kind of eye above the 3 Megatama? Hearing what Zinfin said, Fugaku instantly confirmed that his previous guess was correct. He had guessed a long time ago whether there was another kind of eye above the 3 Megatama. However, after the clan's ninjutsu information was taken away by Madara, Fugaku could not find any information to confirm his guess. When he heard Zinfin's affirmation, he immediately believed what he said. What are those eyes called? Fugaku suppressed his excitement and asked. Zinfin didn't say anything when he heard it, but just smiled and looked at Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, then immediately remembered what the other party had just said, bowed to Zinfin, and said, Mr. Santang, please wait a moment. After that, Uchiha Fugaku left the room. A few minutes later, Uchiha Fugaku returned to the room with a kusanagi sword in his right hand and a scroll in his left hand, and handed the 2 things to Zinfin. Zinfin put the 2 things away without checking. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku kindly reminded Mr. Santang, don't you check it? Things like ninjutsu scrolls are the easiest to fake, so other people will check them when trading. Zinfin glanced at Fugaku and said lightly, you are in Konoha, it is actually very easy to find you. Hearing this, Fugaku's breath was choked. Zinfin's meaning is very simple, that is, if Uchiha dares to deceive him, the other party will never let it go. After putting away the things, Zinfin continued, above the 3 Magatama Sharingan, there is another kind of eye, called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku clenched his 5 fingers tightly and listened patiently to what Zinfin said. Zinfin touched his left eye and continued, the Mangekyo Sharingan not only has a terrifying ability in each eye, but also can gain a powerful force that can resist the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna have both obtained this power. This is also the reason why they can control the tailed beasts and compete with Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju at the same time. As soon as the voice fell, Zinfin pretended to cover his right eye casually, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his left eye looked at Fugaku and spun rapidly. This, Uchiha Fugaku stared at Zinfan's left eye in disbelief. Hearing Fugaku's shocking words, Zinfan closed the Kamui Mangekyo in his left eye and nodded. How can I open the kaleidoscope? Fugaku asked nervously. This is another deal. Zinfan glanced at the other party and continued, I can find a way to help Chief Fugaku open the Mangekyo. The premise is that you need to exchange chips that can impress me, I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded after hearing this. He was going to try to open the Mangekyo first. If it didn't work, he would find the other party to trade. The main reason was that Fugaku didn't know what to use to impress the other party. When you decide to find me, destroy the Flying Thunder God mark on this piece of paper, and I will come here to see you. Zinfan handed Fugaku a note. Zinfan can now sense the Flying Thunder God mark within a 10-kilometer range around him. When the Flying Thunder God mark disappears, he will naturally be able to sense it. Notifying him in this way is both convenient and fast, as well as secret and safe. By the way, you are not allowed to mention what happened here to anyone. As soon as the voice fell, Zinfan's figure disappeared on the spot. Helping Uchiha Fugaku to open the Mangekyo is to maximize the benefits. At present, among the entire Uchiha clan, the clan leader Fugaku is the most likely to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Uchiha Fugaku successfully opens the Mangekyo, it will be the day when Zinfan takes the opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan and takes charge of the Uchiha. Each Mangekyo Sharingan contains a powerful ability. For Zinfan who wants to explore Kagaya's mind, the more Mangekyo Sharinans you have, the better. If you can get a bug ability like Kamui, it would be even better. Uchiha clan land. After Zinfan left, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists hard, feeling excited. Mangekyo Sharingan. No matter what, he must open the Mangekyo Sharingan. With such determination, Uchiha Fugaku spent more than 10 minutes calming down before opening the door and walking out. Master Fugaku, has that person left? As soon as Fugaku opened the door, Uchiha Inayari hurried to the door and looked inside carefully. He was killed instantly by Xuanfeng Santang just now, which made Uchiha Inayari still a little frightened. He was obviously a jonin in the Uchiha clan who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, so how could he be killed instantly in front of Xuanfeng Santang? Uchiha Inayari thought with some distress. Master Fugaku, the 3rd Hokage wants you to go to the Hokage's office. Uchiha Yashiro hurriedly came to Fugaku and said, did the 3rd generation say what it was about? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and looked at the 8th generation, and asked coldly. Because he was preparing to study how to open the Mangekyo, Fugaku didn't want to be disturbed by other things. Upon hearing this, Uchiha 8th generation hurriedly explained, I heard that a few days ago, Xuanfeng Santang had a fight with the 4th Mizukage in the Land of Water. The 4th Mizukage suffered a great loss. Not only was his right leg injured by the explosion, but his summoned beast was also killed. So he wrote a letter to Konoha to ask if the twin phoenix Tripitaka was a member of Konoha. Because he saw a pair of Sharingan in Santang's eyes, Double Phoenix Santang actually injured the 4th Mizukage again, and escaped unscathed? Uchiha Inahiro heard what the 8th generation said, and then thought of the intact appearance of Double Phoenix Santang just now, and was suddenly surprised and speechless. You said that the twin phoenix Tripitaka injured the 4th Mizukage. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing next to him, opened his eyes wide when he heard this, and looked at Uchiha Yashiro in disbelief. Seeing Uchiha Yashiro nodded very confidently, Uchiha Fugaku took a breath and clenched his teeth. If the twin phoenix Tripitaka defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, it could be said that it was because Hanzo was old and weak and his strength was no longer as good as before. But injuring the 4th Mizukage and retreating calmly was a real record of defeating a cage-level strongman. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? This is what the twin phoenix Tripitaka said, being able to compete with the tailed beasts, being able to the power to contend with the Senju brothers? Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, and he became more and more eager to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. He must open the Mangekyo Sharingan no matter what. Even if it costs him a huge price, he would not hesitate. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. If I can't find a way within 2 weeks, I will find a way to meet that person's request and let him open it for me. Uchiha Fugaku thought impatiently in his heart. You wait for me here. Having made up his mind, Uchiha Fugaku left the underground secret room and quickly went to the Hokage's office. Sir, the 3rd Hokage. After knocking on the door and entering the office, Uchiha Fugaku bowed and greeted the 3rd Hokage. The chief of the Fugaku clan is here. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said, putting down the letter in his hand this time, I want to ask the chief of the Fugaku clan whether the Uchiha clan has any other Sharingan missing. Because the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village, Karatachi Yagura, clearly mentioned in the letter that the twin phoenix Santang has 2 Sharinans, the 3rd Hokage wanted to find Fugaku to find out the situation. No one in the Uchiha clan has lost their Sharingan, but so far, there is still one member of the clan, Uchiha Fujin, who is out on a covert investigation mission and has not returned. Uchiha Fugaku answered truthfully. These are things that can be found, and there is no point in him hiding them. It seems that he is in great danger. The third Hokage whispered. Although most of the techniques used by the twin Phoenix Santang were Konoha's ninjutsu, the third Hokage would not think that the other party was from Konoha. Otherwise, the twin Phoenix Santang would not choose to snatch Kakashi's 3 Magatama Sharingan. Although the third Hokage's voice was low, Uchiha Fugaku still heard it. He narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He had just made up his mind that he must not let the third Hokage know that the twin Phoenix Santang had the Uchiha bloodline. Click! Shimura Danzo opened the door and entered the office. He glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, looked at the third Hokage and said, Hiruzen, why did you call me here? Patriarch Fugaku, please go back first. Seeing Danzo coming, the third Hokage smiled and said to Fugaku with that, Fugaku said goodbye. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and left the Hokage's office. Back to the Uchiha clan, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be back. When he got home, Fugaku told Uchiha Mikato who was making dinner. Okay, I understand. Uchiha Mikato turned around and smiled at Fugaku, and continued to concentrate on cooking. Not long after Fugaku left the office, 2 more people walked in from the door. They were Mitamonen and Utane Koharu. You guys take a look at this first. Seeing everyone present, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the letter from the 4th Mizukage in front of the 3 people. This is a letter from the 4th Mizukage Karatachi Yagura. Mito Kato and took the letter, took a look at it, and suddenly spoke in astonishment. Hiruzen, is this true? The 4th Mizukage of the Blood Mist Village was actually injured by the twin Phoenix Tripitaka. The news that the twin Phoenix Tripitaka defeated Hanzo had spread throughout the ninja world, and Mitamonen had also heard about it. However, he still didn't expect that the other party would go to the Mist Village to cause trouble again and injure the 4th Mizukage. What did you say? Koharu Utane next to him was startled, took the letter from Mito Kato and checked it carefully. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karadagi, was young and brutal. He single-handedly started the Blood Mist Village policy of the Mist Village. His water mirror technique was even more famous in the ninja world. He was not so easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes. The bounty ninja Shuangfeng Santang, who defeated Sancho Hanzo and injured the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karadagi, seemed to be very powerful. If he could get him to work for him, then it would be just around the corner for me to become Hokage. Thinking of this, Danzo took the letter from Koharu Utane and began to check it slowly. Danzo, who had obtained Shisui Koda Amatsukami, was confident that he could take down Shuangfeng Santang in one fell swoop under the sneak attack of his Inagi. The 4th Mizukage said in the letter that the target of the twin Phoenix Tripitaka is the 3-tailed fox. In order to prevent this person from targeting the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Danzo, have your root investigate this person closely. The third Hokage gave the order after seeing Danzo finish reading the letter. The third Hokage could still ignore the existence of the twin Phoenix Sanzo, but if he targeted the tailed beast, he would not be able to ignore it. Because the 9 tails is in Naruto's body, and Naruto is the orphan of the 4th Hokage, there must be no mistakes. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hiruzen, place the 9 tails Jinchuriki at the root, I can guarantee his loyalty and safety. The third Hokage heard this, his face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, I have already answered your question about this matter, so don't let your wishful thinking continue. Naruto is the orphan of the 4th Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knows Danzo well, will never let him join the root. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo tapped the ground with his cane. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's face fell and he shouted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. With a cold snort, Shimura Danzo turned and left him. The third Hokage also snorted coldly and sat on the Hokage's seat. Mitaman Yan. Koharu Utatan. Seeing the Sandai and Danzo start their daily quarrel again, Mitomano N and Utatan Koharu were both speechless. After Danzo left, the Sandai Hokage looked at Mitomano N and Utatan Koharu and spoke, Now, other villages think that Shuangfeng Santang is from Konoha, and they are more hostile to us. However, I have also investigated in Konoha village during this period, and there are no suspicious people at all, and Uchiha Itaka did not find any suspicious people in the Uchiha clan. So I'm going to write a letter to tell other ninja villages about Kakashi losing his Sharingan. What do you think? The third Hokage hoped that Shuangfeng Santang was really from Konoha. Unfortunately, he was not, so the third Hokage did not want to take the blame. Shuangfeng Santang's troublemaking personality will definitely cause a big mess in the future. This pot cannot be taken by chance. Mitaman An and Utane Koharu looked at each other and nodded at the same time. I agree. In that case, then it is settled. The third Hokage nodded, and then continued, in addition, I plan to send someone to the black market to investigate the information about Shuangfeng Santang. Mitaman An and Utane Koharu heard this and asked, Who are you going to send? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and slowly said, Uchiha Itaka. Uchiha Itaka possesses the will of fire, is absolutely loyal to Konoha, is very powerful, and has a high IQ. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he is the perfect person to investigate the theft of the Sharingan. I agree. Midaman N and Utane Kohara nodded at the same time. They also felt that Uchiha Itachi was the most suitable candidate, and since he was a member of the Uchiha clan, they didn't feel bad about using him. Land of Lightning, Kumagakure. In the intelligence office, Samui, the intelligence team leader of Kumagakure, looked at the intelligence in front of her and frowned slightly. She picked up the intelligence and letter in her hand, walked out of the room and went to the Raikage's office. Samui, what's up? Mabi, who was wearing a short skirt and a suit, was just coming out of the Raikage's office. Seeing Samui coming over, she asked this as the information sent back by the undercover agent of the Mist Village, saying that the three tails of the Mist Village has been resurrected and implanted into his body by the fourth Mizukage. In addition, this is a letter from the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, Karatachi Yagura. Sam handed the two things in his hand to Mabi and said lightly, a letter from the fourth Mizukage. Ma Baiai took the letter curiously and opened it casually. The Land of Water has been implementing a closed policy for many years and has never communicated with the outside world. Now they are actually writing to the Cloud Village. It's really strange. No way the fourth Mizukage was actually injured by the twin phoenix Tripitaka. After reading the contents of the letter, Ma Baiai was stunned. Osamui nodded. She was a little surprised that Xuanfeng Santang could beat the fourth Mizukage. Come with me. Mabaiai came to his senses and took Samui into the Raikage's office. Lord Raikage, the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, was injured by the twin phoenix Santang. He also claimed that the target of the twin phoenix Tripitaka was the tailed beast, so we must be careful. Walking into the office, Ma Baiai quickly said to the fourth Raikage AI who was lifting dumbbells, "What did you say?" The Mizukage was injured by the twin phoenix Santang. The fourth Raikage AI was a little stunned when he heard this. Putting down the dumbbell in his hand, the fourth Raikage AI grabbed the letter in Ma Baiai's hand and read it carefully before he confirmed that this was true. Lord Raikage, this is the news sent back by our companions hiding in the Mist Village. It said that the three tails had been implanted into his body by the fourth Mizukage. After the Mizukage wrote the letter, it seems that although the twin phoenix Tripitaka defeated the fourth Mizukage, they probably didn't catch the three tails. Samui handed the information in his hand to the fourth Raikage, analyzed it calmly, and spoke lightly. The fourth Raikage took the information and looked at it, agreed with Samui's statement, then lit the information and threw it into the trash can. Lord Raikage, what should we do now? Should we continue to recruit Xuanfeng Santang? Seeing the fourth Raikage burn the information, Ma Baiai asked this brat, Goja Yagura, is vindictive and petty. He took the initiative to tell us this matter, so he definitely has no good intentions. We don't need to care about him. As for Xuanfeng Santang, at this point, the fourth Raikage pondered, not knowing what to do. Before the opponent showed obvious hostility, the fourth Raikage did not want to provoke the opponent, which would bring unnecessary trouble to the Kumagakure. However, Yagura's words did make him feel uneasy, fearing that the opponent's target was really the tailed beast. Looking up at Ma Baiai, the fourth Raikage signaled him to speak directly. Since Xuanfeng Santang is a bounty ninja, we can pay him to help our Kumagakure. We can see his strength and take the opportunity to contact him, win him over, and understand his real purpose. Ma Baiai calmly said his countermeasures, and then looked at the fourth Raikage, waiting for his decision. Samui, who was standing next to Ma Baiai, nodded repeatedly after hearing what he said. Ma Baiai's method was indeed feasible. Ma Baiai, do as you say. This matter is now in your hands. If you need anything, just ask. The fourth Raikage was very satisfied with Mabi's suggestion. He looked at him with appreciation and gave him full authority. After a pause, the fourth Raikage looked at Samui again and said, Samui, you will cooperate with Mabi on this matter. Mabi and Samui answered at the same time. Yes, Lord Raikage. Land of Earth, Uegakur. Suchikage office, Xuanfeng Santang, right. Not only did he dare to capture Hanzo's men, defeat Hanzo, but he also dared to injure the fourth Mizukage and set his sights on the three tails. How audacious. The third Suchikage Onoki was amazed at the letter written by the fourth Mizukage. He hadn't seen anyone in the ninja world who was so reckless and dared to be an enemy of the 5 major ninja villages for a long time. The last person who dared to go to war with the 5 major ninja villages, the grass on his grave is so high. Come on, get the latest bounty list from the black market. Onoki said to the person outside the door. Yes, Lord Suchikage. A voice came from outside the office door, and then it fell silent. Not long after, Onoki got the latest bounty list of the black market gold exchange. Onoki turned to the last page of the bounty list and saw the name of Xuanfeng Santang and the portrait of the masked man. Xuanfeng Sanzang, Bounty Ninja Bounty, 58 million Ryo. Looking at the bounty on the list, Onoki chuckled. 50 million Ryo, this is already the bounty for a cage-level warrior. For example, Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, only has a bounty of 51 million Ryo. But in Onoki's opinion, this bounty is a bit low. For someone who can defeat Hanzo of the Salamander, and then defeat the 4th Mizukage, and who also masters Flying Thunder God and a large number of Konoha secrets, even 80 million Ryo is appropriate. The 4th Mizukage is really quick. The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki didn't even need to guess. He knew that this was the bounty posted on the black market by the vengeful little kid of the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village. Most of the people on the black market exchange list are ninjas and rebels from various ninja villages, and the people who posted the bounty are naturally ninjas and daimyos from various ninja villages. At the same time, the 5 major ninja villages basically have people who are specifically responsible for black market bounties, and they are used to post some tasks that are difficult for them to do. For example, assassinating the Jonin and elite Jonin of the enemy ninja village, and collecting some useful intelligence Chuanfang Santang. You'd better not appear in the land of Earth, otherwise, my dust release is not a vegetarian. Onoki muttered to himself, and threw the information in his hand on the table. Even Onoki didn't want to provoke a cage-level lone wolf with Flying Thunder God, because that would mean endless trouble. In the land of Rain Village, a Rain Village ninja came to the door of the room where Hanzo was recuperating and spoke respectfully. Master Hanzo, the latest information from Konoha, it's about the Twin Phoenixes. As soon as the Rain Village ninja finished speaking, the door of the room opened silently, and the majestic voice of the salamander Hanzo came from inside. Come in. Yes. The Rain Village ninja entered the room and handed the information to the salamander Hanzo, who was lying on the bed. Twin Phoenix Tripitaka, do you really have many tricks up your sleeve? It seems that I really lost last time. This time, facing the little brat of the 4th Mizukage, you probably didn't show all your cards. The missing-legged salamander Hanzo looked at the information in his hand, his expression normal, and he talked to himself. The letter from Konoha not only explained that the Twin Phoenix Santang had nothing to do with Konoha, but also described the ninjutsu used by the Twin Phoenix Santang in the battle with the 4th Mizukage, including the spiral shuriken and the 2 giant summoning beasts. And these things were all ninjutsu that the opponent did not use in the battle between Hanzo and Twin Phoenix Santang. So although Hanzo didn't want to admit it, he still sincerely believed that the strength of Twin Phoenix Santang was already above his own salamander Hanzo. It seems that I have to hurry up and strengthen my strength. The salamander threw away the information in his hand, and lay on the bed with his eyes closed to recuperate. Only by taking good care of his body can he strengthen his strength as soon as possible. Since the battle with the Twin Phoenix Santang, the salamander Hanzo has regained his previous beliefs, changed his timid behavior in the past, began to restore his previous style of strength, and even withdrew the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization. And all of this is to defeat the Twin Phoenix Santang and avenge the previous shame. The border between the land of rain and the land of fire. The secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Pain, the salamander has called off its pursuit of us. Konan held a notice issued by the Rain Village and spoke to Tendo Pain standing in front of the window with a complicated look. She knew that the root of all this came from the man named Sanzo who defeated the salamander Hanzo. It's meaningless now that I have fully mastered the power of these eyes. The death of Hanzo of the salamander is already doomed. Tendo Pain spoke slowly, his cold words revealed a strong hatred. Konan looked at Tendo Pain in front of him, pursed his lips, and stopped talking. Ever since Yahiko's death and Nagato opened the Outer Path statue, Nagato has been trying to master the power of the Samsara Eye. However, Nagato, who had no one to guide him, could only explore on his own. Coupled with the need to maintain the Outer Path statue for a long time and the inconvenience of physical movement, Nagato's progress was extremely slow. It was not until recently that he found a perfect way to use the Samsara Eye. Is there any news about the Twin Phoenix Tripitaka now? After a long while, Tendo Pain asked again. The Akatsuki organization has already started recruiting people, and Black and White Zetsu, Red Sandscorpion and Orochimaru have all joined. The Twin Phoenix Tripitaka that Konan mentioned to him last time is a good target. No. Zionin shook his head, I can't even find where he is. Tiandeo Pain heard this and said coldly, in this case, let's recruit others first. Zionin nodded and thought for a while. Then we should recruit the rebel ninja from Takigakur named Kakuzu. I heard that he has been wandering around the land of fire recently, and he seems to be looking for someone. Then let Black and White Zetsu find out his location, and I will go and recruit him myself. Boom! Crash! As soon as Tiandeo Pain finished speaking, a thunder rumbled in the gloomy clouds, and heavy rain came in an instant. Tiandeo Pain stretched his hand out of the window and caught a drop of water dripping from the eaves. The moon was high in the sky, and the breeze was blowing gently. Uchiha Fugaku stood under a big tree, listening quietly to Uchiha Fujin's report. Patriarch, this is the specific content of this undercover mission. Uchiha Fujin, who was on a mission, came to Uchiha Fugaku, spoke respectfully, and explained his ongoing mission to Fugaku in detail, including the situation of his 2 teammates. Uchiha Fugaku turned around and looked at the Uchiha clan member in front of him, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. In order to prevent Konoha from doing something bad to Uchiha, the Uchiha clan members would report the specific content of the mission to the clan leader before carrying out the mission, and reply with ninja crows at regular intervals, and Uchiha Fujin in front of him was naturally the same. It was precisely because of this that Fugaku was able to find Uchiha Fujin, and then use the Uchiha's secret contact method to notify the other party. Fortunately, the location where the other party was doing the undercover mission was not too far from Konoha. Fugaku accelerated his journey and could return to Konoha in one day and one night. Under the cover of Inairi and Yashiro, he would not be noticed by Konoha. Swish! A flash of light in Uchiha Fugaku's hand flashed across Uchiha Fujin's neck and instantly cut his throat. Patriarch! Uchiha Fujin covered his bleeding neck and looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who attacked him in disbelief, then fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. Sorry, this is all for Uchiha. Fugaku muttered to himself as he dug out the Sharingan from Uchiha Fujin's eyes, and the Sharingan in his eyes became more and more scarlet. The third generation already knew that there were 2 Sharinans in Xuanfang Santang's eyes, and Konoha only lost 1 Sharingan of Kakashi. In order to prevent the third generation from guessing that Xuanfang Santang had Uchiha blood and suspecting Uchiha, which would affect his plan, Fugaku had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Using fire escape to destroy Uchiha Fujin's body, Fugaku used the transformation technique to transform into Fujin's appearance and ran away again. The Konoha ninjas who came with Fujin to do the mission also needed him to personally deal with them and then put the blame on other ninja villages, while Uchiha Fugaku was taking action. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, messy hair, and looking a little neurotic, Uchiha Izumi also took advantage of the night to squat in the Uchiha clan territory, looking for an opportunity to attack, in order to be able to save her family and the Uchiha clan. At this time, she had made up her mind and was ready to kidnap a high-ranking Uchiha according to the request of Senior Santang. The only ones who can be considered high-level in Uchiha are the leaders and elders of each faction. They are Uchiha Fugaku of the neutral faction, Uchiha Setsuna of the Hawk faction, Uchiha Fumiaki of the Dove faction, and 2 other Uchiha elders. However, these people are all veteran elite jonin of Uchiha, and it is impossible for Uchiha Izumi to take them down. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi is not familiar with these people, so even if she wants to attack them at close range, she has no chance. In the end, Uchiha Izumi can only set her sights on Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikato. Uchiha Mikato is the wife of the clan leader and the mother of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, she is also one of the high-level people of the Uchiha clan, and I don't know what the reason is. Tonight, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itaka did not go home, leaving only Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Suzuki. This gave Uchiha Izumi an opportunity. Do it, don't do it, do it, don't do it. Uchiha Izumi held a wildflower in his hand, pulling the petals nervously, muttering something. Don't do it. Looking at the wildflower with only 1 petal left in her hand, Uchiha Izumi was stunned for a moment, then grabbed another one and continued counting. She felt that the flower she had just stepped on could not be counted. Do it. Looking at the flower with only 1 petal left in her hand, Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up. At her feet, there were already more than a dozen bare wildflowers and countless petals. As Uchiha Izumi kept coming back, the flowers in the grass beside her were almost destroyed by her, leaving only a lonely flower there, swaying gently in the night breeze. This is all God's will. Uchiha Izumi muttered to herself, took out the samurai sword behind her, instantly climbed over the wall, rushed into Uchiha Fugaku's house, and ran directly to Suzuki's room. She planned to use Suzuki to threaten Uchiha Mikato so that the other party would obey. Because of her past relationship with Itaka, she had been to Fugaku's house several times and was very familiar with the layout of the courtyard. Wow! Uchiha Izumi shuttled through Fugaku's house with ease, and soon came to the door of Suzuki's room and opened the door forcefully. Sister Kwan. Little Suzuki was awakened by the sound of the door opening. He was still half asleep and subconsciously called Uchiha Izumi, used the scabbard to knock Suzuki unconscious. Izumi, what are you doing? Uchiha Mikato, wearing pajamas, appeared at the door of Suzuki's room, and stood there in a daze watching Uchiha Izumi's actions. Uchiha Mikato was also a Uchiha Jonin who had opened the 3 Megatama. She was naturally startled by the sound of Izumi opening the door just now. She came to check immediately after hearing the noise, but she didn't expect that the intruder was actually Uchiha Izumi. In her heart, Uchiha Izumi was her future daughter-in-law. Madam, if you don't want Suzuki to make any mistakes, you'd better surrender now. Throwing a rope at Mikato's feet, Uchiha Izumi put the samurai sword on Suzuki's neck, opened his eyes wide, and threatened Uchiha Mikato viciously. Izumi, what happened? Why did you do this? Is it because of Itaka? Looking at Uchiha Izumi, whose hair was messy, his face was agitated, and his mental state was very unstable, Uchiha Mikato asked with concern. As the wife of the head of the Uchiha clan, she was accustomed to the occasional neurosis of the Uchiha clan. It has nothing to do with Uchiha Itaka, ma'am, you'd better do as I say, I'm not kidding. After saying that, Uchiha Izumi used the samurai sword in his hand to cut a shallow wound on Suzuki's neck. Good, don't get excited, I'll do what you say. Izumi, don't hurt Suzuki. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's actions, Mikato immediately compromised, fearing that the now somewhat neurotic Uchiha Izumi would not know how to control the severity of the blow. After Mikato tied her hands and feet, Uchiha Izumi took Suzuki and came behind him, and directly knocked Uchiha Mikato unconscious with the scabbard. Seeing the gentle and virtuous Uchiha Mikato fall at his feet, Uchiha Izumi covered his face in pain, and the scarlet Sharingan in his eyes became even scarleter. Sorry, this is all for Uchiha. After throwing the unconscious Suzuki on the bed, Uchiha Izumi looked at Mikato on the ground and muttered something. Then, she wrapped the unconscious Mikato with a bedsheet, picked her up, and quickly headed for the Konoha forest. Fortunately, after the Nine Tails rebellion, the Uchiha clan moved their clan to the edge of Konoha village, very close to the Konoha forest. At this time, Uchiha Izumi was holding Uchiha Mikato and running wildly, but was not discovered by others. On the other side, Zinfan was looking at the transcription seal scroll in his hand in his cabin. Suddenly, he realized that his Flying Thunder Godmark had been destroyed. Uchiha Izumi. After burning the note, Uchiha Izumi walked back and forth in front of Mikato, who was wrapped tightly in a bedsheet and completely unconscious, biting her nails, looking anxious. She was afraid that Santang Senpai would stand her up, and she was also afraid that he was deceiving her. Now that Uchiha Mikato had been kidnapped by her, things had come to this point, and Uchiha Izumi had no way back. If he dared to lie to me, I would kill him and then commit suicide. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi looked up and glanced around from time to time, hoping to see the figure of his senior. More than 10 minutes passed. Senior, you are not lying to me, are you? After taking a look at Uchiha Mikato wrapped in the bedsheet, Uchiha Izumi's face turned pale. Uchiha Izumi, who had been waiting for Zinfan for a long time, could not help but feel panic. In the shadow of the forest next to him, Zinfan had been secretly observing Uchiha Izumi. After coming here, he did not appear immediately, just to make Uchiha Izumi fall into restlessness and desperate fear. In this case, when Zinfan appeared, Uchiha Izumi seemed to see hope and would hold on to him tightly. Moreover, it takes extreme emotions to open the Mangekyo, and it also takes emotional UPS and downs to increase the power of the Sharingan. In just over 10 minutes, Zinfan could feel that the power of Uchiha Izumi's eyes had doubled. This is another reason why Zinfan was reluctant to go out. Izumi. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi was about to collapse, Zinfan appeared at the right time and called out to him. Zinfan's voice sounded like the sound of heaven to Uchiha Izumi, who was about to collapse. It made her shudder and her whole body went numb. Senior. Uchiha Izumi suddenly turned around, ran towards Zinfan excitedly, and held his hand tightly. When he felt the warmth from Zinfan's hand, the fear and despair in Uchiha Izumi's heart finally dissipated. Senior really didn't lie to me. Uchiha Izumi thought excitedly in his heart, how long have you not slept? Looking at Uchiha Izumi's dark circles and messy hair, Zinfan frowned slightly. It must be said that this Uchiha Izumi is really an orthodox Uchiha clan. 3 days, no, it seems like 4 days. Uchiha Izumi said blankly, I am very satisfied with what you have done. This is a reward for you. Zinfan took off the mask on his head and showed his face of Shuangfeng Santang in front of Uchiha Quan. Seeing Zinfan taking off the mask, Uchiha Quan was excited, his heart was beating wildly, and he was looking forward to it. White hair, red eyes, fair skin, clear lines. After seeing Zinfan's cold and handsome face clearly, Uchiha Quan was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Uchiha Quan had always thought that Shuangfeng Santang was an adult in his 30s or 40s, but unexpectedly, he was a handsome young man who was not much older than her. Senior is so handsome. Uchiha Quan thought so and fell back straight. She hadn't slept for 4 or 5 days, and her mood was UPS and downs. At this time, she suddenly relaxed and couldn't bear it, and she fainted. Although I know I am handsome, but you're exaggerating. Do you have the same physique as Hinata? Zinfan hugged the unconscious Uchiha Izumi and was stunned for a moment. It is said that when the superstar Mai Tianwang appears on stage, fans will faint. Zinfan did not expect that he would also receive such treatment. He put Uchiha Izumi aside to rest with a bit of laughter and tears. Zinfan came to the Uchiha high-ranking official who was kidnapped by Uchiha Izumi and curiously uncovered the bedsheet on him. Because the other party was wrapped in a bedsheet by Uchiha Izumi, Zinfan did not know who the other party was. As soon as he uncovered the head of the human-shaped bedsheet, Zinfan saw a pair of 3 open eyes. Megatama Sharinan. Illusion Jaghang Technique. Uchiha Mikato had actually woken up a long time ago, and heard the conversation between Uchiha Izumi and Nobukaze, but she had not moved, just for this moment of sneak attack. After a long period of patience, she finally got a chance to escape. However, Uchiha Mikato found that the scenery around her changed, and her body seemed to be nailed into a wedge, unable to move. This is the magic mirror of heaven and earth. He was able to bounce back the illusion I cast on him. To me, he is also a member of Uchiha. Uchiha Mikato thought in horror. Looking at Uchiha Mikato, who was trapped in the illusion and unable to move, Zinfin stretched out his hand and pinched her pretty face to remove her illusion. Are you also from Uchiha? Uchiha Mikato woke up, looking at the Sharingan in Zinfin's eyes with a pale face, and her body trembled slightly. The feeling of being shackled by the shackles was not pleasant. Madam, it seems that you don't know your current situation. Zinfin stroked the other's voluptuous face and chuckled. I didn't expect that Uchiha Izumi actually kidnapped Uchiha Itaka's mother, Uchiha Mikato. Is this a case of love turning into hate, and hating the whole family? Zinfin thought with some evil taste in his heart. In addition, why could Uchiha Izumi kidnap Uchiha Mikato so easily? Where did Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itake go? Uchiha Mikato endured the other party's frivolity and was about to resist when she found that the other party withdrew his hand and looked at her curiously. What do you want to do? Uchiha Mikato looked at the person in front of her and gritted her teeth. If Madam can treat what just happened as if it didn't happen, I will let Madam go back. What do you think? Zinfin sat next to Mikato and said with a smile. Uchiha Mikato was just over 30 years old at this time, and after years of ninja training, she looked as if she was in her 20s. The dignified and virtuous temperament of the other party made Zinfin feel itchy. However, the most important thing is the other party's identity. The other party is the mother of Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki. If Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku open the Mangekyo, and then merge with Itaki or Suzuki's Mangekyo, then Zinfin will have 2 more pairs of eternal Mangekyo. At that time, Zinfin will have more means to deal with the Itsutsuki clan. People like Itsutsuki Kamashiki and Itsutsuki Momoshiki have high martial arts value and strange abilities, so Zinfin must make more plans. Really? Uchiha Mikato's eyes lit up when she heard that. Zinfin looked at Mikato and smiled. What I, Shuangfeng Santang, said is of course true. Shuangfeng Santang. The young man in front of Uchiha Mikato opened his mouth slightly, in disbelief. I'm afraid I heard it wrong. The man in front of me looks only in his 20s. How could he be the Shuangfeng Santang who was famous in the ninja world recently? Zinfin chuckled when he heard it, took Mikato's right hand, and carved an orchid mark on the back of her hand. Uchiha Mikato looked at the mark on her hand, her face changed drastically, and she screamed. She was the mother of the Uchiha clan, how could such a thing appear on her hand? Moreover, how could she explain this to Fugaku when she returned? Isn't this proving to you that I am Shuangfeng Santang? This is the Flying Thunder God mark. If you dare to tell others what just happened when you go back, I will take Suzuki away myself. Zinfin looked at Mikato's pale face and spoke calmly. If you want Mikato to awaken the Mangekyo, you must first make her obey you. Is Quan also controlled by you like this? Hearing Zinfin threaten herself with Suzuki, Uchiha Mikato pursed her lips. That's not the case. She volunteered to save the Uchiha. Touching his chin, Zinfin wondered if he should get a tongue trouble rooting seal or something like that. Save Uchiha? What do you mean? Mikato blinked, looking at Uchiha Izumi sleeping in the distance, a little puzzled. Madam, as the mother of the Uchiha clan, you should be well aware that the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has been irreconcilable since the Nine Tails Rebellion. In this situation, your husband is still planning a rebellion, which is simply seeking death. Don't say you know nothing about these things. After looking at Mikato, Zinfin continued without waiting for her to speak. Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Take Uchiha Izumi back with you, take good care of her and keep it a secret, otherwise. After saying that, Zinfin raised his left hand, condensed chakra, and instantly formed a blue Raiznan, which then changed color and transformed into a white wind-style Raizen Shuriken. Looking at the wind-style Raizen Shuriken transformed from the Raiznan in Zinfin's hand, Mikado finally confirmed that the other party was really the Shuangfeng Santang. As the mother of the Uchiha clan, she naturally heard of Zinfin's recent reputation. Since the other party let her go so easily, he must have the confidence to do so. If she really dared to leak it out at that time, the other party would definitely come to kill her, and she still had the other party's Flying Thunder God mark on her body. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mikato felt cold all over. Then, Zinfin's next sentence directly broke through Mikado's psychological defense. By the way, I have already carved the Flying Thunder God mark on Suzuki, you know what I mean. After canceling the spiral shuriken in his hand, Zinfin spoke casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As the protagonists, Naruto and Suzuki have naturally paid attention to the two of them. I promise you, I will take good care of Quan, and I will never tell anyone else what happened tonight. Hearing Zinfin's words, Uchiha Mikato's face turned pale, and she promised that's the best. Zinfin stretched and prepared to leave. With this first step of contact, he would have plenty of time to slowly break through the opponent's defense until Mikato was completely devoted to him and loyal to him, etc. Seeing Zinfin about to leave, Mikato hurriedly called him. Seeing Zinfin looking at her, Uchiha Mikato hurriedly said, Can you, can we go to another place? After saying that, Mikado raised the back of her hand with the Flying Thunder God mark engraved on it. The mark on the back of her hand was too obvious, which made it impossible for her to explain to Fugaku tomorrow. Good. Zinfan chuckled when he heard this, reached out and wiped off the Flying Thunder God mark on the other's hand, then pinched Mikado's ear, leaving a heart Flying Thunder God mark behind the other's ear. Uchiha Mikato breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the mark on her hand disappear, but when she saw Zinfan's action, she stiffened again and her face turned pale. Mikato looked at Zinfan and felt like she was about to cry. Now, it was even harder for her to explain. Take good care of Izumi and follow her instructions. I will help you get rid of this in a month. After saying that, Zinfan disappeared from the spot. Seeing Zinfan leave, Uchiha Mikato began to think of a way to get rid of the red heart. After seeing that she couldn't get rid of it, Mikato was sad and tears flowed from her eyes. After crying for a while, she walked to Uchiha Izumi. Looking at the sleeping Uchiha Izumi, Mikado raised her right hand angrily and wanted to slap him. However, looking at Uchiha Izumi's haggard face and messy hair, and thinking of the reason why he did this, Uchiha Mikato suddenly couldn't do it. Why? With a sigh of resignation, Uchiha Mikato picked up Uchiha Izumi and ran to her home. In the shadow of the woods, Zinfan saw all of Uchiha Mikado's actions. Seeing that the other party did not do anything out of the ordinary, he used Flying Thunder God and left. On the other side, after carrying Uchiha Izumi to the guest room, Uchiha Mikato hurried to Suzuki's side and began to examine little Suzuki's body. Sure enough, there is. Looking at the small birthmark-like mark under Suzuki's armpit, Mikato's face turned pale. Suzuki should not have such a birthmark at all. After staring at Suzuki's birthmark for a long time, Mikado, who had opened the 3 Megatama, saw 3 hidden small words on it, 2 pillars. What does 2 pillars mean? Uchiha Mikato was stunned and couldn't figure it out. After putting the unconscious Suzuki away, Mikado came to her room, holding a samurai sword, and guarded beside the sleeping Uchiha Izumi, with 1,000 thoughts in her eyes. It was not until dawn that Mikato went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Suzuki. Suzuki got up, came to Mikato who was making breakfast, and said, I think I saw Sister Kwan last night. Mikato, who was making breakfast, pursed her lips, turned to Suzuki and smiled. Suzuki must have remembered it wrong. Really? Little Suzuki muttered and went to the bathroom to wash up. After Suzuki finished his breakfast and went out to practice, Mikato came to the guest room and stayed by Uchiha Izumi's side. It was not until noon that Uchiha Izumi woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes. Senior. Blinking her eyes, Uchiha Izumi sat up suddenly and turned her head to see Uchiha Mikato staring at her. Auntie. Thinking of what she did last night, Uchiha Izumi spoke somewhat awkwardly. Seeing that Uchiha Mikato was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was the one who kidnapped Uchiha Mikato, she didn't want her to get hurt. She originally wanted to plead with Senior Xuanfeng Santang, asking him not to hurt Mikado. Unexpectedly, she fainted after seeing Senior Xuanfeng's true appearance, resulting in her not knowing what happened afterwards. However, Aunt Mikato is sitting here well now, which means that Senior obviously did not do anything to her. Senior is indeed very sensible. Uchiha Izumi was delighted when she thought of this. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi jumped up from the bed, took out the kunao from his ninja bag, and stared at Mikato with a vigilant look. The senior said that no matter who he was, he must not reveal his information. In this regard, Uchiha Izumi was ready to execute it perfectly. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi was ready to fight at the slightest disagreement, Mikato suddenly felt angry and picked up the samurai sword on the floor, wanting to teach him a lesson. What did Xuanfeng Santang tell you? Misaka suppressed her anger and stared at Izumi and asked. Uchiha Izumi shook his head and said, Senior didn't let me reveal any information about him, otherwise he would come and destroy the Uchiha clan himself. Auntie, please don't force me. Uchiha Mikato narrowed her eyes and continued to ask, does he really have Uchiha blood? Uchiha Izumi no comment. Do you want to save Uchiha? Uchiha Mikato asked another question. Uchiha Izumi nodded when he heard it. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Uchiha Mikato suddenly felt a little discouraged. As the wife of the clan leader, she was naturally aware of Konoha's hostility towards the Uchiha and the Uchiha's conspiracy to rebel. Although she also knew that the Uchiha could not succeed, she could not stop Hyugaku at all and could only let it go. Hearing Mikato's words, Uchiha Izumi pursed her lips and walked to the window. After thinking for a while, she said to Mikado, Auntie, the senior didn't do anything to you, did he? Get lost. Uchiha Mikato was furious when she heard this, and threw the samurai sword in her hand directly at Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi didn't expect Mikato to get angry suddenly, and she chopped off the flying samurai sword with a kunao, and quickly used the instant body technique to run away. What did the senior do to my aunt? Coming to the street, Uchiha Izumi thought strangely. Uchiha Mikato took a few deep breaths and walked towards the study room at home. She wanted to see if there was any way to remove the strange thing behind her ear. Otherwise, she would have to sleep in a separate room from Fugaku for the next month. Wow! As soon as Mikato walked out of the room, she saw Uchiha Fugaku open the door and walk in. "Madam, I will go to the shrine to practice this month. I will leave Itake and Suzuki in your care," Uchiha Fugaku said, and turned away again. Now that he knew about the Mangekyo Sharinan, Fugaku did not intend to delay and immediately prepared to go to the shrine to see if there was any clue to open the Mangekyo Sharinan. Okay. Uchiha Mikato looked at Fugaku's back and agreed. Although she didn't know what Fugaku was going to do, this was exactly what she wanted. The mansion of Flame City. In the pavilion, Uzumaki Eri and Uzumaki Karen, mother and daughter, were sitting at the stone table, carefully studying the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique that Zinfan had given them. Next to the two, Zinfan was lying in Yakang's arms, eating the snacks that the other party had fed her while studying the transcription seal scroll in her hand. The Uchiha clan's transcription seal can seal the jutsu into one's own or the target's eyes through the Sharinan. When the conditions are met, the seal will automatically be unlocked, and the jutsu will automatically attack the target. It is a very practical ninjutsu. Yakang smiled and handed the potato chips in his hand to Zinfan's mouth, then raised his head and glanced at Uzumaki Eri, who was studying carefully next to him. Uzumaki Eri already had a special physique, and now Zinfan used the perfect state card to replenish her chakra. All the hidden tooth marks left by her before healed by herself, her thin body became plump, her skin was white and shiny, and with her beautiful face and red hair, she was simply a rare beauty in the world. She has both the purity of a girl and the charm of a wife. She looks extremely tempting. Even Yakang, who is also a woman, can't help but want to look at her a few more times. This makes Yakang envious and alert. Yakang didn't know that this was the work of Zinfan, but just thought that this was the appearance of Uzumaki Eri after her body recovered. It was until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Uzumaki Eri got up to cook. Yakang, who didn't want Eri to be the only one in front of her, also ran to help, ready to show her virtue and cooking skills in front of Zinfan. Uzumaki Eri's change made Yakang feel a strong sense of crisis, and she also knew that Zinfan preferred virtuous wives. Xiao Xianlin also took the opportunity to run away and go to play with friends nearby. Putting the scroll in his arms, Zinfan leaned back in the chair and began to seriously think about what he would do next. The most important thing is, of course, to find a way to improve his strength, brush achievements, and then obtain various ability cards. So far, whether it is a transformation card or a perfect state card, it has brought a lot of convenience to Zinfan. However, most of the tailed beasts are now sealed in the bodies of the Jinchuriki, and these Jinchuriki are in the 5 major ninja villages in Takigakur. Although Flying Thunder God is very useful for single combat and guerrilla warfare, if you want to use it to force your way into the major villages to snatch the Jinchuriki and defeat the tailed beasts to obtain the tailed beast achievement, you must think carefully. If you can awaken the Mangekyo and have new abilities, plus Kamui and Flying Thunder God, you should be able to give it a try. And after awakening the Mangekyo, you can also use Kota Amatsukami. In the end, besides waiting for the annual card draw, should we still set our sights on the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, a bold idea came to Zinfan's mind. If defeating the tailed beasts can gain achievements, then defeating or killing the 5 kage of the 5 major ninja villages will also gain achievements. Similarly, will killing members of Akatsuki also earn you achievements? Maybe I can find a chance to give it a try. Zinfan touched his chin, thinking a lot in his mind. However, cage-level strongmen are not so easy to kill. He has to continue to strengthen his strength. His current chakra amount is still a bit small, and it can't support him to use many large-scale ninjutsu, and he may be able to train 2 helpers. In addition, he also has to find an opportunity to go to the moon and find Orochimaru, kill Itsutsuki Tonari and Kagaya Kimimaro, and obtain the opponent's blood power. In this way, he will gather the blood power of Senju, Uchiha, Take Torai and Itsutsuki, and the amount of chakra should increase a lot by then. Of course, it would be best if the card can be directly drawn to the character card of the Itsutsuki series. Now, while controlling Uchiha to obtain the Mangekyo Sharinan, master the Sage Mode of the 4th generation. At least the duration of the 4th generation Sage Mode must be extended a little bit, so that the real power can be exerted. Having made up his mind, Zinfan stood up and walked into the house. "Zinfan, it's time to eat." As soon as he stood up, Zinfan saw Yakang coming to him, grabbing his arm and pressing the 2 peaks on it. Yakang raised his chin and glanced at Uzumaki Eri, who was about to call Zinfan to eat. He ostentatiously pulled Zinfan's hand into his arms and pressed the 2 of them tightly together to show the close relationship between him and Zinfan. Uzumaki Eri saw Yakang's expression, pursed her lips, and went back to the room to set up the dishes. As for Zinfan, Uzumaki Eri did not dare to expect that the other party would look up to her, so she did not want to compete with Yakang, nor did she dare to compete with Yakang. However, when Zinfan began to teach her the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, she suddenly discovered her own value. It made her see the hope that she could follow Zinfan forever. just like an ordinary polygamous family. After Zinfan finished his meal, he went directly back to his room and continued to learn how to transcribe the sealing scroll and work hard to strengthen his strength. Uzumaki Eri and Yakang cleaned up the tableware, and then returned to their own rooms to learn the ninjutsu scrolls given to them by Zinfan. Uzumaki Eri naturally learned the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique that Zinfan taught her, and Yakang learned the various fire and wind ninjutsu that Zinfan had collected, as well as the physical techniques. Nanga Shrine. Inside the temple of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the Uchiha stone tablet in front of him and fell into deep thought. He searched the shrine for a long time, but could not find any clues about the Mangekyo Sharinan. Only on the stone tablet in front of him were there some words engraved. However, with only the 3 Magatama Sharinan, he could not view the complete information recorded on it, and naturally could not learn how to open the Mangekyo Sharinan from it. Is it really necessary to ask that Xuanfeng Santang? Uchiha Fugaku, who had no idea how to open the Mangekyo Sharinan, pinched his forehead and muttered to himself. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he did not trust Xuanfeng Santang very much, and always felt that the other party had bad intentions. However, now Uchiha Setsuna has become more radical because of his withdrawal, and has now conspired to launch a coup alone. Once Setsuna really does this, all the Uchiha will be dragged into the water by him and go to the opposite side of Konoha. At that time, Fugaku will have to join in, which is something Fugaku does not want to see for the time being. Therefore, he needs to seize the time to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, then integrate all the forces within the Uchiha clan, and then find an opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage. However, if he wants Xuanfeng Santang to help him awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, he must pay a sufficient price. What is such a price? What can he have to impress the other party? At night, in the Konoha forest, Uchiha Izumi was practicing shurikenjutsu while paying attention to the surroundings, waiting for the trade wine to appear. A figure flashed, and Zinfan instantly appeared under a big tree not far away. Senior. Sensing the appearance of Zinfan, Uchiha-kwan was slightly delighted and hurried forward. Report the Uchiha clan's dynamics. Zinfan looked at the somewhat excited girl and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi quickly told her everything that happened in the Uchiha clan today. He even told her the truth about Uchiha Fugaku going to Nanga Shrine to practice and Uchiha Itake going out on a mission and not being at home recently. Hearing this news, Zinfan immediately guessed that Uchiha Fugaku wanted to find a way to open the Mangekyo first. Unfortunately, with only the 3 Magatama Sharinan, he could not see the true information about the Mangekyo Sharinan on the Uchiha steel. Thinking of this, Zinfan stretched out his hand and pinched Uchiha Izumi's pretty face, and said with a smile, "I am very satisfied with your performance yesterday. Tell me, what do you want?" After kidnapping Mikato, Uchiha Izumi basically had no chance with Uchiha Itake. Now is the best time for him to swing the hoe. With the neuroticism and coma that Uchiha Izumi showed yesterday, which is unique to the Uchiha family, Zinfan estimated that he only needed to train her a little bit to successfully capture her and make her devoted to him. At that time, Uchiha Izumi would be an important candidate for him to control the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi's pretty face turned red instantly after being pinched on the face. After hearing Zinfan's words, she looked at the other party seriously and said, "Senior, I want to save the Uchiha clan. Things have come to this point, she has no way back, so she will never give up." Hearing this, Zinfan withdrew his hand and sat down with his back against the tree. Seeing this, Uchiha-kwan hurriedly knelt beside him, helped him massage his shoulders, and tried his best to please him. After a moment, Zinfan spoke, "There are too many people who want Uchiha dead now, and it is not easy to really save Uchiha. The Uchiha has been targeted. Whether it is Konoha's Danzo or Uchiha Obito hiding in the dark, they all hope that the Uchiha can be exterminated and then harvest the Sharinan as a resurrection coin. If these two people are not dealt with, the crisis of Uchiha will never be resolved." Moreover, Uchiha Itake is now estimated that he has hooked up with Obito and has a Kota Amatsukami in his hand, which is also a dangerous and unstable factor. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi asked in astonishment, "Are there too many people who want the Uchiha clan to die?" Although she knew that the Uchiha clan had a bad reputation in Konoha, it shouldn't be her turn to wish for them all to die. Zinfan patted Kwan's pretty face and said with a smile, "The Nine Tails rebellion caused heavy casualties in Konoha. The pattern of the Nine Tails Sharinan was well known to everyone. There were many people in Konoha who hated the Uchiha. Moreover, there are other people who want to exterminate the Uchiha clan. If we don't get rid of them, it will be impossible to save the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Izumi asked seriously, "Senior, who are these people?" Zinfan shook his head and said, "Now is not the time for you to know these things. You just need to know that they are very strong and you can't deal with them. Danzo not only has the resurrection coin, but also has a Kota Amatsukami, which is not to be underestimated. The same is true for Uchiha Obito, who has the right eye of Kamui, half of the body of Hashirama cells, and also has the resurrection coin." Although Zinfan is not afraid of these two people, he doesn't want to meet them for the time being. Uchiha Izumi heard this and gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you are willing to help me save Uchiha, I am willing to do anything for you. Even if I asked you to kill Uchiha Itachi, would you be willing?" Hearing what Zinfin said, Uchiha Izumi was startled and gritted his teeth and said, "As long as it's for the Uchiha clan, I will kill whoever the senior tells me to kill. As long as it can save the Uchiha clan, Izumi is willing to kill even herself, not to mention Uchiha Itachi." Zinfin grabbed Izumi's neck, pulled her in front of him, stared at her with bloodshot eyes and said word by word, "If you want to save Uchiha, you must master enough power yourself, otherwise no one can help you. The Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. If you want to gain the power to save the Uchiha clan, you must be prepared to kill your loved ones. Do you have this awareness?" Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's mind exploded instantly and became a mess. Although she was ready to sacrifice, she obviously couldn't do it if she was asked to kill her loved ones. "Senior, is there no better way?" Uchiha Izumi held onto Zinfin tightly, as if he was grasping at the last straw. Looking at Uchiha Izumi's beautiful face full of hope, Zinfin's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and he suddenly had the urge to kiss her and take her first kiss. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. So, Zinfin directly held up Uchiha Izumi's pretty face and kissed her. Sudden attack, Uchiha Izumi's whole body stiffened, her pretty face instantly turned red, and her brain was blank. Izumi wanted to push Zinfin away, but was afraid of angering her, so she could only respond passively, feeling very flustered. 1 minute later, Zinfin, who had taken the girl's first kiss, let her go. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, whose pretty face was red and completely stunned, Zinfin said calmly, "Silly girl, just try to please me, and please me. In that case, I might help you gain powerful strength." Zinfin patted Uchiha Izumi's pretty face, stuffed a note into her mouth, and then disappeared. It was not until a minute after Zinfin left that Uchiha Izumi came back to her senses from having her first kiss taken away and took out the note from her mouth. Thinking of Zinfin's handsome face, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but pursed her lips. Then, she opened the note and saw the task Zinfin left for her. The task Zinfin left for her was very simple, which was to monitor the Uchiha and keep abreast of the movements of the Uchiha clan. Late at night, the residence of the Uchiha clan. In Uchiha Mikato's bedroom. At this time, the two Uchiha Mikatos were standing in front of the dressing table, looking at each other. Uchiha Mikato looked at the red heart mark behind her clone's ear and pursed her lips. Then, she asked the clone to take out a makeup bottle and let the other party use makeup technology to cover up her red heart mark. After checking a lot of information, she actually found a way to remove the mark, but in the end, she didn't dare to remove it, because she was afraid that Xuanfeng Santang would be angry because of this matter and then do something extreme. Therefore, Uchiha Mikato could only pray secretly, hoping that this month would pass quickly and let the other party keep his promise. Fortunately, Fugaku is now practicing in Nanga Shrine and will not be back for a while, which makes her feel a lot more at ease, and she doesn't have to worry about being discovered by her husband. Swish! A figure flashed, and Zinfin appeared silently behind Uchiha Mikato. Seeing that the other party actually let his clone cover up the succubus tattoo he left behind, Zinfin grinned and looked at the other party quietly. It must be said that Uchiha Mikato, who looks dignified, gentle and virtuous, really completely meets his aesthetic standards. The ambition of men in his heart began to burn fiercely. After covering up the mark, Mikato couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Canceling her clone, Mikato pulled out the hairpin on her head and prepared to rest. However, as soon as she looked up, she saw Zinfin in the mirror and was immediately startled. "How come you are here?" Seeing Zinfin suddenly appear behind her, Mikato turned around immediately, her face alert, and at the same time, she was a little flustered. Zinfin saw Mikato, who was a little nervous, and smiled. "Don't worry, your husband is not here again." Hearing this, Mikato pursed her lips tightly and gritted her teeth and said, "Izumi told you this. Her husband just left today," and Zinfin knew it now and broke into her bedroom directly. It was obvious that someone had tipped him off. Zinfin walked up to Mikato, looked at her dignified and beautiful face and smiled. "Quan is not like you. She listens to me very much." After saying that, Zinfin stretched out his right hand, ready to touch Mikato's pretty face. He really likes the model wife Uchiha Mikato very much. Seeing Zinfin's action, Mikato subconsciously dodged and asked with a vigilant face, "What on earth do you want to do?" After being dodged by Mikato, Zinfin withdrew his hand without getting angry. He wanted Mikato to submit to him wholeheartedly, so he needed to break through the other party's psychological defenses step by step. Using tough measures would only backfire. And judging from the plot that Mikato voluntarily died at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Mikato didn't really care about her own life and death, and was a person with a bottom line. In other words, if Zinfin pushed too much, it was very likely that the other party would be completely angry and choose to resist. In this regard, most of the characters in Naruto seem to be like this. Whether they were decent or villainous, they basically had their own bottom line, and there seemed to be few who were really afraid of death. Perhaps this was the charm of Naruto. After taking a few glances at Mikato's graceful figure wrapped in pajamas, and after looking at her a little uncomfortable, Zinfan spoke, "Madam, I want to know the exact location of the 3 sacred places of immortal arts. I hope you can use the power of Konoha to help me investigate." After Zinfan merged the cards of the 4th Hokage, he only obtained the other party's various ninjutsu knowledge, and did not get any secrets related to non-ninjutsu. Although he now knows the Sage Mode, the duration of the Sage Mode is too short, and he needs further practice before he can use it normally. Going to the 3 sacred places of immortal arts and using the natural energy in them to accelerate the practice of immortal arts is the best way he can think of. If he can get the guidance of the great slug sage of the wet bone forest, it will be even better. And once he successfully perfects the Sage Mode and extends the duration of the Sage Mode, his strength will be further improved. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. At that time, his plan to collect the tailed beasts will be more secure. I will help you investigate. Please leave now. After saying this, Mikato made a gesture of invitation, hoping that Zinfan would leave quickly. In the dead of night, she really didn't want to be alone in a room with the man in front of her. If she was seen by others, she would really have no way to clear herself. Although she couldn't beat the man in front of her, the other party couldn't let her betray Fugaku, even if it meant death. Zinfan turned a deaf ear to Mikato's order to leave, and instead lay directly on the other's bed. Seeing this scene, Mikato clenched her teeth and was furious. Taking Mikato's expression into consideration, Zinfan said lightly, "Madam, isn't it uncomfortable to be at the mercy of others?" In response, Uchiha Mikato pursed her lips and said nothing. Although she was unwilling, the strength between them was there. What could she do even if she was unwilling? Zinfan put his hands behind his head and said to himself, 1 year later, the friction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha will no longer be able to be resolved. As the wife of the clan leader, you should know that the Uchiha clan alone cannot compete with Konoha. At that time, under the instigation of some people, all the men, women, old and young in the Uchiha clan will be slaughtered, and little Suzuki will become a real loner, embarking on the road of revenge and spending a lonely and miserable life. Is this the ending Madam wants to see? Uchiha Mikato said in a solemn voice with an expressionless face, "What on earth do you want to say?" She didn't want to believe a single word of what the person in front of her said. Xin Feng continued, "In the world of the jungle of ninja, if you want to protect the people you want to protect, you need to have strong strength. Mrs. Mikato, in addition to the Uchiha's 3 Magatama Sharingan, also has a powerful eye called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna also had this kind of eyes, which gave them the power to compete with the Senju brothers. Madam, if you can satisfy me, I can help you awaken this power." In Zinfan's opinion, the only one who can have the opportunity to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan among the Uchiha clan, apart from Fugaku, Izumi, and Suzuki, is Uchiha Mikato in front of him. Mikato, Fugaku, Suzuki, and Itaki are related by blood, and can be fused into 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Without knowing whether the Mangekyo Sharingan can directly evolve into the Samsara Eye, he needs to collect a pair of his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible to prepare for obtaining the Samsara Eye and entering the 6 paths. So whether it is Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Mikato, he hopes that the other party can awaken the Mangekyo as soon as possible under his stimulation, so that he can pick the fruit at that time. After all, the more eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the better. If you can get a perverted ability like Kamui, it will be a big prize. And constantly letting Mikato experience the pain of being weak can also make her firm in her determination to become stronger, and have a better chance of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it will also be convenient for Zinfan to take advantage of the opportunity. Hearing Zinfan's words, Mikato said angrily, "You are wishful thinking." As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Mikato naturally knew that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were both extremely powerful, and she also hoped to obtain such power. But as a wife, Mikato could clearly feel Zinfan's undisguised desire for her. She would never use her body to please other men for power, even if she died. Seeing Mikato's sudden rage, Zinfan looked at her strangely and said, "I just want you to be loyal to me and work for me. What are you thinking? Do you think I will lack women?" Hearing this, Uchiha Mikato was stunned for a moment, and then she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The man in front of her was not only handsome, but also very powerful and famous in the ninja world. If he just beckoned his finger, there would be countless women willing to take the initiative to pounce on him and surrender at his feet. Such a man would indeed not lack women. Seeing the stunned Mikato, Zinfan took out a scroll that recorded how Shisui could enhance his Sharingan and illusion techniques. Putting the scroll on the bed, Zinfan said directly, "This contains information on how to enhance the Sharingan's pupil power and illusion techniques. It is up to you to choose whether to gain powerful strength and control the fate of yourself and your family, or to be at the mercy of others." Uchiha Mikato gritted her teeth and said, "Who are you?" Zinfan looked at Mikato, and the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan quietly appeared in his eyes and slowly turned. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether you want to control your own destiny. Do you want little Suzuki to continue living happily?" After the voice fell, Zinfan's figure disappeared directly, leaving Uchiha Mikato alone. Looking at the scroll left on the bed, Uchiha Mikato sat weakly on the tatami. She didn't understand why Xuanfeng Santang was staring at her, and she didn't understand why he targeted the Uchiha clan. However, this kind of thing that was manipulated by others made her angry and unwilling. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Mikato's bedroom, and the childish voice of little Suzuki came. "Mother, is father back?" Mikato's face changed when she heard Suzuki's voice, and she stood up quickly. She opened the door and smiled at the little Suzuki in front of her. "Suzuki, why aren't you asleep yet?" Little Suzuki rubbed his eyes and yawned as he said, "I drank too much water at night, so I got up to go to the bathroom." "Is my father back?" He just heard the conversation in his mother's room. Mikato squatted in front of Suzuki, touched his head and smiled. "I was just practicing the drama alone just now, go to sleep now." "Oh." Suzuki nodded and ran to his room. Seeing Suzuki leaving, Mikado thought of the ending that Zinfan had just mentioned for no reason, which made her heart ache for no reason. With the current situation between Uchiha and Konoha, once Uchiha launched a rebellion, the Uchiha clan would not be able to escape Konoha's reckoning, and destruction would be the final outcome. At that time, Suzuki would either die directly in the genocide, or secretly survive and embark on a cruel road of revenge. Whether Suzuki died on the night of genocide or embarked on a cruel road of revenge, this is not what Mikato wants to see. Suzuki, he should not experience such a life. Thinking of this, Mikato returned to the room, picked up the scroll left by Zinfan, and opened it directly. Women are weak, but they are strong as mothers. In order to gain the power to protect Suzuki, even if she knew that Xuanfeng Santang had bad intentions towards her, Mikato could only eat the bait thrown by the other party and strengthen herself as soon as possible. Tisk, the fish has taken the bait. Zinfan sat on a tree trunk, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He left the flying thunder god mark on the scroll. As long as Mikado opened the scroll and destroyed the mark, he would be able to sense it immediately. And as long as Uchiha Mikato took this first step, he would have plenty of ways to make the other party follow him wholeheartedly in the future. This is the first step of the beautiful wife's fall, and also the first step for me to take charge of the Uchiha clan in the future. Thinking of this, Xin Feng disappeared on the spot and headed for the Flame City. The next morning, Zinfan came out of his room refreshed and ready to practice magic in the morning. Zinfan sat cross-legged in the pavilion of the mansion, ready to practice magic. Not long after practicing, he saw Ye Kang walk in from outside with a small piece of information in his hand. In order for Zinfan to defeat the tailed beast and achieve success, Ye Kang has been collecting relevant information in the black market. When he came to Zinfan, Ye Kang threw the small piece of information in his hand to him. Here, black market collection regarding the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. They are basically in their respective villages, and the specific location is not written. After handing the intelligence report to Zinfan, Ye Kang also sat beside him and began to meditate and practice immortal arts. Under Zinfan's teachings, Ye Kang naturally learned how to practice immortal arts. Although she has not yet entered the door, after a long period of meditation, she can now sense the existence of natural energy. However, because absorbing natural energy is too dangerous, she is still in the meditation stage for the time being. Like Ye Kang, Uzumaki Eri is also learning immortal arts, but because she needs to learn the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Eri's immortal arts practice is a little slower than Ye Kang's progress. However, Zinfan also knows that the practice of immortal arts, except for those destined geniuses, others wanted to practice, one has to spend a long time and work hard, so he is not in a hurry for the progress of their practice. Seeing Ye Kang start to practice, Zinfan looked back at the note in his hand. If he wants to get his own 10 tails in the future, he needs to continuously defeat the 9-tailed beasts, copy them with the summoning beast cards, and then find a way to merge them into one to become the 10 tails. The ninja world is very large, and most of the Jinchuriki of each ninja village need to go out on missions, and their whereabouts are erratic. It is not easy for him to find a suitable opportunity to stop these people, and he, who has no power, can only rely on the clues provided by the black market. But the clues provided by the black market are not only expensive, but also often have a lag, and are not very accurate. Forget it, let's go to the Cloud Village to find the 8 tails and the 2 tails first. Zinfan destroyed the note in his hand and made a decision in his heart. The Cloud Village is now preparing to hire him for cooperation, and he may take this opportunity to put forward his own requirements. Anyway, he does not need to capture the tailed beasts, but only needs to defeat them, and there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the various ninja villages. He can completely use the name of a duel to fight with the 2 tails Jinchuriki Yukato and the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Then defeat the opponent when he is completely transformed into a tailed beast, and use this to achieve his goal. Moreover, Yukato is a big beauty. While thinking about all sorts of things in his mind, Zinfan suddenly had a piece of information in his mind, which made him frown slightly. It was the shadow clone he placed in Konoha that was using the feedback mechanism of the shadow clone to convey the message to him. Since he got the transformation card and could move freely, Zinfan rarely stayed in Konoha. The affairs of the village were generally handled by the shadow clone, which also acted as a liaison between him and Uchiha. And the message he just received was also very simple, that is, Uchiha Fugaku was looking for him again. It seems that Fugaku didn't find what he wanted in Nanga Shrine. With a chuckle, Zinfan put on the mask and disappeared. He wanted to see what Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use to impress him. In the basement of Nanga Shrine, Uchiha Fugaku stood in front of the stone tablet with a calm expression. After a long time of trying, he still couldn't find any information about the Mangekyo Sharinan in the shrine. He had no choice but to choose the deal. Not far from him, a piece of paper with the flying thunder god mark fell on the floor. This was the note that Xuanfeng Santang left for him last time, and it was also the tool for him to contact the other party. He only needed to destroy one of the marks on it, and he would be able to notify the other party. Swish! A figure flashed, and Zinfan, wearing a mask, appeared directly on the note. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Zinfan looked at Fugaku standing in front of the stone tablet and smiled. Chief Fugaku, it seems you have made up your mind. Xian Feng glanced at the stone tablet and said casually, it says how to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan and the Samsara Eye, but only people with the Mangekyo Sharinan can see the information on it. This was just something Zinfan made up. The purpose was to whet Uchiha Fugaku's appetite and help him make up his mind. Sure enough, as soon as Zinfan finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku looked at him in confusion and asked, what are the eternal Mangekyo and the Samsara Eye? Zinfan continued to explain, after obtaining the Mangekyo Sharinan, you will gain some powerful abilities that allow you to directly enter the ranks of the 5 Kage, or even surpass the 5 Kage and control the tailed beasts. But the more this ability is used, the faster the eyesight will decline, eventually leading to blindness. The Eternal Kaleidoscope does not have this problem. As for the Samsara Eye, it is a more advanced evolution of the Mangekyo Sharinan, and it is not something you can touch for the time being. Hearing that the Mangekyo Sharinan actually has the power to surpass the 5 Kage, Fugaku's heart moved. He has checked many secret books and the elders of the clan, and is very sure that the power that the legendary Uchiha Madara once possessed is very likely the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan that the person in front of him is talking about. At the same time, Fugaku thought of the record of the Xuanfeng Santang in front of him defeating Hanzo and the 4th Mizu Kage. In his opinion, the other party is most likely to have used the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan to do it. Thinking of this, Fugaku's heart was burning, and he asked quickly, how can I obtain the Mangekyo Sharinan? Zinfan stood with his hands behind his back, turned his head and looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, can I understand that we are now conducting a transaction? When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, the expression on his face changed instantly. There was struggle and hesitation, and finally it turned into unwillingness. The idea of recasting the glory and honor of Uchiha still overwhelmed everything in Fugaku's heart. After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku let out a long breath, opened the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharinan, and said in a deep voice, it seems that you are very sure that you can help me awaken the Mangekyo. Zinfan looked at Fugaku and said, let me make it clear first, if you want to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, you must obey my arrangements, otherwise I cannot guarantee the success rate. Okay, then what do you want? Uchiha Fugaku asked directly without hesitation. Although he knew he was courting disaster, Fugaku had no better choice. Because of Shisui's death, the little trust between the Uchiha and Konoha was completely broken, and the conflict between the two sides was irreconcilable. Unlike ordinary Uchiha clan members, Fugaku, as the clan leader, is more aware of the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Although the strength of the 3rd Hokage has declined significantly due to his old age, he is still the strongest in the village. And around him are several equally powerful advisors, as well as the powerful Jiraiya and a large number of Umbu ninjas and root ninjas. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku can be sure that once the Uchiha clan launches a rebellion, the major ninja clans in the village will definitely stand on the side of the village without hesitation. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the Uchiha clan winning is basically equal to 0. In the past, although Uchiha Fugaku also knew about this situation, his persistence in restoring the glory of the Uchiha clan still made him hold a little hope for armed rebellion. It is precisely because of this that he used to hesitate between completely turning to the Konoha Hokage line and armed rebellion. But now the situation is different from the past. Once Fugaku fails to suppress the upcoming riot of the Uchiha clan, what awaits the Uchiha clan will be destruction. And if he wants to suppress the riot of the Uchiha clan, he needs to have strong enough strength. At the same time, he wants to ascend to the position of Hokage and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, which also requires strong enough strength. Only with strong strength can he have everything he wants. Seeing Fugaku nodding, Zinfan grinned and said, what I want is your wife, Uchiha Mikado. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly turned red, and his face was ferocious and he said angrily, what did you say? Feeling the strong murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, Zinfan could clearly feel that the pupil power in his eyes had just increased significantly. Sure enough, awakening the Mangekyo Sharinan really requires strong emotional stimulation. Once the emotions are stimulated, the pupil power of the Uchiha will increase instantly. It must be said that the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama's research on Uchiha is really thorough. Thinking about these things in his heart, Zinfan looked at Fugaku and said slowly, "You want to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, this is the necessary price. On one side is the glory and clan members of the Uchiha clan, and on the other side is his beloved wife, clan leader Fugaku. What will you choose?" Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill the person in front of him. However, when he thought of the current situation of the Uchiha clan and the strength of the other party, he hesitated again. Seeing the hesitant Uchiha Fugaku, Zinfan curled his lips. He now finally knew why Fugaku, who had experienced countless battles, died in Itaka's butcher knife without any resistance. With such an indecisive character, it is really difficult to accomplish great things. Since you can't make up your mind, let me help you. Thinking of this in his heart, Zinfan spoke again, "As long as you send Mikato to me, I can guarantee to help you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, gain powerful strength like Uchiha Madara, and even help you ascend to the throne of Hokage. You have 1 day to think about it now, otherwise it will be too late." After saying that, Zinfan disappeared from the spot, leaving the scene to Uchiha Fugaku. "What do I do?" Uchiha Fugaku covered his face, his heart in agony. As Fugaku's pain intensified, the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes began to slowly turn. Outside the Nanga shrine, Zinfan stood at the entrance of the basement of the shrine, waiting quietly. He was holding a crystal ball in his hand, using the telescope technique to observe Uchiha Fugaku's every move. 2 hours later, Zinfan sighed and shook his head. Although Uchiha Fugaku was in great pain, he obviously had no signs of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, which disappointed him slightly as he originally wanted to pick the fruit. The reason why Zinfan asked for Uchiha Mikato before was just to take the opportunity to stimulate Uchiha Fugaku and make him fall into extreme pain, so as to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan for him. Everyone has something they value most, some care about their loved ones, and some care about honor. For Uchiha Fugaku, who attaches great importance to Uchiha and his own honor, nothing is more painful than putting a hat on him, and there is no better way to awaken the Mangekyo. Although Uchiha Fugaku failed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan directly as Zinfan had imagined, Zinfan continued to watch Uchiha Fugaku's every move with the crystal ball, waiting patiently. 1 day later, in extreme pain and struggle, Uchiha Fugaku agreed to Zinfan's conditions. When he came to the basement of Nanga Shrine, Zinfan saw Uchiha Fugaku, who was haggard but slightly crazy. The pain, struggle, and hesitation of this day were not pleasant. But correspondingly, Fugaku's pupil power increased dramatically, so much so that his body was a little unable to bear it. "Why are you doing this? I don't believe you really like Mikato." Uchiha Fugaku stared at the bright scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan and asked nervously. In his opinion, a top-level strong man like Xuanfeng Santang, who is famous in the ninja world, would never lack women, so it is impossible for him to really like his wife. The other party must have other intentions for doing this. What if I really just want Mikato? Xianfeng couldn't help but complain in his heart after taking a look at the slightly crazy Fugaku. Then, he walked to the Uchiha stone tablet and said calmly, "The Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. If they want to gain enough power, they need to lose their most precious things and put themselves in extreme pain. The more painful it is, the easier it is for Uchiha to gain the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Patriarch Fugaku, you should have noticed that your pupil power has just increased dramatically. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. He did notice that his pupil power was increasing with his pain. This meant that everything Xuanfeng Santang said was true and he was not lying to him. There was silence in the basement for a while, and Zinfan continued, "The reason why Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are so powerful is because they personally killed their most precious people, such as their wives. As for you, the chief of the Fugaku clan who values your honor, nothing would be more painful to you than having your honor taken away from you. Or do you also want to kill Mikato yourself like the Uchiha brothers? But compared to Mikato, you seem to care more about honor. At that time, you may feel lucky, thinking that by killing Mikato yourself, you have protected your own honor and will not fall into pain. Or it won't be as painful as you imagine. In that case, it is hard to say whether you can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." Zinfan was not talking nonsense about this, but had a basis. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku has experienced wars and has experienced the death of his loved ones countless times. If he really awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan because of the loss of his loved ones, he would have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan long ago and had the ability to make a decision with Konoha. Instead of voluntarily dying under Itaka's butcher knife, causing the Uchiha clan to perish directly. The fact that Fugaku has not been able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan until now can only mean that what he values most is not the people around him, but the illusory sense of honor. Hearing Zinfan's words, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly. He did try to kill Mikato with his own hands just now. The thought of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, after hearing what Zinfan said later, he hesitated. Before he thought about giving Mikato to someone else, it might be extremely painful for him to kill Mikato with his own hands. However, after he had decided to give Mikato to someone else in order to gain power, if he killed Mikato, he would really feel fortunate, as the other party said, instead of pain. In this way, he would not only lose Mikato, but also lose the opportunity to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, it was because of the previous behavior of the person in front of him asking for Mikato that he lost the opportunity to kill Mikato and obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku looked up at Zinfin, his face full of anger, and asked crazily, "Then why didn't you let me kill Mikato directly at the beginning? Why?" If the other party had asked him to kill Mikato himself at the beginning, he would not be like this now. Maybe he would have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan directly at that time. The extreme anger made Fugaku's right eye twitch slightly, and it became more and more scarlet, but he was infected by the anger and didn't notice it. Hearing Fugaku's question, Zinfin spread his hands and said helplessly, "Look, you don't care about Mikato's life or death." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Zinfin's words were like a sharp knife, directly breaking through his disguise and letting him see his true thoughts. If he really cared about Mikato, he would directly reject Zinfin. If he cared about Mikato's life or death, he would not care whether she followed Zinfin in the future. Therefore, he didn't care about Mikato, nor did he care whether the other party lived or died, but only cared about his own honor. Realizing his true thoughts, all of Uchiha Fugaku's anger quickly deflated like a deflated ball. At this moment, he seemed to have truly recognized himself. After a period of silence, Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and said, "When do you want?" Uchiha Fugaku couldn't say the last few words. He had come this far, and there was no turning back. But any normal man would not be able to bear such a thing, let alone him who attached great importance to honor. However, for the humiliation suffered today, he, Uchiha Fugaku, would definitely return it 100-fold in the future. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and touched his chin. He could clearly feel the cold murderous intent and deep hatred emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the madly growing pupil power in his eyes. This made Zinfin suddenly feel that Uchiha Fugaku might have stepped into the ranks of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan from the moment he made up his mind to give Mikato to him. The reason why he hasn't awakened yet may just be because things haven't been finalized yet, and there is only a faint hope in his heart. If he cuts off this hope for him, then maybe he will awaken the Mangekyo directly. Thinking of this, Zinfin spoke directly, "Then tomorrow night, you can bring her here in person." Although he knew that once Fugaku awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would definitely fight with him, but in order to pick the fruit as soon as possible, Zinfin did not want to delay too long. After saying that, Zinfin disappeared without waiting for Fugaku's reply. At night, in a dense forest outside the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Mikato put on her long-lost training clothes and continued to practice in the forest. Fire style, great fireball technique. After releasing the ninjutsu and squeezing out the chakra in her body, Uchiha Mikato knelt on the ground panting. Then, she stood up again and began to run in the forest to practice physical skills. She practiced hard all night, and even though her body was very tired and sore all over, she had no intention of stopping. Since what happened last night, she has become more and more eager to become stronger. She no longer wants to endure the unwillingness and anger of being a fish on the chopping board. In the distance, Zinfin, sitting cross-legged on a tree branch with his hands on his chest, looked at Mikato, who was practicing hard, touched his chin, and thought a lot in his mind. He was thinking about how to let Mikato take the opportunity to try to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the comic settings in his memory and Zinfin's own speculation, although awakening the Mangekyo is a thing, it varies from person to person, but there is a necessary condition. That is, the awakener needs to have a very extreme negative emotion to stimulate the brain when awakening, such as anger, hatred, jealousy, etc. And there are differences between people, and the things they care about most are also strange. Some people care about their loved ones, while others care more about other things. In other words, if the Uchiha want to awaken the Mangekyo, they need different extreme emotional stimulations, rather than the stereotyped loss of loved ones. If this is the case, even if the probability of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is low, the Uchiha who has experienced 3 consecutive ninja wars is impossible to fall to the point where they don't even know what the Mangekyo is, and it is impossible for them to be directly slaughtered by Itaki and Obito. And Uchiha Fugaku is the best example. He doesn't care much about his wife and children, but cares more about the honor of himself or Uchiha. In order for Fugaku to awaken the Mangekyo, Zinfin needs to smash the honor he cares about most, let him put a hat on himself, and let him be filled with extreme shame in his heart. If Fugaku needs to experience the extreme emotion of shame to awaken his Mangekyo, then if Nobukaze wants to take this opportunity to help Mikato awaken her Mangekyo, he also needs to find a suitable stimulation method. Hatred, anger, fear, despair, what kind of extreme emotions should she be plunged into? Betrayal. Looking at Uchiha Mikato, who was running, Zinfin frowned. Just as Zinfan was thinking about the experimental countermeasures, Minato, who was exhausted, stopped in the forest and walked slowly towards her home. After returning home, Minato directly released her shadow clone. Coming to Suzuki's room, Minato couldn't help but smile when she saw the sleeping little Suzuki. After watching little Suzuki for a while, Minato got up and left, took a bath, and put on kimono-style pajamas. Back to the door of her bedroom, Minato suddenly sensed something and her face changed. However, she still opened the door directly and saw Zinfan, who was already standing in the room. "Can you please not barge in next time?" Minato closed the door and said angrily. Zinfan pointed at the scroll on Mikato's dressing table and said with a smile, "Madam, it seems that you have made a decision." Miss Jean said expressionlessly, "You arranged for me to investigate the 3 holy places, but it will take some time. She hasn't done these things for a long time, and a sudden investigation would only arouse Konoha's suspicion." Zinfan lay directly on Mikato's bed, put her hands behind her head, and said, "I came here just to tell you a piece of news." In order to try to get Minato to awaken her Mangekyo Sharinan, Zinfan planned to tell her about Fugaku's decision in advance and take the opportunity to create a rift between the two parties, making it easier for him to launch an invasion. Minato frowned and asked, "What news?" Zinfan turned to look at Uchiha Minato and said with a smile, "Your husband gave you to me." Hearing this, Uchiha Minato was stunned, and for a moment she was a little bit unable to react. And the 3 Magatama Sharinan that appeared in her instantly also showed that she was not calm at the moment. After a moment, Minato took out a kunai with her left hand, made a seal with her right hand, and roared directly, "Shuangfeng Santang, don't talk nonsense." Uchiha Minato didn't believe that Fugaku, who valued his reputation very much, would give her away. In Mikato's opinion, even if Fugaku killed her with his own hands, he would never allow her to be defiled by others and damage his and his reputation. Seeing Mikato's posture of fighting directly at a disagreement, Zinfan continued, "But Chief Fugaku wants to awaken the Mangekyo." Hearing this, Minato was stunned. Zinfan changed himself into a comfortable position on the bed and continued, "Madam, Chief Fugaku met me a few days ago, and then went directly to the Uchiha temple. You should have heard about this." Uchiha Mikato's face changed when she heard this. She knew that Fugaku had secretly met with Shuangfeng Santang a few days ago. After that, she was kidnapped by Quan and taken to Shuangfeng Santang. Fugaku was not there that night, and he did go directly to Nanga Shrine the next day. Thinking of this, Mikato's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Seeing this, Zinfan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Madam, the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. If you want to gain the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, you need to pay a huge price. And you are the price that Chief Fugaku has paid." Uchiha Minato stared at the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharinan and said through gritted teeth, "I don't believe it." She absolutely didn't believe that her husband would give her away with his own hands. Zinfan said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What's important is that tomorrow night, the head of the Fugaku clan will personally take you to the Nanga Shrine and hand you over to me." "I don't believe it." Hearing Zinfan's firm words, Mikan completely lost her mind and immediately formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. The moment the mark was formed, a huge fireball appeared in the room and instantly attacked Zinfan on the bed. At this moment, Minato didn't care about anything else and just wanted to kill the man in front of her. At the moment the fireball took shape, the 3 Magatama Sharinan in Zinfan's left eye instantly emerged and spun rapidly, forming a strange pattern that looked like a rotating 3-edged shuriken. Godly power. The power of the pupil was released, and the space in front of Zinfan twisted like a vortex, instantly distorting the great fireball technique performed by Minato, and it disappeared. The next second, Zinfan appeared behind Minato and stretched out his hand to press her neck. The 3 Magatama Sharinan in Mikato's eyes instantly captured Zinfan's trace, and her body twisted, her right hand blocked between herself and Zinfan, and her left hand holding the kunai raised and stabbed fiercely. The sharp kunai slashed across the white neck, bringing up countless blood. Uchiha Mikato's powerless body fell to the ground in an instant, and the blood from her neck continued to gush out, flowing around her body in a deep red, like a bright peony blooming. Looking at Minato lying at his feet, Zinfan remained silent. He knew from the beginning that Minato had a strong temper and would not give in easily, so he had never done anything that would provoke the other party too much. However, he did not expect the other party to be so stubborn that she actually chose to commit suicide directly, which was far beyond his expectations. However, this made Zinfan like the other party even more. Reaching out and pressing on Mikato's bleeding neck, Zinfan began to perform medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding. "Don't touch me." Seeing that Zinfan actually wanted to save her, Minato kept struggling. Regardless of whether what the other party said before was true or not, she just wanted to die now. Because if what the other party said was true, it proved that Fugaku had indeed betrayed her. If what the other party said was false, then she had obviously been targeted by him, and continuing to entangle with the other party would only allow the other party to succeed and make herself fall into an abyss of no return. In this case, there was no need for her to live. Seeing Mikato resisting his treatment, Zinfin directly reached out and pressed on her chest. Cursed seal. Countless sealing techniques emerged from Uchiha Mikato's fair skin and spread to her whole body, making her unable to move. Unable to move her body, Mikato had to stare at Zinfin with her eyes wide open, her face full of hatred. After a few minutes, the cursed seal failed, and Mikato began to struggle again. Zinfin was annoyed by the other party and threatened directly, "If you dare to move again, I will bring Suzuki here now." Hearing about Suzuki, Mikato felt sad and couldn't help crying, but she was really afraid that Suzuki would be brought here, so she no longer resisted treatment. Moreover, she had lost too much blood and didn't have much strength to resist. "Why did you do this to Uchiha?" Mikato looked at the ceiling in the room and asked the question in her heart. The man in front of her deceived Uchiha Izumi and deliberately contacted Fugaku. Obviously, he had other intentions. Zinfin healed the last wound on Mikato's neck, and then he answered, to prevent the upcoming tragedy of the Uchiha clan extermination. According to Zinfin's speculation, as long as he prevents the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, he will most likely be able to complete the achievement mission and obtain new cards. If he is lucky, he can even obtain an ability card like the Perfect State card. This is also his main purpose for actively participating in the extermination event. Of course, secretly controlling the Uchiha clan and cultivating his own forces is also one of his goals. Mikato said with difficulty, "Will the Uchiha clan really be exterminated?" Zinfin glanced at Mikato's pretty face, which turned pale due to excessive blood loss, and said with certainty, "If I don't intervene, all the men, women, old, and young of the Uchiha clan will be slaughtered, even the babies in their cradles. I am very sure of this." Mikato gritted her teeth and said, "Will Konoha really go to such an extent?" Hearing this, Zinfin shook his head and laughed, "Madam, it's not just Konoha that's targeting Uchiha now, but other people behind the scenes. These behind-the-scenes culprits are something that even I cannot guarantee I can defeat now. It is because of them that the Uchiha have reached their current state. By the way, there is actually one of you Uchiha, but he is crazy." Hearing what Zinfin said, Misakato suddenly thought of the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Uchiha who secretly controlled the Nine Tails. Thinking of this, Misakato pursed her lips and asked, "Who are they? And why are they doing this?" Looking at Mikato's beautiful face, Zinfin continued, "Madam, the Uchiha have a secret technique called as Inagi. This secret technique is very powerful and can distort reality, but it requires a 3-Magatama Sharingan as a price. This is why they want to destroy the Uchiha." Hearing this name, Mikato gritted her teeth. She had heard of this secret technique before, but she didn't expect that these people would target the 3-Magatama Sharingan in the Uchiha clan for this reason. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has now become fish that can be slaughtered at will? Seeing that Mikato stopped talking, Zinfin stood up and said, "Madam, if you want to protect Suzuki and stop those behind the scenes, then just pretend that nothing happened tonight. You will know tomorrow whether what I said before is true or not. Of course, if you still want to die, that's up to you." After saying that, Zinfin disappeared from the spot. After Zinfin left, Uchiha Mikato lay motionless on the floor with a dull expression. After lying there for an hour, she slowly got up, changed her bloody pajamas, and began to clean up the blood on the floor. Whether for Suzuki and Itaki, or to verify what Xuanfeng Santang had said before, she couldn't die so cowardly. Even if she had to die clearly. It wasn't until the morning that Mikato finally cleaned up the blood in the room. After dealing with the blood-stained things, Mikato took a bath and changed her clothes, and then used makeup to cover up her paleness caused by excessive blood loss. Then, as usual, she prepared breakfast for the little Suzuki who had just woken up. Little Suzuki sat on the dining table, eating breakfast, and asked, "Mother, isn't father back yet?" Mikato smiled stiffly and said gently, "Your father is practicing in the temple and will not be back for a few days." Little Suzuki nodded and said, "I have to practice hard too. Only in this way can I be as strong as my brother." After saying this, little Suzuki quickly ate his breakfast. "I'm going out." Little Suzuki ran away with the training tools. Mikato watched little Suzuki run out of the house, and then she sat in the courtyard, staring at the sky in a daze. At her feet, a sharp samurai sword was quietly inserted. I don't know how long it took. The gate of the courtyard was opened, and Uchiha Fugaku, who looked tired, walked in from outside. Seeing Mikato in the courtyard, Fugaku was startled. Mikato turned around and looked at Fugaku in silence. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to look away, and while changing his shoes, he said, "Madam, come with me to the temple tonight. I need someone to help me practice ninjutsu." Hearing this, Mikato smiled miserably. Tisk, the fish has taken the bait. Zinfin sat on a tree trunk, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He left the flying thunder god mark on the scroll. As long as Mikado opened the scroll and destroyed the mark, he would be able to sense it immediately. And as long as Uchiha Mikato took this first step, he would have plenty of ways to make the other party follow him wholeheartedly in the future. This is the first step of the beautiful wife's fall, and also the first step for me to take charge of the Uchiha clan in the future. Thinking of this, Xin Feng disappeared on the spot and headed for the Flame City. The next morning, Zinfen came out of his room refreshed and ready to practice magic in the morning. Zinfen sat cross-legged in the pavilion of the mansion, ready to practice magic. Not long after practicing, he saw Ye Kang walk in from outside with a small piece of information in his hand. In order for Zinfen to defeat the tailed beast and achieve success, Ye Kang has been collecting relevant information in the black market. When he came to Zinfen, Ye Kang threw the small piece of information in his hand to him. Here, black market collection regarding the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. They are basically in their respective villages, and the specific location is not written. After handing the intelligence report to Zinfen, Ye Kang also sat beside him and began to meditate and practice immortal arts. Under Zinfen's teachings, Ye Kang naturally learned how to practice immortal arts. Although she has not yet entered the door, after a long period of meditation, she can now sense the existence of natural energy. However, because absorbing natural energy is too dangerous, she is still in the meditation stage for the time being. Like Ye Kang, Uzumaki Eri is also learning immortal arts, but because she needs to learn the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Eri's immortal arts practice is a little slower than Ye Kang's progress. However, Zinfen also knows that the practice of immortal arts, except for those destined geniuses, others wanted to practice, one has to spend a long time and work hard, so he is not in a hurry for the progress of their practice. Seeing Ye Kang start to practice, Zinfen looked back at the note in his hand. If he wants to get his own 10 tails in the future, he needs to continuously defeat the 9-tailed beasts, copy them with the summoning beast cards, and then find a way to merge them into one to become the 10 tails. The ninja world is very large, and most of the Jinchuriki of each ninja village need to go out on missions, and their whereabouts are erratic. It is not easy for him to find a suitable opportunity to stop these people, and he, who has no power, can only rely on the clues provided by the black market. But the clues provided by the black market are not only expensive, but also often have a lag, and are not very accurate. Forget it, let's go to the Cloud Village to find the 8 tails and the 2 tails first. Zinfen destroyed the note in his hand and made a decision in his heart. The Cloud Village is now preparing to hire him for cooperation, and he may take this opportunity to put forward his own requirements. Anyway, he does not need to capture the tailed beasts, but only needs to defeat them, and there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the various ninja villages. He can completely use the name of a duel to fight with the 2 tails Jinchuriki Yukato and the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Then defeat the opponent when he is completely transformed into a tailed beast, and use this to achieve his goal. Moreover, Yukato is a big beauty. While thinking about all sorts of things in his mind, Zinfen suddenly had a piece of information in his mind, which made him frown slightly. It was the shadow clone he placed in Konoha that was using the feedback mechanism of the shadow clone to convey the message to him. Since he got the transformation card and could move freely, Zinfen rarely stayed in Konoha. The affairs of the village were generally handled by the shadow clone, which also acted as a liaison between him and Uchiha. And the message he just received was also very simple, that is, Uchiha Fugaku was looking for him again. It seems that Fugaku didn't find what he wanted in Nanga Shrine. With a chuckle, Zinfen put on the mask and disappeared. He wanted to see what Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use to impress him. In the basement of Nanga Shrine, Uchiha Fugaku stood in front of the stone tablet with a calm expression. After a long time of trying, he still couldn't find any information about the Mangekyo Sherinan in the shrine. He had no choice but to choose the deal. Not far from him, a piece of paper with the flying thunder god mark fell on the floor. This was the note that Xuanfeng Santang left for him last time, and it was also the tool for him to contact the other party. He only needed to destroy one of the marks on it, and he would be able to notify the other party. Swish! A figure flashed, and Zinfen, wearing a mask, appeared directly on the note. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Zinfen looked at Fugaku standing in front of the stone tablet and smiled. Chief Fugaku, it seems you have made up your mind. Xin Feng glanced at the stone tablet and said casually, it says how to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sherinan and the Samsara Eye, but only people with the Mangekyo Sherinan can see the information on it. This was just something Zinfen made up. The purpose was to whet Uchiha Fugaku's appetite and help him make up his mind. Sure enough, as soon as Zinfen finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku looked at him in confusion and asked, what are the eternal Mangekyo and the Samsara Eye? Zinfen continued to explain, after obtaining the Mangekyo Sherinan, you will gain some powerful abilities that allow you to directly enter the ranks of the 5 cage, or even surpass the 5 cage and control the tailed beasts. But the more this ability is used, the faster the eyesight will decline, eventually leading to blindness. The Eternal Kaleidoscope does not have this problem. As for the Samsara Eye, it is a more advanced evolution of the Mangekyo Sherinan, and it is not something you can touch for the time being. Hearing that the Mangekyo Sherinan actually has the power to surpass the 5 cage, Fugaku's heart moved. He has checked many secret books and the elders of the clan, and is very sure that the power that the legendary Uchiha Madara once possessed is very likely the power of the Mangekyo Sherinan that the person in front of him is talking about. At the same time, Fugaka thought of the record of the Shuangfeng Santang in front of him defeating Hanzo and the 4th Mizukage. In his opinion, the other party is most likely to have used the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan to do it. Thinking of this, Fugaku's heart was burning, and he asked quickly, "How can I obtain the Mangekyo Sharinan?" Zinfan stood with his hands behind his back, turned his head and looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Can I understand that we are now conducting a transaction?" When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, the expression on his face changed instantly. There was struggle and hesitation, and finally it turned into unwillingness. The idea of recasting the glory and honor of Uchiha still overwhelmed everything in Fugaku's heart. After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku let out a long breath, opened the scarlet 3-Magatama Sharinan, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are very sure that you can help me awaken the Mangekyo." Zinfan looked at Fugaku and said, "Let me make it clear first, if you want to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, you must obey my arrangements, otherwise I cannot guarantee the success rate." "Okay, then what do you want?" Uchiha Fugaku asked directly without hesitation. Although he knew he was courting disaster, Fugaku had no better choice. Because of Shisui's death, the little trust between the Uchiha and Konoha was completely broken, and the conflict between the two sides was irreconcilable. Unlike ordinary Uchiha clan members, Fugaku, as the clan leader, is more aware of the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Although the strength of the 3rd Hokage has declined significantly due to his old age, he is still the strongest in the village. And around him are several equally powerful advisors, as well as the powerful Jiraiya and a large number of Umbu ninjas and root ninjas. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku can be sure that once the Uchiha clan launches a rebellion, the major ninja clans in the village will definitely stand on the side of the village without hesitation. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the Uchiha clan winning is basically equal to 0. In the past, although Uchiha Fugaku also knew about this situation, his persistence in restoring the glory of the Uchiha clan still made him hold a little hope for armed rebellion. It is precisely because of this that he used to hesitate between completely turning to the Konoha Hokage line and armed rebellion. But now the situation is different from the past. Once Fugaku fails to suppress the upcoming riot of the Uchiha clan, what awaits the Uchiha clan will be destruction. And if he wants to suppress the riot of the Uchiha clan, he needs to have strong enough strength. At the same time, he wants to ascend to the position of Hokage and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, which also requires strong enough strength. Only with strong strength can he have everything he wants. Seeing Fugaku nodding, Zinfan grinned and said, "What I want is your wife, Uchiha Mikado." Uchiha Fugaku suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly turned red, and his face was ferocious and he said angrily, "What did you say?" Feeling the strong murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, Zinfan could clearly feel that the pupil power in his eyes had just increased significantly. Sure enough, awakening the Mangekyo Sharinan really requires strong emotional stimulation. Once the emotions are stimulated, the pupil power of the Uchiha will increase instantly. It must be said that the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama's research on Uchiha is really thorough. Thinking about these things in his heart, Zinfan looked at Fugaku and said slowly, "You want to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, this is the necessary price. On one side is the glory and clan members of the Uchiha clan, and on the other side is his beloved wife, clan leader Fugaku. What will you choose?" Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill the person in front of him. However, when he thought of the current situation of the Uchiha clan and the strength of the other party, he hesitated again. Seeing the hesitant Uchiha Fugaku, Zinfan curled his lips. He now finally knew why Fugaku, who had experienced countless battles, died in Itaka's butcher knife without any resistance. With such an indecisive character, it is really difficult to accomplish great things. Since you can't make up your mind, let me help you. Thinking of this in his heart, Zinfan spoke again, "As long as you send Mikato to me, I can guarantee to help you awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, gain powerful strength like Uchiha Madara, and even help you ascend to the throne of Hokage. You have 1 day to think about it now, otherwise it will be too late." After saying that, Zinfan disappeared from the spot, leaving the scene to Uchiha Fugaku. What do I do? Uchiha Fugaku covered his face, his heart in agony. As Fugaku's pain intensified, the scarlet 3-Magatama Sharinan in his eyes began to slowly turn. Outside the Nanga shrine, Zinfan stood at the entrance of the basement of the shrine, waiting quietly. He was holding a crystal ball in his hand, using the telescope technique to observe Uchiha Fugaku's every move. 2 hours later, Zinfan sighed and shook his head. Although Uchiha Fugaku was in great pain, he obviously had no signs of awakening the Mangekyo Sharinan, which disappointed him slightly as he originally wanted to pick the fruit. The reason why Zinfan asked for Uchiha Mikato before was just to take the opportunity to stimulate Uchiha Fugaku and make him fall into extreme pain, so as to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan for him. Everyone has something they value most, some care about their loved ones, and some care about honor. For Uchiha Fugaku, who attaches great importance to Uchiha and his own honor, nothing is more painful than putting a hat on him, and there is no better way to awaken the Mangekyo. Although Uchiha Fugaku failed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan directly as Zinfin had imagined, Zinfin continued to watch Uchiha Fugaku's every move with the crystal ball, waiting patiently. One day later, in extreme pain and struggle, Uchiha Fugaku agreed to Zinfin's conditions. When he came to the basement of Nanga Shrine, Zinfin saw Uchiha Fugaku, who was haggard but slightly crazy. The pain, struggle, and hesitation of this day were not pleasant. But correspondingly, Fugaku's pupil power increased dramatically, so much so that his body was a little unable to bear it. "Why are you doing this? I don't believe you really like Mikato." Uchiha Fugaku stared at the bright scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan and asked nervously. In his opinion, a top-level strong man like Xuanfeng Santang, who is famous in the ninja world, would never lack women, so it is impossible for him to really like his wife. The other party must have other intentions for doing this. What if I really just want Mikato? Xianfeng couldn't help but complain in his heart after taking a look at the slightly crazy Fugaku. Then, he walked to the Uchiha stone tablet and said calmly, "The Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. If they want to gain enough power, they need to lose their most precious things and put themselves in extreme pain. The more painful it is, the easier it is for Uchiha to gain the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan Patriarch Fugaku. You should have noticed that your pupil power has just increased dramatically." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. He did notice that his pupil power was increasing with his pain. This meant that everything Xuanfeng Santang said was true and he was not lying to him. There was silence in the basement for a while, and Zinfin continued, "The reason why Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are so powerful is because they personally killed their most precious people, such as their wives. As for you, the chief of the Fugaku clan who values your honor, nothing would be more painful to you than having your honor taken away from you. Or do you also want to kill Mikato yourself like the Uchiha brothers? But compared to Mikato, you seem to care more about honor. At that time, you may feel lucky, thinking that by killing Mikato yourself, you have protected your own honor and will not fall into pain. Or it won't be as painful as you imagine. In that case, it is hard to say whether you can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." Zinfin was not talking nonsense about this, but had a basis. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku has experienced wars and has experienced the death of his loved ones countless times. If he really awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan because of the loss of his loved ones, he would have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan long ago and had the ability to make a decision with Konoha. Instead of voluntarily dying under Itaka's butcher knife, causing the Uchiha clan to perish directly. The fact that Fugaku has not been able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan until now can only mean that what he values most is not the people around him, but the illusory sense of honor. Hearing Zinfin's words, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly. He did try to kill Mikato with his own hands just now. The thought of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, after hearing what Zinfin said later, he hesitated. Before he thought about giving Mikato to someone else, it might be extremely painful for him to kill Mikato with his own hands. However, after he had decided to give Mikato to someone else in order to gain power, if he killed Mikato, he would really feel fortunate, as the other party said, instead of pain. In this way, he would not only lose Mikato, but also lose the opportunity to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, it was because of the previous behavior of the person in front of him asking for Mikato that he lost the opportunity to kill Mikato and obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku looked up at Zinfin, his face full of anger, and asked crazily, "Then why didn't you let me kill Mikato directly at the beginning? Why?" If the other party had asked him to kill Mikato himself at the beginning, he would not be like this now. Maybe he would have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan directly at that time. The extreme anger made Fugaku's right eye twitch slightly, and it became more and more scarlet, but he was infected by the anger and didn't notice it. Hearing Fugaku's question, Zinfin spread his hands and said helplessly, "Look, you don't care about Mikato's life or death." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Zinfin's words were like a sharp knife, directly breaking through his disguise and letting him see his true thoughts. If he really cared about Mikato, he would directly reject Zinfin. If he cared about Mikato's life or death, he would not care whether she followed Zinfin in the future. Therefore, he didn't care about Mikato, nor did he care whether the other party lived or died, but only cared about his own honor. Realizing his true thoughts, all of Uchiha Fugaku's anger quickly deflated like a deflated ball. At this moment, he seemed to have truly recognized himself. After a period of silence, Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and said, "When do you want?" Uchiha Fugaku couldn't say the last few words. He had come this far, and there was no turning back. But any normal man would not be able to bear such a thing, let alone him who attached great importance to honor. However, for the humiliation suffered today, he, Uchiha Fugaku, would definitely return it 100-fold in the future. Zinfin glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and touched his chin. He could clearly feel the cold murderous intent and deep hatred emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the madly growing pupil power in his eyes. This made Zinfin suddenly feel that Uchiha Fugaku might have stepped into the ranks of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan from the moment he made up his mind to give Mikato to him. The reason why he hasn't awakened yet may just be because things haven't been finalized yet, and there is only a faint hope in his heart. If he cuts off this hope for him, then maybe he will awaken the Mangekyo directly. Thinking of this, Zinfan spoke directly, then tomorrow night, you can bring her here in person. Although he knew that once Fugaku awakened his Mangekyo Sharinan, he would definitely fight with him, but in order to pick the fruit as soon as possible, Zinfan did not want to delay too long. After saying that, Zinfan disappeared without waiting for Fugaku's reply. At night, in a dense forest outside the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Mikato put on her long-lost training clothes and continued to practice in the forest. Fire style, great fireball technique. After releasing the ninjutsu and squeezing out the chakra in her body, Uchiha Mikato knelt on the ground panting. Then, she stood up again and began to run in the forest to practice physical skills. She practiced hard all night, and even though her body was very tired and sore all over, she had no intention of stopping. Since what happened last night, she has become more and more eager to become stronger. She no longer wants to endure the unwillingness and anger of being a fish on the chopping board. In the distance, Zinfan, sitting cross-legged on a tree branch with his hands on his chest, looked at Mikato who was practicing hard, touched his chin, and thought a lot in his mind. He was thinking about how to let Mikato take the opportunity to try to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan, according to the comic settings in his memory and Zinfan's own speculation. Although awakening the Mangekyo is a thing, it varies from person to person, but there is a necessary condition. That is, the awakener needs to have a very extreme negative emotion to stimulate the brain when awakening, such as anger, hatred, jealousy, etc. And there are differences between people, and the things they care about most are also strange. Some people care about their loved ones, while others care more about other things. In other words, if the Uchiha want to awaken the Mangekyo, they need different extreme emotional stimulations, rather than the stereotyped loss of loved ones. If this is the case, even if the probability of awakening the Mangekyo Sharinan is low, the Uchiha who has experienced 3 consecutive ninja wars is impossible to fall to the point where they don't even know what the Mangekyo is, and it is impossible for them to be directly slaughtered by Itaki and Obito. And Uchiha Fugaku is the best example. He doesn't care much about his wife and children, but cares more about the honor of himself or Uchiha. In order for Fugaku to awaken the Mangekyo, Zinfan needs to smash the honor he cares about most, let him put a hat on himself, and let him be filled with extreme shame in his heart. If Fugaku needs to experience the extreme emotion of shame to awaken his Mangekyo, then if Nobukaze wants to take this opportunity to help Mikato awaken her Mangekyo, he also needs to find a suitable stimulation method. Hatred, anger, fear, despair, what kind of extreme emotions should she be plunged into? Betrayal. Looking at Uchiha Mikato who was running, Zinfan frowned. Just as Zinfan was thinking about the experimental countermeasures, Mikato, who was exhausted, stopped in the forest and walked slowly towards her home. After returning home, Mikato directly released her shadow clone. Coming to Suzuki's room, Mikato couldn't help but smile when she saw the sleeping little Suzuki. After watching little Suzuki for a while, Mikato got up and left, took a bath, and put on kimono-style pajamas. Back to the door of her bedroom, Mikato suddenly sensed something and her face changed. However, she still opened the door directly and saw Zinfan who was already standing in the room. "Can you please not barge in next time?" Mikato closed the door and said angrily. Zinfan pointed at the scroll on Mikato's dressing table and said with a smile, "Madam, it seems that you have made a decision." Miss Chin said expressionlessly, "You arranged for me to investigate the 3 holy places, but it will take some time." She hasn't done these things for a long time, and a sudden investigation would only arouse Kanaha's suspicion. Zinfan lay directly on Mikato's bed, put her hands behind her head, and said, "I came here just to tell you a piece of news." In order to try to get Mikato to awaken her Mangekyo Sharinan, Zinfan planned to tell her about Fugaku's decision in advance and take the opportunity to create a rift between the 2 parties, making it easier for him to launch an invasion. Mikato frowned and asked, "What news?" Zinfan turned to look at Uchiha Mikato and said with a smile, "Your husband gave you to me." Hearing this, Uchiha Mikato was stunned, and for a moment she was a little bit unable to react. And the 3 Magatama Sharinan that appeared in her instantly also showed that she was not calm at the moment. After a moment, Mikato took out a kunai with her left hand, made a seal with her right hand, and roared directly, "Shuangfeng Santang, don't talk nonsense." Uchiha Mikato didn't believe that Fugaku, who valued his reputation very much, would give her away. In Mikato's opinion, even if Fugaku killed her with his own hands, he would never allow her to be defiled by others and damage his and his reputation. Seeing Mikato's posture of fighting directly at a disagreement, Zinfan continued, "But, Chief Fugaku wants to awaken the Mangekyo." Hearing this, Mikato was stunned. Zinfan changed himself into a comfortable position on the bed and continued, "Madam, Chief Fugaku met me a few days ago, and then went directly to the Uchiha temple. You should have heard about this." Uchiha Mikato's face changed when she heard this. She knew that Fugaku had secretly met with Shuangfeng Santang a few days ago. After that, she was kidnapped by Quan and taken to Shuangfeng Santang. Fugaku was not there that night, and he did go directly to Nanga's shrine the next day. Thinking of this, Mikato's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Seeing this, Zinfan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Madam, the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. If you want to gain the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, you need to pay a huge price. And you are the price that Chief Fugaku has paid." Uchiha Mikato stared at the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan and said through gritted teeth, "I don't believe it." She absolutely didn't believe that her husband would give her away with his own hands. Zinfan said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What's important is that tomorrow night, the head of the Fugaku clan will personally take you to the Nanga shrine and hand you over to me." "I don't believe it." Hearing Zinfan's firm words, Mikan completely lost her mind and immediately formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. The moment the mark was formed, a huge fireball appeared in the room and instantly attacked Zinfan on the bed. At this moment, Mikato didn't care about anything else and just wanted to kill the man in front of her. At the moment the fireball took shape, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in Zinfan's left eye instantly emerged and spun rapidly, forming a strange pattern that looked like a rotating 3-edged shuriken. Godly power. The power of the pupil was released, and the space in front of Zinfan twisted like a vortex, instantly distorting the great fireball technique performed by Mikato, and it disappeared. The next second, Zinfan appeared behind Mikato and stretched out his hand to press her neck. The 3 Magatama Sharingan in Mikato's eyes instantly captured Zinfan's trace, and her body twisted, her right hand blocked between herself and Zinfan, and her left hand holding the kunao raised and stabbed fiercely. The sharp kunao slashed across the white neck, bringing up countless blood. Uchiha Mikato's powerless body fell to the ground in an instant, and the blood from her neck continued to gush out, flowing around her body in a deep red, like a bright peony blooming. Looking at Mikato lying at his feet, Zinfan remained silent. He knew from the beginning that Mikato had a strong temper and would not give in easily, so he had never done anything that would provoke the other party too much. However, he did not expect the other party to be so stubborn that she actually chose to commit suicide directly, which was far beyond his expectations. However, this made Zinfan like the other party even more. Reaching out and pressing on Mikato's bleeding neck, Zinfan began to perform medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding. "Don't touch me." Seeing that Zinfan actually wanted to save her, Mikato kept struggling. Regardless of whether what the other party said before was true or not, she just wanted to die now. Because if what the other party said was true, it proved that Fugaku had indeed betrayed her. If what the other party said was false, then she had obviously been targeted by him, and continuing to entangle with the other party would only allow the other party to succeed and make herself fall into an abyss of no return. In this case, there was no need for her to live. Seeing Mikato resisting his treatment, Zinfan directly reached out and pressed on her chest. Cursed seal. Countless sealing techniques emerged from Uchiha Mikato's fair skin and spread to her whole body, making her unable to move. Unable to move her body, Mikato had to stare at Zinfan with her eyes wide open, her face full of hatred. After a few minutes, the cursed seal failed, and Mikato began to struggle again. Zinfan was annoyed by the other party and threatened directly, "If you dare to move again, I will bring Suzuki here now." Hearing about Suzuki, Mikato felt sad and couldn't help crying, but she was really afraid that Suzuki would be brought here, so she no longer resisted treatment. Moreover, she had lost too much blood and didn't have much strength to resist. "Why did you do this to Uchiha?" Mikato looked at the ceiling in the room and asked the question in her heart. The man in front of her deceived Uchiha Izumi and deliberately contacted Fugaku. Obviously, he had other intentions. Zinfan healed the last wound on Mikato's neck, and then he answered, to prevent the upcoming tragedy of the Uchiha clan extermination. According to Zinfan's speculation, as long as he prevents the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, he will most likely be able to complete the achievement mission and obtain new cards. If he is lucky, he can even obtain an ability card like the Perfect State card. This is also his main purpose for actively participating in the extermination event. Of course, secretly controlling the Uchiha clan and cultivating his own forces is also one of his goals. Mikato said with difficulty, "Will the Uchiha clan really be exterminated?" Zinfan glanced at Mikato's pretty face, which turned pale due to excessive blood loss, and said with certainty, "If I don't intervene, all the men, women, old and young of the Uchiha clan will be slaughtered, even the babies in their cradles. I am very sure of this." Mikato gritted her teeth and said, "Will Konoha really go to such an extent?" Hearing this, Zinfan shook his head and laughed, "Madam, it's not just Konoha that's targeting Uchiha now, but other people behind the scenes. These behind-the-scenes culprits are something that even I cannot guarantee I can defeat now. It is because of them that the Uchiha have reached their current state. By the way, there is actually one of you Uchiha, but he is crazy." Hearing what Zinfan said, Misakato suddenly thought of the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Uchiha who secretly controlled the Nine Tails. Thinking of this, Misakato pursed her lips and asked, "Who are they? And why are they doing this?" Looking at Mikato's beautiful face, Zinfan continued, "Madam, the Uchiha have a secret technique called a Izanagi. This secret technique is very powerful and can distort reality, but it requires a 3 Magatama Sharingan as a price. This is why they want to destroy the Uchiha. Hearing this name, Minato gritted her teeth. She had heard of this secret technique before, but she didn't expect that these people would target the 3 Magatama Sharingan in the Uchiha clan for this reason. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has now become fish that can be slaughtered at will? Seeing that Minato stopped talking, Zinfin stood up and said, "Madam, if you want to protect Sasuke and stop those behind the scenes, then just pretend that nothing happened tonight. You will know tomorrow whether what I said before is true or not. Of course, if you still want to die, that's up to you." After saying that, Zinfin disappeared from the spot. After Zinfin left, Uchiha Minato lay motionless on the floor with a dull expression. After lying there for an hour, she slowly got up, changed her bloody pajamas, and began to clean up the blood on the floor. Whether for Sasuke and Itachi, or to verify what Xuanfeng Santang had said before, she couldn't die so cowardly. Even if she had to die, she had to die clearly. It wasn't until the morning that Minato finally cleaned up the blood in the room. After dealing with the bloodstained things, Minato took a bath and changed her clothes, and then used makeup to cover up her paleness caused by excessive blood loss. Then, as usual, she prepared breakfast for the little Sasuke who had just woken up. Little Sasuke sat on the dining table, eating breakfast, and asked, "Mother, isn't father back yet?" Minato smiled stiffly and said gently, "Your father is practicing in the temple and will not be back for a few days." Little Sasuke nodded and said, "I have to practice hard too. Only in this way can I be as strong as my brother." After saying this, little Sasuke quickly ate his breakfast. "I'm going out." Little Sasuke ran away with the training tools. Minato watched little Sasuke run out of the house, and then she sat in the courtyard, staring at the sky in a daze. At her feet, a sharp samurai sword was quietly inserted. I don't know how long it took. The gate of the courtyard was opened, and Uchiha Fugaku, who looked tired, walked in from outside. Seeing Minato in the courtyard, Fugaku was startled. Minato turned around and looked at Fugaku in silence. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to look away, and while changing his shoes, he said, "Madam, come with me to the temple tonight. I need someone to help me practice ninjutsu." Hearing this, Minato smiled miserably. As the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were taken out, his Susanoo, which was like the god of fire, instantly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The giant earth dragon that trapped the Black Three Tails also instantly turned into ashes and turned into 2 piles of earth. After Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was dug out, he immediately fell into a coma and was held in the hands of Zinfin. After cancelling the summoning of the Black Three Tails, Zinfin came to the ground where the embers of fire were still remaining. At this time, the fire in the valley was still burning, but in the middle there were only charcoal embers left, which was big enough for people to stand throwing away the unconscious Uchiha Fugaku. Zinfin put the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand into the container that had been prepared long ago. "I might also try to activate Susanoo." Zinfin grinned, feeling happy. With the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Fugaku, he would have more ways to deal with his enemies. At this moment, the space behind Zinfin suddenly fluctuated, and a pale right hand suddenly stretched out from the void. Grab his body, When Zinfin was taken to the divine space, he was startled and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from the spot. The next second, a man in black wearing a vortex mask appeared at the place where Zinfin was before. Flying Thunder God, Xuanfeng Santang. Seeing Zinfin disappearing, the masked man squeezed his right hand angrily. He was searching for clues about the burning bed in the Shinwei space, but suddenly he sensed the fluctuation of the Shinwei space, so he followed the fluctuation and followed it. As a result, he really met Xuanfeng Santang, who got his other eye here. He originally thought that he could take him down in one fell swoop by attacking him when he was most careless, but he didn't expect that he still escaped by using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Kakashi, you rubbish." Cursing Kakashi, who lost his eyes, the masked man Uchiha Obito kicked Uchiha Fugaku on the ground angrily. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, whose body was covered with smoke and whose face was severely burned, the masked man Uchiha Obito frowned slightly. It turned out that when Zinfin threw Fugaku away just now, he accidentally threw him onto the burning embers, causing him to be severely burned, and his face was even more horrible. After thinking about it, Uchiha Obito grabbed Uchiha Fugaku, who was lying on the ground, and disappeared directly on the spot. Xuanfeng Santang possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, and even he is not so easy to kill. The most important thing is that judging from the fluctuations generated in the Kamui space just now, the other party may have mastered his other Sharingan, and it is also very likely related to his own Kamui space. If this is true, even he must think of a foolproof plan. Swish! As soon as Uchiha Obito left, Zinfin appeared again. Looking at the empty valley, Zinfin frowned. Uchiha Obito. Looking at his right hand injured by the opponent's cutting technique, Zinfin pulled out the wooden thorn and frowned slightly. The moment Uchiha Obito caught him, he immediately performed the cutting technique. If he hadn't performed the Flying Thunder God technique in time, he would have been succeeded by the opponent. Forget it, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinan is already in hand, and Konoha has also sent people here, so there is no need to continue to entangle here. Thinking so, Zinfan disappeared again. Not long after Zinfan left, a large group of Konoha ninjas rushed into the valley. It was a duel between Zinfan and Uchiha Fugaku, which directly alarmed the ninjas patrolling outside Konoha village and attracted a large number of Konoha ninjas. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, great waterfall technique. Water escape. Looking at the raging fire burning in the valley, a group of Konoha ninjas began to use water escape to try to put out the fire. At this time, the fire in the valley was too big. If it was allowed to spread, it would very likely affect the forest surrounding the Konoha village. They had to stop it. Half an hour later, Danzo, who controlled the route, brought a group of root ninjas here first. Kakashi and other elite ninjas also came with them. Looking at the fire in the entire valley, Danzo had a gloomy face and an ugly expression. It is obvious that the ability to cause such a large-scale forest fire is not something that ordinary people have. Kakashi came to a large mound and frowned. On the mound in front of him was buried a huge dragon head-shaped block of earth, and the eyeballs of this dragon head were larger than his body. Kakashi, what kind of person can create such a huge earth dragon? Might guy beside Kakashi said in surprise. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head and did not answer, because he did not know what kind of person could create such a huge earth dragon. Not long after, another wave of Konoha ninjas arrived here. In addition to the elite ninjas of various tribes, there were also several teams of members of the perception team. The leader of the perception team made seals with both hands, closed his eyes and sensed for a while, and said to Danzo, Master Danzo, there is no one around anymore, and even the remnants of chakra are almost gone. There is no trace of him at all. However, judging from the remaining chakra, these people's strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, there seemed to be traces of a giant summoned beast fighting. And Uchiha Jonin of the Uchiha clan heard this and gritted his teeth and said, how can you be so arrogant? How dare you come to Konoha to cause trouble? You really don't take us Uchiha seriously. Hearing what the Uchiha Jonin said, the other elites of various clans looked at him and felt unhappy. What do you mean by not taking you Uchiha seriously? It seems that you Uchiha are the only ones in Konoha who eat dry food, right? Even Danzo looked at this Uchiha and frowned slightly. Then, he looked at the forest fire that was being quickly extinguished by the Konoha ninjas, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. In the Konoha forest, Zinfan sat cross-legged on a tree, constantly absorbing the natural energy around him, trying to enter the sage mode. The fourth Hokage was not very proficient in celestial arts, which led to Zinfan being able to use the sage mode, but it took a very long time to prepare. However, as time went on, more and more natural energy gathered in Zinfan's body. How is this going? How did you find us? Seeing the 5 white Zetsu controlled by him, Zinfan breathed a sigh of relief. White Zetsu has an extremely secretive spore clone technique, which can secretly attach to others and cannot be detected by others. It is one of the most powerful surveillance ninjutsu. After he was met by Uchiha Obito, he suspected that the other party had planted spore white Zetsu on him for surveillance. Now it seems that Uchiha Obito, the old shady guy, really did it. The other party walked away so cleanly before, probably because he had planted white Zetsu spores on him, preparing to attack him later. Fortunately, Zinfan himself has mastered the Sage mode, and can make these spore white Zetsu automatically appear after absorbing natural energy like Chugo in the original work. Otherwise, with the powerful secrecy of the spore white Zetsu and the spacetime ability of Uchiha Obito, he might really fall into Uchiha Obito's trap without any preparation, and let him attack successfully. Taking out a few blank scrolls from his arms, Zinfan began to draw the sealing techniques on them. White Zetsu's disguise technique and spore technique are both extremely useful, and may be able to produce extraordinary results at certain times. So Zinfan prepared to use the Uzumaki clan sealing technique to seal the 5 white Zetsu in front of him, just in case. Seal. As Zinfan quickly formed seals with his hands, the scroll on which he had drawn the sealing technique quickly wrapped around the 5 white Zetsu, wrapping them into the shape of several mummies and sealing them. After sealing the 5 white Zetsu, Zinfan found a secret place to hide them. In this way, when he needs to use white Zetsu in the future, he can unseal them at any time. After doing this, Zinfan came to Konoha's house and took out Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharinan, ready to try to transplant them and see what abilities these eyes have. After replacing them with Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharinan, Zinfan suddenly felt dizzy in his mind. He could clearly feel that the pair of Mangekyo Sharinan in his eye sockets was violently extracting chakra from his body. Fortunately, he himself has the blood of the Uchiha clan, and after frowning and adapting for a while, he felt better. Opening his eyes, the 5-pointed star-like Mangekyo Sharinan in Zinfan's eye sockets flashed a strange light. Is it destiny? After feeling it for a while, Zinfan soon understood the ability of Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. The unique eye technique of Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharinan is called Shugutenmi Eye. The right eye can control the 5 elements of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder within his field of vision, while the left eye can enhance the power of the 5 elements escape technique he uses. The stronger the user's own eye power, the greater the scale of control and the intensity of enhancement. It is precisely because of this ability that Uchiha Fugaku can perform the fire escape ninjutsu that is not inferior to Uchiha Madara, setting the entire valley on fire. This pupil technique may be stronger than I thought, even compared to attack as Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, it's not much worse. Knowing the ability of Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo, Zinfan touched his chin, thoughtfully. Only by fusing the 2 pairs of blood-related Mangekyo Sharingan, and fusing the powerful pupil power of each into one, can one obtain a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that will never go blind. And Zinfan now wants to obtain a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the only choice is to fuse the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, Zinfan's next target is Uchiha Itachi's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Uchiha Itachi is not as easy to deal with as Uchiha Fugaku, and he must plan well. Thinking of this, Zinfan changed his left eye to Kamui and his right eye to Suyu Tianming, and then disappeared on the spot. Next, he should carry out his plan of occupying the magpie's nest. In a dark room. Hey, are you awake, clan leader? Uchiha Obito said jokingly when he saw Fugaku waking up from his coma. Uchiha Fugaku sat up from the bed, touched his bandaged face and empty eye sockets, and said in a deep voice with a face full of pain, "Who are you? Where is Xuanfeng Santang?" Fugaku's memory at this moment still stayed at the time when his eyes were taken out by Xuanfeng Santang. He originally thought that he would die, but he unexpectedly survived and lost the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that he had just awakened. He had just obtained the power he had always dreamed of, but it was taken away in the blink of an eye. This feeling made him live a life worse than death. Feeling the hatred coming from Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Obito nodded with satisfaction. Only such a person can be used by him and become his chess piece to destroy this false world. Then, Uchiha Obito looked at Fugaku, who was wrapped in bandages, and smiled. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can help you transplant another pair of Sharingan, and I can also help you take revenge on Xuanfeng Santang. How about it? Are you interested in joining me?" After hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Are you the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion that Xuanfeng Santang mentioned?" "It's me." Uchiha Obito did not deny it, but nodded in acknowledgement. "How about it, do you want to agree to it?" "Okay." Uchiha Fugaku agreed without hesitation. After losing his Sharingan, his strength was greatly reduced. Now someone was willing to help him, he would naturally not refuse. Moreover, he was no longer the Uchiha Fugaku of the past. For him now, as long as he could master powerful power, everything could be abandoned and compromised. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku was so sensible, Uchiha Obito crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "Now, tell me everything about you and Xuanfeng Santang." Uchiha Fugaku did not hide anything and simply told the story between him and Xuanfeng Santang. However, regarding the matter of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku kept a secret and did not tell the truth. After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's story, Uchiha Obito's face was gloomy. Did Xuanfeng Santang know the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Although Fugaku had concealed something, Obito still guessed what had happened, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He really couldn't figure out where this bastard, Xuanfeng Santang, came from, and he actually knew so many secrets of Uchiha. This was not a good thing for him. Looking at Fugaku, Obito threw a mask next to him. Uchiha Mikato sat in front of the stone tablet, quietly waiting for the outcome of the battle between Xuanfeng Santang and Uchiha Fugaku. She could only hope that Xuanfeng Santang would succeed in killing Uchiha Fugaku, so that Suzuki and Itachi could escape from Fugaku's clutches. A figure flashed, and Zinfan, wearing a mask, instantly appeared behind Uchiha Mikato. Seeing Zinfan appear, Uchiha Mikato asked anxiously, "What was the result?" Zinfan glanced at Mikato and said calmly, "Although Uchiha Fugaku was rescued by the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion, he has been crippled by me and will no longer pose a threat to you and Suzuki. The strength of the Uchiha clan is basically in those eyes. Once they lose their eyes, their strength will basically be greatly reduced, not even half of what it was before. Kakashi, who lost his Kamui in the original work, is the best proof of this." Hearing this, Uchiha Mikato breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is not the best result, it is not bad. She and Fugaku are husband and wife after all, and she does not want the other to die. As long as Uchiha Fugaku cannot threaten the lives of Suzuki and Itachi, then this will be fine. "Madam, I will take you back first." When he came to Mikato, Zinfan took the initiative to extend his right hand. Uchiha Mikato pursed her lips, closed her eyes and placed her hand in Zinfan's. According to the previous agreement, she would obey Zinfan's orders in the future and obey him. The Flying Thunder God technique was performed, and the figures of Zinfan and Mikato disappeared instantly. After being sent back home by Zinfan, Uchiha Mikato said, "My lord, what should we do now?" Uchiha Fugaku was taken away by the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion. Over time, it will inevitably attract the attention of Konoha's high-level officials and the Uchiha clan. The disappearance of the dignified patriarch of the Uchiha clan will cause an uproar in Konoha. At this critical juncture between Konoha and Uchiha, once the Uchiha know this news, they will definitely think that this is a conspiracy of Konoha and that Konoha killed Fugaku. By then, the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha can no longer be reconciled. Hearing Mikato's concerns, Zinfin looked at her and raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a beautiful smile. Seeing Zinfin's smile, Mikato was startled for no reason, and a bad premonition emerged in her heart. Then, Zinfin looked at Uchiha Mikato and said, "Madam, don't worry about that. I have my own way." Mikato asked, "What is the way?" Zinfin took off the mask on his face, looked at Mikato and smiled, "From now on, I am Uchiha Fugaku. Occupy the Magpie's Nest, replace Fugaku, take charge of the Uchiha clan, and take the opportunity to seize Konoha. This is Zinfin's plan." "What?" Hearing Zinfin's words, Uchiha Mikato looked at him in disbelief, with a dull expression. Although she had long thought that the other party must have other plans, she could never have imagined that the other party was actually going to directly replace her husband Uchiha Fugaku. No, she would never agree to such a thing. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mikato looked at Zinfin and said with difficulty, "Sir, this kind of thing will be exposed sooner or later. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan who possess the Sharingan, no one can hide it." Before Uchiha Mikato could finish her words, she was stunned. Because the Zinfin in front of her had turned into the appearance of Uchiha Fugaku, and even the color of the chakra became exactly the same as Fugaku. How is this possible? Seeing the Fugaku in front of her, Uchiha Mikato was completely shocked. If she hadn't seen Zinfin perform the Flying Thunder God technique with her own eyes, she would probably think that the person in front of her was Fugaku himself. This was the first time she had seen a transformation technique that could even change the color of chakra. "Madam, this should be fine, right?" Seeing the stunned Mikato, Nobukaze, who had transformed into Fugaku, said with a smile. In the previous battle, he used the transformation card to obtain Fugaku's chakra. While using the transformation card to transform into Fugaku, he could also change his own chakra to be the same as Fugaku. In this way, he could truly replace Fugaku and become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and become the father of the second pillar. "If you behave incorrectly, you can't hide it from Itaki," Mikato continued to refute. Zinfin stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Mikato and said with a smile, "Madam, you should help me then, right?" Hearing this, Uchiha Mikato fell silent. With her help, the other party would be able to hide it from his two sons. Seeing Mikato was silent, Zinfin continued, "Although I dug out Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, he obviously won't give up and will still set his sights on Suzuki. Moreover, the other party is now mixed with the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the threat to Uchiha will be even greater. With me here, I can protect the safety of the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Uchiha Mikato felt bitter. The door to the entrance was opened, and little Suzuki walked in from outside. Seeing his father and mother standing in the yard, little Suzuki was obviously stunned. Then, he quickly shouted, "Father, mother." Hearing what little Suzuki said, Uchiha Mikato's face turned pale. Zinfin grinned, walked over and touched Suzuki's head and said with a smile, "Suzuki is back. How was your training today?" Seeing his father, who never treated him well before, suddenly being so gentle, little Suzuki was stunned, and then said excitedly, "Father, I practiced well today." "Really? Then I will test your strength today." As he said that, Zinfin took Suzuki to the training room. Halfway out, Zinfin turned his head and looked at Uchiha Mikato and smiled, "Madam, I want to eat barbecue tonight." "I want to eat barbecue too," little Suzuki on the side echoed. Uchiha Mikato squeezed her right hand hidden behind her back and said with a forced smile, "Okay, then let's eat barbecue tonight." Seeing Mikato compromise, Zinfin looked at Suzuki and smiled, "Let's go, Suzuki. I have researched a new ninjutsu for your father today. If you perform well, I can teach you in the future." Little Suzuki said excitedly, "Father, I will try my best." Looking at Fugaku and Suzuki who left with laughter, Uchiha Mikato felt bitter. However, at this point, she had no other choice. Whether for Suzuki and Itaki, or for the Uchiha clan, she could only try her best to cooperate. Carrying a basket of vegetables, Mikato came out of her house with a worried look on her face, ready to go to the store in Konoha village to buy ingredients for the barbecue. When she thought about helping another man replace her husband, Uchiha Mikato felt absurd, as if she was dreaming. However, in order to prevent Itaki and Suzuki from falling into Fugaku's hands, she had to fully cooperate with him. This experience really made her heart painful. However, what made her even more painful was that she didn't know whether the other party would stay in her room tonight. When Mikado thought of this, she was filled with inexplicable grief and anger, so much so that the Sharingan in her eyes never disappeared. "Mrs. Mikato, where are you going?" Uchiha Izumi suddenly stopped in front of Mikato, with a vigilant look on his face. The task given to her by the senior was to strengthen herself and monitor the Uchiha clan, so after completing today's training task, Izumi immediately guarded the gate of the Uchiha residence. Seeing Mikato coming out absent-mindedly, he directly stopped her. "Let's go buy groceries." Seeing Izumi in front of her, Mikato gritted her teeth and said. After that, she walked around Uchiha Izumi and headed towards Konoha. Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes, walked up to Mikato and took her hand, and went to Konoha together, looking very intimate. "Madam, you'd better not play any tricks," Uchiha Izumi threatened quietly with a smile. After the threat, she also said hello to the Uchiha clan members who came in and out. Hearing Izumi's words, Uchiha Mikato was furious and thought, "Your senior is going to replace Fugaku as my husband, what tricks can I play?" However, Mikato dared not say such things, so she could only glare at Izumi and remain silent. Seeing Mikato's silence, Izumi didn't say anything more and continued to accompany her to Konoha to purchase food. Barbecue? Uchiha Izumi was a little surprised to see the ingredients that Mikato purchased. In her impression, Uchiha Itachi hated barbecue the most, and Suzuki and Fugaku didn't like this kind of thing either, so Mikato would never buy this kind of thing. All these strange things made Uchiha Izumi confused and alert again, fearing that Mikato would do something bad. As for Izumi's question, Mikato was naturally too lazy to explain it. After purchasing the things, she prepared to go back directly. The two people, each with their own thoughts, had just returned home when they saw several Uchiha clan members reporting something to Fugaku in the yard, and little Suzuki was following beside them, listening with curiosity. "My lord, a great battle took place in an unnamed valley not far from Konoha village." Finally, Danzo asked the Uchiha guards to fully cooperate with the root investigation and find out the two warring parties. Uchiha Inaori stood behind Fugaku, concentrating on reporting what happened today. Hearing that Danzo dared to order Uchiha to do something, Nobukaze, who was disguised as Fugaku, frowned and waved his hand and said, "Tell Danzo that Uchiha will investigate the matter personally, but will not cooperate with any shameful root. If they want to cooperate, only the root can cooperate with the Uchiha." Hearing the domineering words of Fugaku, all the Uchiha present except Mikato were stunned. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Inaori and others all looked at him in shock. In their impression, although the clan leader Fugaku attached great importance to the honor of the Uchiha clan, but his character has always been forbearing, even to the point of forbearance that makes people feel a little weak. He has always been willing to compromise and try his best to meet the requirements of the village. Why is he suddenly so domineering today? This difference made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Ahem. Seeing that Zinfan accidentally exposed his original domineering character, Mikato pretended to cough to remind him. Now Itaki and Suzuki, and even the survival of the entire Uchiha clan, depend on Zinfan's thoughts. Mikato can only try her best to cooperate with him. Zinfan ignored Mikato's reminder, but looked at Uchiha Nihiro, Uchiha Yashiro and others in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I have mastered a stronger power. From now on, my Uchiha clan will no longer rely on others for support." Zinfan is not a coward like Uchiha Fugaku. He will not compromise with others. If Konoha is not satisfied, he will just turn the world upside down. Hearing the clan leader's domineering words, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inaori and others were all excited and half knelt down and said, "From now on, I am willing to die for the clan leader." They have been waiting for the day when the Uchiha clan will rise for too long. The Uchiha clan is a proud and arrogant clan, and they have had enough of what they are experiencing in Konoha. Let's go, and see the battle scene." Zinfan waved his hand and led the team to set off. He had to act in a complete manner. Since he had already replaced Fugaku as the head of the Uchiha clan, he naturally couldn't let others easily see his flaws. At least before he took control of Konoha, he didn't want to expose himself. "Yes, clan leader." The Uchiha 8th generations answered in unison and led the way. Looking at Fugaku who was leaving with a group of Uchiha, Uchiha Izumi was slightly stunned. She always felt that the behavior of Fugaku in front of her was inexplicably familiar, as if she saw the shadow of her predecessor. After thinking about it, Uchiha Izumi abandoned Mikato and followed behind everyone to see what was going on. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikato also followed out. She was also very curious about what the battle between Xuanfeng Santang and Uchiha Fugaku would be like. "Father, mother, wait for me." Seeing that everyone had left, little Suzuki immediately shouted and chased after them. Zinfan, who was at the front, looked back. Seeing Zinfan's action, Uchiha Yashiro, who was following him, immediately understood, turned around, picked up little Suzuki and followed. Half an hour later, led by the clan leader Zinfan, the mighty Uchiha people came to the valley where he had previously fought with Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo, who was standing on a rock and leading the route to investigate intelligence, saw Fugaku coming and couldn't help squinting his eyes. He always felt that the temperament of Fugaku in front of him had become very different from before, which made him inexplicably alert. The whole valley was burned to ashes. Seeing the burnt valley, the two huge earth dragon heads and the huge pit several dozen meters deep caused by the explosion, all the Uchiha people who had just arrived were stunned. Such a battle scene was far beyond their cognition. Uchiha Mikato secretly glanced at Fugaku beside her and was shocked. Although she knew that the battle between Xuanfeng Santang and Uchiha Fugaku would be extremely fierce, she obviously didn't expect it to be so fierce. Could this be a contest between the Mangekyo Sharinan? Mikato secretly clenched her fists, and an inexplicable desire rose in her heart. If she could also obtain such a powerful force, would she be able to escape the fate of being manipulated by others? Clan leader, what ninjutsu did you say caused this? Uchiha Yashiro asked in surprise as he came to the big pit blasted by the black three-tailed beast ball. The circular pit in front of them was several hundred meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. It was impossible for a conventional ninjutsu to cause it. Zinfan pretended to ponder for a moment and said in a very affirmative tone, I can't think of any other ninjutsu that can create such a huge crater on the ground, except for the tailed beast ball and similar techniques. Hearing what Zinfan said, everyone present changed their expressions. As people who had experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, they were not unfamiliar with the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Mikato looked at Zinfan, who was disguised as Fugaku, with a look of horror. She knew that the real Fugaku could not have this ninjutsu. If that was the case, then the one who really used this move was most likely the one next to her. And Mikato's expression is a bit intriguing. Did she know something? Uchiha Izumi, who was standing by, saw Mikato's expression, frowned slightly, and was puzzled. After leading the Uchiha people to investigate the scene for a while, Zinfan was ready to lead them away. He was the one who caused the war here, and the other party was also himself. He couldn't investigate himself. Danzo, who was far away, saw Zinfan preparing to leave, and said in a deep voice, Chief Fugaku, there are people fighting outside Konoha village causing extensive damage, but you, the Uchiha guards, know nothing about it. You'd better give me an explanation for this matter. Hearing Danzo's words, all the Uchiha glared at him. They knew that Danzo was clearly looking for trouble. Mikato looked at Nobukaze with a worried look on her face, and she was nervous, because she knew that although the man in front of her was disguised as her husband, he was not someone who would be bullied. Nobukaze stopped, glanced at Danzo coldly, and sneered, Danzo, the guard department's duty is only within Konoha village. If you want to target Uchiha, you should find another excuse. Seeing that Fugaku dared to speak to him like that, Chimera Danzo's old face instantly darkened, and a powerful chakra instantly emanated from his body. Zinfan snorted coldly, and the three Magatama Sharinan in his eyes quickly emerged, and his body also exuded a chakra aura that did not belong to Danzo. Seeing the two bosses like this, the people of the root and Uchiha all became alert, ready to fight directly if they disagreed. Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Izumi saw this situation and became anxious. This was not the situation they wanted to see. Kakashi and other Umbu in the distance saw this and thought that Uchiha was going to have a fight with the root. They were scared to death and hurried to inform the third Hokage in the village. Seeing that Fugaku was no longer as forbearing as usual, Chimera Danzo was angry, but he felt a little difficult to deal with. He took the opportunity to attack Uchiha just because of habit. He just suppressed the prestige of the Uchiha in the village out of habit. In fact, he didn't want to do anything to the Uchiha now, because even if he really wanted the Uchiha Sharinan, he could only act secretly and could not do it too obviously, otherwise it would arouse the fear of other ninjas in the village. Moreover, in Danzo's view, the Uchiha clan were all mad dogs. Only by putting an iron chain around their necks at all times can they be obedient. This is also the reason why he always makes things difficult for the Uchiha clan. But he didn't expect that the usually forbearing Fugaku would be so fierce today, dare to contradict him directly, and directly threaten that he was targeting the Uchiha clan, exposing his behavior directly. This caught him off guard. I'll remember what happened today, Chief Fugaku. In the end, Danzo left a harsh remark and led his men away. Seeing Danzo leave, Zinfan curled his lips in disdain. The Uchiha people on the side were all stunned. They didn't expect that the arrogant Danzo in the past would take the initiative to surrender in front of the chief. This feeling of pride made them all look at Zinfan in shock. Let's go. Zinfan glanced at the excited Uchiha people and left first. Yes, clan leader. The Uchiha clan was excited, and felt that the clan leader in front of them seemed to have changed into a different person, making them feel strange and happy. However, this kind of clan leader is the one they want to be loyal to. Mikato glanced at Zinfan, who was surrounded by the Uchiha clan, and pursed her lips. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her might be more suitable to be the clan leader of the Uchiha clan than Fugaku. Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly and decided to tell his senior about the changes of Fugaku in the evening so that he could prepare early. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Zinfan chuckled. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. When you act weak and vulnerable, you will not get other people's sympathy, but will only stimulate their brutality. As a result, everyone will come to bully you. This is also the fundamental reason why Uchiha Fugaku was so forbearing before, and gave in everywhere when facing the high-level officials of Konoha, but still made the situation of Uchiha and Konoha more and more difficult, because they are sure that you dare not fight to the death. So in Zinfan's view, Uchiha Fugaku's previous practice was completely to let the Uchiha clan die slowly. The great man he admired most in his previous life once said, "If you seek peace through struggle, peace will survive, and if you seek peace through compromise, peace will die." He deeply agrees with this. Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply after learning about the friction between the Root and the Uchiha. In the past, Uchiha Fugaku was extremely tolerant and indecisive. But today, the other party actually dared to directly contradict Danzo. This huge change must have happened for some reason. Thinking of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some bad thoughts in his mind. If Fugaku really awakened the same eyes as Shisui, then the other party's actions today would be reasonable. The head house of the clan. After returning to the headquarters, Zinfan sent all the Uchiha clan members away and asked them to return to their respective posts. He took Mikato, Izumi, and Suzuki back to the head house of the clan. "Master, are you looking for me?" Uchiha Izumi said cautiously when he came to the study where Fugaku was. The Fugaku in front of her gave her too much pressure, making her extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the cautious girl in front of her, Zinfan smiled and said, "Izumi, the Uchiha clan will be handed over to you from now on." Zinfan's future goal is to awaken his Samsara eye, collect his own tailed beasts to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and then go to the moon to chat with Kagaya at Satsuki. And he secretly replaced Fugaku and took charge of the Uchiha clan to add a boost to his goal. However, it is impossible for him to waste his time on the Uchiha clan. So he needs someone to help him manage the Uchiha clan, and the girl in front of him is the most suitable candidate. "Leave it to me?" Uchiha Izumi looked at the clan leader in front of her with a vigilant look. She seriously suspected that the clan leader in front of her knew something and was ready to trick her. Seeing the girl's reaction, Zinfan chuckled and took out a mask and put it on his face. "Senior." Seeing the mask in Zinfan's hand, Uchiha Izumi was stunned on the spot, with a dull look on her face. She had never expected that the clan leader in front of her was actually Senior Shuangfeng Santang. No wonder she felt that the other party's style was so familiar just now. It turned out that the person in front of her was really a senior. Taking off the mask on her face, Zinfan, who had restored her adult appearance, smiled and said, "Uchiha Fugaku has defected from Konoha to join the Nine Tails Rebellion in order to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I replaced him." Uchiha Fugaku was taken away by Uchiha Obito, and Zinfan estimated that Fugaku would most likely join the other side. Hearing such a huge amount of information, Uchiha Izumi was shocked. Afterwards, Uchiha Izumi did not lament Fugaku's experience for even a second. Instead, he looked at Zinfan with excitement and said, "Senior, since you have become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, does it mean that you are ready to save the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Izumi didn't care at all about Fugaku being secretly replaced. She cared more about what Zinfan would do next. As long as Zinfan could save the Uchiha clan, what did it matter if he became the patriarch? On the contrary, she was looking forward to it. In this way, Senior could be bound to the Uchiha clan, and with Senior in charge, the Uchiha clan would definitely be able to resolve the crisis of extinction. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi became more and more excited, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi actually accepted that he had replaced Fugaku all of a sudden, Zinfan was stunned for no reason. The other party's performance made his originally prepared words useless all of a sudden. According to ordinary people's thinking, shouldn't you feel fear when facing such a thing that your acquaintances were secretly replaced by others? But when you think that the other party is an Uchiha, Zinfan understands. Uchiha, the brain circuit is always different from ordinary people. Signaling Uchiha Izumi to calm down, Zinfan said, "I don't want to reveal my identity yet, so I need your help in the future." Uchiha Izumi heard this and promised, "Yes, Senior." Halfway through his speech, Uchiha Izumi quickly changed his words, "Yes, clan leader." At this moment, she really hoped that Zinfan could become the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. After saying that, Uchiha Kwan suddenly asked, "Master, does Madame Mikato know about this?" In Uchiha Izumi's opinion, as Mikato is Fugaku's bedmate, the senior would not be able to keep it secret for too long without her help. She is now hesitating whether to kidnap Suzuki while Uchiha Itaki is out on a mission and make Mikato completely submit to Zinfan. Zinfan smiled and said, "She knows, but you still have to pay attention to her, so that she doesn't do anything extreme." Seeing that Aunt Mikato actually knew that her husband had been replaced, Uchiha Izumi was stunned. With Aunt Mikato's temperament, it should be impossible for her to have no reaction after knowing that her husband was replaced by another man. Is there any hidden story in this? I really want to know. Recalling Aunt Mikato's previous strange reaction, Uchiha Izumi became more and more curious. Then, she looked at Zinfan and promised, "I promise to complete the task." Zinfan laughed when he saw this. With Uchiha Izumi as an insider, Mikato should not resist. Thinking of this, Zinfin used the transformation card to change into the appearance of Fugaku and walked out of the study. Let's go, it's time to have a barbecue, okay, clan leader. Seeing Uchiha Izumi, who was still a little excited, following Zinfin into the yard, Misaka, who was preparing for the barbecue, sighed for no reason. Needless to say, she knew that Izumi already knew the truth of the matter, which made her feel complicated. Father, please have some. Little Suzuki came to Zinfin and took the initiative to hand him a portion of barbecue he had just prepared. Thank you, Suzuki. Zinfin touched the head of the second pillar, happily took the barbecue and ate it in one bite. I have to say that before the second pillar was evil, he was really cute. I just don't know what he will become after knowing the truth. Zinfin thought in his heart with interest. I'll go grill some more. When his father touched his head, Suzuki, who had always wanted to be recognized by his father, was so excited that his face turned red, and he hurried to prepare the grilled meat. Mikato pursed her lips when she saw this scene. Although she was deeply hurt by Uchiha Fugaku, she suddenly felt that Fugaku was a little pitiful and pathetic at this moment. This might be a good thing for Suzuki. Senior's strength can protect him for life. Uchiha Izumi came to Mikato and whispered. Then, she also hurriedly started grilling meat to please Senior. A few days later, Zinfin disappeared from the Uchiha clan on the pretext of secret training, and handed the Uchiha clan to Mikato and Izumi to take care of. Even the affairs of the Uchiha guard department were handed over to Yashiro and Inaeri. After he left Konoha, he took Yakang on the road to the Cloud Village in the Land of Thunder to find the Two-Tailed and Eight-Tailed. The Land of Thunder is located in the upper right corner of the Ninja World map. The country is named the Land of Thunder because it is built on a towering mountain, often surrounded by clouds and mist, and accompanied by deafening thunder. The Cloud Village owned by the Land of Thunder is a veritable fighting village with strong strength and two-tailed beasts, the Two-Tailed and the Eight-Tailed. On the way to the Land of Thunder, Zinfin would leave the Flying Thunder God mark everywhere from time to facilitate future returns. In the Land of Lightning, near a base of the Kumagakure, bang! A lone Kumagakure Jonin was kicked into a tree by Yakang. Before he even hit the ground, Yakang stepped on his neck with one foot, trapping him in midair. Tell me, where is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki? Yakang crossed his arms and asked coldly. Zinfin, who was not far away, was amazed to see Yakang showing off his figure to the fullest by performing the splits. It must be said that Yakang is really too attractive. The ninja of the Cloud Village laughed contemptuously. Haha, who do you think I am? I am a ninja from the Cloud Village, is that so? Zinfin chuckled, and the Sharingan in his eyes quickly emerged, shining with scarlet light. Sharingan illusion. Controlled by the Sharingan, the pupils of the Cloud Village Jonin immediately began to dilate, and he said blankly, Cloud Thunder Gorge. Is it really Yunlii Gorge? After getting the answer, Zinfin muttered. He was not surprised by this answer. He came to ask just in case, to avoid his trip in vain. Seeing the Yunin Village Jonin controlled by Zinfin's Sharingan, Yakang curled his lips and retracted his right foot. An ordinary Sharingan illusion can control a Jonin. Since Zinfin obtained Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, his Sharingan illusion has become stronger and stronger. On the morning of the third day, in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, boom! A ninja from the Cloud Village was knocked unconscious with one punch. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who had dark skin, black sunglasses, and several knives on his back, slowly put him down and muttered, feel sorry, knocking people out and apologizing along the way. Kiribi quickly dealt with the Cloud Ninja near the Cloud Thunder Gorge and then sneaked out. He heard that a famous rap professional named Cai Kunsi had recently come to the Land of Lightning, so he had to go and see him. Training is good, but freedom is better. Stupid guy, bastard. Kiribi was so excited when he escaped from Yunlii Gorge, singing as he ran. As he moved forward, Kiribi found that there were two masked figures, a man and a woman, blocking him. They were Zinfin and Yakang who came. Kiribi exclaimed and stopped in front of the two. Seeing Kiribi being blocked by him in time, Zinfin joked, are you going to play basketball, Kiribi? Zinfin liked Kiribi more. After all, he really enjoyed watching the scene where the other party beat Suzuki violently. Basketball? Kiribi looked at Zinfin with a puzzled look, not knowing why the other party said that. Even Yakang on the side glanced at Zinfin, not knowing what he was talking about. Seeing that Kiribi was puzzled, Zinfin chuckled, took out a long sword, and rushed towards the other party in an instant. He really wanted to see if the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and Uchiha swordsmanship in his eyes could deal with Kiribi's Killer Bee swordsmanship. Ding! Kiribi instantly drew out a long sword, blocked Zinfin's attack, and said to himself, yeah, the battle has begun. Eight-Tailed Sand and Killer Bee moved forward powerfully. After saying that, Killer Bee leaped back and broke away from Zinfin. Flying in the air, the 7 swords behind Killer Bee flew out, and he bit one with his mouth, and the rest were clamped in his arms, neck, armpits, waist, knees and other places. Picture, seeing Killer Bee's strange posture, Yakang was slightly surprised. There is Konoha between the Sand Village and the Cloud Village, so there are not many conflicts between the two sides, and this is the first time she has seen this kind of move of Killer Bee. Zinfan grinned. Killer Bee's move is called Physical Technique Arayama Heron Cutting Sword. Using various parts of the body and physical techniques, the 7 swords are flexibly used. Its unpredictable and fast swordsmanship makes it difficult to defend, and even Uchiha Suzuki's Mangekyo Sharingan may not be able to see it clearly. I'll wait for you on the side. Yakang knew that the purpose of Zinfan's trip was to defeat the tailed beast to verify his own strength, so he took the initiative to step aside and leave the battlefield to the other side. Okay. Zinfan nodded and prepared himself. If he wanted to copy the 8 Tails card, he would need to defeat the tailed beast alone. Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki, so Zinfan wanted to experiment and see if defeating the Jinchuriki meant defeating the tailed beast. Moreover, he also took the opportunity to practice his Uchiha swordsmanship and Sharingan. Dancing like a butterfly, Killer Bee rolled and jumped in the air, controlling the 7 knives that seemed to be glued to his body, and instantly attacked the trade winds. The 7 knives attacked at the same time, and the offensive was like a violent storm, dazzling and overwhelming. So fast. Zinfan held a katana in one hand and a kunao in the other. His Sharingan under the mask was spinning rapidly, constantly capturing the movement trajectories of the 7 swords, and trying to use Uchiha swordsmanship to block. However, the 7 swords in front of him were like fingers and arms in Killer Bee's hands, constantly flying, and some were even beyond the field of vision of his Sharingan, so he subconsciously followed them and ignored the other swords, and was injured by the opponent. In just the moment of the fight, he was cut with several bloody wounds, and blood spurted out. This was the first time that Zinfan was attacked by someone with a complete physical skill despite having a Sharingan. You know, the reason why the Uchiha clan members are arrogant is that the dynamic vision of the Sharingan has an absolute advantage in physical skills. Unless the physical skills gap is too big, ordinary people can't do anything to the Uchiha in terms of physical skills, and they may even be copied by the Uchiha. However, now facing the 7 swords of Killer Bee, Zinfan can hardly defend himself, let alone copy. It has to be said that Killer Bee is really strong. Zinfan estimated that even if the opponent does not have the 8 tails, his strength is definitely not weaker than those cage-level strongmen. This won't work at all. Thinking so, Zinfan defended against Killer Bee's rapid attack while quickly thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Zinfan's mind. Since his Sharingan couldn't keep up with the movement of the knife, he simply didn't need to observe the knife, but only needed to observe Killer Bee. Because no matter how Killer Bee's knife moves, it requires Killer Bee's body to attack. In other words, Zinfan only needs to detect Killer Bee's attack movements in advance to avoid the opponent's attack. Do it as soon as you think of it. Killer Bee was surprised to see that Zinfan could actually keep up with his movements and block his attack. This was the first time he saw someone able to block all of his 7 sword attacks. Look, I'll cut you into pieces. Idiot bastard, Killer Bee roared, and the 7 swords on his body were wrapped with lightning at the same time, emitting high-frequency vibration waves. Supersonic shock lightning sword. Crack. Under the blessing of lightning, the samurai sword in Kunao in Zinfan's hand broke instantly, and the broken blades flew into the air. Seeing this, Zinfan retreated instantly. 8 Tails, stinging like a bee, Killer Bee seized the opportunity and shot out 7 flying knives in his hands at the same time, attacking Zinfan at lightning speed. Zinfan activated the dynamic vision of the Sharingan in his eyes, waved his hands, and the samurai sword and the broken handle of the kunao flew out. Clang clang. 2 crisp sounds, and the bottom 2 of the 7 knives that attacked at the same time were instantly knocked away. Then, Zinfan attached chakra to the ground with his feet, and his body instantly fell backwards, parallel to the ground, allowing the remaining 5 knives to fly past his chest. You are quite awesome. Idiot bastard, seeing that Zinfan dodged his 7 swords in an instant, Killer Bee couldn't help but admire him. Yakang in the distance sighed softly. Zinfan is getting more and more powerful, which makes her feel more pressured. Zinfan, who caused a famous scene from The Matrix, stood up, looked at Killer Bee and smiled. Let the 8 tails out as you wish. Gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, translucent red chakra appeared on Killer Bee's body, transforming into a tailed beast coat with 8 tails that wrapped around his body. Boom! Killer Bee, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, took a step forward and instantly stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. With the blessing of the tailed beast chakra, Killer Bee's strength, speed, and explosive power were all improved to a higher level. Killer Bee, who had opened his tailed beast coat, looked at Nobukaze and said, "You're very strong, tell me your name." Idiot bastard, Nobukaze grinned, "You'll know in a moment." Seeing this, Killer Bee didn't waste any words, and the power in his body instantly exploded, stomping on the ground to crack, and instantly attacked Nobukaze like a cannonball. Thunder Blade. With the blessing of the tailed beast chakra, Killer Bee's explosion was extremely powerful, and he appeared in front of Nobukaze in an instant, attacking Nobukaze's chest with his thick arms. This was the move that directly knocked Suzuki's internal organs out in the original work. In an instant, the Sharingan in Zinfan's eyes trembled rapidly, and the pupil power burst out instantly, bringing the dynamic vision of the Sharingan to the extreme. In this situation, the attack trajectory of Kiribi's lately hot knife immediately became clear and slow in his eyes. In the slow-motion shot of Kiribi about to hit him, Zinfan took out a thin line wrapped around a kunao, left it in mid-air, and then disappeared instantly. Boom! Kiribi crashed into the mountain wall, smashing a huge pit, and the whole person seemed to be stuck on the mountain wall like an iron skewer. Sure enough, with the blessing of the tailed beast's chakra, the explosive power of physical skills has really been strengthened a lot. This may be the real reason why Naruto's physical skills increased suddenly after he opened the tailed beast golden body. With the samurai sword's blade broken, Zinfan looked at the collapsed mountain wall and muttered to himself. The next second, Zinfan used the thin kunao wrapped around Killer Bee's body and instantly appeared beside him. Raise Nan. A buzzing sound was heard, and a blue raise Nan instantly appeared in Zinfan's palm and pressed towards Killer Bee. 3 octopus tails quickly emerged from behind Killer Bee, who was inserted into the mountain wall, and grabbed the arm and body of Zinfan, who was releasing the raise Nan. It was the 8 tails in Killer Bee's body that saw that he was in danger and attacked directly. Zinfan raised his eyebrows and pressed his left hand directly on the octopus's feet when his body was controlled by the octopus tails. Curse Seal. Countless curse seals gushed out from his hands, entangled with Killer Bee, and imprisoned him in place. Boom! A strong chakra suddenly burst out from Killer Bee's body, instantly breaking through Zinfan's curse seal, and attacking him with several octopus tails. Swish! Returning to the broken blade again, Zinfan took out dozens of kunao and began to place them in various corners around him, preparing for the next battle. He should be the Xuanfeng Santang who has recently become famous in the ninja world. He possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. You'd better be careful. Pulling Killer Bee out of the mountain wall with his tail, 8 Tails spoke in a deep voice. Is he the twin phoenix Santang? Not only does he possess the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage, he even possesses the Raise-Non and the Sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It's like the 4th Hokage is alive again. Idiot bastard. Killer Bee also began to become serious, looking at Nobukaze with a serious face. The 8 Tails continued to warn he is more dangerous than the 4th Hokage. Not only does he possess the Flying Thunder God technique, he also possesses the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and he defeated Hanzo of the Salamander and the 4th Mizukage. You must be careful enough to deal with him. Although the 4th Hokage is famous in the ninja world, he does not have a clear record of defeating cage-level strongmen. However, the twin phoenix Santang in front of him actually defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as the Demigod, and the 4th Mizukage Yagura of Karatachi. His strength should not be underestimated. Really? Then use State 2, Kiribi said in a deep voice. Gurgle. More and more concentrated tailed beast chakra gushed out of Killer Bee, and then attached to his body surface, turning into a red-tailed beast tights. As the tailed beast chakra continued to condense, a layer of tailed beast-like white exoskeleton appeared at Killer Bee's elbow, looking extremely ferocious. Boom! Killer Bee stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and instantly stepped out a big hole in the ground. Generally, after the half-tailed beast transformation, the violent and evil chakra of the tailed beast will devour the mind and completely go berserk. But as a perfect Jinchuriki, after turning on the half-tailed beast state, Killer Bee not only gained an all-round improvement in strength, speed, and explosive power, but also was able to directly launch small-tailed beast balls. It is his second most powerful form after the complete tailed beast transformation. Half-tailed beast. Zinfan muttered something, his expression calm. Kiribi fell to the ground with all 4 limbs, exhaling a hot breath. Xuanfeng Santang, ever since the last fight with the 4th Hokage, I have been studying how to deal with Flying Thunder God, and this time I will use it on you, idiot bastard. Boom! Killer Bee said, and instantly burst into the air, leaping several hundred meters high. A high-density black ball of chakra compressed with a ratio of 2:8 using yin-yang release chakra. It has great power and a wide range, and can cause landslides and cracks that are enough to change the terrain. Even a small-tailed beast ball condensed by a Jinchuriki's half-tailed beast is enough to destroy everything within a few hundred meters. Boom! The moment the tailed beast ball was formed, Killer Bee launched it directly. It's a good time to experiment with the derivative ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God series. Facing the attacking tailed beast ball, Zinfan looked calm and raised his right hand. At the moment when the tailed beast ball was about to be touched, Zinfan's Sharingan trembled. Flying Thunder God guided the lightning. At the moment when his right hand touched the tailed beast ball, the tailed beast ball in front of Zinfan disappeared instantly and was transferred away by him. And in a valley more than 10 kilometers away, there was a sudden explosion, which set off a gust of wind. Stupid guy, bastard, look at this trick. Seeing that one tailed beast ball didn't work, Killer Bee was furious, and condensed 4 or 5 small-tailed beast balls in succession. Multiple small-tailed beast balls. As soon as a few tailed beast balls condensed into shape, Killer Bee launched them directly towards the trade winds. Boom boom boom. As the small-tailed beast ball was launched, the ground where the trade winds were located exploded instantly, producing several giant round fireballs. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept across the surrounding area for several kilometers, destroying everything. Is this the power of a perfect Jinchuriki? Yakura, who was far away, was shocked when she saw this scene, and she was a little worried. Although she was a high-ranking official in the Sand Village, it was her first time to see the power of the tailed beast ball. And now, she suddenly regretted refusing to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Wind Killer Bee, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, landed on a hill, looked at the ground covered by the fireballs of the tailed beast balls, and made a victory sign. In his opinion, although the Flying Thunder God technique could transfer a tailed beast ball, facing the bombardment of several tailed beast balls, Xuanfeng Santang had to either escape directly or choose to fight hard. If the opponent escaped, all the Flying Thunder God marks here would be destroyed by his tailed beast balls, making it impossible for the opponent to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return here, and no longer be able to stop him from leaving. If the opponent chose to fight hard, he would definitely die without a burial place, because no one can survive the bombardment of his several small tailed beast balls. Suddenly, the scorching flames produced by the explosion of the tailed beast balls seemed to come alive, and instantly formed a giant fire dragon of huge size, which disappeared into the smoke and dust. Even if it is a small-sized tailed beast ball, its power is still extraordinary, and a half-baked Susanna can't withstand it at all. When the smoke and dust cleared, Zinfan's unharmed figure appeared in the circular pit created by the tailed beast ball. In the pit, a giant broken earth dragon wrapped around Zinfan, protecting him. The layer of broken skeleton Susanoo around his body was quickly dissipating, and the giant dragon of fire produced by the explosion of the tailed beast ball was now surrendering at his feet. After his previous experiment, the half-baked Susanoo used by Fugaku's eyes was almost as useless as paper when facing a powerful weapon like the tailed beast ball. However, the enhanced giant earth dragon created by the Tsuyu Tianming in his eyes was quite effective in defense, and it also had the ability to burrow underground. Zinfan just jumped into the giant earth dragon's mouth and dived into the ground, so that he could remain unscathed in the bombardment of several small-tailed beast balls. How is it possible? Killer Bee was shocked to see Zinfan, who was unharmed, as if he had seen a ghost. He really couldn't imagine that the man in front of him could actually withstand his tailed beast ball continuation bullet. There is something wrong with this man's eyes. It is definitely not an ordinary 3-Magatama Sherinon. We'd better retreat first, Eight Tails said. Whether it was the giant earth dragon next to Zinfan that was comparable to the tailed beast, or the giant fire dragon at his feet, they had already surpassed the scope of ordinary ninjutsu, and the layer of bones that dissipated around Zinfan reminded Eight Tails of the Uchiha in the rumors of Konoha. Xiao Ba, I know even if you don't tell me, you idiot, you bastard, Kiribi muttered, turned around and prepared to run away. Listen to others' advice, eat a full meal. He is not a proud and arrogant Yomuran. Where are you running to? Xin Feng disappeared instantly and appeared behind Killer Bee, with a blue raised non in his hand. When he cast the curse seal on Killer Bee just now, he had already left the Flying Thunder God mark on the opponent's octopus tail to prevent the opponent from escaping. Ha ha ha, the fourth Hokage has already used this move. Idiot bastard. Killer Bee laughed loudly, and his body quickly turned around, and his sturdy arms attacked Zinfan in an instant. Thunder Blade. As someone who had fought with the fourth Hokage and suffered a loss once, he naturally understood Zinfan's calculations. Whispering sound. Zinfan curled his lips and used Flying Thunder God again to return to the giant fire dragon. He didn't expect to be tricked by the fourth Hokage. Seeing that his sneak attack failed, Killer Bee bared his teeth in dissatisfaction and cut off the Flying Thunder God mark on his tail. The Flying Thunder God technique is really too difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Killer Bee turned around and ran away again. Zinfan narrowed his eyes, and the Sherinon in his right eye rotated rapidly, flashing a strange light. Wow! Countless earth dragons of different sizes instantly rose from the ground at Kiribi's feet and tightly wrapped around him. What the hell? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Seeing the earth dragon appearing beside him in an instant, Kiribi was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a flexible earth escape ninjutsu that could instantly appear at the enemy's feet. By Mangekyo. What he saw was the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sherinon. The Eight Tails in Killer Bee's body exclaimed. As the Eight Tails who had survived in the ninja world for thousands of years and knew Uchiha Madara, he immediately guessed the root of the matter. Mangekyo Sherinon? What is that? Stupid guy bastard, Killer Bee asked as he struggled to break free from the earth dragons. However, there were too many earth dragons. He just broke free of 2 and 3 more immediately entangled him, making it impossible for him to escape. Completely transform into a tailed beast. Only in this way can you break free from these earth dragons created by the Mangekyo Sherinon, the Eight Tails urged. I know. In the Kumagakure village, in the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage AI, who was processing documents, suddenly frowned and looked towards the direction of Kumagakure Gorge. The next second, the office he was in began to shake violently. Compare. The fourth Raikage AI's face changed, and his pupils shrank instantly. A huge hole was instantly knocked open in the office, and the fourth Raikage who landed on the street turned into a blue light and rushed towards Yunlii Gorge. near Yunli Gorge. The eight-tailed Jyoki, whose upper body is a cow and whose lower body has 8 giant octopus tails, is about 60 meters tall and stands in the middle of the field like a small hill. Looking at the eight-tailed Jyoki, whose left horn was cut off by the third Reikage AI, Zinfan formed a seal with one hand. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. White smoke exploded, and more than a dozen shadow clones instantly appeared around Zinfan's shadow clone technique. Idiot bastard Killer Bee was slightly startled when he saw this scene. And Eight-Tail said, Bib, if you want to teleport instantly with the Flying Thunder God technique, you need to set up the Flying Thunder God mark. The opponent is now using Shadow Clone, probably to set up the Flying Thunder God field so that he can move instantly. Killer Bee said, Little 8, what should we do then? Of course, it is to create a domain of its own. Ya-ei shouted, and the bull's huge mouth opened wide. Sealing technique, billion wrathful nullifiers. Vomit a large amount of ink spit out from the mouth of the eight-tail, which fell on the ground and quickly spread around its body. After a moment, countless black figures and octopus tentacles quickly spread on the ground that was stained black by the ink, surrounding the eight-tail. Hee hee, stupid guy bastard, your Flying Thunder God is ineffective now. Killer Bee's voice came from the eight-tails, very proud. The Insane Strike is a sealing technique that can only be used after the eight-tails is completely transformed into a tailed beast. It spits out a large amount of ink that can become an ink clone to move freely and restrict the target's actions. After touching the target for 3 seconds, it can completely dye the target black and complete the seal. It is a powerful sealing technique that can instantly seal thousands of enemies. The disadvantage is that it takes 3 seconds to completely seal. Now the space around his tailed beast body has been occupied by the ink clone, and Shuangfeng Santang can't even think of getting close. Oh, that's interesting. Zinfan muttered and waved his hand. In an instant, most of Zinfan's shadow clones used the instant body technique to leave and disappeared. Then, Zinfan waved his right hand, and the giant fire dragons surrounding him immediately pounced on the eight-tailed fox. Stop playing tricks, I'll smash you to pieces. The eight tails roared, raised its head, and gathered the terrifying tailed beast chakra in its body into its mouth, forming a real large tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball that is fully transformed by the tailed beast is different from the small one. It is enough to destroy a mountain. It is the real killer move of the tailed beasts. Zyoba, be careful not to be distracted by him. Kirabi reminded in time in that case, then use ink to bombard. The eight tails opened its mouth wide, swallowed the unformed tailed beast ball in front of it, aimed at Zinfan and the giant fire dragon, and sprayed a huge and brilliant energy beam. Boom! Zinfan raised his eyebrows, took out a skill card copied from the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karuta and threw it in front of him. Water Escape Water Mirror Technique. Hualala. The card collapsed and instantly turned into a large amount of water to form a huge water mirror of dozens of square meters, blocking the front of Zinfan. As soon as the giant water mirror was formed, a beam of energy light that was exactly the same as the ink cannon of the eight-tailed fox gushed out of the water mirror and blasted against the ink cannon of the eight-tailed fox. Boom! The two extreme energy beams collided and instantly burst into a brilliant white light, filling the surrounding land, making it impossible to open your eyes. Yakang, who was far away, looked at the shocking scene in front of her and gritted her teeth. This level of battle was no longer something she could intervene in. A few seconds later, the light faded, and Zinfan's unharmed figure reappeared in front of Killer Bee and Eight Tails. Damn it, why can his water mirror technique copy my ink cannon? This is ridiculous. Eight Tails and Killer Bee looked at the disappearing water mirror in front of Zinfan with shock. Because even if it is the water mirror technique of the 4th Mizukage, it is impossible to use it to this extent without sufficient chakra to support it. Zinfan took back the card that turned into a blank skill card again and raised his right hand. Buzz, a blue light flashed, and a Raiznan instantly took shape in his hand. Then, the wind chakra in Zinfan's body gathered, causing the Raiznan in his hand to glow white, upgrading the Raiznan into a Raisin Shuriken. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. I want to see how much chakra you have to defend against my tailed beast ball. The eight tails roared, opened its mouth wide, and continued to gather the tailed beast chakra in its mouth. Continuous tailed beast ball 5 consecutive bombs. Bang bang bang. As soon as the 5-tailed beast balls formed in the mouth of the eight tails, he ejected them one after another, attacking Zinfan. Just when the eight tails tailed beast ball was just ejected, several figures suddenly rushed into his ink field from around him and quickly came to his side. It was the shadow clones that Zinfan had just separated, regardless of the danger of being sealed by the ink, and used the instant body technique to rush to the eight tails within 3 seconds of being sealed. At the same time, several shadow clones beside Zinfan jumped into the air and intercepted the tailed beast ball ejected by the eight tails. Snap! Zinfan snapped his fingers. The Flying Thunder God clone guided the lightning. The next second, the 5-tailed beast balls that attacked Zinfan and the wind-style Raisin Shuriken in his hand instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared beside the eight tails. Oops! Seeing the shadow clones rushing in instantly, the eight tails and Killer Bee were both horrified. They didn't expect that Zinfin would directly use the Shadow Clones as the Death Squad to provide the Flying Thunder God mark and directly transfer the tailed beast ball to his side. Use the opponent's force to counterattack. This is the true use of Flying Thunder God. Zinfin chuckled, appeared beside Yakang, and took him away from the spot to avoid being affected by the tailed beast ball. At the location of the 8 tails, the 5 tailed beast balls began to break one after another. Boom 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 boom. Swish. After the explosion stopped, Zinfin brought Yakang to the edge of the deep pit in the smoke period. Looking at the destroyed ground around him, which looked like it had been plowed, and the huge deep pit several hundred meters wide in front of him, Yakang murmured, "Is this the power of the 8 tail?" Zinfin on the side said with a smile, "Among the tailed beasts, the power of the 8 tails is second only to the 9 tails, so its strength is naturally much stronger than the other tailed beasts." Yakang nodded and raised his hand. Wind style, Typhoon passed. Yakang's burning style is the blood limit of wind and fire, so her attainments in wind style are also very good. As Yakang performed the wind style ninjutsu, the smoke and dust in the deep pit were instantly swept away, revealing the situation inside. At the bottom of the deep pit, the 8 tails octopus tail protected itself tightly, allowing it to survive the explosion of the tailed beast ball. However, although it survived, its octopus tail looked tattered and miserable, and it was obviously seriously injured. The horrible damage caused by the instant bombardment of 5 regular tailed beast balls was so severe that even the 8 tails could not bear it and died on the spot. Seeing Zinfin coming in front of him, the seriously injured 8 tails said in a deep voice, "Shuangfeng Santang, what do you want to do?" Zinfin took out a blank summoning beast card and said calmly, "Don't resist, I'm just doing an experiment, I won't hurt you and Killer Bee." After saying that, countless golden chains instantly gushed out from behind Zinfin, tightly wrapping around the 8 tails that had not yet completely transformed into a tailed beast. Summoning Beast 8-tailed currently unable to act. Host damage ratio 100%, greater than 80%, meets the replication conditions. After copying, you can obtain a summoned beast with 100% of the power and characteristics of the 8-tailed beast. Do you want to copy it? Seeing the information in front of him, Zinfin was delighted. Sure enough, even after defeating the Jinchuriki who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, the blank summoning beast card could still copy it. In this way, in the future, he only needs to transform the Jinchuriki into tailed beasts and defeat them directly, instead of seizing the tailed beasts himself and causing the siege of the 5 major ninja villages. After all, according to the agreement between the 5 major ninja villages, once the balance of the tailed beasts is destroyed, they will hold a 5-cage meeting to fight the enemy together. Moreover, now except for Konoha and Mist Village, other ninja villages are mainly recruiting him, and Zinfin has no need to make enemies for no reason and make his tailed beast plan difficult. As Zinfin clicked to confirm, the blank summoning beast card suddenly burst out with brilliant light, penetrating the body of the 8-tailed beast and covering the 8-tailed beast. Then, a platinum-colored card appeared in front of Zinfin. The picture depicted in the middle of the card is a monster that looks like the 8-tailed Kaoki, but it is all black. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 8 tails, completing the achievement 8 of the tailed beasts, and obtaining a random card. Ding! Immediately obtained a blank character card. Zinfin was slightly disappointed to see that he only obtained a blank character card. He wanted to copy his 9-tailed beasts and fuse them into the 10 tails, which required at least 9 blank summoning beast cards. If the Outer Path Demon statue was included, at least 10 would be required. He currently only had 4 blank summoning beast cards. After copying the 3 tails and the 8 tails, he only had 2 left. If he wanted to continue copying, he had to find a way to increase the number of his blank summoning beast cards. After taking the card back, Zinfin also lifted the diamond seal on the 8 tails. "What were you doing just now?" Seeing that Zinfin actually let him go, Yaei frowned and asked. Yaei always felt that Zinfin had other intentions, but because he couldn't see the cards, he didn't know what the other party was planning. "I just gave you a brother," Zinfin said jokingly, and turned to leave. He did not want to control the 8 tails in his own hands, but hoped to follow the plot and let Akatsuki successfully resurrect the 10 tails. In this way, he could defeat the 10 tails again, copy the 10 tails, and fleece the 10 tails again. But before that, he needed to get his own 10 tails so that he could defeat the real 10 tails. "Brother," 8-tail looked at Zinfin strangely, then gradually disappeared, allowing Kiribi to regain control of the body. "What on earth do you want to do here? Just to tie me up?" Idiot bastard Kiribi, covered in blood and wounds, came to Zinfin with a strange look on his face. The other party had fought with him for so long, destroyed the nearby surface, and beat him half to death, but in the end he did nothing, just like he was bored and looking for trouble. Zinfin did not answer Kiribi's question, but smiled and said, "If you introduce Yukato to me, I can help you escape. He still has 2 blank summoning beast cards, and can copy 2 tailed beasts. Yukato, who can also activate the tailed beast transformation, is a very suitable target." Hearing what Zinfin said, Killer Bee suddenly felt moved. Judging from the other party's actions just now, the other party had no ill will towards him, otherwise he would not have let him and Zyoba go directly after he was defeated. Moreover, the other party possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. If he had a good relationship with the other party, it would be very convenient for him to sneak out in the future. Boom! Just as Killer Bee was hesitating, a blue figure fell from the sky, smashed between Zinfin and Killer Bee, and smashed a big hole in the ground. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin, light yellow slicked back hair, wearing a wide belt and handguards, and his body was covered with a layer of blue lightning armor, which kept flashing lightning. It was Killer Bee's elder brother, the 4th generation Reikage AI of the Kumagakure village. ZI. As soon as the 4th Reikage AI landed between Killer Bee and Zinfin, he grabbed Killer Bee and left the spot, appearing in the distance. Between a surprise attack on an unknown enemy and protecting his brother first, the 4th Reikage AI obviously chose the latter. It is said that the 4th Reikage has a bad temper and is unreasonable, but now it seems that it is not the same. Zinfin slowly turned his head to look at the 4th Reikage and said with a smile, Sharinan? Are you the twin phoenix Tripitaka? Seeing the Sharinan in Zinfin's eyes, the 4th Reikage AI frowned slightly and guessed the other party's identity at once. The person who possessed the Sharinan and could defeat his brother could only be the twin phoenix Tripitaka who appeared recently in the ninja world. How dare you hurt me like this? I will tear you into pieces. As soon as the 4th Reikage AI finished speaking, he turned into a blue light and rushed towards Zinfin in an instant. Thunder roared, and the 4th Reikage AI instantly appeared behind Zinfin, slashing at him with one hand. Zinfin's 3 Megatama Sharinan in both eyes turned and instantly turned into a Mangekyo Sharinan, which took in all the 4th Reikage's movements, dodged the opponent's attack, and left the spot. Humph, Justice Sharinan. The strongest lightning armor, open. After missing the target, the 4th Reikage AI shouted angrily, and there were crackling sounds on his body. The lightning armor increased again, and his hair stood up like an angry lion. The lightning armor can use lightning to stimulate the body, raising the strength, reaction speed, and defense to a higher level. In terms of movement speed, it can even rival the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. The strongest lightning armor performed by the 4th Reikage AI at full strength has brought this effect to the extreme. In this state, the 4th Reikage moves so fast that even the Mangekyo Sharinan cannot catch it. In the original work, he can even instantly dodge the Amaterasu launched by the Eternal Eye Suzuki using his sight. Big Brother, seeing AI fighting, Kirabi quickly spoke to stop him. However, before he could finish his words, the 4th Reikage AI disappeared again. So fast. Seeing the 4th Reikage disappear in an instant, Zinfin was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared for the speed of the 4th Reikage, he couldn't help but be surprised when he found that his Mangekyo Sharinan couldn't keep up with him. The man who could compete with the 4th Hokage for the title of the first instant man in the ninja world is really fast. Thunder level, ZI. The 4th Reikage AI suddenly appeared behind Zinfin, and slashed his right hand covered with lightning to the opponent's neck. Just as the hand knife was about to hit, the 4th Reikage AI saw Zinfin disappear in front of him, leaving only a kunao in the air. Does he really possess the Flying Thunder God technique? The 4th Reikage's heart sank, and he quickly searched for Zinfin's figure in the field. Soon he saw him appear next to Yakang on the edge of the deep pit. Yakang looked at the 4th Reikage and said, "We are here to discuss cooperation. Is this how you, the Kumagakure, treat guests? Cooperation?" The 4th Reikage sneered, "Your so-called cooperation is to beat my brother half to death." Zinfin spread his hands and smiled, "Your brother knocked out the guard of Yunli Gorge and was about to escape, but I intercepted him out of kindness." Although Zinfin would beat up Kirabi whether he escaped or not, this did not prevent him from taking the lead and seizing the moral high ground. Hearing this, the 4th Reikage AI instantly turned his head to look at Killer Bee, only to find that the other party was about to quietly run away. Seeing this, the veins on the forehead of the 4th Reikage AI jumped violently, and he was instantly furious. Boom! AI instantly appeared beside Killer Bee, grabbed the back of his head, and smashed it directly on the ground, making his brother have a close contact with the ground. "Brother, I know I was wrong." Kirabi raised his right hand and begged for mercy. Bang! He kicked Kirabi away, and AI looked at Zinfin and said, "I will personally thank you for this matter later, and we can discuss cooperation slowly. But I can't remain indifferent to my brother being beaten so badly, so let's have a fight now." Zinfin flashed to the side of the kunao left behind earlier, threw a Flying Thunder God kunao around, looked at the 4th Reikage and smiled, "Come on then." He also wanted to see how strong this man who inherited the title of Reikage was. The 4th Reikage AI stopped talking nonsense, and used his strongest lightning armor to fire at full power, stomping on the ground to crack it. He instantly appeared beside Zinfin and slashed at him with a knife. Even with the Mangekyo Sharinan, it still can't keep up. Xin Feng understood and used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge again. A Flying Thunder God Kuno appeared not far away. Humph! Seeing Zinfin disappear in an instant, the 4th Reikage AI sneered in his heart and appeared beside him again. He had memorized the locations of all of Zinfin's Flying Thunder God marks. Even if the opponent used Flying Thunder God to escape, he could instantly appear beside him and continue to attack. Seeing that the fourth Raikage was chasing Zinfan relentlessly, Zinfan disappeared again at the same place, and the fourth Raikage also chased him relentlessly and appeared beside him again. The two kept flashing in the big pit, which surprised Yakang and Kirabi next to them. This is not a solution. Zinfan continued to use Flying Thunder God, thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind. In addition to being as fast as the fourth Hokage, the fourth Raikage AI is also extremely proficient in ninjutsu. When the Thunder Release armor is fully fired, every move is terrifying. In the original work, the Eternal Eye Suzuki was once chopped by the opponent's knife and vomited blood under the protection of the skeleton Susanoo. If there was no Susanoo to protect him, he would have been killed directly. Although he can also use Susanoo, the attack speed of Susanoo is obviously not enough to deal with the opponent. Moreover, the fourth Raikage AI was evaluated by Karen as a man with tailed beast-level chakra, and the amount of chakra should not be underestimated. However, if he can find a way to slow down the opponent's speed, then he may be able to capture his attack trajectory with the pair of Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes. Thinking of this, the five-pointed star Mangekyo Sharinan in Zinfan's eyes turned at the same time. Suyu Tianming Earth Dragon Pillar. Boom boom. Under the control of Zinfan's ability, the ground in the big pit seemed to come alive, turning into earth dragons. The Flying Thunder God Kunao biting Zinfan kept moving around, making it impossible for the fourth Raikage to capture Zinfan's whereabouts based on his memory. Then, dense earth dragon-shaped cylinders began to emerge from the ground, making Zinfan and the fourth Raikage feel like they were in a dense bamboo forest and couldn't see each other. Under the obstruction of the earth dragon-shaped cylinders, the fourth Raikage's speed dropped sharply in an instant, and because of the obstruction of his vision, he instantly lost Zinfan's whereabouts. Yi Lei Shen's Wrathful Thunder Axe. The fourth Raikage shouted, raised 1 foot high, and slammed the ground with 1 foot. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding ground and earth dragon pillars were all shattered, raising smoke and dust. As soon as the earth dragon pillar was shattered, the fourth Raikage saw an earth dragon as thick as an arm drilled out from his feet, and the earth dragon was holding a Flying Thunder God Kunao in its mouth. The next moment, the wind-style Raisin Shuriken spread out, and countless tiny wind blades cut through everything within the range, destroying everything around. As Naruto's regular ultimate move in the later period, the power of the wind-style Raisin Shuriken has always been not to be underestimated. When the cyclone of the wind-style Raisin dissipated, Zinfan found that only a large spiral pit was left at the original location, and the figure of the fourth Raikage had long retreated to a distance. Zinfan was not surprised by this result. In terms of speed, the fourth Raikage is not inferior to the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, and it is very normal to dodge his wind-style Raisin. It has to be said that in the ninja world with generally high attack and low defense, facing Kai, the fourth Raikage and others who have practiced physical skills to the extreme, ordinary people really have no way to deal with them. Even as strong as the 6 paths, if you are not careful, there is a risk of overturning. Your wind escape technique is very strong. The fourth Raikage AI withdrew his gaze from the position of the wind escape Raisin and looked at Zinfan with a serious face. Although his strongest lightning escape armor could not catch up with the third Raikage in terms of defense, he was also not afraid of ordinary wind escape ninjutsu. Ordinary wind escape ninjutsu could not even break his lightning escape defense. However, the extremely terrifying wind escape ninjutsu that Zinfan had just performed made him smell danger. If he was hit by this move, he would probably be seriously injured if not killed. You are very fast, but as long as the range is large enough and the attacks are frequent enough, there will always be a time when you can't dodge. Zinfan split into 5 shadow clones, looking at the fourth Raikage and said calmly. With the unreasonable speed of the fourth Raikage, only by performing large-scale ninjutsu can he reveal a flaw. After saying that, Zinfan's shadow clones raised their hands, one by one, and cast wind escape spiral shuriken at the same time. At the same time, Zinfan's Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes rotated rapidly, and began to cast Suyu Tianming to control the Earth Dragon hidden underground to send the Flying Thunder God Kunao to the position where the fourth Raikage might appear, so as to snipe at the point. Seeing this scene in front of him, the fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes, stopped and said, "Let's stop here. I have confirmed that you are not the fourth Hokage. Let's talk about cooperation." Although he wanted to take the opportunity to avenge Killer Bee when he fought with Zinfan, he also wanted to test Zinfan. After the brief battle with the opponent just now, he could confirm that the opponent was not the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The most important thing is that the opponent has the Flying Thunder God technique and the wind-style ninjutsu that can hurt him. The fourth Raikage is not sure to win the opponent. In this case, there is no need for him to continue to entangle with the opponent. If the two sides get angry and become enemies, it will be disadvantageous to the Cloud Ninja village. For a lone wolf ninja who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and does not belong to any ninja village, even the 5 major ninja villages are unwilling to take the initiative to provoke the other party, because that means endless trouble. Okay. Seeing the fourth Raikage stop on his own initiative, Zinfan nodded and took the initiative to disperse the shadow clones. Through this battle with Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage, he found a new way to fight the enemy by using Suyu Tianming to cooperate with the Flying Thunder God technique. In addition, the successful copy of the Eight Tails has gained a lot, and there is really no need to continue to entangle. Moreover, the Mangekyo Sharinan in his eyes is aching slightly, which is a sign that the pupil power and vision are being intensively consumed. Although Zinfan has the Thousand Hands bloodline of Little Tsunade, it can reduce the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharinan to a certain extent and reduce the loss of vision a lot. But Tsunade's Thousand Hands bloodline is not Hashirama's cells, and the loss of vision is still unavoidable. Before obtaining Hashirama's power to completely reduce the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Zinfan he didn't want to use the Mangekyo too frequently. It was for this reason that he didn't choose to use the Kamui this time, but chose Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo. After all, he hasn't found a way to fuse the Kamui into the Eternal Eye yet, and the vision of the Kamui decreases every time it's used, so it can't be wasted. Of course, there was another reason for not choosing to use the Kamui. He felt that Uchiha Kenji had used the connection between the two Kamui to find him last time. Therefore, in order to avoid any accidents in his tailed beast replication plan, Nobukaze naturally did not choose to use the Kamui this time. Seeing that the fourth Raikage and Nobukaze both stopped, Yakang and Killer Bee were obviously relieved. They were really afraid that the two would get angry and miss the opportunity to cooperate. I will come here again in a week, and then we can talk about cooperation. After inserting a Flying Thunder God Kunao into the ground, Zinfan came to Yakang and disappeared with her. After fighting with Killer Bee, Eight Tails and the fourth Raikage, his chakra and pupil power were almost exhausted, and the perfect state card was used once. It is better to be cautious and leave first. Seeing Zinfan and Yakang leave, the fourth Raikage's face suddenly darkened. The strength of Shuangfang Santang has far exceeded his expectations and can pose a threat to the Cloud Village. If such a person cannot be won over, he can only be eliminated. However, when he thought of the other party's eyes, the fourth Raikage AI suddenly had a headache when he saw the Flying Thunder God technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. It is not so easy to kill someone who can use the Flying Thunder God technique so skillfully. And judging from the behavior of Shuangfang Santang just now, the other party is also an extremely cautious person and does not give any chance at all. Such a person is really a headache. Killer Bee on the side picked up the Flying Thunder God Kunao left by Zinfan and looked at the Flying Thunder God technique on it curiously. The Flying Thunder God mark of each Flying Thunder God user is different, and the character of the other party can be indirectly inferred from these marks. A big bowl of wide noodles for 2 kun. What does this mean? Looking at the Flying Thunder God mark on the Kunao, Killer Bee was confused. The fourth Raikage AI punched Killer Bee and said angrily, "Can we just touch the things left by the enemy?" Killer Bee said aggrievedly, "I don't think he has any ill will towards us." The fourth Raikage AI punched Killer Bee again and asked with concern, "How are your injuries?" Killer Bee spread his hands and said indifferently, "Zioba borrowed a lot of chakra, it's healed now." Under the nourishment of the tailed beast chakra of the Eight Tails, most of the injuries on Killer Bee have been healed. It hurts. As soon as he returned to the mansion with Yakang, Xian Feng couldn't help but cover his eyes. Although he had just used Susanoo once and Shugo Tenmei several times, the continuous use of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power directly consumed too much of his pupil power, which in turn produced a strong side effect that made him ache all over his body, as if every cell in his body was wailing. This was under the premise that he had the blood of Uchiha and Senju. If it was an ordinary Uchiha clan, I'm afraid the reaction would be even stronger. "Are you okay? I'll go get Huilai." Yakang saw Zinfan's appearance and went out immediately. After Yakang left, Zinfan adjusted for a while and finally felt better. It must be said that although the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan and Susanoo is terrifying, the side effects are really too great before the eyes are fused into the Eternal Eye. No wonder Uchiha Itachi, who was so careful when using his eyes, made himself terminally ill at a young age, and no wonder Suzuki almost blinded himself after a few fights after obtaining the Mangekyo Sharinan. Although the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan is terrifying, the price is equally terrifying. A minute later, Yakang brought Uzumaki Eri to Zinfan. Adult Uzumaki Eri blushed and raised her white right hand to Zinfan. Zinfan glanced at Yakang, who was staring at him, afraid that he would do something out of line, and then gently bit Uzumaki Eri's white jade arm. Snort! Uzumaki Eri's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but hum. Under the treatment of Uzumaki Eri's special chakra, Zinfan finally felt a lot more relaxed. Although his pupil power and vision had not recovered, at least his body felt better and no longer in severe pain. "You guys continue to practice." Leaving behind a word, Zinfan disappeared directly on the spot. He was going to see what he had gained today. Yakang glanced at Uzumaki Eri, whose pretty face was blushing, curled his lips, and prepared to practice. In the Land of Fire, in an unnamed valley, Zinfan took out the Eight-Tails summoning card he had just copied and summoned it directly. A huge cloud of white smoke exploded, and a giant bull-headed monster with a pitch-black body and 8 octopus tails appeared in front of Zinfan. The 8-tailed monster in front of him was exactly the same as the 8-tailed bull demon in terms of size and appearance, the only difference was the color of its body. Not bad. Looking at the 8 tails in front of him, Zinfan nodded with satisfaction. Although the 8 tails Gyuki is not as powerful as the 9 tails, it should not be underestimated either. If used well, it will definitely be an ace combat force. After cancelling the summoning of the black 8 tails, Zinfan sat on a big tree, looking at the sunset in the distance and thinking about his next move. He has already obtained 2 of the 9-tailed beasts. With his current strength, it is not a big problem for him to continue to copy the remaining tailed beasts. The only problem is that he does not have enough blank summoning beast cards now, and he must find a way to obtain new cards. However, if he wants to obtain new cards, he must either wait for the annual card draw or complete the achievement task to obtain random cards. But no matter which method he uses, it is obviously impossible for him to collect all 9-tailed beasts in a short period of time. Since the tailed beast replication plan cannot be rushed, let's first find a way to obtain the Eternal Eye and Hashirama's cells to enhance our own strength. Changing his train of thought, Zinfan began to think in his heart. The side effects of using the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan are too great, and he must come up with a solution as soon as possible. And the solution is also very simple. Either fuse Fugaku's eyes with Uchiha Itaka's eyes to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, or kill the person who has Hashirama's cells, obtain the corresponding power of Hashirama, and then alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharinan. Now, in addition to Uchiha Obito, the ungrateful wolf, the only person who has complete Hashirama's cells is Shimura Danzo, the old shaman. As for Yamato? Sorry, Zinfan doesn't look down on his Littlewood release at all, but will feel that it is not worth wasting his few blank character cards. And to fuse the Eternal Eye, he needs to kill Uchiha Itaki. To obtain the power of Hashirama's cells, he needs to kill Danzo and Uchiha Obito. Thinking of this, Zinfan suddenly felt a headache. Uchiha Itaki and Shimura Danzo each have a Kotoamatsukami of Uchiha Shisui, while Uchiha Obito has the resurrection coin and half of Hashirama's cells, so he is not afraid of getting hurt at all. These 3 people are not so easy to get rid of. I can only play the role of Fugaku first, and then find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Having made up his mind, Zinfan disappeared again. Kanaha. Hokage building Hokage-sama, Shuangfang Santang's whereabouts in the black market are extremely mysterious. He only occasionally appears in black market gold exchange offices in various countries when exchanging bounties. Uchiha Itake half knelt in front of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, calmly reporting the results of his investigation outside the village during this period. The 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Itaki in front of him, listened to his report at ease, and asked questions from time to time. It was not until Uchiha Itaki finished his report that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. I asked you to come back this time, you should have known the reason. Hearing this, Uchiha Itaki nodded calmly. He already knew about the battle that happened outside Kanaha village a few days ago, as well as the friction between Uchiha and the Root, and guessed why the 3rd Hokage asked him to come back. His father, who had always been patient, suddenly became strong. Not to mention the 3rd Hokage, even he couldn't help but wonder if the other party had awakened the same eyes as himself. Exhaling a puff of dry tobacco, the 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Itaki and said, Itake, I need to know whether your father Fugaku really has those special eyes. You need to investigate this matter carefully. This concerns the future between Kanaha and Uchiha. If Uchiha Fugaku has really awakened the same eyes as Shisui and become radical, then the conflict between Kanaha and Uchiha may not be so easy to resolve. Hearing this, Uchiha Itake replied, Yes, Hokage-sama. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, you can go out. Uchiha Itake nodded, and directly performed the instant body technique and disappeared on the spot. Not long after Uchiha Itake left, the 3rd Hokage suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared. Hearing Mito Kato En's words, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yutaten Kohara fell silent at the same time. Uchiha Itake is an Uchiha genius who is as famous as Uchiha Shisui. With Uchiha Shisui opening his Mangekyo Sharinan, it is naturally possible. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said, We cannot rule out this possibility. We need to be prepared for a desperate Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharinan. I plan to ask Jiraiya to return to Kanaha for a while. Hearing this, Yutaten Koharu and Mizuto Kato both nodded. If Jiraiya was in Kanaha, even if Fugaku and Uchiha Itaki awakened their Mangekyo Sharinan, it would be enough to deal with them. If even Princess Tsunade could come back, the Uchiha would not even dare to show their thoughts of rebellion. It's a pity that Princess Tsunade has a special status and they can't call her at all. After a period of silence, Mizuto Kato said angrily, We learned about the news about the Mangekyo Sharinan too late. Danzo actually concealed such important news from his teacher for his own selfish reasons. It is simply unforgivable. After the death of the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, the teacher of the 3 of them, Danzo directly took all the research materials of the 2nd Hokage for himself. Although Danzo handed over most of the information, he concealed the news about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan, leaving them all in the dark. In addition, no one in the Uchiha clan has been able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan over the years, so the three of them only learned about the news of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan after the Shisui incident. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took out an old scroll obtained from Danzo and said, according to the teacher's record on the scroll, after the Uchiha clan opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, in addition to gaining one or two unique and terrifying abilities such as Koda Amatsukami, they could also use a pupil technique called Susanoo, which could resist the tailed beasts and was extremely difficult to deal with. According to what Danzo just said, Uchiha Shisui escaped from the hands of the root after using this ability. Yudatin Kohara frowned and said, "Teacher, did you write on the scroll how to deal with the ability of Susanoo?" The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to the two advisors in front of him and smiled. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. According to the teacher's scroll, the side effects of using Susanoo are extremely severe. Even the Uchiha clan can't hold out for long. To deal with Susanoo, you only need to adopt a consumption tactic. Moreover, the side effects of using the Mangekyo Sharingan are also great. The more times you use it, the faster your eyes will go blind." After reading the introduction of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo on the scroll, Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Based on their teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's research on the Uchiha clan, his suggestion is naturally the most appropriate way to deal with it. Moreover, the Mangekyo Sharingan has such a big flaw that one or two people with the Mangekyo Sharingan can't make much waves in front of Konoha, which has tens of thousands of ninjas. Because even if they use human lives to consume, they can consume the opponent to death. Yutain Kohara said, "Since we already know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, we should also set up several special response teams just in case." Mito Kato-en nodded and said, "Yes, it is best to be composed of members of the Hyuga, Inoshikacho and other ninja families." After discussing the response team, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took back the scrolls from the two consultants and said, "Preventing the Uchiha from rebelling is only the worst plan. If possible, we should try to resolve the issue between the Uchiha and Konoha peacefully. The Uchiha clan is also an important fighting force of Konoha. As long as the Uchiha does not rebel, the third Hokage does not want to go too far." Yudatin Koharu asked, "What strategy should we adopt against the Uchiha next?" The third Hokage pondered for a while and said, "Let's try to be gentle first. As long as Uchiha doesn't go too far, we'll turn a blind eye for now." Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Itachi walked into the gate of the Uchiha clan and frowned as he watched the Uchiha clan members coming and going. Although he had only been away for a few days, he was still keenly aware of the changes in the Uchiha clan. It was a change that he felt excited from the inside out. He always felt that something was brewing in the dark. "Hey, Itachi is back." When he arrived at his house, Uchiha Itachi saw Uchiha Inahiro and Uchiha Yashiro coming out of the door and greeting him with a smile. Since the Fugaku clan leader became powerful, Yashiro and Inahiro no longer disliked Itachi as before. After all, he was the clan leader's son, so he had to give him some face. "Senior." Seeing the smiles of Yashiro and Inahiro, Itachi responded calmly, but the doubts in his heart became more and more serious. To make Inahiro and Yashiro, who used to be rude to him, so gentle to him, there must have been a huge change in the clan. "The clan leader is teaching Suzuki to practice in the courtyard, so we'll leave first," Yashiro said with a smile, and followed Inahiro and the others away. After watching the two leave, Uchiha Itachi stood in front of the gate and fell silent. After a while of silence, Uchiha Itachi opened the door and walked in. "Oh, and I-chan." Seeing Itachi push the door open, little Suzuki, who was practicing in the courtyard, greeted loudly with a smile on his face, and then continued to practice under the guidance of Fugaku. Although little Suzuki was very happy that his brother had returned, he did not want to disappoint his father who had finally recognized him. Seeing that his younger brother, who used to run to greet him as soon as he returned, was no longer sticking to him, Uchiha Itachi felt inexplicably lost. Zinfin nodded to Itachi calmly, and then continued to focus his eyes on little Suzuki. Seeing that his father nodded to him and continued to teach Suzuki to practice, Uchiha suddenly frowned. His father Fugaku had never cared about Suzuki's practice in the past, but now he was teaching Suzuki to practice himself. This made Itachi feel inexplicably uneasy for no reason, and he felt that the man in front of him was not like his father at all. Could it be that his father really awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and his temperament changed drastically? Facing Uchiha Itachi's greeting, Nobukaze, who was disguised as Fugaku, nodded with a stern face. Uchiha Itachi was quick-witted and observant, so it was not easy to pretend to be Fugaku in front of him. However, according to Mikato and Izumi, Uchiha Fugaku basically had a paralyzed face whether at home or outside. This greatly reduced the difficulty of Nobukaze's role. As for the problem of Fugaku's drastic change in personality and inconsistent personality, Nobukaze was ready to directly push it to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing his father nod, Itachi did not say much, but stood quietly aside, waiting patiently. After teaching Suzuki, Nobukaze brought Itachi to the living room, ready for a conversation between father and son. Sitting upright on the main seat, Nobukaze spoke slowly. I heard that you were on a mission outside the village recently. After choosing to replace Fugaku, Zinfin knew that he would have to face Uchiha Itaka sooner or later, so he asked Quan to investigate Itaka's recent situation a long time ago. Uchiha Itaka secretly observed his father's every move, lowered his eyebrows and said, "The village asked me to investigate the twin phoenix Tripitaka, so I have been staying outside recently." Hearing this, Zinfin remained calm on the surface, but was very excited in his heart. He did not expect that Uchiha Itake had actually gone to investigate him during this period of time. No wonder the other party was not at home during this period of time, and he took the opportunity to take advantage of it. If the other party had not investigated him, he would not have been able to replace Fugaku so easily. This is really fate. Thinking about these things in his mind, Zinfin continued, "What do you think of the twin phoenix Tripitaka?" Uchiha Itake thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Father, Shuangfeng Santang not only took away Kakashi's single Sharingan, but also killed Senior Fujin and took away his pair of Sharinans. It is obvious that he has strong hostility towards our Uchiha clan. We must be careful to deal with it." Wait, didn't I just take away one of Kakashi's eyes? How come Uchiha Fujin came out? Who the hell is framing me? Hearing Uchiha Itaka's words, Zinfin had a blank expression on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. Then, Zinfin looked at Uchiha Itake and asked, "In that case, did you investigate the details of Shuangfeng Santang during this mission?" If Uchiha Itake really found out any clues, he could make corrections in time. This is the advantage of getting inside the enemy. Uchiha Itake answered truthfully, "I only found out some simple information, but not the specific situation. Under his Mangekyo Sharingan, no one can hide secrets, but Shuangfeng Santang is too cautious, and even he can't find out anything." Seeing that Uchiha Itake didn't find out any useful information about himself, Zinfin asked casually, "Since the mission is not completed, why did you come back?" As he was talking, he suddenly stopped, frowned, and looked at Uchiha Itake with a sharp gaze. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, Zinfin knew that Uchiha Itake was a double agent. Uchiha Itake returned to Konoha without completing his mission, which meant that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-level officials had assigned another task to Itake, and this task was most likely to investigate this Uchiha Fugaku. Sure enough, his change of temperament still attracted the attention of Konoha. However, Zinfin was not worried about this matter, because he had expected it a long time ago. Father, feeling his father's gaze, Uchiha Itake felt his scalp tingling for no reason. In the past, although he also respected his father, it was only the respect between father and son. In terms of strength or other aspects, Uchiha Itake obviously believed in him more. But for some reason, at this moment he felt that he had no secrets in front of his father. He wondered if his father had discovered his identity as a double agent between the Konoha high-level officials and the Uchiha. This made Uchiha Itake worried, because once he was suspected by his father, he would not be able to continue to mediate between Konoha and Uchiha in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about the situation at the village's top management. Zinfin ignored Uchiha Itake's thoughts and changed the subject directly. He had no intention of exposing Uchiha Itake's identity as a double agent. It was meaningless to him. Uchiha Itake's Mangekyo Sharingan was an important prop for him to merge into the Eternal Eye, and it was something he was determined to obtain. Because only by letting Itake go to the opposite side of the Uchiha clan as in the original work, Zinfin could kill the other party in a logical way, and take the Uchiha clan into his pocket, and take the opportunity to seize Konoha. Hearing this, Uchiha Itake breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, and began to tell Fugaku some news about Konoha, so as to dispel the other party's suspicion. Outside the living room, Uchiha Mikado took a deep breath and kept adjusting her state. After just knowing that Itake was back, she was actually very nervous and scared. Because her eldest son, Uchiha Itake, was sharp-minded and could easily see clues from some details, she was afraid that he would reveal some flaws and arouse Itake's suspicion. However, from the current situation, the man disguised himself very well and did not reveal any flaws at all. After trying her best to make herself look no different from usual, Uchiha Mikado directly opened the door, looked at the two of them and smiled gently, "It's time to eat." After saying that, Misaki immediately turned around and left, not daring to stay any longer. "Let's go, let's eat." Zinfin stood up and walked towards the dining room. Uchiha Itake looked at Zinfin who was leaving and suddenly said, "I heard that my father often practices in the shrine during this period." Zinfin paused, turned his head to look at Uchiha Itake, and said calmly, "I found something new on the stele." Hearing this, Uchiha Itake was stunned, his heart was in turmoil. He knew the secret of the Uchiha stele. He could find something new on it, which meant that, my father's personality changed. Was it because he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan? At night, in the shadows somewhere in the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Obito, wearing a whirlpool mask, sat cross-legged on a tree and said jokingly with a smile, "It seems that Shuangfeng Santang is really brave." Uchiha Fugaku stared at the direction of his home, his tone cold and hatred spreading. It was fine that his Mangekyo Sharinan was taken away by Xuanfeng Santang. After all, he was not as skilled as him, but he really didn't expect that the other party would dare to become his appearance and replace him openly. When he thought of his wife calling another man husband and his son calling another man father, the anger and shame in Uchiha Fugaku's heart could not stop rising. Hearing the deep hatred implied in Fugaku's words, Uchiha Obito couldn't help laughing. With this deep hatred in Uchiha Fugaku, even if his Mangekyo Sharinan was taken away, it is very likely that he wants to awaken a pair of Mangekyo again. Feeling the hatred from Fugaku, Uchiha Obito asked curiously, "Aren't you going to expose him?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at Obito strangely and said puzzledly, "Why should I expose him?" Obito said in astonishment, "He turned into your appearance and became the head of the Uchiha clan, slept with your wife, beat your son, and you just watched." "Humph. So what?" Fugaku snorted coldly and said, "Can the two of us together beat him?" Hearing this, Uchiha Obito was silent. Because it was indeed as Fugaku said, even if the two of them added up, it would be impossible to kill Xuanfeng Santang, who possessed Flying Thunder God, Kamui Left Eye and a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Then, Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Although Xuanfeng Santang replaced me as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he will also be bound by this identity. As long as I find a way to defeat him, I can take back my own power." Of course, there is another sentence that Fugaku did not say explicitly. That is, when he knew that Xuanfeng Santang replaced him, the hatred and shame in his heart surged, and his pupil power also surged again under the stimulation of painful emotions. In other words, Xuanfeng Santang's actions actually restored a lot of his strength, which is why he was unwilling to expose the other party. For Fugaku now, as long as he can regain his strength, other things are just trivial matters. Uchiha Obito looked at Fugaku and smiled curiously. "I'm actually very curious about how your eyes awakened." To be fair, if he stood in Fugaku's position, he would definitely not be able to tolerate this kind of thing. "Let's not talk about this anymore, we should get down to business." Fugaku changed the subject and said no more. A minute later, the succulent-looking white Zetsu came out from the tree trunk beside the two of them, looked at them and said, "I found your target. Let's go then." Uchiha Obito stretched out his hand and put it on Fugaku, and took him directly into the Kamui space. A minute later, the two came to a forest. In the distant forest, a pair of Uchiha brothers were sweating and fighting each other. Uchiha Obito leaned against the tree trunk and asked casually, "Are they the ones you want to find?" Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, "They are the most suitable candidates in the Uchiha clan. Among the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who have opened their eyes, most of them serve in the Uchiha guard department, and are basically Fugaku's subordinates. Therefore, Fugaku is very familiar with the situation of these people, and the pair of brothers in front of him are the most likely candidates to open the Mangekyo Sharinan in Fugaku's opinion. And because they have a blood connection with each other, it is very likely that they will fuse a pair of eternal eyes." Uchiha Obito said coldly, "If you want to open your eyes, you need not only talent, but also hatred. If the Uchiha clan wants to open the Mangekyo Sharinan, they need enough hatred," but Uchiha Obito obviously did not feel any hatred from the two brothers in front of him. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, "Hatred can be born, and they are the sons of Uchiha Setsuna. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, who only wanted to regain the position of Hokage. As the leader of the Uchiha Hawk faction, Uchiha Setsuna not only wants to regain the position of Hokage, but also wants to rebel and overthrow the Konoha regime. He is an out-and-out Uchiha lunatic. If his two sons are missing, Konoha will definitely be turned upside down. Then the Xuanfeng Santang who pretended to be him will have a hard time." Uchiha Obito frowned and said, "What do you want to do?" Fugaku said coldly, "Let the Uchiha clan be exterminated." The next morning, Zinfan washed up with Mikato's help and prepared to practice ninjutsu in the training room. Originally, he planned to go back to Flame City to find Yakang to practice fairy arts. However, when he thought of Uchiha Itaki, his chief son, who had just returned yesterday, he gave up this plan and turned to practice Uchiha's ninjutsu. Although all the high-level ninjutsu scrolls of the Uchiha clan were taken away by Uchiha Madara when he left Konoha, there were still many ninjutsu left behind. Zinfan took the opportunity to master them all. Just as Zinfan entered the training room, Uchiha Itaki, who was staying in his room, withdrew his gaze from his father. Although he had already guessed in his heart that his father had awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan, Itake was still prepared to continue observing for a while. If the fact that his father had awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan was exposed, it would definitely cause the fear of Konoha's high-level officials, further deteriorating the already precarious relationship between the two sides. On the other side, after watching Fugaku enter the training room, Mikato turned around and walked towards the kitchen with an expressionless face to prepare breakfast. Originally, that person would not stay at her place that night, but because of Itake's return, the two had to sleep in the same room. This made Mikato sleep poorly that night and she looked very haggard. She could only use makeup to cover up her father. "I want to practice too." Little Suzuki rushed out of the room, ran to the door of the training room, and said happily. Unlike Mikato and Itake who were worried, little Suzuki was very excited these 2 days. Every day he followed Zinfan and tried his best to show himself, ready to make his father look at him with new eyes. Seeing Sasuke like this, Uchiha Itachi's face froze, and inexplicable jealousy made him stand up and stop Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, I'll accompany you later. Don't disturb your father's practice." After saying that, Uchiha Itachi dragged little Sasuke away. Looking at the two brothers leaving, Zinfan, who was practicing, chuckled and continued to practice. Seeing Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inahiro running in a panic, Zinfan still ate his lunch leisurely. Little Sasuke sat obediently beside him, eating his meal while looking at the newcomers curiously. Uchiha Minato and Uchiha Itachi frowned and looked at Yashiro and Inahiro, wondering what had happened to make the two so flustered. However, when Itachi saw his father's unhurried look, he couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. If it were in the past, his father would put down his bowl and chopsticks as soon as possible, and then go to the living room to handle affairs. Even Uchiha Itachi rarely saw such a calm and relaxed scene. At this moment, Itachi suddenly felt that he could not understand his father more and more. "If you have anything to say, we can talk after dinner. You guys can eat with us." Zinfan pointed to the dining table and signaled Minato to add bowls and chopsticks for Yashiro and Inari. Uchiha Minato pursed her lips and walked into the kitchen to take out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Yashiro and Inari, who were originally very anxious, didn't know what to say for a moment when they saw the actions of the clan leader. However, since the clan leader had already spoken, they didn't dare to refute and could only eat with him. They had already eaten at home. After finishing lunch, Zinfan said, "Tell me, what happened?" Uchiha Yashiro quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Chief, Elder Setsuna's 2 sons disappeared last night, and your ninja tools were left at the battle site. Now Elder Shana is preparing to bring people to find you to question you." Hearing Yashiro's words, Uchiha Minato's face instantly froze. Xuanfeng Santang had been in her room last night and had never left. However, there were Fugaku's ninja tools left at the kidnapping scene, which could only mean that the real Fugaku had appeared in Konoha last night. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku is really hooking up with Uchiha Obito. Zinfan stroked his chin, thinking deeply. The only person who could sneak into Konoha quietly and secretly kidnap 2 Uchiha with open eyes could be Uchiha Obito, who possessed the power of Kamui. And Fugaku deliberately left his ninja tools at the scene, which might be to deliberately pick a fight with him and use Uchiha Setsuna to deal with him. In this case, doesn't it mean that Fugaku already knows that I'm impersonating him? You can even endure this. You are truly worthy of being you, Fugaku. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Uchiha Setsuna walked into the courtyard with his subordinates, and shouted at the Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, "Fugaku, hand over my son." Uchiha Itachi frowned and looked at Uchiha Setsuna, who walked in, and said, "Father was at home all day yesterday and didn't go anywhere." Uchiha Itachi can guarantee this, because he has been secretly watching his father since he came back yesterday. If the other party really left, he would not be able to hide it from his eyes. Seeing that Uchiha Setsuna came with ill intentions, Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inari hurriedly protected their clan leader with alert expressions. Then, Uchiha Izumi, who also came to Zinfan and looked at Uchiha Setsuna with a wary face. Not long after, countless Uchiha clan ninjas also arrived one after another, looking at the tense scene. Uchiha Setsuna threw a shuriken and roared, "This is Fugaku's unique shuriken, do you still want to quibble?" Uchiha Itachi looked at the shuriken expressionlessly, and said calmly, "It's just a shuriken, it doesn't mean anything." Many elite ninjas would carve their own unique marks on the shuriken, so that they could quickly improve their reputation on the battlefield, their record, and their status in the village. For example, the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, who broke into the name of Yellow Flash in the ninja world, his flying thunder god Kunao is an example. And his father also set his sights on the position of Hokage at the time, so naturally he followed suit and made his own mark on the ninja tools. But because the frame-up was too obvious this time, Uchiha Itachi couldn't stand it anymore. Uchiha Setsuna ignored Itachi's words, looked at Nobukaze and said word by word, "Fugaku, I don't care if you were framed or not, but as the head of the Uchiha clan, you must give me an explanation today." Uchiha Setsuna's words were very clear. "If you did it, you should hand it over immediately. If not, then you, Fugaku, as the head of the clan, cannot escape blame." Hearing what Uchiha Setsuna said, all the Uchiha present looked at Zinfan with different expressions. Patriarch. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Nihiro and other close followers looked at the clan leader around them with a worried look on their faces. They were afraid that the other party would soften again and compromise, which would destroy his dignity as the clan leader. Minato and Izumi, who knew that this Fugaku was not the same Fugaku, also looked at him with a worried look on their faces, afraid that he would make things worse and then it would be difficult to deal with. Uchiha Itachi also quietly looked at his father, wanting to see how he would deal with it. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Zinfan looked past Uchiha Izumi and others, looked at Setsuna and said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Although Zinfan had already guessed the general truth of the matter, Uchiha Setsuna dared to bring people to the door directly, obviously wanting to take the opportunity to make trouble. And he is not Uchiha Fugaku, the green-haired turtle, who has the ability to swallow his pride. Fugaku, you are too presumptuous. Hearing the contempt in the other party's tone, Uchiha Setsuna was instantly furious. Although Uchiha Fugaku is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he, Uchiha Setsuna, is not made of clay. Moreover, he, Uchiha Setsuna, is the leader of the Uchiha Hawk faction. If he is slapped in the face by Fugaku today and his prestige is lost, how can he mix in the Uchiha clan in the future, and how can he be qualified to be the leader of the Hawk faction? The most important thing is that it is his son who is missing, and he must thoroughly investigate the matter today. For this reason, even if he completely breaks off with Uchiha Fugaku, he will not hesitate. Zinfan frowned and glanced at Setsuna, and said coldly, I will take care of the missing Uchiha clan members, and now you can get out of here. Hearing this undisguised contempt, Uchiha Setsuna shouted angrily, Fugaku, you are going too far. After saying that, Uchiha Setsuna did not hesitate any longer, and directly drew out the long sword behind him, and instantly attacked the Fugaku in front of him. Seeing that Uchiha Setsuna dared to attack directly, everyone present was shocked. Just as the Uchiha were ready to stop him, they suddenly saw the clan leader grabbing Uchiha Setsuna's long sword and raising it high with one hand. Uchiha Setsuna touched his swollen cheek in disbelief, with a look of astonishment. He really couldn't imagine that Uchiha Fugaku in front of him would dare to slap him directly in public. More importantly, not only was he snatched away by the opponent's bare hands, but he was also unable to dodge the opponent's palm strike. Who is he? He is a ninja in the Uchiha clan who has opened the Three-Magatama Sharingan. He is a veteran elite jonin whose strength is not inferior to Uchiha Fugaku, and the leader of the Uchiha Hawk faction. However, he was slapped directly in the face now. Not to mention that Uchiha Setsuna, the person involved, was stunned. Even all the Uchiha standing by looked at Zinfan in shock. Don't hit people in the face. They really couldn't imagine that the clan leader in front of them didn't even give Elder Setsuna a little face and slapped him in the face. The rhythm of the Uchiha clan is going to be chaotic. Even Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inahiro and other close followers looked at Zinfan in shock. Although they hoped that the clan leader could rise up and lead the Uchiha clan to regain their glory, this was a bit too much. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing aside, also looked at his father in surprise, and was shocked. This was not like his father's previous style. I'm afraid my father has really opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikato and Izumi, who knew the identity of Nobukaze, pursed their lips and suppressed their surprise. They had already experienced Nobukaze's domineering personality, so they were no longer surprised by such things. Not to mention beating up Uchiha Setsuna. Even if he beat up the third Hokage one day, they would think it was natural. After all, the man in front of them, although disguised as Fugaku, was not the coward that was Fugaku. Uchiha Setsuna, how dare you attack me, the leader of the Uchiha clan? Are you planning to rebel and become a traitor? Zinfan kicked Uchiha Setsuna, who was still in a daze, away and said expressionlessly. Since Uchiha Setsuna dared to come to him, he didn't mind suppressing him and unifying the Uchiha clan. From now on, the Uchiha clan does not need any other voices. The kicked Uchiha Setsuna rolled on the ground for a few times before stopping at the foot of the wall, looking very embarrassed. You are going too far. Uchiha Setsuna climbed up from the ground, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. The Uchiha clan attached great importance to honor, and Uchiha Setsuna was naturally even more so. However, not only was he openly slapped in the face, but he was also kicked out like a dead dog, which made him want to tear the other person into pieces. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Filled with anger, Uchiha Setsuna completely lost his mind, and quickly formed seals with both hands, directly using a large-scale destructive ninjutsu. No. Seeing the seal formed by Setsuna, Uchiha Itachi shouted and quickly protected little Suzuki who was watching the show beside him. Setsuna, are you crazy? Hell! The Uchiha clan members who were watching the show were also frightened by Setsuna's ninjutsu and quickly hid. The courtyard was full of Uchiha clan members at this time. If they were not careful, there would definitely be casualties. Protect the clan leader. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Mikato instantly appeared beside Zinfan, ready to defend. They had full confidence in Zinfan, but they were afraid that he would accidentally use those ninjutsu that would reveal his identity. The flames in Uchiha Setsuna's mouth took shape, transforming into a raging sea of fire that swept towards Zinfan, enveloping him. Die, Uchiha Fugaku. Looking at Zinfan surrounded by the sea of fire, Uchiha Setsuna laughed fiercely. In his anger, the fire extinguisher he used this time surpassed all his previous effects, and its power more than doubled. This fire escape, do you want to light a cigarette for me? Amidst the raging flames, an indifferent voice was heard, startling everyone present. At the moment when Uchiha Setsuna's fire escape was about to drown Zinfan, all the flames seemed to come alive and turned into a giant dragon of fire, coiling around Zinfan, with a terrifying momentum, as if the god of fire had descended to earth. Mikato and Izumi, who were standing next to Zinfan, looked at the lifelike dragons around them with shocked expressions. They had never heard of such a use of fire escape. How can this be? Uchiha Setsuna was incredulous when he saw that his fire escape technique had actually subdued the opponent. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were also shocked as they looked at the clan leader standing in the middle of the giant flaming dragon. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why would Elder Setsuna's fire style obey the clan leader's orders? Could this be the new power that the patriarch possesses? It's incredible. Looking at the giant fire dragon that was like a good kid submitting to Zinfan's feet, all the Uchiha clan members looked at him in shock. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inahiro and other clan leaders' confidants were even more excited. The clan leader is really powerful. Uchiha Itaki looked at the fire dragon coiled around his father and was shocked. Is this the reason for his father's change of temperament, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Now, Uchiha Itaka finally confirmed that his father had really awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the shock of everyone, Zinfan appeared next to Uchiha Setsuna with a body flickering technique and slapped him twice. Snap! The crisp slapping sound rang out again, and the stunned Uchiha Setsuna was once again slapped, and both sides of his cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. Zinfan did not intend to let him go, and punched Setsuna in the stomach directly. Vomit! Suffering a severe blow to his abdomen, Uchiha Setsuna vomited blood and knelt on the ground helplessly. Then, Zinfan grabbed the back of Uchiha Setsuna's head and slammed it hard on the ground, making his face come into close contact with the ground. Just as Setsuna was struggling to stand up, a big foot suddenly appeared in his eyes, stepped hard on his face, and crushed it hard. Uchiha Setsuna's crime of insubordination is unforgivable. Come, lock him up for me, Zinfan ordered, stepping on Uchiha Setsuna and knocking him unconscious. Facing the order of the clan leader, Uchiha Izumi walked out directly, grabbed the unconscious Uchiha Setsuna in her hand, and ran towards the clan prison. She would seriously carry out the orders of her predecessors. Seeing Uchiha Setsuna being taken away like a dead dog, all the Uchiha clan members looked at each other in disbelief. And Uchiha Itaki looked at the departing Uchiha Izumi, feeling dazed. For some reason, he always felt that his familiar childhood sweetheart seemed to have left him. Clan leader, what should we do next? Seeing Uchiha Setsuna being taken away by Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Yashiro asked worriedly. Although Uchiha Setsuna was suppressed by the clan leader's powerful strength, the problem that needs to be solved still needs to be solved. If a member of the Uchiha clan is kidnapped and disappears and the clan, Fugaku, as the clan leader, does not come up with a solution for this kind of thing, the result will definitely make the tribe members feel dissatisfied. A clan leader who cannot protect his clan members is not qualified to be the clan leader. Hearing what Uchiha Yashiro said, Zinfan glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, I suspect that the two brothers were kidnapped by the root. You all should go to the Hokage building with me now to get an explanation. Originally, Zinfan wanted to find an opportunity to find fault with the Konoha high-level officials and take the opportunity to seize Konoha. Now, the disappearance of Uchiha Setsuna's son just gave him a good reason. Anyway, as long as he insisted that the two brothers were kidnapped by the root and framed him, no one could do anything to him. Hearing Zinfan's words, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inahiro and others were all stunned, and then their eyes lit up instantly. In the past, the Konoha high-level officials had troubled them, and now it was their turn to trouble the Konoha high-level officials. Master, I will gather the people right now. Uchiha Yashiro was very excited and was ready to pull all the Uchiha clan members who had opened their eyes to put pressure on them. Zinfan waved his hand and said directly, set off. Hokage office building, what did you say? Fugaku has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and is bringing people to the Hokage building. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Uchiha Itaki clone in front of him with a look of astonishment. He was mentally prepared that Uchiha Fugaku might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but what did he mean by bringing people to the Hokage building? Was he preparing for a rebellion? Hokage-sama, my father has brought the Uchiha clan members here, you should make preparations early. Uchiha Itaka's clone said this, and then turned into a white eye and disappeared on the spot with a bang, and was discovered by the Uchiha people. As soon as Itaka's clone's voice disappeared, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw from the window that a large group of people gathered under the Hokage building, and these people were all members of the Uchiha clan. Seeing this scene, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned an Umbu and asked him to notify the other two Hokage advisors, and then asked the rest of the Umbu to be ready. Outside the Hokage building, a group of Konoha people saw the Uchiha clan gathered together, and immediately talked about it. What's going on? What is Uchiha trying to do? Hell, they surrounded the Hokage building. Amid the discussions of the Konoha people, Zinfan walked into the Hokage building with a few people around him and pushed open the door of the Hokage's office. Uchiha Fugaku, you are gathering your clansmen to surround the Hokage building. Do you Uchiha clan want to rebel? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead in attacking when he saw Fugaku pushing the door open. Although he didn't know why Fugaku brought people here for the time being, it was an indisputable fact that the other party led his clansmen to surround the Hokage building. As long as this tone was set, it would be very beneficial for his subsequent negotiations. As for the Uchiha wanting to rebel, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this was simply impossible, because if the Uchiha really wanted to rebel, they would just launch a sneak attack. There was no need to come to the Hokage building so blatantly, unless Uchiha Fugaku was confident enough that he can single-handedly challenge all of their Konoha ninjas. Hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, Mikato, Izumi, and the eighth Hokage who were present were all stunned and turned to look at the leader, Fugaku. Zinfan pulled over a chair and sat in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said slowly, if Lord Hokage doesn't give us Uchiha an explanation, then it may be very likely to happen. What? Zinfan said this lightly, but it caused a stir among the people present. They all looked at him in shock. Two squads of Umbu appeared beside the third Hokage, staring at the Uchiha in front of them, fearing that they would suddenly attack. Father! Uchiha Itachi looked at Zinfan in astonishment, not knowing why he said this directly. Although the fact that the Uchiha clan wanted to rebel was already known to everyone in Konoha, both sides were restraining themselves and pretending that nothing had happened. Is it really okay to say it directly? In this way, there is really no room for easing between the Uchiha and the Konoha high-level officials. Could it be that after obtaining the Mangekyo Sharinan, my father was confident that he could defeat all the Konoha high-level officials? This is simply impossible. Uchiha Itachi looked at the father beside him, his mind was full of thoughts, hesitant and struggling. Mikato pulled Zinfan's clothes and said hesitantly, don't mess around. She was really afraid that the man pretending to be her husband would make things out of control. Uchiha Izumi sipped. He looked at Zinfan with a worried look on his face. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inahiro and others were almost scared to death by Fugaku. Although they called it rebellion, they didn't go to the door to provoke directly. The clan leader was probably a little too arrogant this time. Even the ninja clan leaders such as Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Hayaga Hayashi, who had just arrived at the Hokage's office after discovering something was wrong, were also stunned after hearing this. Such a tough style of doing things is not like Fugaku at all. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Nobukaze and said word by word, Fugaku, do you know what you are saying? He really didn't expect that the usually patient and steady Fugaku would actually say such a thing, which caught him off guard. Nara Shikaku also advised Patriarch Fugaku, don't be impulsive. Of course. Nobukaze looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, not giving in. The conversation between the two once again made the atmosphere tense, and the clan leaders, the Umbu teams and the Uchiha people were also on guard, and the situation was tense. Seeing that the third Hokage gave in first for the sake of the overall situation, Mikato, Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi, and others breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. Even Uchiha Itachi felt the same way. After all, no one wanted to see a tragedy like Konoha's internal strife happen. Zinfan sat on the chair and said calmly, just yesterday, 2 of Uchiha Setsuna's sons disappeared, and someone framed me for the incident. It was obvious that they wanted to stir up conflict within the Uchiha clan, and this incident just happened after the friction between Uchiha and Root. Hokage, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Although Zinfan knew that Uchiha Setsuna's son was kidnapped by the real Fugaku, this did not prevent him from putting the blame on Shimura Danzo and taking the opportunity to attack Konoha. Anyway, as the famous Hokage, it is normal for Shimura Danzo to be blamed for another thing. Hearing the whole story, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, why didn't Uchiha Setsuna come? Zinfan spread his hands and said, Elder Setsuna was deceived and tried to commit insubordination. He has been imprisoned in the Uchiha prison and cannot come for the time being. Hearing this, the third Hokage was stunned. Then, an Umbu behind him whispered a few words in his ear, telling the third Hokage everything that happened in the Uchiha clan. Hearing that Uchiha Setsuna couldn't even hold out for a round in Fugaku's hands, the third Hokage was shocked. As a veteran of the Uchiha clan with 3 Megatama Sharinan, Uchiha Setsuna is not so easy to deal with. Fugaku dared to lead people to surround the Hokage building directly. Sure enough, he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan and has a strong strength as a backing. And the Umbu's voice Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi, and others who heard every word looked at the Fugaku in front of them with a look of surprise. Obviously they did not expect that the opponent's strength was so strong that it could kill elite Jonin in seconds. Recalling that the third Hokage asked them to form a special emergency team yesterday, Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi and others could not help but think in horror, enough to kill elite Jonin in seconds. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan? Perhaps because of his concerns about the Mangekyo technique, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze from Fugaku and said in a deep voice, Patriarch Fugaku, I will send someone to investigate this matter carefully and give you an explanation. If this is really done by the Root, I will never tolerate it. To be honest, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that Danzo would make such a low-level frame-up. But because the Root was so evil, and Danzo himself was vindictive and petty, he was not sure whether it was done by the other party. I am not an unreasonable person. As long as the Hokage is willing to give the Uchiha a fair fight, then our Uchiha clan will not say anything. After all, this is also for Konoha, for the will of fire. Zinfan stood up from his chair and said as a matter of course. for Konoha, for the will of fire. Hearing this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but open his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to, and Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi, and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths, looking speechless. This sentence is fine for anyone to say, but why is it so awkward when it comes from the mouths of you Uchiha clan? Then, Zinfan looked at the third Hokage and said, Hokage, although I don't know whether Setsuna's son's disappearance was caused by the root, this incident also fully demonstrates that the Uchiha clan's land on the edge of Konoha is obviously not safe. For the safety of my clan members, I plan to move the Uchiha clan to its original location. The Uchiha clan originally lived in the ninja area in the center of Konoha, but because of a series of reasons later, they were forced to move to the edge of Konoha to live alone. This is also the main reason why the Uchiha clan feels that they have been persecuted and excluded. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Zinfan with a look of astonishment. Because the tone of the other party's words did not sound like a request or a negotiation, but like stating something that was imperative. Naturally, the Uchiha people were full of expectations for Zinfan's words, but the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of ninja clan leaders were facing the color was ugly. Because the original clan land of the Uchiha had long been divided up by various clans and used for other purposes, if the other party moved back to the original place, then the interests of these ninjas would naturally be damaged. However, at this time, the members of the Uchiha clan disappeared inexplicably, and it was reasonable for the other party to want to return to the center of Konoha. If they continue to oppose, they will really force the Uchiha clan to rebel. After thinking about it, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Clan leader Fugaku, this matter involves too much, and I need to discuss with the clan leaders of each clan before I can decide. You should take your people away for the time being. The third generation did not want the Uchiha clan, who might rebel at any time, to return to the center of Konoha, so he could only pretend to be submissive for the time being. Upon hearing this, Zinfan glanced at the ninja clan leaders present and said in a deep voice, What opinions do the clan leaders have on this matter? Faced with the stare of Zinfan, Shikaka Nara, Hayashi Hayaga and other ninja clan leaders were instantly under great pressure. Although they did not want the Uchiha family, a neurotic family, to return to the center of Konoha. But if any of them dared to stand up and say a word of no, it would obviously completely offend the Uchiha clan who controlled the Konoha Guard department, and then their respective ninja clans would not have a good time in the future. Although the Uchiha clan could not fight against the entire Konoha, it would not be a big problem to cause trouble for these ninja clans. Moreover, these clan leaders knew about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan from the third generation yesterday, and they did not dare to stand up and be the first to speak out. So, under the stare of Zinfan, the clan leaders of each ninja clan were all silent and silent. Seeing this, Zinfan smiled and said, It seems that Lord Hokage and the clan leaders have no objection, so this matter is settled. Thank you all for your support to the Uchiha clan. After that, Zinfan turned and left, not giving the third Hokage any room to regret. Uchiha Mikato froze in place for 2 seconds, then said to the third Hokage and others, Thank you, Lord Hokage and all the clan leaders for your support for the Uchiha clan. The husband sings and the wife follows. Since Fugaku has already said so, then Mikato can only help him set the tone of the matter and use moral kidnapping to frame the clan leaders of the third Hokage and the clans. With Mikato taking the lead, the rest of the Uchiha clan naturally followed suit, thanked the third Hokage and the clan leaders, and then followed Zinfan. Zinfan glanced at the Hokage building and couldn't help laughing. Peace can only exist if it is sought through struggle. Peace can only exist if it is sought through compromise. People, when there is a way out, will only bully the weak and fear the strong. Thinking about all these things in his mind, Zinfan led the Uchiha clan members back to their clanland under the gaze of the Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Mikato followed Zinfan, with a dazed look on her face, and she looked at her husband beside her from time to time. As the wife of the head of the Uchiha clan, she knew very well what the Uchiha clan members were worried about. The reason why the Uchiha clan members felt that they were excluded by Konoha and then developed hatred towards the Konoha high-level officials was naturally because the clanland was moved to the edge of Konoha. In order to return to the center of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had fought many battles, and they all failed one by one. Even her former husband, Uchiha Fugaku, was the same. However, such a difficult matter for the Uchiha clan was solved so easily by the husband in front of her. And there was no bloodshed, as if it was just a small matter that he solved easily. This made Mikato feel as if she was dreaming. Next to Uchiha Mikato, Uchiha Izumi looked at Zinfan, who was walking in front, with admiration. At first, he thought that the senior wanted to continue pretending to be the clan leader, so he had no choice but to seek justice from the third Hokage, and he was even ready to follow the senior in a battle. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not mess around, but also forced the third Hokage to make concessions, and then actually took back the clan land that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan in one fell swoop, leaving the clan leaders of other ninja clans speechless. Uchiha Izumi could not imagine such a thing before. The senior is really too powerful. In the Uchiha clan team, Uchiha Itachi looked at his father in front of him with mixed feelings, and then looked at the Hokage building behind him. the tough father, the concessionary third Hokage, the silent clan leaders of various clans, all of this made him feel a little uncomfortable. Leading a group of people to the outside of the Uchiha clan, Zinfin said to Mikato, "Madam, you take the tribesmen back first and tell them to be careful recently and not to go out alone. I have something to do later." Misaki said, "Don't mess around." Zinfin smiled and said, "Of course." Seeing this, Misaki led the tribesmen back to the tribe, while Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yashiro and others stayed behind. "Master, what are we going to do next?" Uchiha Yashiro asked with a little excitement on his face. Zinfin glanced at the Umbu ninja who was secretly monitoring not far away and smiled. "Naturally, I have to go to the root to ask for an explanation. Those who dare to kidnap my Uchiha people must pay the price." He must take advantage of the opportunity to make the matter bigger before the truth of the matter is found out, so that he can establish his prestige in Konoha village and the Uchiha clan, and at the same time take the opportunity to make trouble and prepare to kill Danzo. Only in this way can he find an opportunity to kill Danzo while not causing fear among the various ninja clans in Konoha village. Speaking of which, he really has to thank Fugaku for kidnapping Setsuna's son and giving him such a good reason. Hearing that the clan leader was actually going to cause trouble for the root, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inahiro and others were all dumbfounded. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi looked at Zinfin in amazement. Then, Uchiha Itachi said, "Father, the third Hokage has promised to give an explanation to our Uchiha clan, and he also agreed that we Uchiha should move back to our original place. If we go and cause trouble for the root now, I'm afraid it will intensify the conflict, which will not be worth the loss." Uchiha 8th Hokage, Uchiha Inahiro and others nodded repeatedly, obviously agreeing with Itachi's statement. They are now able to move back to the original Uchiha clan, and the next step is to implement this matter and aim at the position of the next Hokage. And with the strength that the clan leader has just shown, it is a foregone conclusion that the next Hokage will be successful. There is really no need to continue to intensify the conflict with the Konoha high-level officials. I have made up my mind, don't talk nonsense. Zinfin glanced at a few people and went straight to the headquarters of the root. Seeing this, Uchiha Kwan hurriedly followed. Clan leader, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inahiro and others were shocked. They had hoped that the clan leader would rise up and lead them to rebuild the glory of Uchiha, but now the clan leader is too strong, which makes them very scared. They are afraid that he will really cause Uchiha and Konoha to fight. "Itachi, go inform the third Hokage quickly, let's go stop the clan leader first." Uchiha Yashiro said to Uchiha Itachi quickly, and hurriedly followed with others. They have already seen hope, and they will never allow the clan leader to mess around. Seeing that Uchiha Yashiro actually asked him to inform the third Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, who was originally going to stop his father in person, didn't know what to say for a moment. Yashiro and Inahiro and others used to be suspicious of him, but now they trust him so much? After thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi called the Umbu who was in charge of surveillance not far away and asked them to quickly inform the third Hokage, and he quickly followed the Uchiha team to prevent the tragedy from happening. If his father really went too far, he wouldn't mind exposing his Mangekyo Sharinan to stop it. Uchiha Izumi looked at the Uchiha clan members who followed behind him, and asked Zinfin Sr., "What are you going to do? Are you really going to cause trouble for the root?" Zinfin glanced at Izumi and smiled of course. Uchiha Izumi was surprised and asked, "Why?" Zinfin said without turning his head, "When you behave more extreme than those extremists will advise you not to be extreme and will listen to your advice seriously. In simple terms, when Konoha says you are ready to rebel, you'd better have the strength and preparation to rebel. Only in this way will they be in awe of you." Uchiha Izumi was stunned and confused. "What on earth does this mean, Senior? Hokage building, what did you say?" Fugaku went to cause trouble for the root. Under the Konoha village, the headquarters of the root. As the name root suggests, the headquarters of the root is located under the Konoha village and is shrouded in darkness. When he arrived at the gate of the root, Zinfin saw two masked root guard ninjas. Uchiha people? The two guards looked at Zinfin and Quan in front of them, frowned, and looked alert. Danzo was very hostile to Uchiha people, so when they, the root guards, saw that Uchiha people dared to come here, they were naturally alarmed. Zinfin raised his head, and the three Magadama Sharinan in his eyes turned slightly, emitting a scarlet light. Sharinan illusion. Almost in an instant, the two guards in front of the root gate were controlled by Zinfin's illusion, their eyes lost focus, and fell into hypnosis. "Where is Danzo?" Zinfin asked. The guard replied in a daze, "Danzo is out." Seeing that Danzo was not there, Zinfin raised his eyebrows. "God is really helping me." Then, he instructed Uchiha Izumi beside him, "Izumi, stop Itachi and Yashiro." With a command, Zinfin stepped into the headquarters of the root. "Yes." Uchiha Izumi responded in a deep voice, holding a knife and guarding outside the gate, like a woman guarding the gate. Entering the gate with two root ninjas hypnotized by illusion, Zinfin asked, "Where is Jia?" Jia is the name of Yamato when he was in the root. He will join the Umbu in the next few years, codenamed Tenzo. The name Yamato was given by the 5th Hokage Tsunade after Kakashi was injured in the battle to regain the Wind Shadow in Shippuden. The purpose was to let him temporarily serve as the guiding jonin of Naruto's team. Although Zinfin didn't think highly of Yamato's would release, the other party now had other uses for him. A is training at the bottom of the ground. The guard ninja replied. As soon as he got the answer, Zinfin saw a large group of Root ninjas gathering not far ahead, staring at them eagerly. This is the headquarters of Root. Please, Lord Uchiha clan leader, retreat quickly. A team leader of Root spoke to Zinfin in a deep voice. Zinfin ignored him and walked forward. Seeing this, the team leader of Root shouted, "Kill!" Although they knew that killing Uchiha people would cause huge trouble, the people of Root were killing machines without any emotions and would not care about these things at all. Swish, swish, swish. Countless kunao and shuriken shot at Zinfin from all directions. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth dragon bullet technique. At the same time, various 5-element ninjutsu were ejected from the mouths of the Root members one after another, following the shuriken and attacking the trade winds. Zinfin's 3 Magatama Sharingan turned, and a earth dragon flew out from his feet and circled around his body, blocking all the shurikens and kunao that were attacking him. The 5-element ninjutsu that were attacking him turned around and flew towards the direction of their master like pets devouring their masters. Seeing this scene, the Root ninjas were shocked and dodged quickly. Boom boom. The ninjutsu flew backwards and instantly dispersed the panicked Root team. Seeing that half of their side fell to the ground in just one round, the Root people were horrified. How is this possible? I lost control of my ninjutsu. The ninjutsu backfired as soon as it was performed. What on earth was going on? Is this someone's unique ninjutsu? I'll test it with insects first. Not far away, a member of the Abarame clan carrying a gourd on his back swung countless swarms of insects and attacked Zinfin. However, as soon as he performed the ninjutsu, a soil dragon suddenly appeared at his feet and tightly wrapped around him. Then, Zinfin appeared beside him, his scarlet Sharingan turned, and he used illusion to hypnotize the other party, allowing him to control the swarm of insects to guard him. As if strolling around, Zinfin strolled through the headquarters of the Root and went straight to the underground location. What should we do? We are no match for them. The ninjutsu will backfire, we dare not act rashly. The Root ninjas in the distance could only watch like this. The direct backfire of the ninjutsu just now had completely frightened them, and they dared not to act at all. Moreover, the opponent's Sharingan could hypnotize and control his own people, which made them dare not even fight in close combat. As Zinfin moved forward, more and more Root ninjas surrounded him, but no one dared to step forward. All the way to the underground, Zinfin soon found Yamato's figure. Swish! Zinfin appeared next to Yamato with a body flash technique, and grabbed the opponent with his right hand with style 4-pillar binding. Yamato formed a seal with one hand, and several wooden pillars suddenly sprang out of his body, blocking him and Zinfin. Boom! Several streams of mud and water rushed out from Zinfin's side, converging into a 10-meter-tall clay giant, which smashed Yamato's wooden pillar with one punch and caught him in its hand. This was a Earth Escape giant created by Zinfin using Suyu Tianming to imitate Susanoo. Its performance was slightly worse than Susanoo, but it would consume much less pupil power and vision. We must not let him take away the armor. Seeing that Zinfin's target was Yamato, the Root ninja shouted. The armor was the product of Danzo's human experiment and was absolutely not allowed to be exposed. If it was taken away by Uchiha, who was a member of the guard department, it would definitely cause an uproar in Konoha. Just as the Root ninja was about to take action again, Uchiha Itachi arrived with Yashiro and Inairi and others, and confronted a group of Root ninjas. Chief, I failed. Uchiha Izumi also came to Zinfin, with a guilty look on her face. Facing Yashiro and Inahiro was fine, but facing Uchiha Itachi, she had no power to resist at all. Father, what are you doing? Uchiha Itachi looked at Yamato, who was caught by the sticky giant, and asked worriedly. The clan leader not only attacked the Root headquarters, but also injured the ninjas who captured the Root. If this continues, there will really be a war between Uchiha and Konoha. Get rid of them, the leader of the Root team shouted and directly issued an attack order. In order to ensure that the secrets of the human experiment would not be leaked, they could no longer care about so much. Stop! At this time, the third Hokage finally arrived with his men and shouted to stop the two sides from fighting. Seeing the third Hokage, the Umbu, and the clan leaders, the Root ninja hesitated for a while and finally chose not to continue the attack. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Nobukaze and said with a gloomy face, Patriarch Fugaku, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Uchiha Fugaku openly attacked the Root of Konoha ninja and fought fiercely. If the other party could not give a reason, he would never let the other party do whatever he wanted, even if he risked of falling out. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo were powerful, he was not a piece of clay because he already knew the weakness of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the patriarch of the clan and the Umbu team all looked at the Uchiha people in front of them with vigilance, ready to start fighting directly if they disagreed. Zinfin mentioned the unconscious Yamato, looked at the third Hokage and said, his name is Jia, and he can use wood release. Patriarch Fugaku, does he really know wood release? Akito Choza, who followed him, looked at Yamato in Nobuke's hand and asked in astonishment. Wood release is too important to Konoha, so they must ask clearly. Nobukaze brought Yamato in front of him, opened his eyes and hypnotized him with illusion. Stop! Seeing Zinfin's action, the members of the root hurriedly stood up and tried to stop it. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed, and he said angrily, how dare you? Do you still have me as a Hokage in your eyes? Hearing the words of the third Hokage, the root members began to hesitate. As the third Hokage's voice fell, Nara Shikaku, who was hiding behind Akimichi Choza, quietly performed the shadow imitation technique and bound all the root members. In this dark environment, his shadow imitation technique can exert its maximum power. Tie them all up. The third generation waved his hand and ordered the Umbu who followed to disarm all the root members. Zinfin did not take the change in front of him to heart and continued to hypnotize Yamato. Wood style, 4-pillar binding. Under the illusion hypnosis of Nobukaze, Yamato, who looked dazed, once again performed the ninjutsu he had just used. Seeing this scene in front of them, the clan leaders and the Umbu ninjas who followed were all shocked. Wood style, this is the legendary ninjutsu used by the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to pacify the warring states and create Konoha. At the same time, they were also shocked by the illusion performance that Nobukaze had just performed. Using illusions to control others is not surprising, but using illusions to hypnotize the opponent in an instant and let him act according to his own orders is a bit scary. It's really wood release, what's going on? The third Hokage looked at the Yamato in Nobuke's hand and asked in shock. As the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well what wood release meant to Konoha, but he really couldn't imagine that there was such a person under Danzo. How much did this guy Danzo hide from him? Throwing Yamato to Uchiha 8th generation, Nobukaze said originally, I just came to find my 2 missing clansmen, but unexpectedly, I suddenly found someone practicing wood release. After a lot of investigation, I found out that he was the product of Danzo's human experiments. As soon as the voice fell, one of Nobuke's clones ran over from a distance and threw a lot of information on the ground. Nobukaze came to the root this time to expose Danzo's previous deeds, so after entering the root, he secretly separated a clone to look for relevant information. Perhaps Danzo felt that no one in Konoha dared, and no one could trespass into the root, so Nobuke's clone soon found a lot of information about human experiments in the root. Human experiments. All the ninja clan leaders present changed their faces when they heard this. Back then, Orochimaru used the children of various ninja clans in Konoha village to conduct inhumane human experiments, and it was because of this incident that the other party went from being a revered Konoha hero to a Konoha rebel who was wanted by everyone. So when they heard that the Yamato in front of them was actually the product of Danzo's human experiment, the ninja clan leaders all looked ugly. And Hyaga Hayashi, who possessed the Byakugan, was even more furious. In the past, Orochimaru had targeted the Hyaga clan in order to study the Byakugan, causing considerable casualties to the Hyaga clan. Thinking of this, Hyaga Hayashi said, Clan leader Fugaku, what is going on? Glancing at the silent third Hokage, Zinfin picked up a stack of information and explained, the human experiments conducted by Orochimaru were actually conducted in cooperation with Danzo. Hearing what Zinfin said, all the ninjas present were stunned, and the third Hokage's face suddenly became ugly. The human experiment of Orochimaru was actually ordered by Danzo, one of the high-ranking officials of Konoha. How can this be? What on earth do these people think of us, the children of the ninja clan? At this moment, all the clan leaders and the ninja clan ninjas who followed were completely furious. They had fought for Konoha and their families were dressed in white, but in the end they found out that Danzo, one of the top leaders of Konoha, actually used their people for human experiments. This is simply a naked betrayal. Feeling the anger of the people of all clans, Zinfin turned his head to look at the third Hokage and said, You said so, third Hokage, right? Hearing this, all the ninja clan leaders turned their heads to look at the third Hokage. Judging from what the Uchiha clan leader meant, could it be that the third Hokage had known about this matter a long time ago? When thinking about the fact that Orochimaru was the third Hokage's disciple, everyone looked at the third Hokage with more and more suspicion. Feeling the suspicious eyes of the clan leaders and subordinates, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt bitter in his heart. He only found out about Danzo's partnership with Orochimaru afterwards. It was just that the fourth Hokage and his wife had just died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Konoha suffered heavy losses. If this matter had been revealed at the time, the clan leaders of the various ninja clans would never let it go. If they were not careful, Konoha would have fallen apart in an instant and completely disbanded. As a last resort, the third Hokage had to cooperate with Danzo to completely conceal the matter and put the blame on Orochimaru. Seeing the third Hokage who didn't say a word, the clan leaders of the various ninja clans understood the truth of the matter. Subconsciously, all the ninja clans, the clan leaders all took a step back and left the third Hokage. Orochimaru, who used their ninja children for human experiments, was a disciple of the third Hokage, and the high-ranking Konoha leader Danzo who cooperated with them was a teammate of the third Hokage. Under this premise, the clan leaders no longer trusted the third Hokage as they did before. Seeing this scene, Zinfan raised the corners of his mouth and was in a good mood. The third Hokage sighed sadly, because he knew that the connections and reputation he had worked hard for many years had completely fallen apart at this moment, and without the support of the ninjas in Konoha, his position as Hokage would be over. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing next to Zinfan, saw this scene and was shocked. He didn't expect that his father would make the respected third Hokage deserted by everyone in an instant with just a few words. This is beyond his cognition. Is this really something his father can do? Looking at the third Hokage, Zinfan continued, "Third Hokage, I hope you can give us an explanation about the human experiment." Seeing that all the clan leaders who had supported him in the past had turned against him, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely bitter. This time, he was really badly hurt by Danzo. However, Danzo's human experiments had been exposed. If he didn't come up with an explanation, the various ninja clans would probably start to turn away from Konoha. But now the Uchiha clan is eyeing them covetously. If he takes down Danzo directly, Konoha's combat power will be further weakened. If the Uchiha really rebels at that time, Konoha will not be able to cope with it given that the Uchiha has the Mangekyo Sharingan. After a period of silence, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at everyone and said, "Danzo is harboring evil intentions, taking bribes and perverting the law, and he will be dismissed from his position as the leader of the root effective immediately." Hearing the words of the third Hokage, all the clan leaders looked unhappy. Orochimaru was originally labeled a traitor and killed without mercy, but when it came to Danzo, he was dismissed from his position. Is this bullying the ninjas who dare not say anything? Zinfan stepped forward, looked at the third Hokage and said, "A country has its own laws, a village has its own rules." Danzo dared to privately detain ninjas from the same village and conduct inhumane live experiments. His crime is unforgivable. "Sir, the third Hokage, although you and Danzo are teammates, as the Hokage of Konoha, do you still want to protect Danzo?" As soon as Zinfan finished speaking, all the ninja clan leaders nodded in agreement. Seeing that Zinfan actually accused him of protecting a criminal, the third Hokage suddenly had a headache, but he also knew that under the current circumstances, if he dared to nod, he would completely offend all the clans. At that time, if the Uchiha clan seized the opportunity, the ninja clans in Konoha village would probably turn to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku is really calculating. Thinking of this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to speak. "Danzo has evil intentions and is endangering the village. I naturally cannot protect him. I must give an explanation to all the tribes. However, Danzo is the elder of the village, so the matter should be handled after the Umbu has thoroughly investigated it." Before the third Hokage could finish his words, Zinfan interrupted him and sneered, "Leave it to the dark department to handle? I think you want to release Danzo just like you released Orochimaru." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, and all looked at the third Hokage in amazement. According to the village records, when Orochimaru defected, they received the news in advance, so the third Hokage who went to capture him came up empty-handed. As a result, you are now telling us that Orochimaru was deliberately let go by the third Hokage? Do you, the third Hokage, still take our clan members who were captured for live experiments seriously? If the third Hokage knew about the human experiments, it could be explained by the overall situation, then privately arresting Orochimaru was your own selfishness. Orochimaru is a student to you, the third Hokage. Aren't those ninja children who were subjected to inhumane live experiments our clan members? At this moment, all the ninja clan leaders present were completely angry. Hearing that Zinfan actually told the story of his letting Orochimaru go, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately lowered his head in shame, and did not dare to look at the ninja clan leaders present. After a moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, "Letting Orochimaru go was one of the decisions I regret most in my life. I will give you an explanation for this matter. As for Danzo, he is not someone who will surrender without a fight. With his strength, if he is captured by force, it will definitely cause huge casualties and damage to Konoha, which will lead to other ninja villages eyeing Konoha. If you are sure that you can capture Danzo yourself, then I can label him a traitor now." Hearing the words of the third Hokage, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi and other ninja clan leaders were silent. As the leader of the root, Danzo is very powerful, and the only one who can beat him is the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But if the third Hokage were to capture Danzo, it would very likely result in a situation where both sides would suffer losses. At this time, the top combat power in Konoha village is already scarce. If 2 more cage-level combat powers are reduced, other countries are likely to invade in a large-scale manner. At this time, Zinfan stepped forward, looked at everyone and said, as the head of the Konoha Guard Department, I naturally cannot tolerate any crime going unpunished. I will personally arrest the traitor Danzo. Anyone who dares to destroy Konoha must be punished accordingly. He wanted to completely seal Danzo's name as a traitor, and then take the opportunity to kill the other party. Hyaga Hayashi, who was standing by, heard Nobuke's words of obligation and said with emotion, Patriarch Fugaku, are you really sure? Even the third generation, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza and others all looked at Nobukaze in surprise. They obviously didn't expect the other party to have such strong confidence. Nobukaze stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Uchiha is the security department of Konoha. It is the duty of our Uchiha to punish lawbreakers. It is our unshirkable duty to thoroughly implement the second Hokage's will of fire and protect Konoha. Anyone who dares to defy the will of fire will be severely punished by our Uchiha clan. Everyone was stunned when they heard Zinfan bring up the will of fire again. No matter how many times they heard it, they still felt that it was awkward for an Uchiha to say the will of fire. However, Uchiha Fugaku's words were too overbearing. He simply didn't take the third Hokage seriously. Then, Zinfan came to the third Hokage, looked at him and said, Hokage, the matter of Danzo has come to an end. You should give us an explanation for the defection of Orochimaru. After hearing what Zinfan said, everyone once again focused their attention on the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, after the matter of Danzo is over, I will take the lead, I'll give you an explanation. Things have come to this point, and it is impossible for him to continue to serve as Hokage, but before Jiraiya returns to the village, he will not take the initiative to resign and give the position of Hokage to someone else. Zinfan was not satisfied with this result. So, he looked at the third Hokage and said in a deep voice, Third Hokage, as I said before, anyone who dares to violate the will of fire will be severely punished by the Uchiha guards. The third Hokage violated the will of fire? Everyone present was stunned when they heard what Zinfan said, and the expressions on their faces were even more exciting. The theory of the will of fire was researched and developed by the third Hokage. Now you, the Uchiha clan, actually say that the founder of the third Hokage violated the will of fire that he founded? Although they complained in their hearts, the ninja clan leaders did not say anything about Zinfan's request, because the fact that the third Hokage protected Danzo really made them furious. Naturally, they were too lazy to say anything now. As the person involved, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned on the spot, looking at Zinfan in astonishment. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to continue to stay in the position of Hokage, I am still Hokage now. You Uchiha actually dared to arrest me directly? And in the name of protecting Konoha and maintaining the will of fire? Are you using my words to shut me up? Nara Shikaku on the side stepped forward and said to ease the situation, Clan leader Fugaku, this matter. Before Shikaku finished speaking, Zinfan interrupted him and said, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, not only failed to detect and stop Orochimaru from using people from the same village for human experiments in time, but also let him go privately afterwards. At the same time, he also protected his accomplice, Danzo, and allowed him to continue to commit crimes in Konoha village. As a Hokage, breaking the law knowingly is an even greater crime. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what qualifications do you have to be the Hokage? Today, Zinfan not only wants to label Danzo as a traitor, he also wants to take the opportunity to pull Sarutobi Hiruzen down from the position of Hokage. Hearing Zinfan's straightforward words, everyone present was shocked again. Nara Shikaku and other ninja clan leaders looked at Zinfan in astonishment. This guy really dares to say anything. Uchiha Izumi looked at Zinfan beside her and felt her head was numb. She didn't expect that after the senior exposed Danzo, a high-ranking Konoha official, and defined him as a traitor to Konoha, he actually wanted to pull the third Hokage down from the position of Hokage. The senior, he is too bold, he's not even from Konoha. At this moment, Uchiha Itaka's heart was also in turmoil, and he was extremely shocked. He really couldn't imagine that the high and mighty Danzo in the past would be defined as a traitor of Konoha by his father in just a few words. He couldn't imagine that his father actually wanted to capture the third Hokage, and in the name of the will of fire. Is this really his former steady and forbearing father? Or was his previous behavior all a disguise of his father? At this moment, Uchiha Itaka's heart was completely in turmoil. As for the remaining Uchiha 8th Hokage, Uchiha Inahim and other Uchiha clan members, there was only numbness on their faces. What the clan leader did today completely shattered their original cognition. Presumptuous, how can you, Uchiha, capture the Hokage? The captain of the Umbu team beside the third Hokage couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and shouted. If the Hokage was captured by the Uchiha, then they, the Umbu that only belonged to the Hokage, would still have any face? Zinfan glanced at the Umbu captain coldly, and a very strong chakra burst out from his body instantly, stirring up a gust of air. Feeling the chakra pressure emanating from Zinfan, everyone present was stunned. The face of the Umbu captain was covered in cold sweat. In the previous moment, he felt the taste of death. Alright, Chief Fugaku, I will go with you. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the captain of the Umbu team and said slowly, "Now the top combat power in Konoha is really rare, and Danzo is defined as a traitor and is about to be hunted down. He does not want to let Konoha fight internally unless it is absolutely necessary. The most important thing is that he is now 100% sure that Fugaku in front of him has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he is no longer someone he can control at will. If the two sides fight directly, it will cause too much damage to Konoha and will be targeted by other countries. And now that Uchiha is unwilling to give in, he can only give in. After all, he is sure it is true that a mistake was made, and it is not a bad thing to retreat in order to advance." Everyone present was shocked when they heard what the third Hokage said. Even the Uchiha people were stunned. They did not expect that the third Hokage would actually surrender. Seeing that the third Hokage was sensible, Zinfan did not say anything more. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already taken the initiative to compromise at this time. If he continued to pester, people would think that he was unreasonable. Anyway, Shimura Danzo became a traitor, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige was gone. Sooner or later, Konoha would fall into his hands. Taking off the Hokage hat on his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nara Shikaku and said, "Shikaku, I have no face to continue to serve as Hokage. Please inform Mitamonen and Udaten Koharu and ask them to find a suitable successor as soon as possible. During the succession of the next Hokage, the clan leaders of your clans and the two Konoha consultants will coordinate Konoha." After hearing what the third Hokage said, everyone present looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The people of the Uchiha clan were extremely excited. If the third Hokage resigns now, then the opportunity for their Uchiha clan to regain its glory has come. With the current strength of the clan leader, if he can get the support of other ninja clans, then becoming the next Hokage is absolutely a foregone conclusion. Nara Shikaka sighed and said, "I know, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked deeply at Nobukaze, and then handed the Hokage hat to Nara Shikaku. At this moment, he really couldn't see through the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Nobukaze waved his hand and said, "Take the Hokage-sama down." Hearing this, Uchiha 8th and Uchiha Inairi stood up excitedly and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama, please." They really didn't expect that their Uchiha guard department would be able to capture Konoha's Hokage one day. This matter made them even more excited than letting the Uchiha clan regain the position of Hokage. A group of Umbu ninjas looked at the third Hokage being taken away, hesitated for a while, and finally followed him and separated him from the Uchiha 8th Hokage and others. "It's up to you how to deal with the root. I still have to go find the two missing tribesmen, so I'll leave first. If you receive any news from Danzo, please inform me at any time, and I will personally lead people to capture him." Zinfan glanced at Shikaka Nara and other ninja clan leaders, and said goodbye directly. As for the unconscious Yamato, he was also handed over to Shikaku and others. He didn't think much of Yamato's would release, so he naturally didn't need to continue to take him. Danzo was defined as a traitor, and the third Hokage was dismissed by him. His goal today has been achieved, and there is no need to stay. Zinfan's move directly stunned the ninja clan leaders present. They just thought that the other party had just forced the third Hokage so hard, and they were actually eyeing the position of Hokage. After all, the Uchiha clan wanted to become Hokage. The matter of the Hidden Leaf Village was no secret. Now was the best time to win over allies and expand the victory, but the other party withdrew. This made the clan leaders a little confused. Could it be that clan leader Fugaku really did all these things just to find the missing clan members? The clan leaders of the ninja clan thought uncertainly in their hearts. Zinfan did not care about the thoughts of Nara Shikaku and others, but took Uchiha Itaka, Uchiha Izumi and other Uchiha clan members back to the clan. Because he had more important things to do next, it was not advisable to stay any longer. Long live the patriarch, long live the clan leader. As soon as he returned to the Uchiha clan, Zinfan was warmly welcomed by all the Uchiha clan members. What he had just done in Konoha village had already been conveyed to his clan members by Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Nihiro. The fact that the clan leader had confronted the third Hokage for the Uchiha clan members had already excited these Uchiha clan members, and they felt that the clan leader was really admirable. And then the clan leader went straight to the headquarters of the root and made a big fuss, and led the Uchiha guard to capture the third Hokage, which made the Uchiha clan even more excited. The Uchiha clan is finally rising. Looking at her husband being welcomed by all the clan members, Mikato, who was also surrounded by the clan members, couldn't help but pursed her lips. Danzo became a traitor and the third Hokage stepped down. These two events completely overturned Mikato's cognition, and she also knew that after these two events, the crisis of Uchiha's demise would be mostly dissipated. She really couldn't understand why something that the Uchiha clan had not been able to do for decades could be accomplished so easily in the hands of this husband in front of her. It was as simple as casually doing it. Just like picking the peony flowers from the flowers beside him. Compared with the person in front of him, the former Uchiha high-ranking officials were just like trash. At the same time, Mikato knew that she might not be able to escape the palm of her husband in this life. Thinking of what happened in the past few days, Mikoto suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing to have such a man to rely on. Uchiha Itachi in the crowd looked at his father who was surrounded by people, and his expression was dazed. The series of events that happened today also had a great impact on him. He couldn't understand why his father threatened the third generation, why his father knew those secrets about human experiments, and why his father left directly in the end. All of this made Uchiha Itachi a little confused. However, Danzo, who was in charge of the route, was labeled a traitor and was about to be hunted down by Konoha. The former third generation of Hokage no longer had the prestige of the past, and was deserted by his friends and relatives and resigned. And their Uchiha clan will not only return to their original clan land, but also become unprecedentedly united. All of this seemed to be due to the sudden change of his father a few days ago. Thinking about this, Itachi accidentally saw Uchiha Izumi beside him. He saw that his childhood sweetheart was looking at his father in front of him with admiration. In his bright eyes, there was admiration, and some indescribable feeling, admiration. In the midst of the lively Uchiha clan members in front, his mother was standing beside his father, saying something to him with a gentle face. And his younger brother Sasuke was nestled in his father's arms, his face full of excitement. In a trance, Uchiha Itachi seemed to see something that originally belonged to him, quietly moving away from him. In the evening, in the land of fire, Shimura Danzo is leading several root ninjas back to Konoha village. A few days ago, something major happened in Kumagakure, and in order to get the information out, the Konoha spies lurking in Kumagakure used the root's intelligence line in the Land of Lightning. After learning that the information was related to the twin phoenix Tripitaka, Danzo went there in person to ensure that everything was foolproof, and concealed the relevant information. Flying Thunder God, Mangekyo Sharinan, Water Mirror Technique, defeating the Eight Tails Jinchuriki head-on. Recalling the intelligence information about Xuanfeng Santang that he had just obtained from the spy of Kumagakure, Danzo's ugly old face became more and more gloomy. He didn't expect that Xuanfeng Santang's strength was so strong that he could defeat the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. If such a person could be controlled by his Kota Amatsukami and become his capable subordinate, the position of Hokage of Konoha would sooner or later become Danzo's. It's a pity that Xuanfeng Santang was too cautious and his whereabouts were even more weird and uncertain. Even if Danzo wanted to use his Inagi and Kota Amatsukami to sneak attack and control the other party, he had no chance at all. Fortunately, according to the intelligence of Kumagakure, Xuanfeng Santang was able to accept cooperation with the ninja village. Perhaps he could use the name of cooperation to lure the other party out and then sneak attack and control him. Although Xuanfeng Santang was strong, as long as Danzo succeeded in sneak attacking with Kota Amatsukami, the other party would definitely not be able to get rid of his control and could only become his subordinate obediently. Thinking about these in his mind, Shimura Danzo soon came to a location not far from Konoha. Stopping by a stream, Danzo frowned and looked at the tree not far ahead. On the trunk of the tree, some kind of contact information was written at the root. Then, he formed a seal with his hands and summoned a white pigeon. He took the information scroll from the pigeon's leg, crushed the pigeon and threw it on the ground. When he opened the information scroll in his hand, Danzo Shimura's expression was instantly wonderful. What? I actually became a traitorous ninja of Konoha. Danzo Shimura looked at the information on the scroll in his hand, and was extremely surprised. He really couldn't imagine that he was beaten into a traitor by Konoha just because he went out for a trip. He was the elder of Konoha village and the leader of the root, and he became a traitor? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Danzo patiently checked the detailed information in the scroll. When he saw Uchiha breaking into the headquarters of the root, he was furious. When he saw that his human experiments were exposed by Uchiha in front of a group of ninjas, he fell silent again. After seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was also dismissed because of human experiments and no longer served as the Hokage, he felt better for some reason. Uchiha Fugaku, I want to see how strong you are. Destroying the information in his hand, Danzo said with a gloomy face. If Uchiha Fugaku had not revealed the fact that he and Orochimaru had conducted human experiments in front of all the ninja clan leaders, he would definitely not have been labeled a traitor. If the root members had not risked sending the information out, he would have fallen into the trap now. Thinking that the interests he had cultivated in Konoha for many years were directly cut off, Danzo hated Uchiha Fugaku who had exposed him even more. Let's go back to Konoha, Danzo ordered, and continued to move forward with several root members around him, ready to rescue those imprisoned root members. Although he had become a rebel ninja in Konoha, he didn't like to act alone as a leader, so he needed to rescue those imprisoned root members and rebuild his own new force. At the moment when the third Hokage was imprisoned, Danzo was confident that no one in Konoha village could stop him. Night. In Konoha village, Uchiha clan. Two masked figures felt the exciting atmosphere in the Uchiha clan and fell into silence at the same time. Especially Uchiha Fugaku, who was wearing a black mask, felt indescribably uncomfortable. He originally just wanted to create some trouble for Xuanfeng Santang while seeking the Mangekyo Sharinan, so that he would be exhausted from dealing with it. Unexpectedly, the other party not only took this opportunity to unify the Uchiha clan, but also took the opportunity to make trouble so that the Uchiha could return to the center of Konoha. What they could not imagine was that Xuanfeng Santang actually broke into the route directly, took the opportunity to beat Danzo into a traitor, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen was dismissed from office. With a wave of his hand, he overthrew the Hokage and the leader of the root of Konoha, allowing the Uchiha clan to return to the power center of Konoha. All these things that happened seemed to slap Uchiha Fugaku in the face. It seemed to tell him, compared with Xuanfeng Santang, you, the head of the Uchiha clan, are simply a waste. Looking at the Uchiha clan members who were preparing to relocate, Uchiha Obito, who had been silent for a long time, spoke, well, don't take it to heart. As long as you control powerful forces, these are all trivial matters. Although he said this, Uchiha Obito still raised the danger level of Xuanfeng Santang to the highest level in his heart. He is powerful, has mastered 2 time and space abilities, and has such a smart political mind. For such a person, he must find a way to eradicate him as soon as possible. Uchiha Fugaku glanced in the direction of his former home and said, let's go, let's find Itaki and take Setsuno away. Obito shrugged, put his hand on Fugaku, and entered the Kamui space. Outside the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itaki, who had just come out of his house and was about to go to the Umbu, was intercepted. It's you again. Looking at the masked man who stopped him, Uchiha Itaki frowned. Itaki, I came here this time to tell you a secret. Uchiha Obito leaned against a tree trunk and said with a smile. Secret. Uchiha Itaki frowned again. Uchiha Obito crossed his arms, looked at Itaki and smiled. Don't you think your father has changed too much recently? Uchiha Itaki's expression changed, and he looked at Obito with a vigilant face and said in a deep voice, what do you want to say? Uchiha Itaki had long seen the changes in his father, but he always thought that it was because his father awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and thus caused a drastic change in his temperament. But now it seems that there may be another hidden story. Uchiha Obito looked at the bright moon in the night sky and said slowly, because he is not your father at all, but Xuanfeng Santang. Uchiha Itaki was shocked and looked at Obito with an unbelievable face. What did you say? Uchiha Obito said, with your intelligence, you should have suspected it a long time ago. Hearing this, Uchiha Itaki was silent. He did have doubts about this matter a long time ago, because although opening the Mangekyo Sharingan will change a person's temperament, it will not be as exaggerated as his father's performance. There will be a transition in between, and his father's performance in the past few days, it is like a completely different person. From the original forbearance and silence, to the domineering and publicity, this is simply incredible. Uchiha Obito raised his right hand and continued to explain. Xuanfeng Santang has a transformation technique that can change even chakra. Change chakra. Hearing this, the last doubt in Itaki Uchiha's heart was resolved. If even chakra could be changed, then everything would make sense. Seeing that Itaki Uchiha was persuaded, Obito reached into the Kamui space and grabbed a masked figure to dispel the other party's last concern. This is. Looking at the figure that reappeared in front of him, Uchiha Itaki suddenly had some guesses in his mind. Uchiha Fugaku took off his mask, looked at Itaki and said in a deep voice, Itaki. Itaki Uchiha listened to the familiar voice, a look of astonishment. Father. Uchiha clan territory. In Mikato's room. Uchiha Mikato walked out of the bathroom and sat in front of the dressing table, quietly and nervously cleaning up before going to bed. And on the boat not far behind her, Zinfan, who was lying there, looked at Mikato's graceful back and marveled. The wife temperament of Mikato really made him itchy. If he was not still young, he would have wanted to kill her right now. Puff! Suddenly, a white figure emerged from the ground, looked at Zinfan and said, Danzo and Fugaku are here. This figure was the white Zetsu who was controlled by Zinfan using the Sharingan a few days ago. Mikato stood up from the dressing table, looked at Zinfan and asked anxiously. Uchiha Fugaku had come here several times, which made her very worried. Zinfan waved away the white Zetsu and said casually, yes, I'm going to go out for a while. Mikato grabbed Zinfan's hand and reminded him, come back early. For Mikato, only when the twin phoenix Santang was at home, could she rest assured about the safety of Itake and Suzuki. Zinfan was slightly stunned after looking at Mikato's worried expression and the other's beautiful face. Then, he held Mikato's pretty face and kissed her directly. Mikato originally wanted to push the other party away, but when she thought of Fugaku lurking in the dark, she finally obediently let Zinfan do it. Now the only one she can rely on is the man in front of her. Be good, I'll be back soon. After patting Mikato's pretty face, Zinfan disappeared directly on the spot. Looking at the place where Zinfan disappeared, Mikato touched her lips, and then sat in front of the dressing table in a daze. She finally took this step, the edge of Konoha village. Danzo was leading the root members around him into Konoha from the edge of Konoha. Konoha often maintains a huge perception barrier at the edge of the village, and anyone entering will be sensed immediately. Therefore, ordinary villagers or ninjas need to enter and exit the village from the main gate of Konoha. However, as the leader of the root, Danzo naturally left a secret door in the perception barrier, so he could lead people into the village from the edge of Konoha without anyone noticing. Danzo had just led people into Konoha when he saw a figure walking out of the shadows in front. It was a captain of the oil girl in the route under Shimura Danzo, and the news that Danzo received was exactly what he conveyed. Lord Danzo. Captain Aberame came up to Danzo and bowed. Danzo used the Sharingan in his eyes to observe the person in front of him, and after confirming that there was no problem, he said in a deep voice, "Where are the root members being held now?" The captain said, "They are being held in the Umbu prison." Danzo nodded and said, "Follow me." After that, Danzo passed the captain and walked towards the Umbu prison first. "Yes." The captain nodded respectfully, and walked silently behind Danzo, ready to join other root members. At the moment when Danzo passed by, the captain raised his right hand and instantly pressed it on Danzo. Cursed seal. Suddenly attacked, Danzo was instantly shocked. Just as he was about to move, he was trapped in place by countless sealing spells and could not move. Enemy attack. At the same time, the root members following Danzo reacted instantly and attacked the rash root team leader. Zinfan, who was disguised as the team leader, didn't care and directly reached out to press Danzo's right eye. Blood flew everywhere, and the Kodaamatsukami Sharingan in Danzo's right eye was instantly removed. The attacks of the root members fell on Zinfan, bringing with them countless blood. After a successful attack, Zinfan instantly escaped from the encirclement of the root members and came to a place not far away. Your chakra color. Danzo, who broke free from the cursed seal, covered his right eye that was bleeding profusely, and said to Zinfan with a ferocious expression. He had just used the Sharingan to observe the color of the opponent's chakra to confirm that the opponent was really his subordinate. Zinfan put Kodaamatsukami's Sharingan into the nutrient bottle that had been prepared long ago, looked at Danzo and said with a smile, "Rebel Ninja Danzo, why don't you surrender?" His transformation technique can even change chakra, so Danzo's Sharingan naturally can't see any flaws. And after he controlled the captain of the Aberame clan at the root during the day, he never solved the opponent's illusion hypnosis, but let him reveal the news to Danzo, so that he could launch a sneak attack at this time. "Who are you?" Looking at the blood-stained Zinfan, Danzo made seals with his hands and said in a deep voice, "There is no need for a dying person to know." Xin Feng grinned and put the bottle containing the god of the other world into his arms. "How shameless!" Danzo shouted angrily and instantly formed a seal. Wind-style, vacuum wave. A white sickle slashed out from Danzo's mouth and instantly attacked Zinfan. Zinfan saw this and quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Humph! I wonder how long you can hide." Danzo took a deep breath, and dozens of light wind-style sickle slashes were ejected from Danzo's mouth, attacking Zinfan again. Zinfan grinned, raised his head, revealing a scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, and the pentagram pattern in his pupils rotated rapidly. Suyu Tianming. In an instant, the dozens of wind-style slashes that Danzo had just ejected immediately flew back and covered him completely. What? Danzo was shocked to see his own ninjutsu instantly lose its power and backfire on him. He quickly formed hand seals and prepared to perform what escape ninjutsu for defense. Danzo had just formed hand seals to defend against wind escape when an earth dragon with a kunao hanging from its arms suddenly sprang out from his feet. The next second, Zinfan instantly appeared beside Danzo and grabbed his right hand. Crack! Zinfan twisted hard, and Danzo's right arm made of Hashirama's cells was immediately torn off, and blood splattered wildly. After succeeding again, Zinfan returned to his original position and looked at Danzo with a smile. He was now trying to endure the attacks of the root ninjas and injuring half of his body, just to show weakness to the enemy. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Danzo's attention was attracted by the backlash of his own ninjutsu, he used Suyu Tianming and Flying Thunder God to launch a sneak attack and abolish Danzo's means of resurrection. Otherwise, with Susanoo, he would never be hit by the attacks of the root ninjas. Mangekyo Sharingan, Flying Thunder God, Xuanfeng Santang, you are really calculating. After being hit hard one after another, Danzo was furious. He had already guessed the identity of the person standing in front of him. The root ninjas on the side were shocked when they knew Zinfan's identity, but they still guarded in front of Danzo, ready to fight the enemy together. Zinfan raised his head, and the Sharingan in his eyes turned again, and burst into scarlet light. Then, several earth dragons suddenly sprang out of the ground, tied up all the root ninjas who had just taken action, and then dragged them into the ground. And Shimura Danzo was also tied up by 5 earth dragons, standing there unable to move. Even Danzo's left hand, which wanted to use the summoning beast, was also bitten by the earth dragon. After losing Koto Amatsukami and Hashirama's arms one after another, the wind escape ninjutsu was completely restrained. Now Danzo is just a lamb to be slaughtered for Zinfan. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Xin Feng raised his eyebrows and took out the Thousand Hands Bloodline card. Thousand Hands Bloodline card, after merging with the target, it can help it awaken the top Thousand Hands Bloodline. If the target already has Thousand Hands Bloodline, it can be further strengthened into the most perfect bloodline. It can be used in a stacked manner. Can the most perfect thousand hands bloodline power reach the level of Hashirama? Muttering this, Zinfan took out a blank character card from the void and threw it directly at Danzo, whose head and body were already separated. Name: Shinura Danzo. Deceased host damage ratio 100%. After copying, you can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy? Zinfan looked at the information in front of him with a smile on his face. As he chose to copy, the blank character card on Shinura Danzo gradually merged into his body. After the card was completely merged, Danzo's body turned into a pile of white ashes. A golden card rose up from the white ashes. Ding, the character was copied successfully. Shinura Danzo, Mangekyo Sherinan Koda Amatsukami, right, wood style, Izanagi, wind style vacuum wave. Looking at the information on the card, Zinfan laughed. The target of the blank character card does not need to keep the body intact, just need to kill the opponent completely to copy the opponent's ability before the battle. Unlike the plug-and-play Sherinan, the Mangekyo ability obtained by Zinfan's copied card will be presented in the form of skills. In other words, once he activates the Mangekyo Sherinan, he can directly use the relevant Mangekyo ability without changing eyes. Moreover, he already has a left eye of Koda Amatsukami that he snatched from Danzo, and now he has an additional skill of Koda Amatsukami's right eye because of the card system. Add to that the skill of Koda Amatsukami's left eye that he obtained from Shisui before, then he really has 3 Koda Amatsukami. It's like fleecing the sheep twice. Choose to fuse the gold card, Shinura Danzo. Yes. As Zinfan pressed the selection key, a golden vortex enveloped him. Feeling the chakra in his body that had skyrocketed because of the power of Hashirama, Zinfan grinned. His current chakra amount is comparable to that of ordinary tailed beasts, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Moreover, he can clearly feel the strengthening of the pair of Mangekyo Sherinan in his eyes by the newly acquired power of Hashirama. In just a few minutes, Zinfan could clearly feel that his vision, which had declined a lot, had recovered a lot. After feeling it for a while, Zinfan began to check the information of the ninjutsu he had just obtained, especially the resurrection skill of Izanagi, which he paid special attention to. As long as he has this skill, he can really spend as much money as he wants in the future. Izanagi distorts unfavorable events that happen within a period of time and turns them into favorable situations. Duration 5 minutes. Casting the eye technique Izanagi requires a 3 Magatama Sherinan, which can be placed in the card space to reserve in advance. Looking at the information in front of him, Zinfan picked up the arm of Hashirama that he had just torn off from Danzo, and then took an eye from it and placed it in the card space. As soon as the 3 Magatama Sherinan was placed in, it instantly turned into a card depicting the 3 Magatama Sherinan pattern. Tisk, it's quite convenient. With a sigh of admiration, Zinfan took off all the 3 Magatama Sherinan on his arm, and then put them into the card space, turning them into Sherinan cards. After taking off the Sherinan, Zinfan stood up and began to clean up the battlefield around him. Because the battle ended quickly and did not cause much noise, Zinfan quickly cleaned up the traces he left behind. After cleaning up, Zinfan stood up and looked at the surrounding environment. From now on, there will be no more Danzo. With this muttered word, Zinfan disappeared on the spot. Now that Danzo has killed them, he should deal with Fugaku and Itaki. The forest outside the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itaki sat on a big tree, staring at the bright moon in the sky in a daze. He didn't expect that the father who easily solved the Uchiha's troubles was actually someone else's impersonation. In the shadows not far away, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Obito looked at the silent Itaki and waited patiently. At this time, Fugaku had told Itaki the whole story, hoping to use Itaki's hand to get rid of Xuanfeng Santang in secret. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku naturally concealed the matter about Mikato. Otherwise, with Itaki's temper, after knowing that he gave Mikato to another man personally, he would probably kill people immediately. Let's go, give him some time. Uchiha Obito spoke first. Fugaku nodded and said to Itaki not far away, Xuanfeng Santang has my Mangekyo Sherinan. You will not be his opponent. You just need to poison him in secret before he finds you. After that, Fugaku followed Uchiha Obito to leave this place and went to find the imprisoned Uchiha Setsuna. After a period of silence, Itaki jumped down from the tree and walked towards home. For the safety of his mother and brother, he needed to immediately get rid of the man who dared to pretend to be his father. As he walked, Itaki saw the figure of his father appear in front of him again. The twin phoenix Tripitaka. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, Uchiha Itaki said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zinfan grinned and said, Itaki, it seems that you know everything. Did those 2 rats in the gutter tell you? Why do you pretend to be my father? What is your purpose? Uchiha Itaki drew out the short knife from his back and asked calmly. Since the other party dared to appear in front of him like this, it was obvious that he had planned to silence him. Zinfan spread his hands and said, I have no ill will towards Uchiha, and I like Mikato very much, and the same goes for little Suzuki. Hearing this, Uchiha Itaki said calmly, it seems that your target is me. Why? To save Uchiha. Zinfan said directly, save Uchiha. Uchiha Itaki frowned in confusion. He didn't expect that the man pretending to be his father would do it for this reason. Uchiha Itachi recalled the other party's previous actions and inexplicably believed it a little. At least in the hands of the other party, Uchiha was indeed growing stronger. This is what I promised Uchiha Izumi. Zinfan looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him and said word by word. Recalling the admiration he saw in Izumi's eyes before, Uchiha Itachi felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Then, he continued to ask, then why did you target me? Because you and the masked man beside Fugaku are the real culprits of the Uchiha clan's extermination. Zinfan raised his head, revealing his scarlet Sharingan, and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth dragon as thick as his arm sprang out of his hand and entangled Itachi tightly. The next second, he disappeared from the spot with Uchiha Itachi. In an unnamed valley in the land of fire. Bang! Uchiha Itachi cut off the earth dragon that was entangled with him with one sword, and looked at the changed environment around him and said in a deep voice, I am the culprit of the Uchiha clan's extermination. What does this mean? Literally. Zinfan took out a few flying thunder god kunao and threw them at Uchiha Itachi. Ding ding ding. A few shurikens slipped from Uchiha Itachi's hand and instantly knocked the flying kunao away. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi instantly formed seals with both hands, and a huge fireball instantly spewed out of his mouth. Looking at the flying fireball, Zinfan smiled and quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. A huge sea of fire instantly spewed out from Zinfan's mouth. With the huge amount of chakra and the blessing of Suyu Tianming, the great fire extinguishment he performed at this time was brought to its maximum. The power it exerted was no less than that of Uchiha Madara, who used his fire style to suppress the joint water array wall of the Shinobi Alliance during the Fourth Shinobi World War. And as the power of Hashirama in Zinfan's body exerted on him with the continuous transformation of his body and the blessing of Suyu Tianming, he will soon surpass Uchiha Madara in fire style. Boom boom boom. The huge flames that spewed out were like a sea of fire, instantly covering Uchiha Itachi's fireball and directly defeating it, and it rushed towards the opponent without slowing down. His fire ninjutsu is so powerful. As soon as this thought flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind, he was instantly engulfed by the raging flames. The heat waves rolled, the sea of fire was surging, and the nameless valley where the trade winds were located was instantly ignited by the sea of fire, and the flames shot up into the sky. In the distant valley, Uchiha Obito, who had just arrived using Kamui, looked at the sea of fire in the valley and was slightly surprised. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing aside, gritted his teeth in anger, because he found that the Hawo extinguishing performed by Xuanfeng Santang was obviously much stronger than his. The sea of fire dissipated, and the forest in the valley was burned into a burning clearing. In the clearing, Uchiha Itachi, who was unharmed, stood there quietly, and around his body, there was a layer of illusory skeleton Susanoo. This is the first form of the Mangekyo ability Susanoo, skeleton Susanoo. Ha, I knew he had already opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito chuckled, not surprised at all. Uchiha Fugaku beside him was stunned and shocked. He didn't expect that his eldest son had also opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. In the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Itachi raised his head and focused his gaze on Nobukaze not far ahead. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes turned rapidly, shedding tears of blood. Amaterasu. The terrifying black flame burst out at the end of Itachi's sight and instantly ignited Zinfan's body. Seeing Amaterasu hit the target, Uchiha Itachi covered his right eye in pain. Amaterasu is his unique Mangekyo Sharingan technique, which can release a huge and terrifyingly high-temperature black flame, which will not disappear until the target is burned out. Once it is touched, it will be like a thorn in the bone, and it will never disappear until the target is burned out. Uchiha Obito, who was in the shadows in the distance, saw Itachi's move and was slightly surprised. Suddenly he asked, "You didn't tell Itachi about your Mangekyo ability?" Uchiha Fugaku shook his head silently, because he didn't know Itachi actually had a Mangekyo before, and he didn't expect that he would be directly found by Xuanfeng Santang. Looking at the black flames burning on his body, Zinfan's Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes turned rapidly, bursting with a scarlet light. This feeling is a kaleidoscope. Feeling the power in Zinfan's eyes about to bloom, Uchiha Itachi, who had just released Amaterasu, instantly became alert. The next moment, he saw the great fireball technique that had just taken shape in front of him transform into a flaming black dragon and pounce on him in the opposite direction. Swish! Uchiha Itachi, who was well prepared, used a body flash technique to disappear from the spot, narrowly avoiding the attack of the flaming black dragon. Itachi, in front of my ability, your Amaterasu will be useless. Zinfan recalled the flaming black dragon formed by the black flame of Amaterasu, and said with a smile, "The special eye technique Shuguten Myoji used by Uchiha Fugaku's awakened Mangekyo Sharingan can enhance and control the 5 elements of escape techniques, and Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu belongs to fire escape, so it can naturally be controlled by him." In front of Shuguten Myoji, Itachi's Amaterasu is just like a son who has met his father, and can only obey. If he kills Uchiha Itachi and copies him, he will gain the ability of Amaterasu. Then under the blessing of Shuguten Myoji, the Amaterasu he displays will exert a terrifying power far beyond Itaki and Suzuki. Is that really the case? Looking at the flaming black dragon coiled around Zinfan, Uchiha Itaka sighed in his heart and used his ability again to wipe out the Amaterasu black flame around the opponent. Although he knew before that Xuanfeng Santang's Mangekyo Sharinan had the ability to control fire, he did not expect that the Amaterasu black flame launched by his Mangekyo pupil technique could not escape the fate of being controlled. Boom! As Uchiha Itaki urged, the skeleton Susanoo outside his body began to grow larger and larger, and flesh and blood began to grow on the bones. Finally, he put on the red armor of Crow Tengu, like a god descending to the earth. In front of the huge half-body Susanoo, ordinary people are like ants. The third form of Susanoo, Karasu Tengu, is released. The Tenka sword and the Yata mirror. Uchiha Obito was shocked when he saw the two artifacts in Itaka's more than 20-meter-tall Susanoo's hands. He had secretly searched for these two legendary artifacts in the history of the Uchiha clan before, but he didn't expect to see them here. This guy Uchiha Itaki is really not simple. Looking at the two Susanoo artifacts in Itaka's red Susanoo's hands, Zinfan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Uchiha Itaki to have these two artifacts at this time, or are these two artifacts the companion artifacts of the other party's Susanoo? If they are really companion artifacts, does it mean that after he opens the Mangekyo Sharinan, he can also have his own Susanoo artifact? While thinking about these boredom in his mind, Zinfan's Mangekyo Sharinan in his pupils began to rotate rapidly. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent roar, a clay Buddha twice as big as Itaka's half-body Susanoo took shape at the feet of Zinfan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the terrifying Susanoo giant that belonged to Xuanfeng Santang standing in the center of the battlefield, and was horrified. When his eyes were at their strongest, they could only activate the third form of Karasu Tengu. However, in Xuanfeng Santang's hands, not only could he directly activate the fourth form of the complete Susanoo, but he could also combine it with Su Yushinming's ability to form this extremely terrifying Susanoo giant in front of him. Using his ability so recklessly, isn't Xuanfeng Santang afraid that his pair of Mangekyo Sharinan will be scrapped in advance? Why is this guy so strong? Uchiha Obito gnashed his teeth in anger as he looked at the Susanoo of Xuanfeng Santang, which was half the height of Itaka's Susanoo. If an ordinary Uchiha clan member used such a terrifying Susanoo, his body would have been drained long ago. However, Obito saw that Xuanfeng Santang was full of energy and had no signs of being overdrawn. On the contrary, Uchiha Itaki, who had only activated the third form of Susanoo, looked a little can't hold on. This means that the terrifying Susanoo in front of him is not the limit of Xuanfeng Santang. Boom boom boom. Zinfan urged the fourth form of the Pseudo-Susanoo Buddha to fight with Itaka's third form, the Karasu Tengu Susanoo. Every collision between the two sides can erupt with a violent roar, causing the ground to shake and gravel to fly. Such a terrifying scene directly shocked Obito and Fugaku in the shadows. Boom, boom, boom. In the valley, every collision between the two Susanoos can set off a terrifying wave of air. The unbreakable armor on Uchiha Itaka's Karasu Tengu Susanoo has been blasted with many cracks at this time. If it weren't for the Susanoo defense artifact Yata mirror in his hand, Itaki would have been defeated long ago. And Zinfan's Pseudo-Buddha Susanoo was also covered with terrifying wounds cut by the Susanoo artifact Tenfa's sword, but these wounds only cut through his Susanoo armor and did not cause much damage to him. Looking at the Crow Tengu Susanoo who was struggling in the hands of his fake Susanoo Buddha, Zinfan reached into the void and took out a card. Old giant clams with a short lifespan are perfect for hitting people cough cough. Uchiha Itaki coughed up a mouthful of blood, and endured the pain all over his body caused by excessive consumption of pupil power, constantly thinking about the plan to win in his mind. Any ninjutsu has weaknesses, this is Itaka's battle creed. However, facing the terrifyingly powerful Xuanfeng Santang in front of him, Uchiha Itaki has been unable to find a way to deal with it. Amaterasu's ability was perfectly restrained by the opponent's Mangekyo ability and could not play any role. Susanoo, which was the trump card, was also suppressed by the opponent's stronger Susanoo, and there was no hope of winning. In terms of the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Itaki can be said to be suppressed by the opponent everywhere. Coupled with the opponent's terrifying amount of chakra and flying thunder god technique, this is really despairing. It seems that I can only use that Uchiha forbidden technique. Uchiha Itaki made up his mind and prepared to look for an opportunity. However, just as he made the decision, he saw the opponent's giant Susanoo holding an extremely large clam and smashing it towards his Karasu Tengu Susanoo. In front of this super giant clam, not to mention Itaka's Karasu Tengu Susanoo, even the 60-meter-tall Susanoo Buddha in the wind seemed a little small. How could there be such a thing? How many cards does this guy Xuanfeng Santang have? Looking at the giant clam with a diameter of over 200 meters, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Fugaku were shocked. Even the tailed beasts are usually only 60 to 70 meters long, but the supergiant clam in front of them is more than 200 meters long. This is beyond their cognition. Boom! The huge clam fell from the air, and the Karasu Tengu Susanoo beside Uchiha Itachi shattered, flattened like a fly, and sank into the ground. In the face of pure physical blunt attacks, the Susanoo artifact, the 8-foot mirror, has no effect. Snap! Zinfan snapped his fingers and directly took back the giant clam card. Under the heavy pressure of the giant clam, a giant concave flat ground the size of a football field was flattened in the valley. As the giant clam disappeared, the dying Uchiha Itachi appeared in the flat ground. Around his body, broken Susanoo fragments were scattered all over the ground, looking extremely miserable. Cough cough. Uchiha Itachi suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and looked weakly at the terrifying figure on top of Susanoo in front of him. In order to defend against the opponent's overwhelming attack, he directly consumed the last bit of chakra and pupil power in his body. If it were the characteristics of the 8-foot mirror, he would probably have died long ago. If he continued to consume the pupil power of the Sharingan, his body would be directly drained and he would die. However, for the safety of his mother and brother, Uchiha Itachi no longer planned to live. Even if he would die directly, he would use the last forbidden technique of his Inomai. Looking at the dying Uchiha Itachi, Zinfan formed a seal with one hand, created 5 shadow clones, and asked one of them to walk to Itachi's side. Itachi, let's make a deal about Uchiha. When his clone appeared beside Itachi, Zinfan spoke in a deep voice. The left eye of Koto Amatsukami that Uchiha Shisui gave to Itachi was placed on a ninja crow, and it was a separate individual from Itachi. If Zinfan wanted to get this eye, he needed Uchiha Itachi to hand it over voluntarily. Uchiha Itachi, who was about to take action, frowned and said, "What deal? Use your life and Shisui's eyes in exchange for the peace of your mother and brother for the rest of their lives," Zinfan said directly. Uchiha Itachi put down the kunao in his hand and said calmly, in addition to the peace between Uchiha and Konoha. From the experience of the past few days, with the means of the Xuanfeng Santang in front of him, the other party may really be able to find a way to peace between Konoha and Uchiha. Under the premise that he can't beat the other party at all, he can only compromise like this. Not good. Hearing Itachi's answer, Uchiha Obito in the shadows in the distance was instantly shocked and quickly entered the Kamui space to stop him. Uchiha Itachi is an important chess piece for him to fight against the twin Phoenix Santang, and he must not lose. It's a deal. Zinfan nodded and agreed directly. At the same time, his clone stretched out his hand to Uchiha Itachi's body, and took him away before Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, who appeared at the position where Uchiha Itachi had been before, cursed angrily when he saw that he was a step slower. Xuanfeng Santang's current strength was already terrifying enough. If he obtained Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan and merged it with Fugaku's eyes to form the Eternal Eye, he would never be able to defeat him in the future. "Hey, you rat from the gutter finally showed up." Zinfan waved at the remaining clones and smiled at the appearing Obito. After obtaining the power of Hashirama from Danzo and being able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan at will, he was no longer inferior to Uchiha Obito, who only had one eye. Swish, swish, swish. Zinfan's shadow clone used the instant body technique and instantly turned into several black shadows and continued to run towards the forest in the distance. That location was exactly where Uchiha Fugaku was. "Xuanfeng Santang, you won't be so proud for long." Uchiha Obito said this viciously, preparing to enter the Kamui space and take Fugaku away before the opponent's clone arrives. At this time, Xuanfeng Santang has his other Kamui Sharingan, which can enter the Kamui space at any time. Obito can only ask for trouble if he confronts him at this time. For now, it is better to leave first. "Did I let you go?" Zinfan chuckled, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes turned. Boom! A earth dragon burst out of the ground at Obito's feet and pierced through his body, preventing him from leaving. Obito had to materialize to enter the Kamui space, so he could not enter the Kamui space when his body was attacked and became hollow. What a trifle! Uchiha Obito laughed contemptuously and moved to the side, leaving the range of the earth dragon. However, when he was about to enter the Kamui space again, he found that another earth dragon appeared at his feet. "Bastard, let's see how long you can last." The Kamui was interrupted one after another, and Uchiha Obito became angry and rushed to the distance, ready to use his speed to get rid of the opponent. And Zinfan naturally chased him relentlessly, continuing to use Suyu Tianming, using dozens of earth dragons to interfere with Uchiha Obito's departure. A minute later, Zinfan stopped attacking. "What? Not going on." Uchiha Obito stopped and sneered. Xuanfeng Santang's earth dragon couldn't cause any harm to him at all, and in the end, he could only ask for trouble. Zinfan spread his hands and said, "Because my goal has been achieved." As soon as he finished speaking, a clone of Zinfan appeared beside him in an instant, and on the shoulder of the clone, Uchiha Fugaku, who had fallen into a coma, was sleeping there quietly. After losing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku's strength dropped significantly, and naturally he couldn't even beat Zinfan's several shadow clones. This rubbish. Seeing the captured Fugaku, Uchiha Obito cursed fiercely, and directly entered the Kamui space and left. Seeing Obito leave, Zinfan turned his head to look at Fugaku beside him. "You can't escape this time." After saying this, Xin Feng waved his hand. Uchiha Fugaku's head was cut off in an instant, and blood spilled into the sky. There was no cliched meeting of enemies, nor angry cursing. Uchiha Fugaku died just like that, simply. After digging out the 3 Magatama Sharingan from Fugaku's eyes, Zinfan took out a blank character card from the void and threw it directly on the dead Uchiha Fugaku. The stronger the Uchiha bloodline power in the body, the easier it is to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to awaken his Mangekyo as soon as possible, Zinfan needs more bloodline power. Moreover, Zinfan also wanted to see what kind of changes would occur to the Suyu Tianming skill he obtained through the system after he merged the character cards of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itaki at the same time. Name Uchiha Fugaku deceased host damage ratio 100% after copying. You can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy it? Looking at the information in front of him, Zinfan directly chose to copy Ding. The character was copied successfully. Uchiha Fugaku, Mangekyo Sharingan, Sugutendum, Seal Transfer, Great Fire Extinction. As a golden card rose up, Fugaku's body turned into a pile of bones. Choose to fuse the gold card. Uchiha Fugaku. Yes. As Zinfan pressed the select button, a golden vortex enveloped him. As the golden vortex particles continued to be invested in his body, Zinfan could clearly feel that the pupil power of the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes was rapidly increasing, and his ability to control these eyes became more and more refined. He knew that this was a change brought about by the increasing power of the Uchiha bloodline in his body. Feeling the physical changes brought about by the fusion of Fugaku's character card, Zinfan breathed a sigh of relief. Removing the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan belonging to Fugaku in his eyes, Zinfan took out his original pair of eyes from the storage scroll and replaced them. As soon as he put on his original eyes, Zinfan could clearly feel that these eyes were adapting to his current body. And with the infusion of chakra and pupil power in Zinfan's body, his pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan began to slowly turn. Still a little bit behind. I hope Itake won't let me down. Zinfan muttered, took a look at the bones that Fugaku had turned into, and disappeared on the spot. Kanaha. The underground secret room of Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Itake sat in front of the stone tablet, quietly waiting for the arrival of Shuangfeng Santang, while Zinfan's clone stood quietly beside him and watched. At this time, he was already very weak due to the excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even sitting on the ground made him exhausted. Now he had no power to resist Zinfan's clone at all. What's more, the other party had covered him with sealing spells, which disturbed his chakra and bound his body at the same time, making him unable to mobilize chakra and unable to move any part of his body. Swish! A figure flashed, and Zinfan's body appeared in the corner of the underground secret room. How do you know that I have Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan? Seeing Zinfan appear, Uchiha Itaki asked first. Zinfan crossed his arms, looked at the man who volunteered to die, and said, I once saw somewhere everything that happened in the current ninja world, including the past and the future. You can think of it as some kind of prophecy. Uchiha Itake frowned and said, Prophecy? Is this why you said that I and the masked man were the culprits of the Uchiha clan extermination? Zinfan looked at the ceiling of the secret room and said, Yes, if I didn't come, that would definitely happen. At that time, all the Uchiha people would be killed by you, except Suzuki. Hearing this, Uchiha Itake was silent. He originally wanted to refute, but when he heard Zinfan say that Suzuki would survive, he believed the other party's words. Because that was the action plan he had imagined, the action plan when the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha was inevitable. Hearing Uchiha Itake's words, Zinfan grinned. Only if Uchiha Itake is willing to cooperate actively, he can maximize the benefits and take the other party's eyes and Shisui's left eye into his pocket. He can even take this opportunity to let Mikato awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, which will become an important help for him to explore Kagaya's mind in the future. Thinking of this, Zinfan said, You gave me your eyes and Shisui's eyes and went to die. From now on, I will help you protect Suzuki and look after the Uchiha clan. After that, I will use your death to help your mother open the Mangekyo Sharingan, so that she can protect herself. Of course, you actually have no choice in this matter, because your death is already doomed. Uchiha Itake frowned and said, Are you sure you can let my mother open her eyes? If his mother could open the Mangekyo Sharingan, then he would not have to worry about her and Suzuki's safety, and he could die with peace of mind. However, in Uchiha Itake's view, although opening the Mangekyo Sharingan requires drastic emotional fluctuations due to the death of a loved one, it also requires a certain amount of talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Uchiha clan to have no Mangekyo strongmen for so many years before Shisui appeared. Zinfan vowed after your mother was given to me by your father last time, she showed signs of opening her eyes because of extreme pain. Keep stimulating her, and opening her eyes will not be a problem. Your mother was given to you by your father. Hearing such a huge amount of information in his ears, Uchiha Itake's breath was choked, and he looked at Zinfan with an incredible face. He could never have imagined that his father would do such a ridiculous thing. Zinfan enjoyed watching Uchiha Itake's shocked expression. Then, he continued to explain in order to awaken the Mangekyo, your father gave your mother to me to stimulate himself to open his eyes. Later, in order to obtain the Eternal Eye, he set his sights on you and Suzuki. Afterwards, your mother, for the safety of you and Suzuki. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi interrupted Zinfan directly. Enough, stop talking. He could already guess what would happen next, but when he thought of his mother committing herself to the man in front of him for him and Suzuki, Uchiha Itachi felt extremely painful. With his strength, he didn't need his mother to do this. Because even if his father Fugaku awakened the Mangekyo and targeted him and Suzuki, he could deal with it calmly. However, his mother Mikato didn't know how strong he was, so she could only choose this way to protect herself and Suzuki. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi felt more and more painful and regretful, and even his face began to twist in pain. When thinking of what Xuanfeng Santang had done in Konoha village in the past few days, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt, if he hadn't concealed the strength of his Mangekyo Sharingan and stood firmly in the Uchiha clan, would these things not have happened? His father wouldn't have been crazy because of the Mangekyo, and his mother wouldn't have committed herself to others to protect him and Suzuki. But he created all this with his own hands. Seeing Itachi's expression, Zinfan knew that he had misunderstood something. However, he did not speak to correct it, because once his second brother awakened, Mikato would sooner or later become his woman. Even Itachi's childhood sweetheart Uchiha Izumi was the same. Okay, no more nonsense, let's get started. Zinfan waved his hand, signaling his clone to remove the pair of Sharingan from Itachi's eyes and lift the other seal. Uchiha Itachi could not resist, nor did he want to resist. He was in great pain and just wanted to die quickly. Summoning technique. Uchiha Itachi summoned a ninja crow, and then took off the Kodoama Tsukami Sharingan on it with his own hands. Holding the Kodoama Tsukami Sharingan in his hand, Uchiha Itachi suddenly hesitated. Kodoama Tsukami's ability was too terrifying, and he did not trust the man in front of him very much. Perhaps knowing Itachi's concerns, Zinfan took out a nutrient bottle and said, Danzo has just been killed by me, and the Kodoama Tsukami in his eye has also fallen into my hands. Was the Danzo of the root also killed by him? Slightly shocked, Itachi sighed in his heart, spread out his palm, and offered the Sharingan. Since the other party has already obtained one, if he really wants to do something, then this one of his won't be a big deal. Zinfan's clone stepped forward and took it personally. Looking at the Kodoama Tsukami Sharingan in the clone's hand, Zinfan grinned. 2 Kodoama Tsukami eyes, plus the 2 Kodoama Tsukami skills of the card system. In this way, he has a full 4 Kodoama Tsukami. Even if the cooldown time of Kodoama Tsukami is a little longer, he can still play a great role. Putting away the Kodoama Tsukami Sharingan, Zinfan looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled, I always keep my promises, so you can go on your way with peace of mind. Uchiha Itachi heard this and nodded silently. Seeing this, Zinfan waved his hand casually, and an invisible wind blade instantly cut off Uchiha Itachi's neck and directly beheaded him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Uchiha Itachi and completing the achievement Uchiha the Great Filial Son, and obtain a blank character card, a blank summoning beast card, and an Uchiha Itachi character card, Juvenile. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that killing Uchiha Itachi could get an achievement reward, and he also got 3 cards, including a Uchiha Itachi character card. This is simply a big profit. However, when he thought of Uchiha Itachi's role in the original work, Zinfan understood it. As an important figure in the Suzuki line of the original work, Uchiha Itachi has an extremely special positioning. It is also normal to kill the opponent to get the achievement. Taking out a blank character card from the system space, Zinfan placed it on Uchiha Itachi's body. Although he has obtained Itachi's character card, it was only Itachi in his infancy, and he did not awaken the Mangekyo at all. Name Uchiha Itachi deceased host damage percentage 100% after copying. You can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy it? Looking at the information in front of him, Zinfan directly chose to copy Ding. The character was copied successfully. Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu/Tsukuyomi, Suzana Sacred Treasure, 10-Fisted Sword. As a platinum card rose up, Uchiha Itachi's body instantly turned into a pile of bones. Whether or not I can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan depends on this next step. Zinfan let out a long sigh, thinking excitedly. Then, he began to use Uchiha Itachi's character card and merged it with himself. Uchiha Itachi's card shattered into particles of light, forming a golden vortex around his body, and quickly poured into his body. As the light particles continued to pour in, the Uchiha bloodline power in Zinfan's body became more and more rich and pure, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his eyes quickly emerged and rotated rapidly. This is the new Mangekyo ability that Zinfan has acquired. The effect of the ability is also very simple, that is, it can issue a ban, in the form of a ban, prohibiting everyone around the user from performing a certain type of skill for a certain period of time, including the user himself. The duration of the ban will be extended with the amount of pupil power consumed by the user. With Zinfan's current pupil power, this ban can last for 10 minutes. At the same time, the more detailed the prohibition target of the ban, the higher the pupil power consumption. For example, if Zinfan prohibits a certain type of ninjutsu at the same time, the ban can be maintained for 10 minutes, but if he prohibits a certain ninjutsu used by the enemy alone, it can only last for a short time. The reason for this is that if a certain type of ninjutsu is prohibited, the user himself will also be implicated by the ban and cannot perform related ninjutsu, while prohibiting a certain ninjutsu used by the enemy alone is different. At the same time, the greater the involvement of Zinfan himself due to the ban, the stronger the effect of the ban. Each of Zinfan's eyes can issue a ban once, and then it needs a month of cooling time. However, because of his Thousand Hands bloodline and Hashirama's power, this time is shortened to 12 hours. That is to say, Zinfan can issue 4 bans every day. This ability is a bit scary. Feeling the Mangekyo Sharingan pulsating in his eyes, Zinfan muttered to himself. Directly prohibiting everyone in the range from performing a certain type of ninjutsu, this ability is simply a killer for Zinfan, who has a rich reserve of ninjutsu. If this effect is used well, it can definitely produce unexpected results when fighting with others. For example, Zinfan was temporarily unable to do anything to the opponent because of Obito's Kamui and Izanagi. After he obtains the ability of Budo Yume, he can directly prohibit the opponent's 2 abilities and look for opportunities to kill him. With a long sigh of relief, Xin Feng opened his card skill panel and prepared to check his current skill information. Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu / Tsukuyomi, Eternal, Mangekyo Sharingan Sogadenmii, Eternal, Mangekyo Sharingan Koda Amatsukami. Sure enough, after fusing Uchiha Itaka's card and Uchiha Fugaku's card, the Mangekyo skills obtained from them will also become eternal versions, and the power will become even stronger. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan grinned. He suddenly realized that this card system might be more powerful than he imagined. With such a rapid improvement in strength, he might be able to stand at the top of the ninja world in no time. Thinking so excitedly in his heart, Zinfan's mind moved, and the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in his eyes disappeared instantly. Then, the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern that originally belonged to Uchiha Itake quickly appeared in his pupils. Amaterasu. As the power in Zinfan's eyes gathered, a terrifying high-temperature black flame instantly appeared at the focus of his sight. It was the Mangekyo Amaterasu that originally belonged to Uchiha Itake. After Zinfan awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan, he was finally able to use these Mangekyo skills in his card system at will. Not bad, not bad, this way I don't have to change my eyes all the time. Zinfan thought excitedly as he used his ability to erase the Amaterasu in front of him. But in this case, Uchiha Itake and Fugaku's eyes seem a bit redundant. Zinfan grumbled after taking a look at the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Itake had just acquired. Now he could switch between various Mangekyo skills at will, and the 2 pairs of eyes of Uchiha Itake and Uchiha Fugaku were rather useless to him. It can only be used to train one's own women or subordinates. With his mind made up, Zinfan disappeared from the spot. Since Uchiha Itake was already dead, he should find a way to make Mikato awaken her Mangekyo. Kanaha. Uchiha clan territory, Suzuki's room. Uchiha Mikato sat on a chair in front of the window, quietly watching Suzuki sleeping. Thinking of Uchiha Fugaku who appeared in Kanaha again, Mikato looked at the moon outside the window with worry. With Uchiha Fugaku's current madness, it is very likely that he came tonight for Itaki and Suzuki. This made her worry about her eldest son Uchiha Itaki who was out tonight, and she also hoped that the man could kill Uchiha Fugaku as soon as possible. Itaki, please don't get into trouble. Misuke, who was a little uneasy, prayed in her heart. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, which scared Uchiha Misuke. She turned her head and saw a terrifying red fireball suddenly erupted in the front yard of her house, burning fiercely in the night sky. This is Itaka's chakra. Mikato's face changed, and she quickly stood up and prepared to go check. Bang! Mikato had just walked out of the house when she saw a figure flying backwards, breaking through the courtyard wall and falling heavily in front of her. Itaki. Seeing the figure in front of her, Uchiha Mikato screamed and ran forward immediately. When Mikato picked up Itaki, whose life or death was unknown, she stood there in disbelief. Because at this time, the eyes of Uchiha Itaki and Mikato's hand had been dug out, and blood and tears were flowing. There was an extremely horrible wound on his neck, and blood was pouring out. He was already dead and could not die anymore. No, Uchiha Mikato hugged Itaka's body and cried heartbreakingly, "Madam, bring Suzuki out and let him witness Itaka's death with his own eyes. Maybe he will be able to awaken those eyes." Uchiha Fugaku walked in from the broken courtyard wall, looked at Mikato and said coldly. In his hands, he was throwing 2 3-Magatama Sharingan, which were obviously the eyes taken from Itaki. Mikato hugged Itaka's body and said in great grief, "Fugaku, Itaki is your son, why did you do this, why?" Uchiha Fugaku put away the Sharingan in his hand and said calmly, "Uchiha is a cursed clan. If you want to restore the glory of Uchiha, this is a sacrifice." Hearing Fugaku's cold words, Mikato was in great pain and regret. She was in pain from Itaka's death and regretted her own incompetence. If she had strong strength, Itaki would not have been killed by her own father. "Uchiha Fugaku, I'm going to kill you." As soon as Mikato's Mangekyo Sharinan awakened, Zinfan appeared beside her instantly. Glancing at Uchiha Itaki in Mikato's arms, Zinfan said, "I'm sorry, I'm entangled by the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rebellion. Mikato, you really betrayed me." Uchiha Fugaku saw Zinfan's figure, left a word and turned around and fled. Uchiha Mikato, with hatred on her face, was about to chase after him when Zinfan grabbed her. "You take care of Suzuki first, I'll deal with him, don't worry, he's dead this time." Having said that, Zinfan performed the instant body technique and chased in the direction of Fugaku's escape. Mikato looked at the little Suzuki who was staring at Uchiha Itaka's body with a dull face not far away, and finally suppressed the hatred and pain in her heart, carried him back to the house, and hypnotized him to sleep with illusion. Fugaku was crazy, Itaki was dead, and now she needed to protect Suzuki well. In the forest outside Konoha village, Zinfan followed Fugaku and came to him with a few leaps. After Uchiha Fugaku was caught up by Zinfan, he stopped and stood still. An invisible wind blade flashed, and Uchiha Fugaku in front of Zinfan was instantly chopped into half of his body and died. Looking at the dead Uchiha Fugaku, Zinfan, who had been tired all night, couldn't help stretching. Whether it was the Uchiha Fugaku in front of him or the previously dead Uchiha Itaki, they were all transformed by the white Zetsu in his hands using the disguise technique. After absorbing the target's chakra, the white Zetsu's disguise technique can not only change into the opponent's appearance, but also imitate the opponent's chakra, and even after death, it will not return to its original state. In the original work, Kisame used white Zetsu to fake his death so that he could successfully sneak into Turtle Island. Zinfan had obtained the chakra of Fugaku and Itaki in his previous battles. Using the power of the transformation card, he could perfectly transform into the appearance of the opponent and possess the same chakra. He first transformed into the appearance of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itaki, and then white Zetsu absorbed his transformed chakra to use the disguise technique to make Fugaku and Itaki, who had been killed by him, come back to life again, and help Mikato awaken her Mangekyo Sharinan according to his script. Judging from the results just now, this script is quite perfect, and Uchiha Mikato also successfully awakened her Mangekyo Sharinan. Carrying the body of Fugaku, Zinfan stood up, performed Flying Thunder God and returned to Uchiha. As soon as he appeared in the courtyard, Zinfan saw Mikato helping Itake collect the body. "Fugaku is dead. What are you going to do next?" Putting the body of Fugaku next to the body of Itake, Zinfan said. When Mikato saw the body of Fugaku, her pretty face instantly became hideous, and she wanted to rush up and tear him into pieces. Finally, Mikato suppressed the hatred in her heart and asked, "What happened tonight?" Zinfan touched his chin and thought for a while, then made up a story. "Fugaku teamed up with the masked man to find Itaki in order to get Itake's Sharinan, and I was dealing with Danzo at the time, so I didn't find out in time." Mikato heard this, clenched her fist silently, and said, "Suzuki and some Uchiha clan members saw Fugaku killing Itaki just now. What should we do now?" Uchiha Mikato was extremely sad about Itake's death, but the dead cannot be resurrected. For her now, how to maintain the situation and protect Suzuki well is the most important thing. Zinfan folded his hands on his chest, leaned against the courtyard wall and said calmly, "Spread the news of Fugaku and Itake's death, and use the power of the Mangekyo you just obtained to control the Uchiha clan. From now on, you will be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and rule the Uchiha clan." Today's experience and gains made Zinfan suddenly realize a huge advantage of the card system. That is snowballing. Complete achievement tasks by killing those famous figures in the ninja world, and quickly obtain additional blank character cards and blank summoning beast cards. Then use blank character cards to continuously copy different bloodline powers and merge them with yourself, thereby quickly improving your strength. In this way, he will be able to quickly improve his strength to the 6 paths level in the shortest time. Therefore, Zinfan has now overturned all of his previous relatively safe and secure plans, and then adopted a more radical way to enhance his strength. In this way, he no longer needs to pretend to be Fugaku, because what he has to do next is to control all the 5 major ninja villages in his own hands in the shortest time. After a period of silence, Mikato asked, "What's the reason?" Mikato had no objection to taking control of the Uchiha clan, because she knew that she was completely tied to the man in front of her. But the deaths of Fugaku and Itaki always needed a reasonable reason. Zinfan said casually, "I will continue to act in the ninja world next, and the title of Shuanfeng Santang is a good reason." For some reason, Uchiha Fugaku and Itaki turned against each other, and eventually Uchiha Itaki died, and Fugaku died at the hands of Shuanfeng Santang, who came to take the Mangekyo Sharinan. This makes sense. He will continue to strike hard in the ninja world, and he doesn't have to worry about anything. And what he said is also true in a sense. Hearing what Zinfan said, Misaki raised her head and said in astonishment, "You no longer want to conceal your identity and purpose. Do you want to become an enemy of the 5 major ninja villages next?" "No, I just want to secretly control the 5 major ninja villages in my own hands." Zinfan looked at Mikato and said calmly. Hearing Zinfan's ambitious words, Uchiha Mikato's face changed. She didn't expect that the man in front of her had such a huge ambition that he wanted to control the 5 major ninja villages himself. Suddenly, Uchiha Mikato thought of something and asked a question directly. Danzo has been, is it decided? Right. Zinfan nodded, confirming Mikato's guess. Hearing this answer, Mikato stared at Zinfan and said quickly, I hope you can get rid of the 3rd Hokage and those Konoha high-ranking officials tonight. Zinfan glanced at Mikato and asked in surprise why. He really didn't expect that Mikato, who was always gentle and virtuous, would make such a request. Uchiha Mikato looked directly into Zinfan's eyes and said with extraordinary determination, because I want to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Because I want to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Hearing Uchiha Mikato's remark, Zinfan looked at her in surprise. Did Mikato's temperament change after she opened her eyes? Seeing Zinfan's expression, Mikato lowered her head and explained, only in this way can I protect Suzuki, let Konoha and Uchiha live in peace, fulfill Itaka's wish, and I can also help you control Konoha and make Konoha your power in secret. Hearing this, Zinfan looked at Mikato and pinched his chin. For him who wants to secretly control the ninja world in the future, Konoha will fall into his hands sooner or later. Moreover, for him, it doesn't matter who controls Konoha in the future, they just need to be absolutely loyal to him. This person can be Tsunade, Uchiha Mikato, or Uchiha Izumi. If Mikato is in charge of Konoha, it will be a good thing for him. Anyway, Mikato has the weakness of the 2nd pillar, which is very convenient for him to control, and Uchiha Izumi can also help supervise. Thinking of this, Zinfan looked at Mikato and said, are you confident that you can win the election for the position of the 5th generation Hokage? Mikato raised her head, revealing the scarlet triangular Mangekyo Sharingan, and said firmly, if anyone refuses to obey, I will beat him until he obeys. After the death of the 3rd generation, Danzo and other Konoha high-level officials, Mikato, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, had absolute confidence that she could suppress everything. Looking at the Mangekyo Sharingan in Mikato's eyes, Zinfan asked directly, what is your ability? Mikato explained Yuritsu God can be immune to all illusions and control-type ninjutsu, and double these abilities to the opponent, while its own illusions and control-type ninjutsu are also doubled. Hearing Mikato's explanation, Zinfan was slightly surprised and didn't understand why the other party would awaken such an ability. However, when he thought of what Mikato gave to him after being controlled by Fugaku, he suddenly understood a little. Because he didn't want to be controlled and kidnapped by others anymore, he awakened the eye technique that can be immune to all control. And it can be immune to and rebound all illusions and control-type ninjutsu, and I don't know if it can be immune to and rebound Koda Amatsukami. Tisk 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 tisk, it's a good thing that I didn't think of using Koda Amatsukami on Mikato before, otherwise I might have capsized in the gutter. And Mikato directly said her ability, is this to win trust and please me? Thinking of this, Zinfan walked to Mikato's side, stretched out his hand and pressed on her head to cast the curse seal directly, preparing to experiment. After Uchiha Mikato was bound by Zinfan's curse seal, she saw the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eye slightly rotated, and she was directly immune to the control of the curse seal. At the same time, countless sealing techniques instantly appeared on Zinfan's body, binding him in place. Kind of interesting. Zinfan's chakra exploded and he broke free from the restraints in an instant. Then, he looked at Uchiha Mikato and said, in this case, I will attack Konoha tonight in the name of Xuanfeng Santang, and you must seize the opportunity. After saying that, Zinfan took out a card and pressed it directly on Mikato's forehead. This card is the character card of the young Uchiha Itachi. It is not very useful to Zinfan now, and it is more suitable to use it to strengthen Mikato now. He really wants to see if Mikato will awaken the Eternal Eye directly after integrating Uchiha Itachi's character card. With the use of Zinfan's card, a burst of golden light particles quickly merged into Mikato's body, strengthening her chakra while also strengthening her Sharingan pupil power. Feel the power in your body. After the card was used, Zinfan patted Mikato's pretty face and disappeared directly, preparing for the next action. Feeling the earth-shaking changes in her body, Uchiha Mikato stood up silently. She didn't expect Zinfan to be able to directly increase the amount of chakra in her body and the power of her Sharingan. This was something she had never heard of before. However, since the other party dared to help her improve her strength so directly, it was obvious that he could also deprive her of her strength at any time. She was afraid that she would never escape from the other party's palm in this life. Looking at Fugaku and Itachi who died on the ground, Mikato pursed her lips and sighed in her heart. Finally, she sorted out her mood and began to gather her clansmen to spread the news that Xuanfeng Santang attacked Fugaku for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Konoha Hokage Building. The 3rd Hokage sat in a small room next to the Hokage's office, quietly looking at the crystal ball in his hand. Although the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had nominally been imprisoned by the Uchiha at this time, he was still a Hokage after all, and naturally could not be imprisoned like a prisoner. On the crystal ball in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, the situation in the Hokage's office was being broadcast. At this time, the Hokage's office was holding a meeting of all clans under the chairmanship of Mito Kato En and Utane Koharu, 2 high-ranking members of Konoha, to discuss the handling of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Suddenly, a figure of an Umbu instantly appeared in front of the third Hokage and said quickly, Hokage-sama, just now the Uchiha clan received news that the twin phoenix Tripitaka attacked the Uchiha clan tonight, killed the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and took away his Sharingan. Hearing this news, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned in an instant, looking at the Umbu in front of him with an unbelievable face, and said in amazement, "You said Fugaku was killed by Xuanfeng Santang. He was dismissed from his post today because of Fugaku, and now you tell me that he was killed by someone?" The Umbu responded this matter was confirmed by the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Mikato, and Uchiha Itaki, who was affiliated with the Umbu, also died with him. Itaki. Hearing that even Uchiha Itaki was dead, the third Hokage couldn't help but exclaimed. Uchiha Itake's strength was also not weak. The third Hokage didn't expect that even he would be killed by the twin phoenix Santang. In the Hokage's office next door, 2 Konoha high-level officials and a group of ninja clan leaders also received the news from Uchiha Mikato at this time, and they were all shocked. They also didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku, who had just made a big fuss in Konoha today, turned the root leader Danzo into a traitor, and dismissed the third Hokage from office, would die in the attack of the twin phoenix Santang tonight. Originally, they were ready for Konoha to usher in a new reshuffle, and the Uchiha clan would return to the center of Konoha. They were even ready for Fugaku, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was about to take the position of the 5th Hokage. "And you told me that he is dead now and his eyes were taken away by someone?" This incident once again made the ninja clan leaders present deeply aware of the impermanence of the world. However, even Fugaku, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, could be killed, so how terrifying is the strength of Xuanfeng Santang? Thinking of this, everyone present looked grim, even Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu, 2 high-ranking members of Konoha, also looked unhappy. Even Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, is not the opponent of Xuanfeng Santang, so they are probably not good enough. At this time, Nara Shikaku looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "With the death of the Fugaku clan leader and Danzo missing, the third Hokage must lead Konoha through this crisis. Since the twin phoenix Santang dared to attack the Uchiha clan leader, who knows what he will do next, so Konoha must be careful. As the only remaining cage-level strongman in Konoha, the third Hokage must naturally lead everyone." With his Byakugan on, Hayaga Hayashi quickly found the trail of the third Hokage and pointed to the main street of Konoha outside the Hokage building. All the clan leaders turned their heads and saw that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was following a figure and chasing him relentlessly. The figure in front was none other than the twin phoenix Santang who had just attacked the Uchiha clan, and in his hand, he was holding a young figure, who was the Nine Tails helper Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing that after attacking the Uchiha clan, the twin phoenix Santang actually aimed at the Nine Tails, all the clan leaders present were shocked and angry. This was simply not taking the people of Konoha seriously. "Chase," Nara Shikaku said, and immediately chased after him. The other ninja clan leaders followed closely behind, ready to go to help. The 2 Konoha high-ranking officials Maitaman An and Yutane Koharu looked at each other and prepared to lead the Umbu to provide support. However, just as the two were about to leave, 4 identical figures appeared in the office and surrounded them. They were the shadow clones that Zinfan left behind before leaving, and their mission, of course, was to get rid of the 2 Konoha high-ranking officials in front of them and pave the way for Uchiha Mikato's promotion. Outside Konoha village, Zinfan carried little Naruto and ran towards Konoha village at a leisurely pace. "You slept so soundly, you are worthy of it, Naruto." Looking at his classmate in his hand, Zinfan chuckled. Since he has decided to control Konoha in his own hands, he is also ready to take the opportunity to defeat the Nine Tails and copy his own Black Nine Tails to prepare for the 10 Tails. At this time, he has awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed several Mangekyo abilities, and obtained the power of Senju and Hashirama. His strength is no longer what it used to be. He really doesn't need to play steadily like before. He only needs to give full play to the advantages of the card system Snowball, and he can grow into a 6 paths level strongman in the shortest time. Xuanfeng Santang, put Naruto down. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily not far behind Zinfan. Naruto is the orphan of the 4th Hokage and his wife, and an important Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. He must not be lost. Zinfan turned a deaf ear to him and continued to carry little Naruto away. Seeing that Xuanfeng Santang ignored him, the third Hokage was instantly furious and bit his finger directly. Psychic summoning technique Monkey King Monkey Demon. Bang! White smoke exploded, and a huge monkey appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Throw me out." Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped into the hands of the demon and ordered. "Got it." The demon roared, grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen and threw him towards the direction of the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew in the air, and his hands quickly formed seals. Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. Hundreds of Shadow Clone Shuriken flew out from the front of the third Hokage, blocking the way of Zinfan, ready to stop him from leaving. At the same time, the Monkey King who fell behind transformed into a Vajrarui staff, stretched out in an instant, came to the third Hokage, and was caught in his hand. "It's quite interesting." Xin Feng stopped and praised the third Hokage, who came to him in an instant with the help of the telescopic properties of the Vajra stick. Humph! Let Naruto go quickly. The third Hokage held the diamond Ruyi stick and shouted at Zinfan. I'll listen to you then. Zinfan chuckled and threw the little Naruto in his hand. The third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and threw the Vajra stick in his hand towards the direction where Naruto flew without thinking too much, ready to let the demon catch Naruto and take him away. At the moment of throwing the Vajra stick, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A huge fire dragon instantly formed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and rushed towards Zinfan, ready to stop the opponent's further actions. Ninjutsu Duel. The Sharingan in Zinfan's eyes instantly appeared, and he copied the ninjutsu of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and used the same ninjutsu to counterattack. However, although the ninjutsu they used was the same Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, the fire dragon released by Zinfan was more than twice as big as that of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked when he saw the fire dragon of Nobukaze that was twice as big as his own. Then, the seals in his hands changed rapidly, and the Wind Escape ninjutsu was instantly performed. Under the blessing of Wind Escape, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragon instantly doubled in size, comparable to Nobukaze's fire dragon. Boom! The two fire dragons of the same size collided, and a violent explosion instantly erupted, igniting fireworks all over the sky and lighting up the surrounding night. Looking at the figure of Xuanfeng Santang in the distance, the third Hokage was shocked. Although he shamelessly put the title of the strongest Hokage on himself due to political needs and morale boosting during the war, it does not mean that his strength is not good. As a master of the 5 elements escape technique and able to perform all the ninjutsu of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be the strongest in terms of ninjutsu attainments. But he did not expect that his best 5 elements escape technique would be suppressed by the Xuanfeng Santang in front of him, and he needed to use compound ninjutsu to tie. This was far beyond his expectations. Seeing that Sarutobi successfully caught Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen created 4 shadow clones and prepared to use the 5 elements Great Link to cover the enemy with firepower and force him to retreat. Because he knew that he had no chance of winning against the Xuanfeng Santang, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, so his initial goal was just to save Naruto. Zinfan looked at the third Hokage's actions and immediately knew what he was going to do. He smiled and said, "You have no chance of winning against me. Sarutobi, take Naruto away." The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted coldly, and together with the 4 clones, they formed seals at the same time. 5 escapements, Great Linking Bullet Technique. Ninjutsu of 5 different attributes, fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind, were formed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 4 shadow clones at the same time, and instantly attacked the trade winds. 5 escapements, Great Linking Bullet is Sarutobi Hiruzen's commonly used ultimate move, which can cause devastating explosion damage. It is the most suitable to use it to cover fire and force back the twin Phoenix Santang. However, the next second, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and saw a scene he would never forget. The 5 escapements, Great Linking Bullet that had just been used seemed to come alive the moment it touched the trade winds, and directly turned into 5 long dragons, circling around the opponent, extremely docile. As the famous ninja doctor in the ninja world, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's attainments and changes in the 5 elements escape techniques are unmatched in the ninja world. He can easily perform various and powerful compound ninjutsu. However, he did not expect that the 5 elements escape techniques that he was proud of in the past would be restrained so thoroughly in front of Xuanfeng Santang. Although he knew that Xuanfeng Santang was powerful, he did not expect that the other party actually had such a terrifying attainment in the 5 elements escape techniques, and could directly make his 5 elements escape techniques ineffective. No, the opponent can directly seize the control of the ninjutsu that he performed, which is not something that ordinary ninjutsu can do. Thinking of this, the third Hokage looked up and found the scarlet eyes in Zinfan's eyes. Is it really the Mangekyo Sharingan? That makes sense. The opponent just attacked Uchiha and killed Fugaku, which means that the eyes in his eyes are actually Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan? Recalling the ninjutsu that Fugaku performed at the root during the day, the heart of the third Hokage sank to the bottom of the valley. Never mind, Naruto has been rescued by Sarutobi, so I'll just hold him here. If there is a chance to use the Ghost Fusion, it will be the best. Thinking of this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly thought about the strategy to deal with the enemy in his mind. Just as the third Hokage was thinking with the determination to die, Zinfan waved his fingers casually. Then, the 5 element dragons surrounding him rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the 5 attacking dragons, the 4 shadows of the third Hokage stood around his body and formed seals at the same time. For Purple Flame Formation, a square purple barrier quickly rose up, protecting the third Hokage and his clones. However, just as the 5 elements dragon was about to hit the barrier, an earth dragon quietly formed at the feet of the third Hokage, and on the forehead of the earth dragon, a clear and distinct Flying Thunder God technique instantly formed. How is it possible? There should be a barrier on the ground beneath the 4 purple flame array. Could it be that? Seeing the flying thunder god Earth Dragon just formed at his feet, the third Hokage secretly cried out that it was not good. At this moment, he finally guessed what the ability of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinan was. However, Zinfan did not give him too much time to think. When the flying thunder god mark on the head of the Earth Dragon was just formed, a dazzling white wind escape spiral shuriken instantly appeared. The third Hokage used it to defend against the 5 escapes long dragon 4 purple flame formation, but now it became a cage that restricted his movements. Boom! Wind-style Raisin Shuriken and 5 styles Long Dragon exploded at the same time, violent explosions erupted outside the 4 purple flame formation, and invisible tiny wind blades continued to wreak havoc inside the 4 purple flame formation. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the third Hokage had no chance of survival at all, and even the 4 purple flame formation disappeared directly after the shadow clone was shattered. When the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, the dying figure of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in a deep pit. Cough cough. Who are you and why do you know so many secret techniques of Konoha? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed up a mouthful of blood and weakly asked the question that concerned him most. The tiny wind blade contained in the wind-style Raisenon had cut off all the vitality in his body, and he was already dying. Looking at the fallen Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nobukaze smiled and said, I am also a Konoha person. Isn't it normal to know some Konoha ninjutsu? After saying that, he raised his right hand, and an invisible wind blade instantly took shape. Konoha people. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zinfan in astonishment. He did not expect that the famous twin Phoenix Santang in front of him would be a Konoha man. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a wind blade rapidly enlarged in his eyes. The wind blade slid past, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly killed and died. This scene was seen by the chiefs of the Konohagakure clan who had just arrived. Hokage. The third Hokage. Seeing the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi, and others were all stunned with shock. They didn't expect that the third Hokage would be defeated so quickly by the twin Phoenix Santang, and couldn't even wait for them to come to the rescue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the third-generation Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and completing the achievement, the third Hokage, and obtaining a blank character card and a blank summoning beast card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan glanced at the Konoha ninjas who were staring at him. After thinking for a while, Zinfan suddenly took a step forward. Seeing his action, all the Konoha ninjas present suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy, and quickly made defensive moves with alert expressions. Even the patriarchs of the ninja clan, such as Ino Shikacha, Hayaga, Inyazuka, and Abarame, looked at him with extreme alertness and tension. Seeing the Konoha people who were like frightened birds, Zinfan chuckled and disappeared directly on the spot. The third-generation Hokage did not have any special bloodline or any special ninjutsu, so he did not intend to copy the other party, so as not to waste his blank character card. Looking at the place where Zinfan disappeared, the patriarchs, ninjas, and Umbu of the Konoha ninja clan present all breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. The pressure from Shuangfang Santang who just killed the third Hokage was too great. Although they all wanted to avenge the third Hokage, they also knew the gap between themselves and Shuangfang Santang. The person who could defeat Hanzo, the fourth Mizukage, and kill the third Hokage in a very short time was not something they could easily deal with, not to mention that the other party also had the Flying Thunder God technique. Now that the other party could leave, it would be the best for them. Just when everyone was rejoicing, Nara Shikaku remembered something and shouted to everyone, quick, find Naruto. The third Hokage has died. In order not to let his sacrifice go to waste, they must ensure the safety of the Nine Tails helpers. Roar! As soon as Nara Shikaku finished speaking, a violent and excited beast roar came from the distant Konoha forest, followed by a terrifying chakra that made people tremble. Everyone turned their heads and saw a huge fiery red nine-tailed demon fox howling at the moon. A huge red nine-tailed fox looked at the moon and the sky and roared continuously. When the Konoha ninjas not far away saw the nine-tailed fox in the Konoha forest in the distance, their faces all turned pale. Some people even recalled the nine-tailed rebellion a few years ago, and the fear that had been buried in their hearts in the past came to their hearts again. Looking at the nine-tailed fox in the distance, Nara Shikaku said in a deep voice, "Hi, you immediately used the family secret technique to notify the two Konoha consultants and let them quickly organize people. Now we will intercept the nine-tailed fox outside the Konoha village." The ninja clan leaders present nodded silently. At this time, the third Hokage died in battle, and only they could go up to hold on. If the nine-tailed fox is allowed to rush into the village, it will be a serious disaster. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Hai immediately used the secret technique of the Yamanaka family and prepared to contact family members. However, as soon as he contacted the family members, his face changed instantly and he gritted his teeth. "Hi, what happened?" Nara Shikaku asked. Yamanaka Hai finished the secret technique and said, "The two Konoha elders have died at the hands of Shuangfang Santang's clones." "What? Hearing this, everyone present exclaimed again. Killing the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku and 2 Konoha high-ranking officials in succession, did the twin Phoenix Santang want their Konoha to perish tonight? Nara Shikaka thought quickly in his mind and said through gritted teeth, "Hi, you immediately contact the second person in charge of each ninja clan in Konoha, and ask them to immediately organize people to take refuge, and then organize people to form a second line of defense in Konoha, and all the people will obey my arrangements." Nara Shikaku's decision instantly won the support of everyone present. At this time, the third Hokage and the 2 advisors were all dead. They urgently needed a person who could coordinate, and Nara Shikaku was really the right person. "Wait, look at the 9 tails." Hinata Hayashi pointed at the 9 tails in the distance and reminded loudly. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked at the 9 tails in the distance. In the distant Konoha forest, a figure was standing on a big tree, confronting the 9 tails. Where the 9 tails was, "Damn Uchiha brat." The 9-tailed Kurama roared angrily when he saw the trade wind in front of him. Originally, it was just living a carefree life in the wild, but it was inexplicably controlled by a man named Uchiha Madara with the Sharingan, and then inexplicably beaten up by a man named Hashirama. This tragic experience made the 9-tailed Kurama extremely hate the Uchiha people. "Beasts should just obey," Zinfan said calmly, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes quickly appeared and spun rapidly, and the image of the 9 tails was reflected in his pupils. Oops. Seeing Zinfan's eyes, the 9-tailed fox secretly cried out that it was not good. However, when the 9-tailed fox discovered it, it realized that it had lost control of its body. Thinking that it was being controlled by the Uchiha again, the 9-tailed fox howled in anger, "Damn Uchiha." At the same time, Zinfan was constantly consuming his own pupil power to hypnotize the 9 tails and make it fall asleep. Although the 9 tails is the most powerful among the tailed beasts, it still cannot escape the fate of being controlled by hypnosis in front of Zinfan's Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Zinfan, after integrating the power of Senju and Hashirama, as well as the Uchiha bloodline and Mangekyo of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Ataka, the chakra in his body increased rapidly, and the pupil power of the Sharingan in his eyes also skyrocketed. In terms of the pupil power of the Sharingan, he can now be said to be the number 1 under 6 paths Madara, and using illusion to control half of the 9 tails is no problem at all. As Zinfan continued to perform illusions, the pattern in the eyes of the 9 tails that had just been released gradually turned into the appearance of the Sharingan. Seeing this, Zinfan kept making seals with his hands. Sealing technique, diamond seal. Several golden sealing chains shot out from behind Zinfan and quickly wrapped around the hypnotically controlled 9 tails. The reason why the Uzumaki clan sealing technique is so terrifying is that it consumes a huge amount of chakra. Since obtaining the power of Hashirama, the power of the Uzumaki clan sealing technique that Zinfan performed has also increased a lot, and it is now completely capable of binding the 9 tails tightly. Seeing the 9 tails tied up and unable to move, Zinfan grinned. Whether it is the Mangekyo Sharingan or the Uzumaki clan sealing technique, these 2 things can be said to be a perfect special attack weapon against the tailed beasts. The half 9 tails in front of him couldn't make any waves in his hands. Taking out a blank summoning beast card from the card space, Zinfan attached it directly to the 9 tails. Psychic Beast Yang Jue currently unable to act. Host damage ratio 100%, greater than 80%, meets the replication conditions. After copying, you can obtain a summoned beast with 100% of Yang Jue's abilities and characteristics. Do you want to copy it? Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan clicked to confirm. As Zinfan clicked to confirm, the blank summoned beast card suddenly burst into brilliant light, penetrating the body of 9-tailed fox and covering it. Then, a platinum card appeared in front of Zinfan. In the center of the card, a dark monster exactly like 9-tailed fox was depicted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Yang 9 tails, completing the achievement 9 of the tailed beasts, Yang, and obtaining a blank summoning beast card. Zinfan smiled when he saw the prompt in front of him. Then, he put away the summoning beast card and the Yang 9 tails card he had just obtained, and came to a sealing array. In the center of the sealing array, Naruto, who had already fallen into a coma, was sleeping there. Not far from the array, there was a stick with a single eye, which was the Vajra Ruyi stick that had been controlled by Zinfan Sharingan. Coming to Naruto, Zinfan quickly formed seals with both hands and began to continuously perform the Uzumaki clan sealing technique, preparing to seal the Yang 9 tails in Naruto's body again. Zinfan's purpose was only to copy the 9 tails, and he did not want to hurt little Naruto, and naturally did not want the other party to die because of it. So before he extracted the 9 tails, he retained a part of the 9 tails chakra in the other party to help him prolong his life. At this time, he only needed to seal the 9 tails back again, and Naruto would naturally be fine. As the seal of the trade winds was performed, the 9-tailed fox disappeared again in the Konoha forest under the moonlight. Nara Shikaku and the others who were rushing over were all stunned when they saw the 9-tailed fox disappear. Konoha at this time has become a little chaotic because of the 9 tails incident, but the direction of the Uchiha base is much quieter. Zinfan appeared in Mikato's room with the unconscious Naruto and put him on the bed. At this time, the Uchiha clan was making relevant arrangements after the death of Fugaku and Itaki under the organization of Minato, so the whole courtyard was full of Uchiha people. The entire Uchiha people were grief-stricken and angry about the death of Uchiha Fugaku. They only regained some of the glory of Uchiha under the leadership of Fugaku today, and were able to move back to the center of Konoha. As a result, they heard the news that the clan leader was killed in the evening, which made them simply unacceptable. As for Uchiha Izumi, she already knew the details and knew that the senior was ready to give up the identity of Fugaku and leave her the task of assisting Minato. Not long after, Minato, dressed in a black kimono, walked into the room. Naruto. When Minato saw Naruto on the bed, she was startled and hurried forward to check the situation. Zinfan looked at Minato's reaction and said jokingly, "You didn't pay much attention to him before, why are you pretending now?" After checking that there was nothing wrong with Naruto, Minato explained, "Given the relationship between Kushina and I, it would make sense to adopt Naruto, but do you think the third generation would agree? Even because of my identity as the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, I cannot have direct contact with Naruto, and can only watch from afar." Hearing what Minato said, Zinfan touched his chin and nodded, somewhat understanding. Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Uchiha clan Sharingan is an existence that can control the tailed beasts. Naturally, the Konoha high-level officials do not allow the Uchiha people to contact him. Coupled with the increasingly tense relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, the Saname and others would not allow Minato, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, to contact Naruto. After thinking about the reasons, Zinfan looked at Minato and said, "The matter has been resolved, and now it's up to you to perform." Zinfan first killed the third Hokage and two Konoha high-level officials, and then controlled the Black Nine-Tails to pretend to attack Konoha, and then Uchiha Minato used the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to turn the tide at the critical moment. This was the plan of the two. Minato heard this and nodded, "I just received a message from High, and I'm preparing to take people to support, then it's up to you." After leaving these words, Zinfan disappeared from the spot. Minato glanced at Naruto, walked out of the room, and began to gather the Uchiha people to stop the Nine-Tails. "In the forest outside Konoha village, stop it. We must not let the nine-tailed fox move forward. We are short of manpower. Go find support." In the moonlit Konoha forest, the pitch-black Nine-Tails was heading towards the Konoha village, and around it, the Konoha village ninjas were constantly attacking it with ninjutsu to hinder its movement. However, their attacks and ninjutsu were like tickling in front of the huge Nine-Tails, and could not cause much damage at all. Fortunately, the black Nine-Tails in front of them ignored them and walked straight towards the Konoha village, so no one was killed. Super multiplication technique. With a roar, Akimichi Chose's figure quickly expanded in the forest, and he intercepted the Nine-Tails without hesitation, grabbing its body and preventing it from moving forward. Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikaka seized the opportunity and led all the clansmen to perform the family secret technique at the same time to further restrain the Nine-Tails' actions. Hinata Hayashi came to Nara Shikaku's side and said loudly, "Shikaku, why do I feel that the nine-tailed fox in front of me is different from the previous one? The nine-tailed fox at this time is exactly the same as the one that just appeared, but it is completely black and looks even more evil and terrifying." Nara Shikaku replied, "Now is not the time to talk about this. No matter what the nine-tailed fox is, we must intercept it. Has the support from the village arrived?" Yamanaka Inoichi on the side replied, "People from all tribes are rushing here quickly, and the sealing team will be here soon." Roar! The black nine-tail roared suddenly, and a huge and extremely evil chakra suddenly burst out of its body, instantly breaking free from the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Not good. The nine-tails broke free from its restraints, and Nara Shikaka secretly cried out that something was wrong. After breaking free, the black nine-tail swung its 9 black tails violently, knocking down the Dingza who was blocking it in one fell swoop. Then, the black nine-tail opened its mouth wide at the distant Konoha, and a black chakra ball quickly gathered. "Oh no, it's the tailed beast ball. We must not let it go." Seeing the tailed beast ball quickly forming in the mouth of the black nine-tails, Nara Shikaku and the others were instantly shocked and all tried to stop it. If the nine-tails tailed beast ball was allowed to go out, at least half of the ninjas and villagers in Konoha village would be killed or injured. However, at this time, the nine-tails seemed to have made up its mind to destroy Konoha first, allowing Shikaku and the others to attack close to it, and still aimed the tailed beast ball in its mouth towards Konoha. Finished. Seeing this scene, Nara Shikaku and the others were disappointed. Just as everyone was in despair, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance. "Evil beast, stop it!" Uchiha Minato, who had arrived, shouted angrily, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eye spun rapidly, shedding tears of blood. Amidst the violent roar, a purple half-body Karasu Tengu Susanoo instantly appeared in front of the black nine-tails, grabbed the tailed beast ball, and stuffed it into the nine-tails' mouth. Boom! The unformed tailed beast ball instantly exploded in the nine-tails' mouth, erupting into a burning fireball, and set off a violent air current that swept around, blowing Nara Shikaku and the others away and knocking them dizzy. Boom! Boom! After eliminating the threat of the tailed beast ball, Minato activated Karasu Tengu Susanoo and continuously attacked the Nine Tails, which was dizzy from the tailed beast ball's mouth explosion, restricting its movements. Originally, she had just awakened the Mangekyo and could not activate Karasu Tengu Susanoo, but after being strengthened by the letter wind, her chakra and Sharinan pupil power were doubled, and her strength became unprecedentedly powerful. When the Black Nine Tails was caught by Susanoo, Mikato's Mangekyo Sharinan spun rapidly, preparing to cast a Sharinan illusion. Not long after, the Black Nine Tails disappeared into the night sky. Uchiha Mikato actually subdued the Nine Tails. Looking at the dissipated Susanoo in the distance, the clan leaders who got up from the ground were shocked. The fact that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharinan was already surprising enough for them. As a result, they did not expect that even Uchiha Mikato possessed the ability of the Mangekyo Sharinan, and they did not expect that the other party had just subdued the Nine Tails. How many secrets did the Uchiha clan hide? Thinking of this, Nara Shikaku and Hinata Hayashi and others rushed to the scene of the battle. When they arrived, they found that Uchiha Mikato was sitting under a big tree holding the unconscious little Naruto, staring at the bright moon in the sky, with a sad and peaceful look. Seeing this scene in front of them, Shikaku and others who knew that the other party had just lost her husband and son were silent. Not long after, Uchiha Izumi and other Uchiha clan members, as well as other Konoha support ninjas also arrived here. Looking at Mikato under the tree, Uchiha Izumi's heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect that Aunt Mikato also had the same Mangekyo Sharinan as Senior Nobukaze. No, Aunt Mikato had the same 3 Magatama Sharinan as her yesterday. How could she have the Mangekyo overnight? This must be the work of the seniors. Only the seniors can do such a magical thing. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi felt as if he had guessed the truth of the matter. The rest of the Uchiha clan members looked at Mikato with shock and excitement. They originally thought that after the Mangekyo Sharinan of the clan leader Fugaku was taken away by Shuangfeng Santang, the Uchiha clan would never recover. As a result, they did not expect that the clan leader's wife also possessed the Mangekyo Sharinan, and now she has directly subdued the Nine Tails. This incident really surprised and delighted them. Mikato. After a while, Nara Shikaku spoke tentatively. Uchiha Mikato turned her head and glanced at Nara Shikaku and the others, then said, "Shikaku, what happened? Where are the third Hokage and the others?" Hearing Mikato's question, Nara Shikaku, Hayaga Hayashi, and the others' faces instantly stiffened, and they were extremely sad. After a long silence, Shikaku finally spoke. "Just now, the twin Phoenix Santang attacked Konoha and kidnapped Naruto, who was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage and 2 Konoha elders were sacrificed." What? The third Hokage actually died? How is this possible? Upon hearing the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sacrifice, all the ninjas present were in an uproar, unable to believe it. They really could not imagine that the third Hokage, who was so powerful in their eyes, would die in the attack of the twin Phoenix Santang. Then, Nara Shikaku looked at Mikato and asked, "Mikato, when did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan?" Uchiha Mikato lowered her head and stroked the hair of the sleeping little Naruto, and said calmly, "It was tonight, when I saw Itaka die with my own eyes." Hearing this answer, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Hayaga Hayashi, and others present all sighed quietly. Tonight, the twin Phoenix Santang attacked Uchiha first, directly causing the death of the powerful Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itaki. After that, the opponent attacked Konoha again, and killed the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 Konoha elders Mito Kato En and Utane Koharu again. It can be said that the top leaders of Konoha were directly wiped out tonight, and the top combat forces in the past were gone except for the rebel Danzo. After that, the opponent directly released the Nine Tails, letting it run wild and causing extensive damage. If Uchiha Mikato had not awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan in time and possessed the power to rival the tailed beasts, Konoha would have been directly destroyed in this Nine Tails attack. Thinking of this, Nara Shikaku said thankfully, "Mikato, it's really thanks to you this time." Hearing this, the rest of the ninja clan leaders and ninjas all nodded in agreement. If Uchiha Mikato hadn't stepped in time to stop the Nine Tails Jinchuriki from running wild and breaking the tailed beast ball, the Konoha village would have definitely suffered heavy losses in the explosion of the tailed beast ball. Instead of what happened now, only the third Hokage and several other Konoha high-ranking officials died. Uchiha Mikato continued to stroke little Naruto's hair, lowered her head and said, "What are you going to do with Naruto?" Hearing Mikato mention Naruto, Nara Shikaku and the others were stunned and looked embarrassed. At this time, all the high-level officials of Konoha had died, and they really didn't know how to deal with Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If the Nine Tails doesn't run wild in the future, it will be fine. If it continues to run wild, it will be difficult to deal with. And some Konoha ninjas began to look at Naruto unkindly. Konoha village was destroyed by the Nine Tails a few years ago. Konoha village suffered heavy casualties and every family was covered in white. And this time the Nine Tails runaway made them have a deep fear and hatred for the Nine Tails, and then they began to fear Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With such a time bomb that can explode at any time around them, they who live in Konoha can hardly sleep or eat. Nara Shikaku frowned and thought for a while, then he spoke, Mikato, you are the only one in Konoha village who has the ability to suppress the Nine Tails. If you don't mind, we hope you can look after Naruto during this period of time. Although it is known that it is very dangerous to hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the Uchiha clan, this is also the only solution. After all, they don't know whether the Twin Phoenix Santang will come to Konoha again, and the only one who can fight against the Twin Phoenix Santang in Konoha village is Uchiha Mikato, who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Naruto's rampage this time has once again caused fear among the villagers. If Uchiha Mikato, who just saved Konoha, can raise him, the fear of the villagers will also dissipate a lot, which is also a very good arrangement for Naruto, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Uchiha Mikato was very good with Kushina at the beginning, and she would not do anything to hurt Naruto. As soon as Nara Shikaku's proposal was made, it was immediately agreed by all the ninja clan leaders. Konoha does need a strong person to suppress the Nine Tails and appease the people. And all the Konoha ninjas present turned their heads to look at Mikato, hoping that she would agree. Uchiha Mikato lowered her head and was silent for a while, and then nodded, okay. Hearing Uchiha Mikato nod in agreement, Nara Shikaku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Mikato stood up holding Naruto and said calmly, now that the matter has come to an end, I will go back. Fugaku Onitaka's funeral is still waiting for me to take care of. The widow Uchiha Mikato carried little Naruto to little Suzuki's room and put him on little Suzuki's bed, letting him sleep with Suzuki. Izumi, you stay here and look after them for a while. After closing the door, Mikato told Izumi, who followed her. Okay, Aunt Mikato. Uchiha Izumi nodded and answered respectfully. Then, Mikato came to the courtyard and began to organize the Uchiha clansmen to arrange the funeral for the deceased Fugaku Onitaki. After doing this, she turned around and returned to her bedroom. As soon as she entered the room, Mikato saw Zinfan lying on her bed. Seeing Mikato come in, Zinfan put his hands behind his head and said, how will the follow-up be? Although he was watching from a distance just now, he did not hear the specific content of the conversation between Mikato and Shikaku because they were too far away. After closing the door, Uchiha Mikato walked to the bed in silence, lay down beside Zinfan, put her face on the other's chest, and told him what had happened. Seeing Mikato snuggled in his arms, Zinfan looked at her with some surprise. But he didn't care. Instead, he hugged Mikato in his arms and kneaded her, just like he did these few days when he pretended to be Fugaku. After hearing that Shikaku and others handed little Naruto to Mikato to take care of in order to prevent the Nine Tails from going berserk again, Zinfan felt a little weird. This time, Naruto and Suzuki really became brothers. Wow, interesting. After Mikato finished telling the details of what happened, Zinfan said, are you sure you can become the fifth Hokage in the next election? Although Konoha's top leaders have been wiped out by him, there are still a group of ninja clan leaders left. They are afraid of their reputation as the Twin Phoenix Tripitaka and will definitely call Jiraiya and Tsunade back to the village. By then, even if Uchiha Mikato has the heroic prestige of saving Konoha, it may not be easy for her to win the election. Mikato grabbed Nobuke's hands and said, the village had just experienced the Nine Tails rebellion, and the elected Hokage must have the strength to suppress the Nine Tails. The only two people in Konoha who have such strength are Jiraiya and Tsunade, who left the village. But I believe you will find a way to solve this matter, right? At the end, Mikato looked up at Zinfan. Seeing Mikato's pretty face so close, Zinfan's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but kiss her. Mikato didn't resist and let Zinfan take what he wanted, and even began to respond. After their lips parted, Zinfan hugged Mikato and stared at the ceiling in a daze. At this moment, he really wanted to travel back to 20 years later. It was really too torturous to be able to look and kiss but not eat. With all these thoughts in her mind, Zinfan asked, what are you going to do if I don't come to solve it? Hearing this, Mikato laughed and said calmly, then just fight until Jiraiya and Tsunade admit defeat. After being strengthened by Zinfan, Mikato can still feel the amount of chakra and the power of her Mangekyo pupils increasing rapidly. Her powerful strength has brought her unprecedented confidence. Moreover, little Naruto is now in her care. It is easy for her to use the power of the Nine Tails. If it really doesn't work, she doesn't mind if the Nine Tails rebellion breaks out again. Anyway, the position of the fifth generation Hokage, Uchiha Mikato, is determined. Hearing Mikato's confident words, Zinfan held her pretty face and kissed her, and said with a smile, if you can become Hokage with your own strength, I will give you a gift. Although Mikato's chakra and Sharingan power have increased dramatically due to the fusion of the young Uchiha Itachi card, it is obviously not up to the level of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After he awakened his own Mangekyo, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were of no use to him, so it was just right to help Mikato fuse them into the eternal eye. Anyway, with Suzuki around, Uchiha Mikato will never escape from his grasp in this life, and quickly helping her improve her combat power can also provide some help for Zinfan's next plan. That's a deal, Mikato said, and pressed Nobukaze under her body with her backhand, and took the initiative to kiss her. After Nobukaze and Mikato were intimate for a while, they left the room. Uchiha Itachi, the filial son, has been executed, so it's time for Uchiha Obito to follow suit. Kamui's space. After replenishing his chakra at Uzumaki area in the Flame City, Zinfan directly used the Kamui left eye to come to Uchiha Obito's Kamui space. Looking at the empty Kamui space, Zinfan sat cross-legged in place and waited quietly. Uchiha Obito's Kamui can be virtualized because the attacked body parts are transferred to the Kamui space by using the power of Kamui. That means that if he attacks Obito in the Kamui space, the opponent cannot use the ability to virtualize. However, although Uchiha Obito cannot be virtualized in the Kamui space, he can also use Kamui to escape at any time. This is why Zinfan did not take the initiative to find the opponent before. At the same time, in the real world, in a dark cave, under the gaze of several white Zetsu, Uchiha Obito walked back and forth in the cave, restless. Since the Kamui left eye was obtained by Xuanfeng Santang, in order to prevent the opponent from entering the Kamui space to attack him, Uchiha Obito moved out of the Kamui space and lived in this cave. Taking another look at the unconscious Uchiha Setsuna and his two sons in the cave, Uchiha Obito became more and more irritated. At this time, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku fell into the hands of Xuanfeng Santang, and the outcome was already doomed. And when he thought of Xuanfeng Santang obtaining the Mangekyo Sharinan of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi at the same time, Obito became more and more uneasy while being irritated. Xuanfeng Santang, who possessed the Kamui left eye and the Flying Thunder God technique, was already difficult to deal with. If the opponent obtained a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, even if Obito possessed the forbidden technique of Izanagi, he could not see any hope of defeating the opponent. Should I ask that guy for help? Uchiha Obito frowned in thought, hesitating. Just as Uchiha Obito was hesitating, a figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Setsuna. It was the clone left by Nobukaze in advance. After knowing that Setsuna's child was kidnapped by Fugaku, Nobukaze left the Flying Thunder God mark and spore White Zetsu on Uchiha Setsuna's body in advance, making it easier to search for Uchiha Obito's traces in the ninja world. Damn it, you actually found this place. Seeing the figure appearing beside him, Uchiha Obito was startled and hurriedly entered the Kamui space. It is forbidden to use space-time abilities here. Uchiha Obito was startled when he heard this cold shout. He turned his head and found that Xuanfeng Santang was standing behind him. In the other party's Mangekyo Sharinan, at times the pattern was spinning rapidly. In a trance, Uchiha Obito felt that he had lost the control of Kamui, which made him fall to the bottom of the valley. He didn't expect that Xuanfeng Santang had already ambushed him in the Kamui space, waiting for him to come to him. What he didn't expect was that Xuanfeng Santang could actually make his Kamui ability invalid. And Obito knew that this strange ability must be brought by the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharinan. At the same time, Obito instantly guessed the function of this ability. It was to prohibit others from performing a certain type of ninjutsu. Xuanfeng Sanzang. Seeing the figure in front of him, Uchiha Obito's face was ferocious and he gritted his teeth. The other party's relentless pursuit had completely angered him. Zinfan grinned at Uchiha Obito's angry voice. Then, the Mangekyo Sharinan in his right eye rotated again, and he spoke in a deep voice. It is forbidden to use Uchiha eye techniques here. Upon hearing Zinfan's order, Uchiha Obito's expression became ugly again. Although he had lost the ability of Kamui, he was not too worried because he still had many forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan to use, such as Izanagi who could distort reality. He also knew that the stronger the Mangekyo ability, the more eye power it consumed. It was impossible for the opponent to prohibit his Kamui for too long, at most 1 or 2 minutes. And in this 1 or 2 minutes, he could completely rely on Izanaga's invincible time to evade. At the same time, because of the prohibition of spacetime ninjutsu, the opponent could not use the Flying Thunder God technique either, which was also a benefit for him. But now, everything is different. Uchiha's eye techniques include the 2 forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. After successfully banning Uchiha Obito's Kamui and Izanagi, Zinfan looked at him and smiled. Without Kamui and Izanagi, what else do you have? Uchiha Obito sneered. Aren't you also unable to perform Flying Thunder God and Uchiha's eye technique? It's the same for you. Xuanfeng Santang still has the Mangekyo Sharinan of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi on him. Since Uchiha's eye technique is prohibited at this time, in Obito's opinion, the opponent's strength is also greatly reduced. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Obito slapped the ground. Wood style, Hell's Chaos. Dozens of thorny trees rose from the ground at Obito's feet, circling up, and strangled Zinfan. This was the wood style that Obito used on the Kirigakure Umbu to kill all the Kirigakure ninjas when Nohara Rin died. Although Uchiha Obito has lost his Kamui and Uchiha's eye technique, he still has wood style. Seeing Obito's wood style, Zinfin chuckled and quickly formed seals with both hands. Because he was too implicated by the ban this time, he could not use Flying Thunder God and Uchiha's eye technique, so the ban can last for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough for him to kill Obito 3 times. Boom! Stronger and wilder trees than Obito's would release surged out from under his feet, entangling all of Obito's would release trees and sweeping back towards him. After killing Shimura Danzo, he gained the ability to perform wood release, and with the power of Hashirama and the bloodline of the Thousand Hands, the wood release he performed was naturally several times stronger than Obito's. Damn it, they even have wood style. Seeing the wood style coming from the opposite direction, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and cursed. He didn't expect that Xuanfeng Santang even mastered wood style, and the wood style he used was even stronger than his. Escaping from the spot, Uchiha Obito avoided the attack of wood style with the help of the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, while making seals with both hands in the direction of Zinfin. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Violent flames instantly spurted out of Obito's mouth, crossed the wood style forest, and swept towards Zinfin's position, intending to interrupt the opponent from continuing to perform wood style. Zinfin changed the seal in his hand, and immediately performed the same fire style ninjutsu as Uchiha Obito, preparing to use the chakra advantage to crush. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. An even more violent and huge flame immediately collided with Obito's flame, erupting a powerful shock wave. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and Zinfin's fire escape directly defeated Obito's Hwon Eye, knocking him out and smashing him hard on the ground. At the same time, Zinfin left the spot in an instant and rushed straight to Obito, who fell to the ground, while the seals in his hands changed rapidly. Water escape, big explosion, water wave. A large amount of seawater gushed out of Zinfin's mouth, and in a blink of an eye, a giant water prison with a diameter of 200 meters was formed, which tied Uchiha Obito tightly in it. Tied up by the water prison, Uchiha Obito struggled frantically. However, Zinfin did not want to give him a chance. Several would escape vines passed through the water prison and rushed straight to him, ready to further bind him. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and formed a seal. Countless wood escapes emerged from around his body, surrounding him, forming a wood escape vine ball of dozens of meters and growing continuously, ready for the final resistance. In Uchiha Obito's view, at this time, neither he nor Xuanfeng Santang could use the Mangekyo ability, and ordinary 5 elements escape techniques could not instantly break his huge wood escape vine ball defense. As long as he could hold on for 1 or 2 minutes and let Shinwei's power recover, Xuanfeng Santang would have no way to stop him. Self-destruction. Seeing Uchiha Obito's behavior, Zinfin sneered, and immediately guessed his thoughts. Then, he controlled the water ball to spit out Obito's turtle shell and took out a card from the card space. Old Clam, a giant clam with a short lifespan, perfect for smashing people. After taking a look at the card's description, Zinfin threw it directly over the vine ball where Uchiha Obito was. Bang! A huge white smoke exploded, and a giant clam with a diameter of over 200 meters appeared in the air, falling straight to the ground. Oops! Inside the vine ball, Uchiha Obito also thought of Zinfin's move at this time. His face turned pale instantly, and he tried his best to strengthen the wood defense around his body again. Boom! Zinfin snapped his fingers and turned the giant clam into a card and took it back. Looking at the vine ball that was directly flattened and motionless, Zinfin chuckled. It must be said that this big clam is really accurate when used to hit people, and basically no one can escape. At this time, Uchiha Obito was hiding in the vine ball and was hit by him. If he didn't have the power of Kamui, he would be seriously injured if not dead. As for whether Uchiha Obito's Kamui right eye would be destroyed, Zinfin didn't care at all. With the card system, as long as he kills Uchiha Obito, he can get the power of Kamui right eye 100%. So for him, it would be best if the Kamui right eye was not destroyed. If it was destroyed, it didn't matter. The Shadow Clone Technique. Water Style, Water Cutting Wave. Zinfin created several shadow clones, and at the same time formed seals with both hands, and began to use the high-pressure water column of the water cutting wave to continuously cut the vine ball. Soon, he disintegrated the vine ball and saw Uchiha Obito, who was unconscious inside. At this time, Uchiha Obito's whole body had been squeezed and deformed. If it weren't for the Hashirama cells in half of his body, he would have died long ago. Reaching out and pressing on Uchiha Obito, Zinfin was ready to pull him out of the vine ball. As soon as he pressed on Obito, Zinfin found that the Uzumaki white zetsu on him actually used would release to grab his right hand. Ha ha ha, I caught you, go to hell, the technique of cuttings. Uzumaki white zetsu, who had been pretending to be dead and hiding himself, laughed loudly and directly performed the technique of cuttings, preparing to kill Zinfin. Tisk tisk tisk, idiot. Zinfin shook his head in disdain, and the seal technique of the curse seal appeared in his hand instantly, directly sealing the Uzumaki white zetsu. As a senior Naruto fan, how could he not know that the skin on Obito's body was made of white zetsu? After sealing the Uzumaki white zetsu, Zinfin tore it off from Obito and threw it to the clones. Zinfan's clones grabbed the Uzumaki white Zetsu, each grabbed a piece and tore it into several parts, and then threw it into the fire. Seeing the Uzumaki white Zetsu, Zinfan tore it off from Obito and threw it into the fire. Zetsu died. Zinfan turned his head to look at the unconscious Obito. This sight made him raise his eyebrows. The reason was simple, because at this time, after Obito was plucked out of Uzumaki white Zetsu, half of Hashirama's body cells were directly exposed. And on Obito's Hashirama's arm, there were 7 or 8 3-Magatama Sharingan like Danzo, which looked hideous and disgusting. It was after Obito felt the pressure brought by Zinfan that he installed all the 3-Magatama Sharingan left by Uchiha Madara on his hands, preparing for his Inagi. Wow, you are really well prepared. Xin Feng chuckled and summoned a wind blade. The wind blade slid past, and the heads rolled down. The behind-the-scenes boss of the Fourth Ninja World War, Uchiha Obito, died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Uchiha Obito and completing the achievement Uchiha Kenji, and obtaining a blank character card, a blank summoning beast card, an Uchiha bloodline card, and a Senju bloodline card. Ding! The host killed Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Itaki Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, and Obito Uchiha in succession, cutting off the root of the Uchiha clan's extinction and completing the special achievement saving the Uchiha clan, and obtaining a blank character card, 2 blank summoning beast cards, a Sharingan fusion card, and 5 Uchiha bloodline cards. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan raised his eyebrows and was delighted. 2 blank character cards, 3 blank summoning beast cards, 1 special card, 1 Senju bloodline, and 6 Uchiha bloodline cards. This is really a big harvest. After storing all the cards in the system space, Zinfan took the special card in front of him and looked at it. Sharingan fusion card, 2 pairs of the same Sharingan can be fused into a pair of more advanced Sharingan. Zinfan was stunned and surprised to see the information of this card. 2 pairs of the same Sharingan can be fused into a pair of more advanced eyes. In this way, his eternal eye can also be found. This card came at the right time. After putting away the cards in his hand, Zinfan turned his head to look at the dead Uchiha Obito, ready to maximize the benefits. It's a pleasant surprise that Shinwei's right eye is not broken. Zinfan smiled as he dug out the right eye of Kamui from Obito's head. In this way, he now had a pair of complete Kamui Mangekyo. Thinking of the terrifying power of the 2 eyes of Kamui, Zinfan felt a little excited. Then, he dug out all the 3 Magatama Sharingan on Obito's hand, and then took out a blank character card and placed it on Uchiha Obito's body. Name Uchiha Obito deceased host damage ratio 100% after copying. You can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy it? Looking at the information in front of him, Zinfan did not hesitate and directly chose to copy it. Ding, the character was copied successfully. Uchiha Obito, Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, right, is an Aga, Yin-Yang release. As the card was successfully copied, a platinum card rose above Uchiha Obito's body, and Obito's body instantly turned into a pile of bones. Whether to choose to fuse the platinum card, Uchiha Obito yes. As Zinfan pressed the selection key, a golden vortex enveloped him. In an instant, Zinfan felt that the amount of chakra in his body had surged again, and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes also rose rapidly, and his mind was filled with a lot of knowledge related to Yin-Yang escape. In Zinfan's Mangekyo Sharingan skill column, there was also an additional Mangekyo Sharingan Kami, right. This means that even if he does not equip the Kamui Sharingan, he can directly use the ability of Kamui to become virtual. Standing in place and feeling the changes in his body, Zinfan breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Obito has half of Hashirama's body cells, which directly makes the power of Hashirama in his body more complete, and his chakra volume has increased several times. Zinfan estimated that his current chakra volume is probably not much worse than that of Hashirama Senju. In one day, he directly increased his chakra volume to the level of Hashirama Senju. This card system is really powerful. At this terrifying speed of strength improvement, it might not be long before he can become the strongest in the ninja world and move towards the realm of the 6 paths. After sighing for a while, Zinfan looked at the palm of his right hand. He saw a pitch-black stick emerging from the palm of his right hand. This is the Yin-Yang escape black stick that Zinfan created using the Yin-Yang escape technique knowledge he had just acquired. It can interfere with the chakra in the human body. Leaving the Kamui space and arriving in the ninja realm, Zinfan used Kamui again based on the information fed back by the shadow clone to return to the cave where Uchiha Obito had stayed before. Tisk, have all those white Zetsu run away. Zinfan pouted unhappily after taking a look at the situation in the cave. At this time, only a few of Obito's shadow clones were left in the cave where Obito was previously. As for the white Zetsu, they had already used the floating technique to leave the place as soon as Zinfan's shadow clone appeared. After removing his shadow clone in the cave, Zinfan continued to use the transformation card to maintain the appearance of Uchiha Obito, ready to wait and see. Although Uchiha Obito, the culprit of the Fourth Ninja World War, is dead, there is still this guy Black Zetsu lurking in the dark. After the white Zetsu run away, they will definitely notify Black Zetsu. As long as Zinfan waits patiently, there is a good chance. Maybe he can wait here for the other party to come. So Zinfin planned to use the opportunity of killing Obito just now to see if he could impersonate Uchiha Obito and take the opportunity to deal with Black Zetsu, the great conspirator who has been dormant in the ninja world for thousands of years. Black Zetsu was separated from Kagaya Atsutsuki and contains a part of Kagaya Atsutsuki's power. If he can kill the other party, Zinfin may be able to directly obtain a part of Kagaya Atsutsuki's power, further improve his own strength, and get closer to the realm of the Six Paths. Having made up his mind, Zinfin stayed in the cave, imitating Uchiha Obito's actions and waiting quietly, waiting for Black Zetsu and Black Zetsu to come to him on their own initiative. Black and white, please don't let me down, sitting on a rock, Zinfin thought so in his heart. 10 minutes later, a figure resembling a pitcher plant quickly emerged on the ground far in front of Zinfin. As the pitcher plant clamps opened, the half-black and half-white head of Black Zetsu emerged from it. Looking at the familiar figure of Obito in front of him, Black Zetsu spoke, "Obito, where is the twin phoenix Tripitaka?" Zinfin put his hands behind his head and said in the same nonchalant manner as Obito, "He ran away." Black Zetsu stared at Obito vigilantly, and asked again, "Did you beat him?" Because of the twin phoenix Tripitaka pretending to be Uchiha Fugaku, Black Zetsu would never rashly approach the other party before confirming the identity of Obito. Zinfin shook his head and said, "He didn't know I had his Izanagi. He left directly after being seriously injured by my sneak attack, and Afei was burned to death by his Amaterasu. Is that so?" After hearing that Uzumaki White Zetsu was burned to death by Amaterasu, Black Zetsu said this. Xuanfeng Santang had previously taken Uchiha Itaki away, so it was normal for him to obtain the other party's Mangekyo Sharinan at this time. However, suddenly, Black Zetsu controlled the possessed White Zetsu to press his hand on the ground. Countless vines sprang out from under the feet of Black and White Zetsu and rushed straight to Zinfin. Xuanfeng Santang's transformation technique can even change chakra, so although Black Zetsu believed Zinfin's words, he still planned to test it. What's more, the death of Uzumaki White Zetsu also made him suspicious. The surging vines came to Zinfin, instantly bound him tightly, and then passed through his body directly. Seeing the scene, Black Zetsu explained hoarsely, "Obito, you also know the ability of Xuanfeng Santang, this is just in case." Zinfin nodded impatiently, "I know." As he said, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the ground, actively releasing would release around Black and White Zetsu to gain Black Zetsu's trust. Black and White Zetsu has a special ephemeral technique, which can directly drill into the ground and quickly escape if there is any problem. Although he used the god's hollowing skill obtained by the card to temporarily make Black Zetsu believe that he is Obito himself, the other party obviously still has doubts. So he needs to further display those abilities that originally belonged to Obito to gain his trust. Because the opponent would never have thought that he could obtain all of Obito's ninjutsu abilities just after killing him. From this point of view, his card system is like a dimensionality reduction strike in the ninja world. Seeing the wood escape vines appearing around him, Black Zetsu's vigilance was slightly lowered, and when he saw the yin-yang escape black stick extending from Zinfin's palm, he finally believed that the person in front of him was Obito himself. The yin-yang escape black stick can only be made by people who have the Rinnegan or are good at yin-yang escape techniques. In the entire ninja world, only he, Obito and Nagato have such ability. Although Xuanfeng Santang is powerful, it is obviously impossible for him to have the ability of yin-yang escape techniques. At the moment when Black Zetsu just relaxed his vigilance, Zinfin's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Black Zetsu and Black Zetsu, inserting the black stick in his hand into the half of Black Zetsu's body. Black Zetsu, who had just relaxed, obviously didn't expect such a change to happen. He was still a little slow and was successfully stabbed and caught by Zinfin. "I got you." After grabbing Heibaiju's body, Xin Feng's figure instantly spun like a whirlpool, taking the other party into the divine space. In the Shinwei space, the Black Zetsu who had just been transferred and immediately turned into a ball of mucus and separated from the body of White Zetsu, escaping from Zinfin. Picking up White Zetsu casually in his hand, Zinfin looked at the slug-like Black Zetsu with interest. As long as Black Zetsu was sucked into the Shinwei space by him, the other party would basically have no chance of escaping. The slug-like Black Zetsu lay on the square ground, looked at Zinfin gloomily and said, "Xuanfeng Santang." Zinfin turned into the appearance of Xuanfeng Santang and smiled, "That's me." Seeing the change in appearance of Zinfin, Black Zetsu's face changed drastically, and he said in horror, "Where is Uchiha Obito? What on earth did you do to him?" "Of course, he was killed by me." Zinfin answered casually after he used the black stick to seal the body of White Zetsu in his hand into a hedgehog and sealed it into the storage scroll. Hearing this, Black Zetsu was like being struck by thunder and froze in place instantly. He didn't expect that Xuanfeng Santang could kill Uchiha Obito, who possessed Kamui and Izanagi in such a short time. How is this possible? Even if Uchiha Obito was crushed by Xuanfeng Santang, with the Sharinan and Izanagi in his hands, he couldn't be killed so thoroughly in seconds. Looking at the black stick in Zinfin's hand, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and said, "Why do you use yin-yang escape technique? If the other party hadn't used this trick, he, Black Zetsu, would never completely trust the other party, let alone be ambushed by the other party." Zinfan raised his head, looked at Black Zetsu and smiled. A huge and terrifying black flame instantly ignited on Black Zetsu's body, rapidly burning the opponent's slimy body. "Ah! Stop, I surrender." Black Zetsu screamed miserably, begging and wailing. Zinfan ignored Black Zetsu's screams, and continued to use Fugaku's Mangekyo ability Shugoten Miai to change Amaterasu's form and increase its lethality. Seeing Zinfan was unmoved, Black Zetsu continued to scream and said, "I am the will of Uchiha Madara-sama. As long as you let me go, I can teach you how to become stronger and help you gain the strongest power in the world." Hearing that Black Zetsu still wanted to fool him, Zinfan couldn't help laughing and said, "As long as I kill you, I will be the strongest, so you should die in peace." Seeing that Zinfan was unmoved, Black Zetsu's face changed, and he split his body apart, separating those bodies that were contaminated by Amaterasu. "In that case, don't blame me." Black Zetsu jumped onto a piece of broken wood and used wood release, urging countless vines to attack Zinfan. Facing the incoming wood release, Zinfan's Mangekyo Shurinan instantly exploded. The next second, a layer of illusory red Karasu Tengu Susanoo appeared around his body, blocking all the incoming wood release. This was Uchiha Itaka Susanoo, which Zinfan could directly use after he obtained the opponent's pair of Mangekyo skills. Similarly, Zinfan could also use Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. This made Zinfan feel like he had several different models of Gundam, and he could choose to drive the one he liked at will. Boom! As the red Karasu Tengu Susanoo continued to improve, Susanoo's sacred weapon, the Sakakuri Itachi, instantly sprang out from the gourd in Susanoo's hand. Swish, swish, swish. As Susanoo swung, the swish cut off all the wood escape techniques that Black Zetsu had created in just a few strokes. "It's actually the Ten-Fist Sword." Black Zetsu became even more terrified when he saw the katana on the Nobukaze Susanoo. With a swing of the long sword, the ten-fisted sword in the hand of Zinfan Susanoo instantly pierced Black Zetsu. However, thinking that the seal inside was not triggered, Zinfan took a closer look and found that Black Zetsu used the characteristics of his own mucus ball to directly separate the hit part and avoid the end of being sealed. Seeing this scene, the pattern in Zinfan's pupils changed again. He controlled Amaterasu to attach to the ten-fisted sword and used Amaterasu to deal with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was separated from the goddess of the rabbit Kagaya Atsutsuki, so it is obviously not easy to kill him. Moreover, his body is a mass of black mucus, and it is composed of yin-yang escape techniques. Ordinary physical blows and ninjutsu can hardly cause much effective damage to him. However, it is just right for the ever-burning Amaterasu to deal with him. As Zinfan Susanoo's ten-fist sword continued to chop, Black Zetsu's slimy body became smaller and smaller, and the screams from his mouth became more and more shrill. "Damn it! Damn it!" Amidst the increasingly shrill screams, Black Zetsu's body was finally burned to ashes by Amaterasu and disappeared. Looking at Black Zetsu, who was burned to ashes by Amaterasu, Zinfan frowned, because he didn't hear the system prompt. Black Zetsu was a great conspirator who had been planning for thousands of years in the ninja world. He not only personally guided Uchiha Madara to get the Eye of the Moon, but was also the ultimate mastermind of the Fourth Ninja World War. His death could definitely trigger the system achievement. Now there was no system prompt, which meant that the other party was not really dead, but was hiding somewhere in the Shinwei space. "I want to see where you can hide." Zinfan was furious, and kept his sight towards the interior of the Shinwei space, and began to use Amaterasu. "Since you, Black Zetsu, hid in the Shinwei space, I will directly use Amaterasu to wash the entire Shinwei space." As Zinfan set fire everywhere, the terrifying black flames began to burn fiercely in the Shinwei space, and soon swept across the entire Shinwei space. "Damn it!" Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the godly space, was almost pissed off when he saw this. He endured the intense pain brought by the burning Amaterasu flames and continued to hide. Things had come to this point, and he could only choose to continue to endure and lie dormant, so that there was a glimmer of hope. Looking at the blazing godly space, Zinfan stood in the center of the flames and waited patiently. And he waited for 3 full days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Black Zetsu and completing the achievement Ninja Conspirator, and obtaining a blank character card, a blank Summoning Beast card, a Hyuga Bloodline card, a Senju Bloodline card, and an Uchiha Bloodline card. Ding! The host killed Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu successively, and completed the special achievement Shadow of the Ninja World, and obtained a blank character card and a blank Summoning Beast card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan, who had been guarding in the Kamui space for 3 days and 3 nights, breathed a sigh of relief. Since the system prompt appeared, Black Zetsu must have been killed by Amaterasu. Amaterasu burned for 3 days and 3 nights. This Black Zetsu is really hard to kill. With such emotion, Zinfan used Amaterasu again to eliminate all the Amaterasu flames in the Kamui space. I don't know if the card can be used to copy the Black Zetsu after it has been burned to ashes. Muttering this, Zinfan divided dozens of shadow clones into several, and began to search carefully in the Shinwei space, collecting the ashes from the burnt ding. Character copied successfully. Seeing the card in his hand, Zinfan grinned. Noon. Kanaha. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and it was drizzling, making people feel cold and depressed. The villagers of Kanaha village spontaneously put on solemn clothes and began to move towards the memorial stone, offering flowers in front of the grave of the third Hokage who died in battle. Afterwards, everyone began to move towards the Uchiha clan, placing flowers in front of the graves of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi who also died. Although the Uchiha clan was not well received in Kanaha village because of the last Nine Tails attack, the news that Uchiha Mikato suppressed the Nine Tails and saved Kanaha a few days ago had spread throughout Kanaha village, and now that the other party's husband and son were buried, they should also express their gratitude. Zinfan, who had just returned, saw this scene in Kanaha village and disappeared again. In Uchiha Mikato's room, Mikato, who had just finished dealing with things, saw her son's classmate who suddenly appeared in front of her, and her face was full of astonishment and shock. Uchiha Mikato looked at this little Suzuki's classmate in front of her with horror and panic. What? Don't you believe it? Zinfan reached out and patted Mikato's shocked face, saying with a smile. At this time, all the top leaders of Kanaha were wiped out, and Kanaha was like his own backyard to him, so he naturally had no need to continue to conceal his identity. Mikato came back to her senses from the shock, knelt in front of Zinfan, and said in surprise, I just can't believe that the famous Xuanfeng Santang in the ninja world is only 5, so young. Mikato had seen Zinfan as Suzuki's classmate in the ninja school, but she never expected that the other party would be the terrifying master of Xuanfeng Santang. You know, Suzuki is only 5 years old now. Thinking of Zinfan's amazing record of quickly killing Danzang 3, Uchiha Mikato's brain was numb. No matter how talented Zinfan was, it was really amazing that he could kill the cage-level masters of the 5 major ninja villages at the age of 5. Nine-tailed fox, this is too shocking. Zinfan lay back on Mikato's boat and said nonchalantly, I have a special experience, you don't have to care about these details. Hearing this, Mikato looked up at Zinfan and couldn't help but pursed her lips. Taking Mikato's expression into account, Zinfan jumped off the bed, threw himself into Mikato's arms and said, Aunt Mikato, I want to eat. Feeling Zinfan's movements, Uchiha Mikato's pretty face instantly turned red. She wanted to resist, but she didn't dare to. Sir, someone is coming. Miss Mikato suddenly realized something and quickly separated from Zinfan. The wooden door of the room was opened, and little Suzuki walked in. When he saw Zinfan, he was obviously stunned, and he obviously didn't know why his classmate was here. Seeing Suzuki coming in, Zinfan smiled and greeted him. Hey, Suzuki, is there anything wrong, Suzuki? Mikato said with a forced smile. Although Zinfan and Suzuki were classmates, Mikato didn't want little Suzuki to bump into him, otherwise with Zinfan's overbearing style, she would be bumped twice as much. Little Suzuki looked at Zinfan in confusion, then looked at Mikato and said, The clan leaders are here again, saying they want to discuss something with you, mother. Hearing this, Mikato instantly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Zinfan. I'll go take care of things first. After that, Mikato ran away. Looking at his mother who was leaving, little Suzuki was slightly stunned, wondering why his mother was so polite to his classmate. Zinfan couldn't help laughing when he saw Mikato running away. Then, he glanced at little Suzuki and said, Come on, Suzuki, I will teach you a new ninjutsu today. After saying that, Zinfan walked straight out of the house. When Suzuki saw Zinfan's back, he was stunned. Why does this sound so familiar? When he came to the courtyard, Zinfan saw a little yellow-haired boy practicing swordsmanship with a small wooden stick in the yard. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Under Mikato's operation, Naruto had been officially adopted by her and became Suzuki's half-brother. Because he was suppressed by little Suzuki in every way, Naruto now began to practice the Uchiha swordsmanship taught by Mikato desperately, ready to avenge his previous shame. Zinfan, have you also been adopted by Aunt Mikato? Uzumaki Naruto asked in surprise when he saw Zinfan's figure. Zinfan smiled and said, Naruto, I will teach you a ninjutsu, do you want to learn it? Naruto's attention was diverted instantly, and he nodded and said, I want to. Then you have to watch carefully. Zinfan chuckled and instantly appeared behind Naruto. Konoha Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 years of killing. Ouch! Uzumaki Naruto screamed and jumped up high in an instant. Suzuki, who had just arrived in the courtyard, saw Naruto's miserable appearance and ran away with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He, the second pillar, didn't want to learn this kind of ninjutsu. At night, in Mikato's room, the specific situation is like this. Uchiha Mikato was removing her makeup while telling Zinfan about the decision made with the ninja clan leaders today. After Shikaku and other ninja clan leaders discussed, they planned to call back Jiraiya and Tsunade who were out to strengthen Konoha's combat power to deal with the next attack of Xuanfeng Santang. As for the candidate for Konoha's 5th generation Hokage, it is also necessary to hold an election after Jiraiya and Tsunade return to the village, but this will not pose any threat to Mikado. Because as Mikato said before, whoever dares to snatch her position as the 5th generation Hokage, she will beat the other party until the other party surrenders. Moreover, Konoha will not be able to find these two people in a short time, and this period of time is enough for Mikato to operate. Zinfin looked at Mikato's back as she sat in front of the dressing table, thinking about what to do next. At this time, all the top leaders of Konoha were wiped out. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha with the deaths of Obito, Black Zetsu and others, he has become the undisputed strongest man in the ninja world. And what he has to do next is to collect and copy the tailed beasts and use the card system to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. But before that, he needs to attack everywhere and use achievement tasks to obtain blank summoning beast cards. Moreover, he has already gathered the blood power of the Senju and Uchiha. If he wants to continue to upgrade to become the 6 paths, he may also be able to find a way to collect the blood left by the 6 paths to further strengthen himself. In other words, he can then go and kill the Otsutsuki clan and the Hinata on the moon, as well as Kagaya Kimimaro beside Orochimaru. While completing the achievement, he will obtain the corresponding blood power to prepare for the awakening of the Rinnegan and the Samsara Eye. In this way, even if he cannot become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki for the time being because of insufficient summoning beast cards, then he can enter the 6 paths level. Thinking of this, Zinfin took out a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from the storage scroll. This was the pair of eyes that belonged to Uchiha Itachi, and they were no longer useful to him, so he planned to use them to strengthen Mikato and allow her to successfully awaken the Eternal Eye. In this way, it would be only a matter of time for Mikato to control Konoha. Mikato was obviously stunned when she saw the Sharingan in Zinfin's hand, and asked, "Is this Fugaku's eye?" Zinfin shook his head and said, "Itachi's. I stole it from Fugaku." Hearing this, Mikato was shocked. Obviously, she didn't expect Itachi to awaken the Mangekyo, but when she thought of Itachi being killed by Fugaku, her expression dimmed again. Uchiha Mikato touched her eyes covered by the black cloth and frowned slightly. She put away the storage scroll and said with a smile, "This is normal, but after you get used to it, you should be able to become an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then your strength will be further improved." Although there is no difference or change in the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eternal Eye, there is a huge gap in the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. And from the performance in the original work, Zinfin estimated that only after becoming an Eternal Eye can the complete Susanoo be opened. After all, in the original work, besides Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Suzuki, who have 2 pairs of Eternal Eyes, the only one who can open the complete Susanoo is Uchiha Obito, who has obtained the power of the 6 paths. Feeling the movement in her eye sockets, Mikado said, "I feel that my pupil power has increased a lot again." Zinfin patted Mikato's pretty face and said with a smile, "That's for sure. When you get the Eternal Eye, the position of the 5th Hokage will basically be yours." Mikato nodded and said, "By then, Konoha will become your sphere of influence." Zinfin smiled and said, "Okay, you take a rest first, I'll go find Quan." As soon as the voice fell, Zinfin disappeared on the spot. What should I do? After confirming that Zinfin had left, Mikato touched the black cloth on her eyes and sighed. She always felt that she would never be able to escape from Zinfin's control in this life, but the other party was her son's classmate. This matter really made her too embarrassed. Konoha Forest Sr., seeing the figure flashing beside her, Uchiha Izumi, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately became excited. But when she turned her head and saw the small figure of Zinfin, Uchiha Izumi was stunned. Looking at the shocked Uchiha Izumi, Zinfin said casually, "This is my true form." What? Uchiha Izumi was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that the senior Xuanfeng Santang was actually about the same age as little Suzuki. If the other party hadn't just performed the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Izumi wouldn't have dared to believe it was true. This is simply too incredible. Come here. Zinfin sat down under a tree and waved to Quan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Quan hurried over and sat down obediently, waiting for instructions. Although the age of the senior surprised her, Uchiha Quan did not dare to have any contempt for him. Looking at the big sister Uchiha Quan who was secretly looking at her, Zinfin was happy. The contrast of Quan from a well-behaved little fangirl to an obedient big sister made him feel very interesting. After all, obedient aunts and big sisters seem to be very good. Thinking about these things in his mind, Zinfin looked at Uchiha Quan and smiled, "I need you to help Mikato control Konoha for me in the future." Uchiha Izumi heard this and immediately promised, "I will complete the task." Uchiha Izumi was prepared to obey everything arranged by Senior Zinfin. Even though Senior Zinfin looked about the same age as little Suzuki. "Close your eyes," Zinfin ordered. "Yes." Uchiha Izumi responded and quickly closed her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. Looking at Izumi who was knocked unconscious by him, Zinfin took out a card from the card space. His newly acquired Sharingan fusion card can fuse 2 pairs of the same Sharingan into a pair of more advanced Sharingan. That is, 2 pairs of 1 Magatama eyes fuse into a pair of 2 Magatama, and so on, until they fuse into the Eternal Eye. So now he is going to use the Sharingan fusion card he just obtained to help Izumi awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, further enhance her strength, and watch over Konoha for him. Putting the card away, Zinfin took out 3 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan and placed them in front of him. This was what he got from Danzo and Obito. Ding! Do you want to fuse the Sharingan? You can get a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan after fusion. Put 2 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan on the fusion card, and Zinfin immediately saw a prompt. Without hesitation, Zinfin directly chose to fuse. As Zinfin confirmed, the 2 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan on the Sharingan fusion card instantly turned into a ball of red blood mist and sank into the card. Then, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan with strange patterns quickly emerged from the fusion card. Wow, it's really convenient. I feel like I can give kaleidoscopes wholesale to people around me. Zinfin took the pair of Mangekyo in front of him and looked at them carefully, and he was amazed. If the Uchiha knew how he obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, they would be envious. Then, Zinfin took off the 3 Magatama Sharingan from Uchiha Izumi and fused it with another pair of 3 Magatama eyes, successfully obtaining a second pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Afterwards, he placed the Mangekyo Sharingan fused from Uchiha Izumi and the other pair on the fusion card. Ding! Please choose to fuse the main eye and the secondary eye, and choose the remaining Mangekyo Sharingan ability. The Mangekyo abilities are as follows: Garitsu no Mikato, Pyrai Ryujin. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfin raised his eyebrows and carefully checked the abilities of the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. In the end, he used the pair of eyes fused from Uchiha Izumi as the main eye and chose the Mangekyo ability of Pyroljin. Pyroljin, immune to all physical/mental damage for 1 minute. With Zinfin's confirmation, the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan on the Sharingan fusion card instantly turned into a ball of red blood mist and sank into the card. Then, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan fused from Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan reappeared again. Is this the eternal kaleidoscope that was created by integrating the card system? After taking a look at the eyes, Zinfin directly transplanted them into Uchiha Izumi's eyes and used an Uchiha bloodline card to further enhance the other party's bloodline power. After doing this, he gently picked up Uchiha Izumi and sent him to Mikato's room, letting him sleep with Mikato. Is this considered sisters or mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Looking at Mikato and Izumi sleeping together, Zinfin said something with a bad taste, and went directly into the Kamui space. Afterwards, Zinfin took out 2 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan again, and continued to fuse the Sharingan, preparing to fuse his own eyes into the Eternal Eye. In a dark and deserted alley, the space twisted like a vortex, and a figure quietly appeared. Although they are both time-space ninjutsu, Kamui is still stronger in terms of infiltration ability. Looking at the surrounding Kumagakure buildings, Zinfin couldn't help laughing. There is a huge perception barrier in the Kumagakure, and anyone who wants to enter will be detected, but in front of Kamui who can travel through time and space, this perception barrier is useless. It must be said that Kamui is really strong in sneaking in secretly. After all, even the Flying Thunder God technique needs to be marked in advance before time and space can be teleported, so, who should we look for next? Looking at the ninjas from the Land of Lightning on the street, Zinfin touched his chin and frowned in thought. His main purpose of coming to the Cloud Village this time was to find the 2-tailed Nikomata copied by the Wooden Man, in preparation for becoming the 10-tails Jinchuriki. The secondary purpose was to use Kodo Amatsukami to control the 4th Raikage and others, take control of the Cloud Village in his own hands, and make it a force under his command. Stepping into the main street of the Cloud Village, Zinfin began to search for suitable people on the deserted street. At this time, he looked like a 5-year-old child, so he was not afraid of being discovered. As he walked, Zinfin's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far in front of him, a cold and beautiful woman with blonde hair and white skin was walking alone from the front, walking towards the Raikage building not far from her. The highest peak in the ninja world is really worthy of its reputation. Looking at Samui walking slowly towards the Raikage building, Zinfin complained in his heart. Although Tsunade and Samui look similar, according to the scale recorded in the official book, Samui is the woman who won the throne of the top of the ninja world. Thinking so in his heart, Zinfin took a step and rushed directly towards Samui. Hearing the noise coming from behind, Sam looked back and found that it was just a child, so he didn't take it seriously and continued to move forward. Bang! But Zinfin didn't care and bumped into Samui. Both of them fell to the ground. How do you walk, kid? Being knocked down suddenly, Samui looked up and glared at Zinfin, but what caught her eyes were a pair of scarlet eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan Illusion. The 4th Raikage AI sat in the Raikage seat, looking at the information in his hand without saying a word. In front of him, Ma Bai and other secretaries were also silent. Is the news true? After a period of silence, the 4th Raikage AI spoke first. Ma Bai nodded and said, the news is true. Konoha's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed dead, and the killer is none other than Xuanfeng Santang. Hearing this, the 4th Raikage AI couldn't help but frown. Xuanfeng Santang didn't show much aggression when he came to the Cloud Village last time, but judging from his actions in Konoha this time, this person may not be as simple as he looks. Moreover, the other party was able to directly wipe out the entire Konoha high level in one night, and the combat power he showed was far beyond the 4th Raikage's expectations. Even the cloud ninjas must be careful in dealing with such a person. Thinking of this, the fourth Reikage AI said, "Pass the order down, Kumagakure village will be on high alert, no one is allowed to enter or leave, and all personnel who are out on missions will be recalled." After hearing the order from the fourth Reikage, Mabi asked, "What about Lord Killer Bee and Yukato on Turtle Island?" Xuanfeng Santang released the 9 tails in Konoha village, and the Kumagakure village had to be on guard. The fourth Reikage AI answered directly, "Turtle Island has entered the deep sea, and Bee and Yukato are also watched by the platform. We don't have to worry for the time being. You go and issue the order first." Turtle Island of Kumagakure village was wandering on the sea at this time. Only a few of them knew the exact location in the entire Kumagakure village, so there was no need to worry about being found by Xuanfeng Santang. If he asked Bee and Yukato to come back now, it would be very likely that Xuanfeng Santang would take the opportunity to target them. "Yes, Lord Reikage." Ma Bai agreed and left the office. After distributing the Reikage's orders to everyone and confirming that the Reikage had no other instructions, Ma Bai stretched and prepared to return to his office to continue dealing with things. As soon as he returned to the office, Ma Bai saw Sam sitting in his office chair, and she was holding a 5 or 6-year-old child in her arms. "Hey, Samui, whose child is this? He is so pretty." Seeing the little Zinfan in Samui's arms, Ma Bai's eyes lit up and her love instantly overflowed. With handsome features, white skin like jade, and white hair like herself, this is simply a healing little boy. Looking at Zinfan in Samui's arms, Ma Bai liked him more and more, and really wanted to rub him hard. Ma Bai looked at Zinfan with love, and Zinfan looked at Ma Bai with the same smile. Ma Bai is the chief secretary of the Reikage office of the Cloud Ninja village, and she also masters the secret technique, Heaven Sending Technique. If she can control the other party, the location of the Yukato can be found. Moreover, the dark-skinned and white-haired workplace beauty looks very pleasing to the eye. Thinking of this, Zinfan leaned back and rested the back of his head on Samui's peak. I have to say that it is really comfortable for Samui to lean on. At this time, Ma Bai also walked to the desk, bent down to pinch Zinfan's little face, and asked with a smile, "What's your name, little brother?" Zinfan grabbed Ma Bai's hand and said with a smile, "My name is Xuanfeng Santang." Forward, Ma Bai was stunned. The Manjikyo Sherinan in Zinfan's pupils instantly turned. 3 minutes later, Zinfan sat in Samui's arms, quietly recalling the information he had just obtained about the Kumagakure village. Mabi, who was controlled by his Manjikyo illusion, stood quietly beside him, like a well-behaved personal secretary. Both Bokuto and Killer Bee are on Turtle Island, and Turtle Island has entered the vast ocean. The only cage-level strongman left in the Kumagakure is the fourth Reikage. Well, first control the wooden man, and then kill the fourth Reikage. After thinking for a while, Zinfan made a decision in his heart. Taking out a flying thunder god kunao, Zinfan said to Mabi, "Send this kunao to Turtle Island." Mabi's heavenly sending technique can send ninja tools and other things to specific coordinates. It is a very practical ninjutsu. Yes. Ma Bai took the flying thunder god kunao and went to a small room next to his office, ready to use the magic circle in the room to perform the heavenly sending technique. Above, the trade winds were amazed. Turtle Island can be called an island, and it can also form a huge training ground inside, so it is naturally very large, and its length is probably nearly 5,000 meters. If it is used to smash people, it is definitely more powerful than his big clam. "Let's go and find Yukato," Zinfan ordered, and asked Mabi to lead the way. The three of them took a few steps forward, and the Kumagakure ninja Motoi with green paint on his nose came in front of them with a few leaps. He was the Chunin of Kumagakure who stayed on Kame Island, and was responsible for the security work of Kame Island. "Mabai, Samai, why are you here? Hey, whose child is this?" Seeing Zinfan being held in Samui's arms, Motoi asked curiously. However, what answered him was a pair of scarlet eyes, and the next second, he found himself in a black and white space. "Let's go." He controlled Motoi with illusion and ordered again. As he went forward, he controlled several ninjas from the Cloud Village and the Byakugan Dode one after another, and then entered the interior of Turtle Island under the leadership of Mabi and Samui. Byakugan open. The veins around Zinfan's eye sockets bulged, and his pupils instantly turned white. After killing Black Zetsu, he directly used the Hyaga bloodline card he had obtained at that time, allowing himself to obtain the bloodline power of the Hyaga clan and possess the ability of the Byakugan. As Zinfan continued to search inside Turtle Island, he soon found Yukato, who was practicing beside the real waterfall. As for this guy Kiribi, he was in a corner on the edge of the interior, holding his own rap concert in front of a bunch of animals. After confirming Yukato's location, Zinfan and the other two quickly rushed to the real waterfall and saw Yukato, who had just finished his practice. Beige-brown waist-length hair, tall and slender figure, delicate and cold face, arrogant temperament like a queen. Is this Yukato, the second-tailed Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village? She's really suitable to be trained as a maid. Seeing Mabai and Samui coming, Yumurin was delighted, but when she saw Zinfan in Samui's arms, she asked in astonishment, "Whose child is this? Very cute." As soon as Yukito finished speaking, the Nikomata in her body suddenly roared, "Be careful, Mabi and Samui are being controlled by someone." Hearing the Nekomate's warning, Yukito's face changed drastically. However, the next second, she found herself being caught and instantly appeared on an empty sea. Not far in front of her, stood the child that Samui had just held. Needless to say, she knew that the one who had just controlled Mabi and Samui was the harmless-looking kid in front of her. Boom! Thinking of her best friend who had just been controlled by someone, Yukito was instantly furious, and a violent tailed beast chakra suddenly burst out of her body. Because of her relationship with the Jinchuriki, she has been hostile since she was a child. Only Mabi and Samui are with her. Anyone who dares to hurt them will be severely punished. How dare you control them? Yukito, whose body was constantly emitting red-tailed beast chakra, looked at Zinfan with anger and rushed towards him instantly. She wanted to cut the little devil who dared to control her best friend into pieces. Facing the attacking two-tailed Yukito, Zinfan looked calm, and the white in her eyes instantly dissipated and turned into scarlet. Manjikyo, Shubu Tenming. Crash! The seawater at Zinfan's feet flowed rapidly, and soon formed a huge water dragon in front of him, tightly entangling the wooden man who rushed straight at him in anger, forming a water prison. Trapped in the water prison of the trade winds, the increasingly dense and violent-tailed beast chakra gushed out of the wooden man, and then attached to the surface of the body, turning into a red-tailed beast tights. As the tailed beast chakra continued to condense, a wave of air suddenly burst out from the wooden man's body, breaking the water prison that surrounded her. Status 2, but it's not enough. Zinfan muttered, and dozens of giant water dragons suddenly emerged from behind him, trapping the woodman who had just escaped using the half-tailed beast transformation into a water prison again. Hateful. Seeing that he still couldn't break free from the water prison after half-transformation, Yukito roared angrily. At this time, the cat in Yukito's body spoke up and reminded him, just transform into a tailed beast. Okay. Yukito nodded in agreement, and the tailed beast chakra in his body surged again, his body continued to expand, and he directly started to transform into a tailed beast. As Yukito transformed into a tailed beast, a huge blue two-tailed cat demon appeared in the water prison of Zinfan. Bang! The chakra in the two-tail suddenly burst out again, breaking the water prison of the wind again. The second tail is also in hand. Looking at the 50-meter-tall two-tailed Nikomata in front of him, Zinfan muttered, "Little devil, I'm going to let you taste my power." The tailed beast Yukito looked at the tiny Zinfan and said in a cold tone, "It really needs to be disciplined." Zinfan chuckled and took out a few cards and threw them around the body of the two-tailed cat. Bang! 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 Several huge white smoke burst out, and the black three-tailed, black eight-tailed, and black nine-tailed appeared next to the two-tailed cat, surrounding it. How is this going? Why does this kid have three-tailed beasts in his hand? Seeing the black three-tailed, eight-tailed and nine-tailed beasts around him, Yabukyuto and Nikomata were shocked at the same time. The two-tailed Nikomata looked at the black eight-tailed beast that was exactly the same as the eight-tailed Ushioki, and was shocked. The eight-tailed beast should be in Killer Bee's body at this time. What on earth is this one in front of him? And what's the matter with the three-tailed and nine-tailed beasts? At this moment, Yabukyuto and Nikomata were completely desperate. Roar! With the urging of the trade wind, the black three-tailed cat, black eight-tailed cat, and black nine-tailed cat roared at the same time and launched an attack on the two-tailed cat. The fierce fighting sounds of the tailed beasts resounded through the sea, and then gradually subsided. Under the beating of the three-tailed beasts, the two-tailed Nikomata could not put up any effective resistance, and was defeated not long after. Currently unable to act. Host damage ratio 100%, greater than 80%, meets the replication conditions after copying. You can obtain a summoned beast with 100% of the abilities and characteristics of the two tails. Do you want to copy it? As Zinfan clicked to confirm, the blank summoning beast card in his hand suddenly burst into brilliant light, penetrating the body of the two-tailed cat-shaped beast and covering it. Then, a platinum card appeared in front of Zinfan. The picture in the middle of the card was a dark monster that looked like the two-tailed cat-shaped beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the two-tailed beast, completing the achievement Tailed Beast 2, and obtaining a random card. Ding! You will get a blank character card immediately. He casually put the obtained card into the system space, and Zinfan came to the two-tailed beast, and the Sharinan in his pupils quickly turned. Although the Jinchuriki can use the tailed beast in his body to remove the illusion, if the tailed beast in his body is also controlled, it can also be controlled. In the original work, Uchiha Obito used this method to control the three-tailed Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, the fourth-generation Nizukage, Yagura Karatachi, Uchiha's people. Seeing the Sharinan in Zinfan's pupils, the two-tailed beast was startled, and the pattern in his pupils quickly changed to the appearance of the Sharinan. After controlling the two-tailed beast with the Mangekyo Sharinan, Zinfan released the summons of several tailed beasts. The body of the two-tailed Nikomata gradually shrank and returned to the appearance of Yukito. Reaching out and putting his hand on the unconscious Yukito, Zinfan took him and disappeared directly on the spot. Using the Flying Thunder God mark on Samui to return to the real waterfall inside Turtle Island, Zinfin couldn't help stretching. At this time, Samui, Mabi, and Yukito were all controlled by him. Next, he only needed to deal with the 8-tailed killer bee and the 4th generation Reikage, then he could control the Cloud Village in secret without anyone noticing. Handing the unconscious Yukito to Samui and Mabi, Zinfin used the transformation card to transform into the appearance of the Cloud Ninja Motoi, preparing to attack Killer Bee. The Cloud Ninja Chunin Motoi was Killer Bee's good friend when he was a child, and it was most appropriate to transform into him to approach Killer Bee. Bye, Reikage-sama is looking for you. Zinfin came to the place where Kirabi was holding a concert for the animals and shouted to him from a distance. Hearing Zinfin shout, Kirabi stopped the concert and came to him in a few leaps. A yin-yang escape stick shot out from Zinfin's palm, instantly piercing the defenseless Killer Bee into a hedgehog. Then, the power of his Sharingan exploded, directly entering the spiritual space in Killer Bee's body. Who are you? The 8-tailed cow ghost in the spiritual space saw the wind in front of him and felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. The pair of eyes in the other party reminded it of the man named Xuanfeng Santang. What, have you forgotten me? Zinfin looked at the environment in the spiritual space. A wind-escaped spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, and he said to the 8-tailed with a smile, because this is a spiritual space, he is now 5 or 6 years old, so that the 8-tailed Ushiki could not recognize him. Are you Xuanfeng Santang? Seeing the wind-style spiral shuriken in Zinfin's hand, the 8-tailed fox looked unbelievable. It really couldn't imagine that the 5 or 6-year-old child in front of it was the terrifying strong man who defeated Baiyan itself. But seeing the wind-style spiral shuriken in the other party's hand, the 8-tailed fox was very sure that what the other party said was true. At the age of 5, he had the record of defeating the tailed beasts and the cage-level strongmen. This is too shocking. 8-tail, cooperate with me to seize the Cloud Village, and I will let you live. Looking at the shocked 8-tail, Zinfin directly stated his purpose. It is not difficult for him to control Killer Bee with illusion, but if he wants to control the other party permanently, he needs the cooperation of the 8-tail in his body, and he cannot reveal that the other party has been controlled by him. And after he kills the 4th Reikage, he also needs the 8-tail to cooperate with him to play a play, to help him smoothly control the Cloud Village in his own hands. Only in this way can he harvest a complete Cloud Village with little damage to its combat power for his own use and become one of his forces. And he does not need to consume his pupil power all the time to control the 8-tail, which is convenient for him to do things in the future. Hearing Zinfin's request, the 8-tail said, the tailed beasts are made of chakra, you can't kill me at all. The 9-tailed beasts are all made of different chakras, and are truly immortal. Even if they are killed, they can be resurrected within a few years. This is why the tailed beasts have been sealed countless times in the past 1,000 years, but they can never be truly killed. So Zinfin's threat is useless to it. Zinfin said indifferently, what if you merge into the 10 tails? Hearing the name of the 10 tails, the 8-tail's face changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party actually knew the existence of the 10 tails. In this case, even if it is a tailed beast, it is probably very dangerous. Thinking of this, the 8-tails nodded and said, if you let me go, I will agree to it. For 8-tails, the Cloud Village doesn't have much affection, but Killer Bee is different. 8-tails still wants to help him. No problem. No problem. Nobukaze nodded and said indifferently, as the only perfect Jinchuriki at present, Killer Bee is a good fighter, and there is no need for him to kill him. Then, Nobukaze opened his scarlet eyes and controlled the 8-tails with his Sharingan, preparing for his next control of Killer Bee. After exiting the consciousness space of the 8-tails, Nobukaze controlled Killer Bee with illusion, and carried him to the real waterfall. Looking at the 3 beautiful cloud ninjas standing in front of the waterfall, Nobukaze grinned. As long as he controls Killer Bee, Yukito, Mabi, Samui and others, then after the death of the 4th Reikage, the Cloud Ninja Village will basically be under his control. By then, he will secretly control Konoha and Cloud at the same time. The 2 major ninja villages of Shinobi and Shinobi will make it easier for him to do things in the future and track down the members of the Akatsuki organization, so as to complete more system achievement tasks and obtain more cards. Let Samui and the other 4 stand in front of him, and Zinfin replaced the eye in his left eye with the eye of Uchiha Shisui obtained from Itaki. Shisui's Koda Amatsukami is called the Eye of Dominating Will, which can permanently and completely modify the will of others without being noticed by others, making everyone seen by the caster become his puppet. The name of the strongest illusion. Zinfin took off the closed left eye of Shisui, put it back into the nutrient bottle, and stored it in the storage scroll. Beside Zinfin, Killer Bee stood there quietly, looking dazed. Although Killer Bee's will had been modified by Koda Amatsukami, Zinfin thought his rap was too annoying and did not release the control of his Sharingan. The 8-tails in Killer Bee's body sighed quietly, feeling sympathetic. Although it was controlled by the Sharingan just now, it still saw that Samui, Killer Bee and others had their wills modified by Zinfin himself, and their cognition was distorted. This terrifying ability to modify the will of others made the 8-tails more and more afraid of Zinfin. And the Eight Tails seriously suspected that if this ability was not too limited, the other party would definitely give it a shot. Then, let's wait here for the fourth Reikage to come to us. After putting away the storage scroll, Zinfan walked straight to a small wooden house next to the waterfall. At this time, Mabi had been sent back to the Cloud Village by him, and he was ready to find an opportunity to send the fourth Reikage to Turtle Island. And he only needed to wait here quietly for the other party to come to him. Seeing Yama Ren and Samui chatting in the small wooden house, Zinfan grinned and closed the door with his backhand. Land of Lightning, Kumagakur. Reikage building. This is all for the Kumagakur, for the Kumagakur. Ma Baiai stood in her office, constantly cheering herself up, and quickly thinking about how to trick the fourth Reikage to Turtle Island. Because in her current understanding, helping Zinfan to trick the fourth Reikage to Turtle Island is the only way to ensure the safety of the Cloud Village. So although she was extremely resistant to killing the fourth Reikage AI, she still chose to obey Zinfan's arrangement. Knowing that things were wrong, but still choosing to obey the orders of the caster, this is the real horror of Kota Amatsukami. Sitting at the desk, Ma Baiai buried her head and wrote quickly, preparing to create a false intelligence about Turtle Island. A few minutes later, Ma Baiai, who had finished creating the false intelligence, stood up and took 2 deep breaths. Then, she suddenly opened the door and ran towards the Reikage's office with a panicked expression. Bang! Pushing open the door of the Reikage's office, Ma Baiai hurriedly said to the fourth Reikage who was lifting dumbbells, Lord Reikage, news has just come from Kame Island that it is suspected that Xuanfeng Santang has found the place. As he said this, Ma Baiai handed the false information in his hand to the fourth Reikage. What? Hearing Ma Baiai's words, the fourth Reikage AI was instantly shocked and took the information and quickly checked it. Damn, it's really the twin phoenix Tripitaka. After taking a casual look at the information in his hand, the fourth Reikage AI turned his head and ordered Ma Baiai, quick. Use the heaven sending technique now and send me to Turtle Island. Although Mabi's heaven sending technique can only transport objects, his fourth Reikage AI has hard bones and strong muscles, and can also use the heaven sending technique to instantly transmit. Yes, Lord Reikage. Mabi nodded and immediately prepared the ceremony for the fourth Reikage to perform the heaven sending technique. When the fourth Reikage stood on the transmission platform, Mabi quickly formed a seal. Ninja technique, heaven sending technique. As Mabi performed the heaven sending technique, the fourth Reikage's figure instantly disappeared on the transmission platform. As soon as the fourth Reikage left, a senior ninja from the Cloud Village ran in and asked, Mabi, where is Lord Reikage? Mabi casually put the fake information in his pocket and said casually, Lord Reikage went to Turtle Island to find Lord Killer Bee. I will be in charge of the Cloud Village during this period of time. Is that so? The Cloud Village Jounin nodded and handed the document directly to Mabi, obviously without any doubt about what Mabi said. After all, they were already used to the fact that the fourth Reikage went to see Kirabi and then threw the affairs to Mabi. And he would not have thought that Mabi in front of him had betrayed, so naturally he would not have any doubts. After taking the document, Mabi turned and walked into the Reikage's office, and then sat in the Reikage's seat as a matter of course. After destroying the false information in his hand, Mabi began to release the news that the fourth Reikage went to Turtle Island to see Kirabi and was temporarily not in the village. In this way, even if the fourth Reikage was away from the village for a long time, it would not arouse anyone's suspicion. Turtle Island exterior, is it really you, Xuanfeng Santang? The fourth Reikage appeared on top of the giant turtle and took a look at the fallen Kumo ninjas. He instantly became furious. Ziz! He activated the lightning chakra mode, and the fourth Reikage instantly turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the interior of Turtle Island. Bye, where is that bastard Xuanfeng Santang? Seeing Kirabi standing next to the real waterfall, the fourth Reikage AI hurriedly stopped beside him. Kirabi turned his head and glanced at the fourth Reikage, and 2 octopus tails instantly sprang out of his body and imprisoned him tightly. However, the 8 tails did not want Kirabi to deal with the fourth Reikage AI personally, so he chose to take charge of the body. Bye, what are you doing? The fourth Reikage was entangled by the octopus tail, and he was instantly furious. He grabbed the octopus tail and threw Kirabi out. The 8 tails turned a deaf ear to the fourth Reikage's anger and continued to control Kirabi's body to attack. Bye? Is the 8 tails rampaging? Where is the twin phoenix Tripitaka? The fourth Reikage roared as he dodged. The door of the cabin opened, and Zinfan came out with Yukato and Samui. He looked at the fourth Reikage and smiled, I'm here. Seeing the 5 or 6-year-old body of Zinfan, the fourth Reikage AI was obviously stunned. He obviously didn't expect Xuanfeng Santang to be so young. When he saw Yama Ren and Samui beside him, he was even more furious. He didn't need to guess what was happening in front of him. At this time, Yama Ren, Kirabi, and Samui were obviously controlled by the other party's illusion. Xuanfeng Santang, I will tear you into pieces. He instantly turned the lightning chakra mode to the maximum and rushed towards Zinfan. Zinfan disappeared from the spot and appeared beside the real waterfall. The pupils in his eyes quickly showed a time symbol, fast rotation. It is forbidden to perform the 5 elements ninjutsu here. As Zinfan's voice fell, the symbol instantly flew into the air and hovered there. It was like a divine ban, insurmountable. After he was unable to perform the lightning release ninjutsu, he was easily killed by Zinfin. Forbidding the enemy to use his best ability and killing him with other means is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for the master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 4th generation Raikage of the Cloud Ninja AI, and completing the achievement, the 4th Raikage, and obtaining a blank character card, a blank summon beast card, and a young 4th generation Raikage character card. After taking a look at the prompt in front of him, Zinfin took out the blank character card and threw it directly at the 4th generation Raikage. The 4th generation Raikage has a special physique, an unparalleled physical strength, a chakra capacity far beyond that of ordinary people, and a lightning escape ninjutsu that is outstanding. It is just right to use it to train subordinates, so now that Zinfin's blank character cards are gradually increasing, he doesn't mind copying an extra 4th generation Raikage character card. Name, the 4th Raikage AI deceased host damage ratio 100% after copying, you can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy it? Looking at the information in front of him, Zinfin did not hesitate and chose to copy it. Ding, the character was copied successfully. 4th Raikage AI, Lightning Chakra Mode, Lightning Body Instant, Cloud Style Ninja Technique. As the card was successfully copied, a golden card rose above the corpse of the 4th Raikage AI, and Obito's corpse instantly turned into a pile of bones. Do you choose to fuse the golden card, the 4th generation of Raikage AI? Yes. As Zinfin pressed the selection button, a golden vortex enveloped him. In an instant, Zinfin felt that the amount of chakra in his body had increased again, and a lot of knowledge related to lightning escape appeared in his mind. Looking at Yukito and Sumui, who were silent in front of the ashes of the 4th Raikage, Zinfin said, "We should go back to Kumagakure. The 4th Raikage is dead, so he needs to find a way to control Kumagakure without anyone noticing." Yes. Yama Ren and Sumui responded and came to Zinfin. Sumui held them in his arms, and Zinfin took them back to the Kumagakure village. As for Kiribi, he left him on Turtle Island. A few days later, in the Cloud Village, the land of lightning, Zinfin sat at the dining table in the Yuki family's home, enjoying his dinner with peace of mind with the service of Sumui and Yukito. Next to him, Mabi was reporting to him about the election of the 5th Raikage in the past few days. After secretly killing the 4th Raikage, Zinfin let the 8 Tails go berserk, causing a big commotion on Turtle Island, and then used a transformation card to disguise himself as the 4th Raikage, and died under the tailed beast ball of the 8 Tails under the gaze of all the ninjas of the Cloud Village. Although the people of the Cloud Village were extremely sad about this incident, they also had some doubts. However, after knowing that the 8 Tails was not controlled by anyone, but went berserk on its own initiative, they also dispelled their doubts about the twin phoenix Santang. And Killer Bee was imprisoned in the Cloud Village prison because of the 8 Tails' runaway and killing of the 4th Raikage. Under the blow of these many unexpected events, the Cloud Village began the election of the 5th Raikage to quickly calm people's hearts. "Sumui, come with me." After finishing the meal, Zinfin waved to Sumui, who was cleaning up the dishes. Seeing this, Sumui quickly put down what he was doing and followed Zinfin. All the way to the courtyard, Zinfin smiled at Sumui. "Do you want to be the 5th Raikage?" Hearing what Zinfin said, Sumui squatted in front of him and shook his head, saying, "My strength is too weak, Yukito is better, and I can't catch up with Mabi in handling government affairs." After saying that, Sumui glanced at Yukito and Mabi, who were cleaning up the dishes. Hearing what Sumui said, Zinfin couldn't help laughing. Although Sumui and others had their wills modified by him, he only replaced the objects of their loyalty so that they could not disobey his orders, and there was no change in other places. As for Sumui saying that he was too weak, Zinfin didn't take it to heart at all. For him, who had a card system, he could make anyone stronger if he wanted to. "Kneel down and I will help you increase your strength." Looking at the squatting Sumui, Zinfin said so. Hearing the order, Sumui knelt down in front of Zinfin obediently. Taking out a Thousand Hands Bloodline card, an Uchiha Bloodline card and the character card of the young 4th Raikage, Zinfin slapped them directly on Sumui's head. With the use of Zinfin's cards, the 3 cards instantly turned into countless golden light particles that circled around Sumui's body and finally sank into her body. As the golden light particles sank into her body, Sumui felt that the amount of chakra in her body suddenly increased sharply, and there was a lot of knowledge of ninjutsu in the field of lightning escape in her mind, and even her vision became much clearer. ZZ. Sumui's chakra condensed, and the lightning escape chakra mode was instantly activated, and the lightning escape flashes were filled around her body. Seeing that Sumui mastered the lightning escape chakra mode in an instant, Yukito and Mabi on the side were stunned at the same time, extremely shocked. When they saw Sumui perform the 4th Raikage's Thunder Instant Body technique, instantly disappeared in front of their eyes, and then reappeared, their brains were numbed. Such a thing, they have never heard of it before. Seeing that Sumui's eyes have transformed into Uchiha Sharingan, Zinfin nodded with satisfaction. An Uchiha Bloodline card can directly open the 3 Megatama, which has to be said to be really fierce. Coupled with the Thousand Hands Bloodline card and the 4th Raikage character card, Sumui will immediately become one of the strongest ninjutsu masters in the ninja world. Then, Zinfin took out a Mangekyo Sharinan from the storage scroll. This is the Kamui right eye he obtained from Uchiha Obito. For Zinfin, who has already obtained the same Kamui ability through the card system, it is already a useless thing. At this time, it is perfect to use it to strengthen Samui, who is already absolutely loyal to him. The Kamui right eye with the ability to become a virtual object, plus the lightning release ninjutsu and instant body technique obtained from the 4th Reikage character card. The strongest physical defense plus the fastest lightning release speed, this combination makes people scalp numb just thinking about it. And this is also the main reason why Zinfin awakened the Thousand Hands and Uchiha bloodline for Samui. Try not to use your Sharinan abilities in front of other people. After replacing Samui's eyes, Zinfin instructed, well, thank you. Samui couldn't help but kissed Zinfin on the face and nodded with a smile. What about me? What about me? Ma Baiai came back to her senses and hurriedly ran to Zinfin and knelt down, with a look of eagerness. She was the weakest among the 3 sisters. Now she saw that Zinfin, the young master, could help others improve their strength instantly, and she couldn't control herself. And Yumuran also looked at Zinfin with eagerness, but she was cold and couldn't do such a thing as asking for help. Of course, if Zinfin asked her to kneel down, she would naturally kneel down obediently. Looking at Ma Baiai with a look of eagerness, Zinfin patted her pretty face and smiled, don't worry, you will all have them. Although it's a bit early now, you can actually train harem maids in advance. Kamui's space. Zinfin stood in front of a white Zetsu, carefully looking at the other party's appearance. The white Zetsu in front of him was separated from the white Zetsu body that he controlled, and he had transplanted the Kamui left eye obtained from Kakashi a few days ago. Among Zinfin's current card skills, Kamui only has the right eye skill. If he wants to get 2 Kamui, he needs to defeat the character with the Kamui left eye, and then kill him and copy him. So, Zinfin thought of transplanting the Kamui left eye to the white Zetsu, and then use the system to get the wool, just like he got 4 Kota Amatsukami before. In this way, he can not only get the skills of 2 Kamui, but also get 2 Kamui Sharinan to train his subordinates and maximize his own interests. Of course, this is just his idea, and whether it can succeed or not still needs to be experimented. Zi. Lightning flashed on his palm, and Zinfin waved his hand casually, splitting the white Zetsu in front of him into 2. He took out the left eye of Shinwei from the white Zetsu's eyes, took out a card, and threw it at the white Zetsu. Name: White Zetsu deceased host damage ratio 100% after copying. You can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy it? Looking at the information in front of him, Xin Feng did not hesitate and chose to copy it. After completing several achievement tasks, he had gradually accumulated a lot of blank character cards, so it was no problem to use one to experiment. Moreover, White Zetsu's disguise technique and mayfly technique were also effective in some aspects, so it was not a waste. Ding, the character was copied successfully. White Zetsu, mayfly technique, spore technique, Kamui left eye, Hashirama's power. Wow, did it succeed? It seems that the card's copy of the character is based on the moment I kill the target character. Seeing the description on the character card, Zinfin raised his eyebrows and directly merged this card with himself. Seeing the newly added Kamui left eye ability in the card skill column, Zinfin grinned. The success of this experiment suddenly gave him a bold idea. That is to transplant the double Kamui to White Zetsu, and then use the character cards to copy and obtain the Kamui ability, and then use these newly obtained character cards on people like Samui who are absolutely loyal to him and have awakened the Uchiha bloodline. In this way, he may be able to cultivate a double Kamui army to sweep across the ninja world. At that time, even if Kagaya Atsutsuki came out, she could only feed him obediently. The entire Atsutsuki clan invaded the ninja world together, and they could only kneel down in front of him and sing conquer. This is just Kamui. If he does this to Kota Amatsukami, then basically everyone in the ninja world will become his absolutely loyal servants. Tisk 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 tisk, that picture is too beautiful, I can't even imagine it. Moreover, he can also use this method to transform the Mangekyo abilities of Mikato, Izumi and others into his own skills, further improving his own strength and making up for his shortcomings. Mikato and Izumi's Mangekyo abilities are also very good. Thinking of this, Zinfin suddenly felt that his blank character cards were a bit insufficient. He must continue to complete the achievement tasks and obtain additional blank character cards. With the few blank character cards he has left, he can only train a combat-made group at most, but cannot form an army. Swish! The space twisted rapidly like a whirlpool, and Samui, with her proud peak, appeared beside Zinfin, half-knelt respectfully and said, Zinfin, the 5th-generation Reikage selection of the Cloud Village is about to begin. Looking at the majestic peak that was right in front of Samui because she was half-crouching, Zinfin nodded and said, let's go. The ninjas of the Cloud Village are very strong, so each Reikage basically stood out in the selection with his own hard power and took the position of Reikage. Taking Samui back to the Cloud Village, Zinfin saw the fighting arena on the Cloud Village square. Not long after, he saw Mabi, who was wearing a suit and a short skirt, walked onto the stage and began to announce the start of the competition. Then, the contestants came on stage one after another and began to compete for the position of the 5th generation Raikage. In the end, Sumui, whose strength had been greatly improved, relied on his Thunder Release Ninja Taijutsu to break through the siege directly in the astonished eyes of the Cloud Village ninjas and successfully took the position of the 5th generation Raikage. The result directly shocked all the elders and ninjas of the Cloud Village. Of course, although they were shocked, they were naturally very happy that Sumui could show such a strong strength. Because the Cloud Village now needs such a powerful person to calm the people's hearts, and Sumui's strong performance is exactly what they expect. And after Sumui successfully took the position of Raikage, Zinfan did not continue to interfere in the affairs of the Cloud Village. At this time, the 5th generation Raikage of the Cloud Village, Sumui, the chief secretary of the Cloud Village, Mabi, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato have become his most loyal servants, and the 8-tail and the 2-tail also obey his orders. It can be said that his plan to secretly control the Cloud Village has been perfectly successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking charge of the Kumagakure village and completing the achievement, unifying the ninja world, Thunder. You can actively select a Raikage character card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Then the character cards of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Raikage appeared in front of him. Tisk, can I only choose the character card of this timeline? Muttered a dissatisfied sentence, and Zinfan, whose wish was thwarted, chose a character card of the 3rd Raikage. He was just thinking about going back to Konoha to choose the character card of the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Unexpectedly, there was no. After that, after using the 3rd Raikage character card on Mabi, Zinfan left the Kumagakure directly. Before leaving, he asked Sumui, Mabi and Yukato to use the intelligence power of the Kumagakure to search for Orochimaru's traces and information about all the other bases in the ninja world. Although Zinfan knew that Orochimaru's base was in the Otagakure in the Land of Fields, some of the other parties' other secret experimental bases were distributed all over the ninja world, and no one could tell where Orochimaru was. Moreover, if he wanted to use the card system to obtain all of Orochimaru's ninjutsu knowledge, he needed to successfully kill the other party. However, Orochimaru was notoriously shameless, and he also had the forbidden technique of reincarnation. It was easy for Zinfan to defeat him, but it was not easy to really kill him. So Zinfan wanted to completely kill Orochimaru, so he needed to find all of the other parties' experimental bases and all the people who were left with curse marks on their bodies, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Only in this way could he successfully kill the other party and obtain all of the other party's ninjutsu knowledge and the great snake-style ninjutsu. Night. Water Country, Mist Village. Swish. The Mizukage building. As the space twisted, Zinfan's figure instantly appeared on the roof of the building. Looking at the Mist Village that had decayed and shabby because of the Blood Mist Village policy, Zinfan's body sank into the roof and headed towards the Mizukage's office. In order to get more blank character cards, he needed to kill all the cages of the 5 major ninja villages to complete the achievement task. Moreover, Konoha and Cloud Ninja were already under his control, so it was the turn of the Mist Ninja. Zinfan raised his eyebrows in surprise as he saw the situation in the office through the door. He saw several corpses of Mist Ninja Umbu lying in the Mizukage's office, and bright red blood was splattered everywhere. Tisk tisk tisk, no wonder there is no one on the Mist Ninja Street. It turns out that the beautiful girl Mei Terumi is launching a coup tonight to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. Seeing the scene in the office, Zinfan immediately guessed what happened. In order to lift the Blood Mist Village policy of the Mist Village and make the Mist Village prosperous again, Terumi Mei has been secretly planning to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. And tonight is obviously the day for the other party to take action. But this is not possible. The 4th Mizukage Yagura Karitachi must die in his hands, otherwise he will not get the achievement reward. White eyes open. As the veins around Zinfan's eye sockets bulged, the color in his vision turned black and white, and the situation in the Mist Village quickly became clear in his eyes. Outside the village. Soon, Zinfan found the location of the 4th Mizukage, Karitachi Yagura, and entered the Shinwei space and rushed over quickly. In a forest somewhere outside the Mist Ninja village, a group of Mist Ninja Umbu members, led by Mei Terumi, are besieging the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karitachi and his trusted troops. Water style, water-breaking wave. A sharp stream of water spurted out from the mouth of the 4th Mizukage, Karitachi Yagura, and instantly slid through the bodies of the Mist Ninja Umbu, directly cutting off more than a dozen of Terumi Mei's confidants, and even Yagura's own subordinates died in this attack. It was not until Terumi Mei's dissolution style interrupted Karitachi Yagura that the rest of the Mist Ninja were able to survive Yagura's move. Lady Terumi Mei, I can't beat you. The Akugan Ao came to Mei Terumi and said breathlessly. As the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village, Yagura Karita's water-style ninjutsu is unmatched in the village. In addition, as the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, his strength is not something they can kill. Looking at the dead Mist Ninjas on the ground, Mei Terumi was heartbroken and said angrily to Yagura, you can even kill your own confidants. She finally found an opportunity when the 7 ninja swordsmen were out on a mission to attack Yagura. Unexpectedly, the other party was so cruel that they could even kill their own confidants just to kill them quickly. This behavior is so cold-blooded that it is outrageous. Hearing Mei Terumi's accusation, the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karuta, who looked like a little boy, sneered and said slowly, as my guards, it is their honor to die for me. Hearing Yagura's cold-blooded words, Mei Terumi was instantly furious and quickly formed a sealed dissolving escape, dissolving monster technique. It's just a trifle. Kyuju Yagura sneered, mobilized the three-tailed chakra in his body, and formed seals with both hands. Water style, exploding water wave. A huge amount of water gushed out of Yagura's mouth, instantly turning into several huge waves, sweeping towards Terumi Mei and the others. The terrifying waves that came like a tidal wave not only dispersed Terumi Mei's dissolution style, but also rushed over with a roar, sweeping all the mist ninjas present into the torrent and rushing away. Only Terumi Mei used the water array wall to hold on in the torrent. Tisk tisk tisk, Mei Terumi is a bit weak now. Seeing Mei Terumi being crushed by Yagura Karadagi, Nobukaze couldn't help but shake his head. At this time, Mei Terumi was in her 20s, but her strength was not as good as it was during the Fourth Ninja World War. When she failed to launch a sneak attack, she was beaten by Yagura Karadagi, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, who was also proficient in water escape. Mei Terumi, since you care so much about these people, I will kill them in front of you. The flood dissipated, and Yagura, who had already activated the half-tailed beast and was wearing a red chakra coat, looked at Mei Terumi and sneered. After that, Yagura knelt on all fours, opened his mouth wide, and a small black and purple-tailed beast ball quickly formed in his mouth, aiming at the mist ninjas such as Byakugan Ao, who were stunned by the water in the distance. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he also has the ability to use the tailed beast ball. Asshole. Seeing Yagura's move, Terumi Mei cursed inwardly, and quickly formed seals with both hands, ready to take the attack. At this moment, a flying thunder god Mark quietly appeared on the ground next to Yagura. Go to hell! Go to Kibana! Yagura roared cruelly and instantly fired the tailed beast ball in his mouth. Boom! The small tailed beast ball exploded, and the violent flames enveloped the fourth Mizukage, setting off a strong air wave. This scene made Terumi Mei, who was already prepared for death, stagnate in place. Seeing the child appearing in front of her, Terumi Mei was stunned and said, "Who are you?" Zinfan said calmly, "Shuanfeng Santang, you are the twin phoenix Tripitaka?" Mei Terumi was shocked for a moment, but when she thought of seeing Yagura Kujira, who was now enveloped by the exploding fireball of the tailed beast ball, she didn't know why she believed this statement again. Because the only one who could use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly transfer the attacking small-tailed beast ball was the twin phoenix Tripitaka in the entire ninja world. However, the twin phoenix Tripitaka, who was famous in the ninja world, was actually a child of 5 or 6 years old. This was too shocking. The last time she saw him, he was obviously a handsome guy. Zinfan opened his scarlet right eye, looked at Mei Terumi and said, "I can help you defeat the fourth Mizukage and abolish the blood mist policy. In exchange you will obey my orders from now on." After hearing what Zinfan said, Terumi Mei, who had already given up hope of defeating the fourth Mizukage, suddenly brightened up and nodded hurriedly, "Good. As long as she can defeat the fourth Mizukage Karadagi Yagura and make the Mist Village prosperous again, she is willing to do anything." After getting the response he wanted, Zinfan grinned, and the Koda Amatsukami in his right eye quickly closed and returned to the appearance of 3 Megatama. In the original work, the 2 eyes of Koda Amatsukami have different functions. Uchiha Itaka's left eye can directly tamper with other people's will and make people become puppets. The effect is extremely terrifying, but the cooling time is also long. Danzo's right eye can only guide and induce, and can only last for a period of time, but the cooling time is shorter. A lot. Of course, this is also because Danzo does not have Uchiha blood and cannot exert the true power of Koda Amatsukami. But this eye is different in the hands of Nobukaze. Although the ability is also only to guide, if the guidance is completed and the person being guided actively accepts the result of the guidance, the person being guided's thinking will also be permanently changed. The flames and smoke from the tailed beast ball's explosion dissipated, and the blood-stained figure of Gaji Yagura walked out surrounded by a ball of water. The tailed beast ball had actually injured him badly, but with the nourishment of the tailed beast's chakra, his injuries were recovering quickly. "Who are you?" Gaji Yagura stared at Nobukaze, who looked younger than him. He had just been bombarded by the tailed beast ball, so he didn't hear the conversation between Nobukaze and Mei Terumi. However, he already had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure. "It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough." Zinfan shook his head helplessly, and his casual look seemed to show that he didn't take Gaji Yagura seriously at all. "It's you." Yagura Kyuji's face changed, showing hatred and shock at the same time. He hated being defeated by Sanzo last time, but he was also shocked by the opponent's age. Sanzo Kyuji, who defeated Hanzo and Yagura Kyuji, was actually a 5 or 6-year-old child. He had never heard of such a thing before. Mei Terumi looked at the very young 4th Mizukage Yagura Kyuji, and then looked at Sanzo Kyuji, who looked only 5 years old. She felt strange and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say for a while. If she had seen this absurd scene in the past, she would definitely think that these were two children fighting, and then rush up to hug these two delicate and beautiful children in her arms. However, since she had witnessed the terrifying strength of the two, she did not dare to take it lightly at all, for fear that the aftermath of the fight between the two would affect the Mist Village ninjas who were previously knocked unconscious by the water flow. And now seeing the two people in front of her silent at the same time, Mei Terumi became extremely alert. Swish! In an instant, Zinfan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Kyujira Yagura, reaching out to grab the other party. Waiting for you, water style, water thorns. Yagura, who had been prepared for this, smiled grimly, and the water on his body instantly turned into several sharp thorns, which were the last to arrive and pierced into Zinfan's body in an instant. As early as the last time he fought with Zinfan, he had been studying how to prevent Flying Thunder God from approaching suddenly, and the water thorns he used that could be formed instantly was the countermeasure he had studied. However, the next second, Yagura froze in place, with a look of astonishment on his face, because he saw that the water thorns he launched not only penetrated through the opponent's body, but also lost control in an instant, and reversed and entangled him in place. Ninjutsu backfired. How could this be possible? Yagura was shocked thinking about this, and turned his head to see Zinfan's scarlet eyes burst into bright light instantly. Mangekyo, Tsukuyomi. Illusion. The fourth Mizukage Yagura Karuta had this thought in his mind, and he sneered in his heart. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he was not afraid of the so-called illusion at all. Instead, he could take this opportunity to pretend to be controlled, and then suddenly launch a sneak attack. However, the next second, Yagura Karuta found himself in a black and white space, tied to a cross. In front of him, the 5 or 6-year-old Xuanfeng Santang was holding a long sword that was taller than the other party, approaching step by step, and then slowly stabbing the long sword into his body. The intense pain of the long sword entering his body made Yagura Karuta's face change drastically. He kept calling the name of the Three Tails in his heart, asking the other party to help him remove his illusion. However, no matter how Yagura Karuta shouted, the Three Tails did not respond. This situation made the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karuta's heart instantly fall to the bottom, and it was cold. Perhaps guessing Yagura Karuta's doubts, Zinfan pulled out the long sword in his hand and said slowly, "This is the ability of my Mangekyo Sharinan, Tsukuyomi. I can pull the person who is looking at me into this spiritual space, and within this space, I can control all factors in the space, including time, place, quality, etc. In other words, although I stabbed you for 5 minutes in this space, to the outside world, not even a millisecond had passed, so Sanwei Isabu couldn't remove your illusion at all. It will take about 72 hours for the Three Tails to find out that you are under a genjutsu." As soon as he finished speaking, a clone appeared beside Zinfan, holding a long sword in his hand and stabbing it into the body of the fourth Mizukage Karutachi Yagura. No. Hearing what Zinfan said, Gaji Yagura roared in despair. Zinfan stabbed the long sword in his hand into the opponent's body again and said calmly, "There are still 72 hours left, let's play slowly." After the end of the Tsukuyomi, the fourth generation Mizukage, Yagura, instantly fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Seeing the collapsed Yagura, Zinfan stretched out his hand expressionlessly and pressed it on him, binding him with the curse seal. He had just tied Yagura to the cross in the Tsukuyomi space, and separated a large number of phantoms, letting the phantoms and himself hold the ninja sword to torture him for more than 70 hours. This caused Yagura to suffer great physical and mental pain, and he collapsed directly and had no power to resist. Mei Terumi, who was far away, saw the fourth generation Mizukage kneeling in front of Zinfan, and was directly confused. In her eyes, Zinfan just appeared next to the fourth generation Mizukage in an instant, and then the fourth generation Mizukage knelt directly. This situation made her have no idea what happened, and naturally she didn't know that Yagura had been tortured inhumanly for 72 hours in the Tsukuyomi space. However, although she didn't know what happened, the strength of Xuanfeng Santang to subdue the fourth generation Mizukage Yagura in an instant still shocked Mei Terumi. Even the fourth generation Mizukage, who was the three-tailed Jinchuriki, was not his opponent, so how strong was he? Mei Terumi thought in shock. However, if this man is from the Mist Village, no, how wonderful it would be if this child was my son. Mei Terumi continued to fantasize in her heart. He grabbed the fourth Mizukage who had not yet recovered from the mental torture and had no power to resist, and the Sharinan in his eye spun again. The fourth Mizukage Yagura Karutachi was doomed to die, but the three-tailed beast was still useful to him. The next second, a giant turtle of huge size was pulled out of the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karutachi by Zinfan and fell into the forest in the distance. Seeing the huge figure of the three tails under the moonlight, Mei Terumi's face turned pale. But the next second, she found that the pattern in the three tails' eyes turned into the Sharinan, and began to lie quietly on the ground and sleep, which made her feel relieved. As long as the three tails does not wantonly destroy the village, it would be the best. At the same time, the wind blade in Zinfan's hand took shape, and instantly killed the fourth Mizukage Yagura, who was already dying after being pulled away from the three tails. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 4th generation Mizukage of the Mist Village, Yagura Karuta, and completing the achievement, the 4th Mizukage, and obtaining a blank character card, a blank summoning beast card, and a water transformation skill card. Zinfin couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw that he actually got a water transformation skill card. For him now, he hopes to get more blank character cards to realize his plan of the Kamui army. After taking a look at the dead Yagura Karuta, Zinfin casually put the newly acquired cards into the system space. Although Yagura Karuta is the 4th generation Mizukage of the Mist Village, he does not have any extraordinary strength or superstandard ninjutsu. The only thing he can show off is a water mirror technique. So Zinfin didn't want to waste a blank character card on him. Come here. After putting away the cards, Zinfin waved to Mei Terumi. My lord, is there anything I can do for you? Mei Terumi came to Zinfin and spoke carefully. Although Zinfin looked only 5 or 6 years old, Mei Terumi did not dare to neglect him at all. And in order to take into account the other party's height, Mei Terumi was kneeling in front of Zinfin at this time, keeping a very low posture. And for some reason, Mei Terumi felt as if she could not resist the other party's orders, which made her feel a little strange. Seeing that Mei Terumi was so understanding, Zinfin patted her pretty face and smiled. The three-tailed beast is of no use to me. I will help you seal it in your body. Zinfin has his own three-tailed beast, so he doesn't think highly of the one that originally belonged to Kagaya at Satsuki. And in his eyes, the guided Mei Terumi is about to become his agent in the Mist Village. Naturally, he should find a way to help her strengthen her strength, and this is also the reason why he extracted the three-tailed beast from Yagura Karataka's body. Okay, Terumi didn't even think about Zinfin's arrangement, and nodded in agreement. Lie down. Zinfin pointed to the grass in front of him and asked Mei Terumi to lie down. Yes, Mei Terumi nodded and took the initiative to lie down in front of Zinfin. Seeing Mei Terumi lying obediently in front of him, Zinfin curled his lips, then uncovered the clothes on her belly and patted it. Seeing Zinfin actually reaching out to pat her belly, Mei Terumi's pretty face instantly turned red and her body trembled. But Zinfin was too young, so she didn't think much about it. Then, she saw the other party quickly forming seals with both hands, and countless sealing spells gushed out from his hands, forming a sealing magic circle around her body. The next second, Mei Terumi saw several golden chains gushing out from her belly, tightly binding the three-tailed beast not far away. Seal! Zinfin formed seals with both hands again, and the sealing magic circle around Terumi Mei's body instantly burst into light, and the sealing chain also dragged the three tails and instantly fell on Terumi Mei's lower abdomen, forming a vortex-like sealing technique. Okay. Looking at the gradually concealed seal on Mei Terumi's belly, Zinfin stood up and clapped his hands. Mei Terumi also sat up quickly and covered her belly. Glancing at the Mist Village in the distance, Zinfin spoke directly. Your next mission is to abolish the Blood Mist policy and become the 5th generation Mizukage of the Mist Village. In the next few days, Zinfin lived in Mei Terumi's house, playing the game of sister and brother with her, while secretly helping her clean up the stubborn senior officials in the Mist Village who supported the Blood Mist policy. Under Zinfin's iron-blooded means, all those who dared to hinder Mei Terumi from becoming the 5th generation Mizukage were suppressed. After the death of the 4th generation Mizukage and the sealing of the three-tailed beast by Mei Terumi in her body, the senior officials of the Mist Village had no choice but to push Mei Terumi to the position of the 5th generation Mizukage. Under Mei Terumi's reform, the Mist Village finally ended the horrible Blood Mist Village policy and ushered in new development. Mei Terumi, who became the 5th generation Mizukage and successfully abolished the Blood Mist policy, also became one of the most loyal women to Zinfin. After confirming Mei Terumi's loyalty, Zinfin could also experiment with his previously envisioned Kamui army plan on her. Although his current character cards are not enough to form an army, it is also a very good choice to get a few maids first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking charge of the Mist Village and completing the achievement, unifying the ninja world, water. You can actively select a Mizukage character card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfin, who was playing with Terumi Mei, casually selected a character card of Hojiki Genjutsu. Among all the Mizukages, he only liked the second Mizukage Hojiki Genjutsu. After putting Hojiki Genjutsu's character card into the system space, Zinfin stood up and stretched. Although the game of Big Sister and Little Brother played with Terumi Mei was very interesting, but since the Mist Village has become his own power and the achievement tasks that should be completed have been completed, it's time for him to leave. After the experiments of the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, he has confirmed that after taking charge of the Ninja Village, he can actively select a character card of the previous cage of the Ninja Village. So he now wants to rush back to Konoha immediately and let Mikato become Hokage as soon as possible, so that he can get the character card of Senju Hashirama through selection. In this way, even if he doesn't go to the 3 major sacred places of immortal arts, he can successfully master the immortal arts and start the immortal mode. By then, his Susanoo Daibutsu skill will no longer be a fake version. Zinfin, come and see your sister. Seeing Zinfin was about to leave, Terumi Mei hugged him and refused to let go, biting him fiercely. Terumi May really couldn't let go of this delicate little boy in front of her, and she wanted to raise him as her son. Using the second-generation Mizukage character card he had just obtained on Terumi May, Zinfin patted her pretty face and smiled. Wait a few years and see how I deal with you. Then sister is waiting for you. May Terumi looked at Zinfin charmingly and kissed him hard on the face. She really liked Zinfin, a little boy. In Uchiha Mikato's room, Zinfin sat on the bed, quietly watching Mikato squatting in front of him to wash his feet. After Mikato poured out the foot washing water and sat in front of the dressing table to do the final cleanup before going to bed, Zinfin asked, "How long will it take Konoha to prepare for the election of the 5th Hokage?" Although it has only been about a week since the death of the 3rd Hokage and other Konoha high-ranking officials, in order to obtain the character card of Senju Hashirama as soon as possible, Zinfin is ready to speed up the process. Mikato answered while combing her hair, "They have just sent people to look for Jiraiya and Tsunade, and it may take some time. However, I have secretly contacted those ninjas who are dissatisfied with the 3rd Hokage because of the human experiments. The position of the 5th Hokage belongs to me." After saving Konoha from the Nine Tails, Mikato's prestige in Konoha village has been growing day by day, and many ninjas have secretly expressed their support for her. At that time, as long as Mikato shows her powerful strength to crush Tsunade and Jiraiya, the 5th Hokage will naturally belong to her. Hearing Mikato's confident words, Zinfin touched his chin, hesitating whether to use the right eye of Koto Amatsukami to speed up the process of the Hokage election. In addition to the 2 eyes of Koto Amatsukami, he still has 2 card skills of Koto Amatsukami that have not been used, which means that he can use Koto Amatsukami twice. And guiding the other Koto Amatsukami's right eye, which can think like a human, has cooled down thanks to the huge Uchiha bloodline power and Senju power in his body, and can also be used again. As for Koto Amatsukami's left eye, which can directly tamper with other people's will, because of the long cooling time, it is now placed in Samui's eye, using the Senju and Uchiha bloodline power in the other person's body to nourish it, further shortening the cooling time. However, that will take nearly a year. After thinking about it, Zinfin spoke again. "I will let Shikaku and others start the election of the 5th generation Hokage immediately, you be prepared." In the end, Zinfin decided to use Koto Amatsukami's right eye to induce Shikaku and others to speed up the process of the Hokage election. "Okay." Mikato nodded, stood up from the dressing table, and lay down beside Zinfin. She would not have any objection to Zinfin's arrangement, nor would she ask how he was going to do it. She just needed to cooperate. Rubbing Mikato's pretty face, Zinfin continued, "After you find Tsunade, send someone to notify me immediately." In order to maximize the effectiveness of Koto Amatsukami's left eye skills, Nobukaze plans to capture all the reserve members of his Kamui army, such as Tsunade and Shizun, and carry out the operations in a unified manner. After that, Nobukaze disappeared from the spot. After Nobukaze left, Mikato also got up from the bed and prepared to go see if little Suzuki and little Naruto had a fight tonight. When Mikato thought of Nobukaze's age, she sighed. Those perverted noble ladies secretly raised little boys, but she was raised by Nobukaze, a little boy. And the other party was a classmate of her son. What the hell is going on? After leaving Mikato, Zinfin immediately looked for the trace of Nara, Shikaku and Konoha. After finding Shikaku, he directly manipulated him to gather the clan leaders of Konoha together, and used the right eye of Koto Amatsukami to guide them to quickly select the 5th generation Hokage. Because the right eye of Koto Amatsukami cannot directly tamper with other people's thinking, it can only guide on a unique basis. So during the guidance, Zinfin strengthened the expectations of Nara, Shikaku and others who also wanted to select the 5th generation Hokage as soon as possible, weakened their ideas about Jiraiya and Tsunade's successors, and magnified their disappointment that the two had left the village for several years and ignored Konoha. In this case, Zinfin quickly guided successfully, allowing Shikaku and others to advance the election time of the 5th generation Hokage, and decided on Mikato as the successor to the Hokage. And a few days later, Uchiha Mikato, who had obtained the permission of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, successfully ascended to the position of Hokage of Konoha and successfully became the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking charge of Konoha and completing the achievement unifying the ninja world, Fire. You can actively select a Hokage character card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfin directly selected the character card of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Ding! The choice was successful, and the character card of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was obtained. Zinfin grinned as he looked at the image of Hashirama Senju wearing a Hokage robe on the card. Although he preferred the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the inventor and wholesaler of forbidden techniques in the ninja world, in order to maximize profits, Hashirama Senju was the best choice. After using up Hashirama Senju's character card, a layer of golden particle storm immediately emerged around Zinfin's body and sank into his body. As the golden particles continued to sink in, Zinfin only felt that the amount of chakra in his body was rapidly increasing again, and his physical strength became more pure and powerful. And countless knowledge about immortal methods also quickly poured into Zinfin's mind, which amazed him again and again. Wooden Man, Buddha on top, thousands of hands, Mingshenman. Feeling the extra knowledge of Wooden Man ninjutsu in his mind, Zinfan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, feeling relaxed all over. Then, he put his hands together, closed his eyes and began to try to use the immortal method. As his body continued to absorb natural energy, Zinfan's face instantly had several black stripes, making him look exactly like Hashirama Senju, who turned on the immortal mode in the original work. Is this the magic of the Hashirama? It is indeed much stronger than the celestial arts of the fourth Hokage. Feeling the energy of the celestial arts filling his body, Zinfan was filled with emotion. Although the fourth Hokage could also use celestial arts in seconds, because the training time was too short, it could not last for long, and naturally could not use the celestial mode to fight. This was also the main reason why Zinfan rarely used the celestial mode before. The wooden door was opened, and Uchiha Mikato, dressed in a Hokage robe, walked in from outside, knelt in front of Zinfan and said, "Zinfan, we found Jireya's location." After hearing the news, Zinfan asked casually, "What are you going to do?" Uchiha Mikato took off her Hokage robe and said with a smile, "I'm going to take Izumi with me to capture him, and then follow your instructions. Then go call Quan over, let me see how strong you are now, and do some experiments at the same time." Xin Fang nodded. Jireya, with white hair and wearing a forehead protector with the word oil, looked around, then quickly locked onto a small casino on the street and walked over quickly. At this time, Jireya had already known about the unrest in Konoha, and also knew about the death of his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and other Konoha high-level officials. However, after knowing that the unrest had been quelled, he did not rush back, but looked for Tsunade everywhere, preparing to bring her back to serve as the fifth Hokage. After all, he still had the mission of the Great Toad Sage, and did not want to be trapped in Konoha as a Hokage, so finding Tsunade became his first priority. Fortunately, according to rumors, a legendary fat sheep appeared in this town. If Jireya guessed correctly, Tsunade must be here. Thinking of finally being able to see Tsunade, whom he had not seen for a long time, Jireya could not help but chuckle, looking very wretched. However, just as Jireya was about to enter the casino, he was stopped by two people. "You are Mikato." Looking at the figure that blocked his way, Jireya asked uncertainly. Because he had not returned to the village for many years, Jireya's impression of the people in the village had become a little vague. "Master Jireya, it's been a long time." Uchiha Mikato slowly drew out the short sword from her back, looked at Jireya and smiled. Although she has now become the fifth Hokage of Konoha, if Jireya returns to the village, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, she will never allow him to return to Konoha. Beside Uchiha Mikato, Uchiha Izumi also drew out the short sword from his back with an expressionless face, ready to attack at any time. For Izumi, although she has no intersection with Jireya, since Senior Nobukaze has given the order, she must take him down no matter what. "Are you guys going to fight me?" Looking at the short sword that Uchiha Mikato pulled out, Jireya frowned and said in a deep voice. Although he had heard that Uchiha Mikato suppressed the runaway Naruto and saved Konoha, he really didn't expect that the other party would dare to take the initiative to fight him. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has become so arrogant? Mikato held the short sword in her hand with her backhand and said calmly, "I have become the fifth Hokage of Konoha, but in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, I would like to ask Master Jireya to bear with it for a while." "What?" Jireya looked at Mikato in shock. He obviously didn't expect that the other party's means were so amazing that he had already directly sat on the position of Konoha's Hokage. Moreover, the other party found him alone at this time, which obviously had no good intentions. Thinking of this, Jireya said with a gloomy face, "So you came to me this time to eliminate dissidents and consolidate your position as Hokage." Jireya could never have imagined that he, one of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, would face a purge from Konoha when Konoha had just suffered a huge blow. This made him feel angry for no reason. Uchiha Mikato raised her head and smiled in confusion. "Lord Jireya seems a little angry?" "Why?" Jireya said in a deep voice, "Mikato, we should work together for the future of Konoha instead of killing each other." Uchiha Mikato's eyes turned red instantly, and she sneered, "Killing each other? Isn't this what you Hokage family often do to us, Uchiha? After I get rid of you, I will personally protect Konoha." As soon as the words fell, Mikato's eyes instantly burst into scarlet light. Illusion. Jireya, who had been prepared, leaped back and instantly distanced himself from Mikato and Izumi, and ran out of the town. "Chase!" Mikato shouted coldly, and chased after him with Izumi. In a ramen shop on the street, Zinfan, who was eating ramen, glanced at the three people who left, and then cast his eyes on the small casino. Although Jireya was lustful and often visited custom shops and peeped at women taking a bath, he was not a gambler. From the fact that he just walked straight to the small casino, it was obvious that his purpose was very obvious. In other words, Tsunade-sama is in this small casino at this time. Thinking of this, Zinfan finished his ramen in no time, jumped off the high chair at the dining table, and walked towards the small casino. Tsunade, this woman, he likes her very much. Now that he has met her, he will naturally not, can let it go. As soon as he walked into the casino, Zinfan saw Tsunade, a blonde with a hot body, sitting on the casino. On the gambling table in front of her, the winning chips were already piled high. Beside Tsunade, the cute and well-behaved Shizun was holding a piglet, staring at this scene in amazement. However, Tsunade frowned as she watched the winning chips increase, and her pretty face was full of irritability. Damn it, Tsunade actually won money. Looking at the chips piled up in front of Tsunade, Zinfan thought with some surprise. As the legendary fat sheep, Tsunade basically loses every time she gambles, and nothing good happens every time she wins money. Hey, now that she has found the other person, it doesn't seem to be a good thing for her. Sister Tsunade lost amusement today, it seems pretty good. Thinking about this with some amusement, Zinfan came to Shizun and stretched out his hand to pull her clothes. He also liked the cute and well-behaved Shizun very much. Shizun looked down at Zinfan, squatted down and smiled. Little brother, what's up? Jingian really likes this cute little kid. Zinfan grabbed the piglet's ears, pulled it out of Jingian's arms, and said, there is a man named Jiraiya outside the town, and he is about to be beaten to death. Hearing what Zinfan said, Shizun was stunned, and Tsunade also turned her head to look at him. Boom! At this moment, a violent sound came from outside the town, and then the ground shook. Shizun, let's go! Tsunade pushed the chips away, stood up, and strode out. The fact that she had just won money had already given her a bad feeling, and now she heard that Jiraiya was going to be beaten to death, so she naturally couldn't just sit there and watch, because she was afraid that if she went too late, Jiraiya would really be beaten to death. Lady Tsunade, wait for me. Shizun picked up Zinfan and chased after Tsunade. Jiraiya just stopped and felt a sharp sound of breaking through the air behind him. Shinobi Village, Jinjaizo. Jiraiya quickly formed seals with both hands, and the white hair on his head instantly grew and hardened, covering his entire body. Clang clang clang. The crisp sound of metal rang out, and several shurikens were deflected by Jiraiya's hard hair. Uchiha Izumi's expressionless figure landed in front of Jiraiya and formed seals with both hands. Wait, the seal. Seeing the seal in Izumi's hand changing rapidly, Jiraiya's face changed drastically. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Boom! The violent flames gushed out of Uchiha Izumi's mouth, forming a sea of fire in an instant, sweeping towards Jiraiya. Uchiha Izumi, who was strengthened by Zinfan's use of the Senju and Uchiha bloodline cards, and had already opened the Eternal Eye, used the Hawo extinguishing technique at this time, which was no less powerful than Uchiha Madara in the Fourth War. Water style, water array wall. Wind style, whirlpool hurricane. Looking at the raging sea of fire, Jiraiya used two ninjutsu at the same time to form a composite ninjutsu, forming a whirlpool of water in front of him, temporarily resisting the invasion of the flames. It seems that this little girl is really not simple. Looking at the water column that was about to collapse after being used, Jiraiya was shocked. He did not expect that the little girl next to Mikato could actually use such a powerful fire extinguisher. If Uchiha Mikato, who could suppress the Nine Tails, was added, he would really die here if he did not go all out. Thinking of this, Jiraiya could not help but glance at Uchiha Mikato, who was quietly watching from a distance, and muttered in his heart, did Uchiha Mikato think that she could be defeated by just a little girl? This is really underestimating me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya bit his finger and made a spiritual seal. Come out, Gamabunta, bang! With a huge white smoke rising, the huge and majestic Gamabunta appeared. At this time, it was holding a giant pipe in its mouth and a giant dagger was wrapped around its waist. Buntai, jump! Jiraiya shouted as soon as Toad Buntai came out. Facing Uchiha Izumi's terrifying and abnormal Huo Ni, Jiraiya's wind escape and water escape combined ninjutsu was almost unable to hold up. What the hell? Gamabuntai frowned, looking unhappy, but when he saw the flames sweeping around him, he immediately jumped into the air. At the moment when Gamabuntai jumped, Jiraiya's ninjutsu finally couldn't hold up and was directly defeated by Uchiha Izumi's fire escape. Seeing the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya, Uchiha Izumi adjusted the direction of the fire escape and attacked the two in the air. This fire style was actually used by that little girl. It's really scary. Gamabuntai jumped into the air and saw Uchiha Izumi's figure, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Water style, iron cannon ball. The giant water bomb sprayed from Gamabuntai's mouth met with Uchiha Izumi's fire style, and instantly water vapor rose up all over the sky, forming a thick fog. Bang! 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 Gamabuntai fell to the ground, jumping up and down, pulling away from Uchiha Izumi. Jiraiya, who was standing above Gamabuntai, put his hands together and shouted, Wenta, help me delay for a few minutes, I want to summon the two elders. Just a little Uchiha girl is so difficult. Jiraiya doesn't dare to be arrogant at all, and is ready to enter the Sage mode directly. Seeing Jiraiya actually preparing to enter the Sage mode, Wenta said in astonishment, isn't she just a little girl? However, before he could finish his words, Wentai saw Uchiha Izumi with his scarlet eyes open, walking slowly towards him, as if he didn't take the toad Wentai seriously at all. Damn Uchiha brat, I'll show you what a fire escape that can't be resisted by water escape is. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi dared to look down on him like that, Gamabuntai shouted angrily and formed a seal with one hand. Fire escape, toad oil firebomb. A huge stream of toad oil spurted out of Gamabuntai's mouth and rushed towards Uchiha Izumi, and ignited it with the flame in his pipe, instantly forming an oil firebomb, etc. Seeing that Wuntai actually used this move, Jiraiya hurriedly stopped him. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the huge sea of fire formed by the toad oil firebomb instantly enveloped Uchiha Izumi. This time, it's really a fight to the death. Seeing Uchiha Izumi trapped in the sea of fire, Jiraiya sighed in his heart. The toad oil flame bomb is a combination of oil and fire. Because of its wide range and high damage, although it is a fire jutsu, it is difficult for ordinary water jutsu to resist because of the toad oil. However, the next second, he saw Uchiha Izumi, who was unharmed, rushing out of the sea of fire formed by the toad oil flame bomb and rushing to not far in front of them. How is this possible? Seeing Uchiha Izumi's unharmed figure, Jiraiya and Gamabuntai were completely shocked. Wait, her eyes are Mangekyo, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, shouting in disbelief. He originally thought that Mikato's awakening of the Mangekyo was amazing enough, but he didn't expect that the little girl next to her also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is simply too shocking. Is the Mangekyo Sharingan so common now? Boom! A layer of illusory Susanoo formed around Uchiha Izumi's body, forming a layer of blue skeleton. As the pupil power in Uchiha Izumi's eyes gathered, the skeleton Susanoo outside her body began to become more and more huge and majestic, and flesh and blood meridians began to grow on the bones. Finally, she was covered with blue Karasu Tengu armor, like the most loyal guard of the gods. Looking at the Susanoo in front of him, which was the same size as himself, Gamabuntai used his short sword to block the opponent's punch, with a look of shock and fear on his face. Buntai, delay for a while. Jiraiya shouted. If even Uchiha Izumi has the Mangekyo Sharingan, then he must enter the Sage mode as soon as possible. Only in this way can he find a ray of hope under the siege of Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Izumi, and he is at the critical moment of opening the Sage mode, so he can only ask Wenta for help. However, just as Jiraiya finished speaking, he saw several chains flying out of Uchiha Izumi's hands, tightly wrapping around Gamabuntai. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi Susanoo quickly materialized a giant short sword in his hand and raised it high. When the short sword in Uchiha Izumi Susanoo was about to hit Gamabuntai, a surging figure came from a distance, shouting angrily and smashing his fist with terrifying power on Susanoo's armor. Boom! A layer of light air waves suddenly exploded from Tsunade's body, and Uchiha Izumi's half-body Susanoo was also smashed back. Tsunade! Seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya's face lit up. He knew that once the fight started, Tsunade would definitely come directly. Jiraiya, what's going on here? Tsunade smashed the chains that bound Gamabuntai with a few punches and asked with a frown. Jiraiya and Uchiha were both from Konoha, and now the two sides were fighting here. This was something Tsunade never expected. Uchiha Mikato ascended to the position of Hokage and became the 5th Hokage. Now he should be preparing to purge the old subordinates of us old men. Besides, this little girl and Mikato both have the Mangekyo Sharingan, so we must be careful in dealing with them. Jiraiya came to Tsunade and quickly explained the whole story. Another power struggle. Tsunade frowned and glanced at Uchiha Izumi and Susanoo. She felt inexplicably impatient. What she hated the most in the village was this kind of thing. However, despite her impatience, Tsunade still looked solemn. As the granddaughter of the first generation, she knew the horror of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Mikato and the little girl in front of her really had the Mangekyo Sharingan, then even if she and Jiraiya joined forces, it would probably be difficult to deal with. Boom! Seeing Tsunade appear, Uchiha Izumi's eyes condensed, and Karasu Tengu Susanoo continued to move forward, attacking Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tisk tisk tisk, Tsunade is really strong. In the distance, Zinfan, who was held in Shizun's arms, looked at the half-body Susanoo who was almost knocked down by Tsunade's punch, and shook his head with a smile. Hearing Zinfan's words, Shizun looked down at him, feeling a little strange. However, after seeing Uchiha Mikato coming over, Shizun quickly put Zinfan down and said with a vigilant look, Madam Mikato, this child has nothing to do with us, let him go. Although she didn't know why the Uchiha clan would fight with Master Jiraiya, Shizun didn't want to implicate innocent people. Uchiha Mikato looked at Shizun strangely, and then said to Nobukaze respectfully in the face of the other party's shocked expression, Zinfan, what should we do next? Zinfan looked at Uchiha Izumi who was fighting with Tsunade and Jiraiya in the distance with Susanoo activated, and said casually, the first time Izumi used Susanoo, she is too skilled, so let her play with Jiraiya and Tsunade first. Misaki nodded and said, okay. After that, she knelt on the grass beside her and let Zinfan rest in her arms, not paying any attention to the fierce battle in the distance. After all, in Misaki's view, even if Zinfan was not there, she and Izumi could defeat Jiraiya and Tsunade. And if Zinfan was there, the fate of Jiraiya and Tsunade was basically doomed. Shizun, who was listening to the conversation between the two, was stunned when she saw this scene. Why would Mrs. Misaki of the Uchiha clan listen to this child so much? And the other party didn't seem to take Jiraiya and Tsunade seriously at all. This was too confident. Who can tell me what's going on? Shizun looked at the three people fighting in the distance and roared in her heart. Zinfan looked at Shizun, who was confused, and smiled. You seem very curious about me. Shizun looked at Zinfan, pursed her lips and asked, who are you and what do you want to do? Now Shizun didn't dare to treat Zinfan as an ordinary child. Zinfan sat up from Mikato's arms and said with a smile, my name is Xuanfeng Santang, and I want to take charge of the ninja world in the future. Whether it is Tsunade or Shizun, they will become members of his combat-made group in the future, and he will not let anyone go. Xuanfeng Santang, rule the ninja world. After hearing Zinfan's self-introduction, Shizun was confused again. The famous ninja who defeated Hanzo and the 4th Mizukage and wiped out the Konoha high-ranking officials was actually a 5 or 6-year-old child? This must be a joke. However, seeing Mikato, who was lowering her head and looking docile beside Zinfan, Shizun was silent in her heart. On the battlefield, Jiraiya, how long will it take? Tsunade waved the short sword in her hand, and once again cut off the long sword that Uchiha Izumi Susanoo chopped at, and said breathlessly. Although she and Wenta could deal with the Uchiha Susanoo in front of her together, she always felt that the other party did not seem to use his full strength. Logically speaking, even if the Uchiha clan could open Susanoo, there would be considerable consumption and side effects. However, she did not see any signs of consumption on Uchiha Izumi, but the other party's Susanoo had a tendency to get bigger and bigger. This made Tsunade feel a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. In that case, she might have to use the 100 healings technique. Okay, Tsunade. Jiraiya opened his clasped hands and smiled happily. At this time, 2 toads appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, and a few toad-like particles protruded from his nose. His eyes also turned into frog pupils, which looked funny and ugly. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Although Jiraiya's sage mode did not look perfect, with the help of the 2 toad sages, he could continuously absorb natural energy, and his endurance was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the 2 toad sages in Mayaboku Mountain also had the strength of cage level. With their help, there should be no problem. Is that the Uchiha clan's Susanoo? It's been a long time since I last saw it. On Jiraiya's right shoulder, the immortal was deeply moved. He is able to activate Susanoo at such a young age. The Uchiha clan has really produced an extraordinary genius. Senin Shima, who was on Jiraiya's left shoulder, echoed 2 great sages, let's take down this little girl first, otherwise it will be troublesome if another one comes later. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Mikato in the distance warily and said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Mikato didn't make a move, Jiraiya couldn't care less now. Otherwise, if the 2 Susanoos joined forces, even if he turned on the sage mode, he might not be able to withstand it. You guys deal with the one in front of you first, and Wentai and I will stop Mikato. Tsunade used chakra to absorb Wentai's giant short sword in her hand and said in a deep voice. Hearing that Tsunade was going to intercept Mikato, Jiraiya smiled and said, as long as Tsunade can stop Mikato for a while, the 2 old men and I will soon be able to destroy the Susanoo in front of us. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Fukazaku and Shima on his shoulders nodded at the same time. As old toads who have lived in the ninja world for 800 years, they are still very good at dealing with giants like Susanoo. Seeing Jiraiya's confident look, Tsunade said anyone who opens the Mangekyo Sharingan will gain 1 or 2 strange abilities, so you'd better be careful. Before you figure out their abilities, try not to get in close contact with them. Jiraiya nodded and said, I know. Uchiha Izumi, who was in the middle of Susanoo, looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya in front of him, and felt dazed for no reason. Once upon a time, Tsunade and Jiraiya, the 2 legendary ninjas of Konoha, were the ones she could only look up to, but now, they need to join forces to deal with her. This strong and huge contrast made Uchiha Izumi feel like she was dreaming, and all this was because of the help of Senior Zinfan. If it weren't for him, she might really die in the Uchiha clan genocide, and her eyes would probably become a resurrection tool in the hands of others. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi became more grateful to Zinfan. In this life, she will follow Senior Zinfan, serving him at his beck and call, and she will do anything for him. Having made up her mind, Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan burst into scarlet light again. Boom! Amidst a roar, Uchiha Izumi's half-body Susanoo grew legs and directly entered the 4th form of Susanoo. Seeing the scene, Jiraiya's expression froze. Zinfan, do you want me to join you? Uchiha Mikato asked, looking at the 2 toads that appeared on Jiraiya's body. Although Uchiha Izumi had opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like her, it was still very problematic to deal with 4 cage-level strongmen at the same time. Moreover, the fairy arts of Mayaboku Mountain were very powerful and strange, so she had to be on guard. Shizun, who was standing aside, heard what Mrs. Mikato said and looked worriedly at Tsunade and others in the distance. She had just learned that Mikato had also opened the Mangekyo Sharinan, and coupled with the Xuanfeng Santang in front of her, who looked only 5 or 6 years old but had a terrifying record. Shizun really felt that it would be very difficult for Tsunade and Jiraiya to win. Looking at Tsunade standing on Gamabunta in the distance and preparing to rush towards him, Zinfan stood up and said calmly, "No need, the farce should end." After the voice fell, Zinfan performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and a small figure instantly appeared beside Uchiha Kwan. "Ha! Why is there a kid here?" Moreover, the opponent just used Flying Thunder God. Seeing Zinfan appearing next to Uchiha Izumi, the two Toad Sages were shocked at the same time, and Jiraiya's face instantly became ugly. Even Tsunade, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Zinfan. After seeing Zinfan's appearance clearly, Tsunade was obviously startled, because it was because of him that she knew Jiraiya was attacked. He might be the twin Phoenix Santang. Looking at Zinfan's figure, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. As the teacher of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, he guessed in an instant that the other party was using the Flying Thunder God technique. And now in the entire ninja world, the only one who can use the Flying Thunder God technique alone is probably the twin Phoenix Santang who just killed his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the other party looked very young at this time, the only one who could use the Flying Thunder God technique and was related to Uchiha could be the twin Phoenix Santang who had just become famous in the ninja world. Shenron Fukazaku said in astonishment, "How is it possible? He looks only 5 or 6 years old." Being able to kill the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and a series of Konoha high-level officials at the age of 5 or 6 is too terrifying. However, as soon as Shenron Fukazaku finished speaking, they saw a burst of scarlet light burst out from Zinfan's pupils. Then, they heard Zinfan's pretentious majestic voice exploding in their ears. "It is forbidden to use natural energy here." As Zinfan finished speaking, the light in his right pupil, times the symbol instantly flew into the air and hovered there, illuminating everyone present. Jiraiya and Fukazaku Shima, with two toads, clearly felt that the natural energy in their bodies was sealed by some mysterious force and could no longer be mobilized. "I can't use my magic anymore," Shenron Fukazaku screamed, looking horrified. "I am the same." Shima Sage also had an ugly look on his face. Being able to prohibit others from using natural energy is simply the natural enemy of their 3 major sacred places of immortal arts. This time, they really believed that the 5 or 6-year-old child in front of them was undoubtedly Xuanfeng Santang. Jiraiya's face was covered with cold sweat, and he said quickly, "This is probably the opponent's Mangekyo Sharinan ability, which should be similar to the word spirit. 2 old adults, we have to be careful." Shima Sage said this ability should have great side effects, and it should not last long. But just as Shima Sage finished speaking, Tsunade suddenly said, "Wait, he's still going to use it." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and the others looked up and saw Zinfan continue to speak. "It is forbidden to use the time and space spiritual arts here." As the words fell, the times the symbol flew into the air again and hovered above, another times the symbol is next to it. And I saw 2 floating in the sky times symbol. Tsunade, Jiraiya and others all looked grim. "Catch them." Zinfan returned to Mikato and gave her orders. Without the ability to use natural energy, summoning beasts to shake people and escape, Jiraiya and his men were basically powerless. "Okay." Mikato responded and rushed out. As soon as she arrived at the edge of the battlefield, Uchiha Mikato instantly activated a purple Susanoo and cooperated with Uchiha Izumi to capture Tsunade, Jiraiya and others. Seeing the scene, Jiraiya, Tsunade and others were almost angry and cursed. Without the use of fairy techniques and summoning techniques, one Susanoo was already difficult to deal with, and now there is another one. Is this going to make people live? Seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya in a difficult battle, Shizun just wanted to run over to help, but was thrown to the ground by Nobukaze. Fierce fighting sounds continued to ring out in the wilderness outside the town. After being banned from using natural energy and the art of time and space summoning, Jiraiya, Tsunade and others immediately fell into a bitter battle. If the 2 toads were not both experienced masters with a wide range of ninjutsu, they would not have been able to hold on for even 2 minutes. Of course, this was also because Mikato and Izumi wanted to capture each other alive and did not kill each other. It must be said that compared to the 4th Raikage, Tsunade, Jiraiya and others with rich ninjutsu obviously have stronger survival abilities under the ability of the Bloody Blade of the Wind. However, even so, under the joint efforts of the 2 Susanos, Jiraiya, who was covered in blood, was eventually defeated, and was tightly bound by Uchiha Izumi's Susanoo chain along with the 2 toads. The huge toad Wenta was chopped several times by Izumi's Susanoo long sword, and was directly seriously injured and unconscious. Tsunade also suffered from hemophobia because of the bright red blood flowing from the wound of the toad Wenta, and could no longer resist, and was easily captured by Mikato. At this point, 2 of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas and 2 toad sages were captured alive by Mikato and Izumi. I never thought that as a great sage of Mount Mayaboku, I would actually lose to the Uchiha clan. Looking at the Susanoo chains that bound his body, the sage couldn't help but sigh. "Damn Uchiha, if I can escape, I will get back today's vengeance sooner or later." Shima Sage, who was also tied up tightly, cursed and was furious. Jiraiya heard this and blamed himself with guilt. I'm sorry, I have implicated the two great sages. Fukazaku Sage consoled little Jiraiya, don't be discouraged, the ability of the twin phoenix Santang will not last long, we still have a chance. After saying that, Fukazaku Sage looked up at the two floating stars in the sky time symbols. Compared to before, these two symbols are obviously much dimmer. Perhaps it won't be long before they can mobilize the natural energy again, and then it will be their chance to escape. Hearing this, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. He didn't think Xuanfeng Santang would give them such an opportunity. Seeing Jiraiya and the others making noise, Uchiha Izumi controlled the Susanoo chain and wrapped it around their mouths, shutting them up physically. Zinfan stopped fighting with Shizun in the distance and came to Uchiha Izumi's side in an instant. After looking at Jiraiya and others, Zinfan casually ordered knock him out. Jiraiya is an important plot character in the original work. Defeating him will definitely complete the relevant achievements, so he wants to use him to experiment with his previous idea. Boom! Uchiha Izumi walked forward and punched Jiraiya on the back of the head, knocking him out directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary 3 ninja heroes Jiraiya, and completing the achievement. One of the 3 ninjas, get basic rewards, a blank character card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan raised his eyebrows. Ever since Samui and others who were completely loyal to him took charge of the Cloud Ninja Village, and the system also determined that he could complete the relevant achievements, Zinfan had a guess at that time. And this guess is, as long as the people who obey him defeat the relevant Ninja World characters, or do the corresponding things, the system will count it on his head and count him as having completed the relevant achievements. This may be the reason why the card system has identified Mikato, Samui and others as Zinfan's subordinates. In other words, Zinfan may not have to do it himself in the future. He only needs to send Mikato and others to kill the relevant original famous characters everywhere in the ninja world and complete the relevant achievement tasks. This will greatly shorten his time to brush the achievement tasks and quickly obtain rewards. Moreover, he just noticed an important information of the card system. That is, just like the tailed beast, as long as he knocks out the corresponding character, the system will also determine that the achievement task has been completed. However, compared to a direct kill, the card reward for stunning is much less, only 1 card reward. Thinking of this, Xin Feng turned his head and glanced at the 2 frightened toad immortals. 2 wind blades slid through the air, and the 2 great immortals of Mayaboku Mountain, Fukazaku and Shima, were beheaded by Nobukaze and died on the spot. Among the 3 major immortal holy places in the ninja world, Nobukaze hated the most the arrogant toads of Mayaboku Mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Mayaboku Mountain immortal Fukazaku and completing the achievement Toad Immortal I, and obtaining a blank character card, a blank summoning beast card, and a Mayaboku Mountain immortal art card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Shima Sage of Mayaboku Mountain and completing the achievement Toad Sage 2. Get a blank character card, a blank summoning beast card, and a Mayaboku Mountain Sage art card. As expected, a direct kill will get more cards, while a knockout can only get the basic reward, which is 1 card. After getting the information he wanted, Zinfan nodded with satisfaction. What should she do? Uchiha Mikato handed Tsunade, who was held by Susanoo, to Zinfan and asked. At this time, Tsunade was already immersed in the horrible memories of the past because of the attack of hemophobia. She was shaking violently, like a shivering big rabbit. As long as you don't hurt Lady Tsunade, I can ask you to do anything. At this time, Shizun, who was running from a distance, kept shouting at Zinfan. She had just seen with her own eyes that Zinfan killed the 2 toad sages without saying a word, and now she was afraid that the other party would continue to kill. Hearing Shizun's words, Uchiha Izumi frowned and looked at her. She could see that Senior Zinfan liked the well-behaved and cute Shizun very much, which made her feel threatened. When Shizun ran to him, Zinfan smiled at her and said, "Then you have to be obedient in the future." Yes, I will be obedient. Shizun nodded desperately and agreed quickly. As long as she could save Lady Tsunade, she had no choice. Seeing this, Zinfan took out a rope from the storage scroll and threw it to Shizun, saying calmly, "Come, tie your Lady Tsunade in an alluring position, the kind that is alluring." Hearing what Zinfan said, Shizun was obviously stunned, and immediately understood what the other party meant by alluring. Uchiha Mikato blushed directly, and only the younger Uchiha Izumi was confused. Shizun, who had no choice at all, took the rope tremblingly and walked towards Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, I am doing this for your own good, don't blame me when the time comes." Tin Ziguo, the capital. The space twisted, and Zinfan appeared in the capital of the land of rice, and behind him was a young girl. It was Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru had planted an incomplete Heaven's Curse seal on Anko's body. As long as Orochimaru appeared nearby, she could use the seal to sense his presence. She was a very qualified guide for Orochimaru. After identifying the direction, Zinfan began to lead Anko, who was controlled by his Sharingan, to the location of the Sound Village. Unlike a big country like the Land of Fire, where the capital is separated from the hidden village. The land of rice is very small, and there is only one big city like the capital in the entire country, so the sound village established by Orochimaru is not far from the capital of the land of rice. Going all the way, Zinfin and Anko soon arrived near the sound village. Zinfin sighed after looking at the expressionless Anko. There was no reaction to Anko's seal, which meant that Orochimaru was not in the sound village at all. Forget it, since we are here, let's go to the sound village first. Kagaya Kimimiro's bloodline power is also a good thing. Putting the red beans into the Kamui space, Zinfin sneaked into the sound village alone and began to look for Kimimaro in secret. Although the sound village is just a rubble to him, in order not to alert the enemy and effect his waiting for Orochimaru, Zinfin did not want to be discovered now. With the penetrating ability of Kamui and the perspective of the Byakugan, Zinfin entered the sound village without anyone noticing. After searching all the way, Zinfin soon saw the 3 cannon fodders of the sound village who appeared in the original work. When he came to the second underground floor of the sound village, he saw the 4 sound ninjas, including the still young Teiwaya and Jirobo. In a ward filled with various medical instruments, Zinfin finally found his target Kagaya Kimimaro. At this time, Kimimaro was lying on the bed receiving treatment from the medical ninja, still a child. Seeing Kimimaro lying on the hospital bed, Zinfin shook his head. Although he would do anything to become stronger, he still had his basic bottom line. He couldn't do it to a child of 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, the bones of Kagaya Kimimaro were no longer necessary for him now, so there was no need to break his bottom line. After all, as long as he collected enough blank character cards and established his own Kamui Corps, even if Kagaya Atsutsuki came out, she would have to kneel down and sing Conquer. By then, it would be easy for him to become a bloodline network like Kagaya. After strolling around Orochimaru's underground laboratory, Zinfin took Hongdu and hid in a secret room to start his plan of waiting. According to the intelligence from Konoha and Kumagami village, Orochimaru had recently appeared in the land of rice, and the other party should return to this base soon. Until late at night, Hongdu, who had been quiet all the time, suddenly covered her neck with her hands, looking painful. Are they here? Seeing Hongdu's situation, Zinfin's face lit up with joy, and the veins around his eyes bulged instantly. Byakugan open. With the Byakugan opened, Zinfin quickly found Orochimaru, who had just returned outside the sound village. Has Orochimaru not yet left Akatsuki? Seeing Orochimaru wearing the fire cloud costume of the Akatsuki organization, Zinfin was stunned, and then he immediately figured out the reason. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had been killed by him, and the timeline was also Konoha 57 years old. Sasuke, Naruto and others were only 6 years old, and it was not the night of the genocide in the original work. Naturally, Orochimaru had not left the Akatsuki organization. After putting Red Bean into the Kamui space, Zinfin went straight to the location of Orochimaru. As soon as he arrived near the gate of Otogakure, Orochimaru suddenly frowned. At this moment, 2 clay snakes suddenly jumped out from his feet and bit his thighs tightly. Oh, ha, that's quite interesting. Orochimaru looked at the 2 clay snakes on his legs and couldn't help laughing. For Orochimaru, who is proficient in survival ninjutsu and has first-class life-saving ability, he didn't take this sudden attack to heart at all, but showed a strong interest in the 2 clay snakes on his legs. Seeing such a confident Orochimaru, Zinfin, who came out from behind a big tree, couldn't help shaking his head. Orochimaru relied on his powerful survival ability of Orochimaru's ninjutsu and the confidence brought by the reincarnation of the corpse. No matter who he faced, he basically used his body to resist damage and used his powerful life-saving ability to obtain the enemy's ninjutsu information. It is for this reason that Orochimaru in the original work suffered a great loss at the hands of the 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and had his hands sealed. Later, when facing Uchiha Itachi, he was so arrogant that he used his body to bear the opponent's 10-fist sword, and then was sealed. Otherwise, with Orochimaru's ability, if he had been prepared, even the 3rd-generation Hokage and Uchiha Itachi would not have been able to seal him easily. In other words, Orochimaru really likes to wander around, and he ended up sealing himself up while wandering around. It's just a kid. Seeing the 5 or 6-year-old figure of Zinfin, Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. However, the next second, Orochimaru saw the kid in front of him instantly appear in front of him. Flying Thunder God. Seeing Zinfin appearing in an instant, Orochimaru was suddenly shocked. Only the Flying Thunder God technique could make him appear beside him in an instant without him noticing. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Orochimaru just wanted to move when he saw a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Mangekyo illusion. Seeing Orochimaru being controlled by him in an instant, Zinfin curled his lips. It must be said that Orochimaru, who kept performing the forbidden technique reincarnation, was really a little worse in terms of illusion resistance. Illusion resolution. Orochimaru, who had just escaped from the illusion, looked up and found that his body was instantly twisted like a whirlpool and was caught in a strange space. A few minutes later, ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, and completing the achievement, one of the 3 ninjas, and getting the basic reward, a blank character card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the legendary 3 ninjas and completing the achievement. Good partners must be neat and tidy, 3 blank character cards, and obtaining 1 Mayabokuzen fairy card, 1 Wetbone Forest fairy card, and 1 Ryukadong fairy card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Orochimaru of the Akatsuki organization, completing the achievement Akatsuki no Sora, and obtaining the basic reward, a blank character card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan casually imprisoned the unconscious Orochimaru in his hand on the trunk of a wood escape tree, and then used the yin-yang escape technique to insert into the opponent's body to disrupt his chakra. Zinfan was looking closely at a white Zetsu. This white Zetsu was a special white Zetsu he created based on the legacy of Uchiha Obito, and it had a huge amount of Hashirama cells in its body. Let's call him White Zetsu number 1. After naming White Zetsu, Zinfan took out the nutrient bottle of the left eye of Kamui from the storage scroll, and then took out the right eye of Kamui that he had just taken from Samui. At this time, the 2 Kamui eyes had been fused into the Eternal Eye by him using the Sharingan fusion card. While the Kamui ability was strengthened, there was no need to worry about blindness. After transplanting the 2 Kamui eyes into the body of White Zetsu in front of him, Zinfan began to control White Zetsu to try to use the ability of Kamui. After confirming that White Zetsu was able to use Kamui, Zinfan took out a few cards from the card space. These cards were the Senju Bloodline card and Uchiha Bloodline card that he had obtained before, which could awaken the blood power of the Senju and Uchiha. After helping White Zetsu awaken the blood power of the Senju and Uchiha, Zinfan sealed them up. Next, just wait quietly for the fruits to come. Looking at the sealed White Zetsu, Xin Feng muttered to himself. It takes a while to maximize the awakening effect of the relevant bloodline using the bloodline card. In order to maximize the effect, he now needs to wait patiently for a while. Half an hour later, Xin Feng returned to the Shinwei space again and killed the White Zetsu number 1 who had fully awakened the bloodline power. After that, he took off his Shinwei eyes and took out a blank character card. Name: White Zetsu no 1. Deceased host damage ratio 100%. After copying, you can randomly obtain 100% of its abilities. Do you want to copy it? Looking at the information in front of him, Xin Feng did not hesitate and directly chose to copy it. As the card was successfully copied, a diamond card rose above the corpse of White Zetsu number 1, and the body of White Zetsu number 1 turned into a pile of ashes at this moment. Ding, the character was copied successfully. White Zetsu, Mayfly Jutsu, Spore Jutsu, Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, left/right, Thousand Hands Bloodline, Uchiha Bloodline, Hashirama's power, tisk tisk tisk, it really worked. Seeing the description on the character card, Xin Feng was delighted. This directly proved that his previous idea was completely feasible. In this way, he might really be able to create a mighty army that belongs to him alone. Looking at the diamond card in front of him, Xin Feng couldn't help but get excited. The road to immortality is right in front of him. A few days later, in the land of lightning, Kumagakur, the door of a brightly lit laboratory opened, and Zinfan walked in with Samui, Yukato, and Mabi. Looking at the various sophisticated experimental equipment in the laboratory, Zinfan nodded with satisfaction. As a military power in the ninja world, Kumagakur has always been ahead of other countries in the ninja world in terms of scientific research. In the end, it even developed various chakra cannons, which are very powerful. Samui, lie down and take off your clothes. Zinfan pointed to an operating table in the laboratory and said calmly. In order to avoid some unnecessary accidents, the first candidate for Zinfan Shinwei Army's experiment was naturally the 5th generation Reikage Samui, who was absolutely loyal to him. Hearing Zinfan's order, Samui, who was always cold, couldn't help but pursed her lips and became a little shy. But shy as she was, Samui couldn't resist Zinfan's order. She finally walked to the operating table with a red face, and then under the gaze of the 2 sisters Mabi and Yukato, she disarmed one by one and lay on the operating table. Seeing Samui lying on the operating table, Mabi and Yukato both blushed, because they knew that it would be their turn soon. Facing Samui's explosive body, Zinfan couldn't help but glance at it. Although he had already been familiar with Samui, Mabi and Yukato in the past few days, he still couldn't help it at this time. Walking to Samui, Zinfan took off the left eye of Kota Amatsukami that was nurtured in the opponent's eyes, and replaced it with the 3 Magatama Sharingan awakened by the blood card. Then, Zinfan took out a card shining with diamond light from the card space. It was the card he copied from White Zetsu number 1 earlier. He placed this diamond card on Samui's forehead and used it directly. The next second, a brilliant particle storm instantly formed around Samui's body and sank into the opponent's body. At the same time, the veins around Zinfan's eyes bulged instantly. White eyes open. With the opening of the white eyes, Zinfan saw that the particles around Samui's body were constantly invested in the skin, blood vessels, and pores of the opponent's body. And with the investment of these particles, Samui's body began to undergo tremendous changes. It was not until the particle storm subsided that Zinfan cancelled the white eyes, shook his head and sighed. He just wanted to use the white eyes to observe how the cards transformed the human body, so as to explore the relevant transformation principles. This is why he asked Samui to disarm. However, with his Byakugan, he can only see things at the particle level, and cannot see things at a deeper level. Perhaps, he needs to evolve his Byakugan into the Samsara Eye before he can observe further. Thinking of this, Zinfan asked Samui to put on her clothes again and asked her to try to use her newly acquired abilities. However, as Samui demonstrated, Zinfan found that Samui's strength and chakra amount had increased a lot, but he found that the other party could not use the power of Kamui at all. Is this because Samui herself has not awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan and is therefore unable to use Kamui? Thinking of this, Zinfan took out the Sharinan fusion card and used Samui's Sharinan to fuse with another pair of 3 Magatama Sharinan on the spot, successfully obtaining a new pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. This scene made Mabi and Yukito's brains numb. Although they all knew that Zinfan was very powerful and that he had many Mangekyo Sharinan abilities, but could the Mangekyo Sharinan be mass-produced in Zinfan's hands? This is too scary. Kamui. After Zinfan transplanted Samui's Mangekyo Sharinan into her eyes, she was finally able to use Kamui. Although there were some twists and turns, the result was very good. In this way, his Kamui core can begin to enter the manufacturing stage. Moreover, he can also use the same method to copy the abilities of other Mangekyo Sharinan. As for the Kota Amatsukami of Shisui in his hand, Zinfan did not have such an idea. Kota Amatsukami's ability is too terrifying, and it is safer to keep such an ability in his own hands. Observing the growing amount of chakra in Samui's body, Zinfan suddenly frowned. Because he thought of a problem, that is, if he wants to cultivate the Kamui core, he needs to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan for everyone. However, this is easy to do with the Sharinan fusion card. However, in order for everyone in the Kamui core to be able to use the power of Kamui at will, he also needs to awaken the power of Hashirama for them. With the limited number of Senju and Uchiha bloodline cards, this may be a bit difficult. Thinking about it, Zinfan suddenly thought of a good idea. That is, he can completely use the bloodline card to cultivate a white Zetsu who has the bloodline of Senju, Uchiha and Hashirama at the same time. Then let Orochimaru or Tsunade use this white Zetsu as the mother body to clone more of the same white Zetsu. In this way, he can use this white Zetsu as the main body of the copy to create the Kamui army. Well, it is not enough to just have the Senju and Uchiha. It is better to add the blood of Uzumaki, Etsutsuki and Hyaga to white Zetsu. This is the most perfect solution. But in this case, he may have to go to the moon to find the Etsutsuki clan on it. As for Nagato, Zinfan now needs the other party to recruit all the members of the Akatsuki organization before he will attack him. In that way, he can brush all the members of the Akatsuki organization to complete the achievement tasks of the Akatsuki organization series and obtain more blank character cards. After all, judging from the affairs of Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, it is impossible to complete the relevant achievement tasks by killing people who have not yet joined the Akatsuki organization in advance. There was no relevant prompt reward when Uchiha Obito died, which should be based on this reason. As for the black and white Zetsu, it is because the white Zetsu body has not died yet. Of course, if all 9-tailed beasts are gathered and the outer path demon statue fusion is needed, then Zinfan would not mind dealing with the opponent in advance. Retracting his thoughts, Zinfan looked at Mabi and Yukito in the laboratory and smiled. It's your turn next. The Etsutsuki clan on the moon has a giant reincarnation eye, and can even activate the reincarnation eye chakra mode to create a thing called the Seeking Truth Ball that has the ability to strike at non-6 paths. So just in case, Zinfan plans to let Mabi and Yukito gain the divine power first, and then he will become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and then go to encircle and kill them to obtain the corresponding Etsutsuki bloodline. Okay. Hearing that it was their turn, Mabai and Yomuren were delighted at the same time, and quickly followed Samu's previous practice, stripping off their weapons and lying on the test bench. They had long been envious of Samu's divine power, and now they would not let go of the opportunity. As for other things, they didn't care. Anyway, in a few years, they were destined to become Zinfan's women. Seeing Mabai and Yomuren so proactive, Zinfan smiled, and then began to perform experimental transformations for the two of them to obtain divine power. Samu stood beside Zinfan and began to act as an experimental assistant. Night. Land of Earth, Uegakur. In the office of the Tsuchikage. The short, red-nosed third Tsuchikage Onoki floated in the air, frowning as he looked at the information in his hand, feeling uneasy. What exactly is going on? Putting down the information about the ninja world, Onoki stared at the moon outside the window in a daze. The third Hokage of Konoha died in the attack of the twin Phoenix Santang, the fourth Raikage of the Kimagakur died in the rampage of the Eight Tails, and the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village was assassinated by his subordinates. In just 1 month, 3 cage-level strongmen from the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world died one after another. This kind of thing doesn't seem like a coincidence at all. Could it be that someone is specifically hunting down the shadows of the great ninja village? Taking his eyes off the moon, Onoki muttered to himself with some uncertainty. Suddenly, Onoki turned his head and looked at the door of the office. As far as his eyes could see, a child of only 5 or 6 years old came in from outside the door and looked at him with a smile on his face. "Who are you?" Onoki looked at Zinfin, who came in, and asked with a frown. Although the other party looked very young, Onoki did not dare to underestimate him at all, and even had an unprecedented strong sense of crisis. This feeling was only felt when he faced Uchiha Madara when he was young. "Xuanfeng Santang." Zinfin looked at Onoki and said calmly, "What?" Hearing what Zinfin said, Onoki was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that the 5 or 6-year-old child in front of him was the Xuanfeng Santang who killed the third generation of Hokage. And the other party came to him at this time, probably with bad intentions. Then, Onoki said with a gloomy look, "The third Hokage, the fourth Raikage, and the fourth Mizukage were all killed by you." Zinfin raised his right hand, and the wind-style Raisin Shuriken slowly emerged from his hand, and he smiled. "My goal is to control the ninja world, so I need to get rid of you old guys first." Onoki put his hands on his chest, a pure white cube flashed in his hands, and sneered, "You actually want to control the ninja world? What an arrogant guy." As soon as the voice fell, Onoki instantly aimed the dust release in his hand at Zinfin. Dust release, original realm peeling technique. Buzz! The pure white dust release instantly spread into a 3-meter square white cube, directly covering Zinfin. Under Onoki's precise control, his dust release did not even destroy anything in the office. "Humph! A clown." Seeing Zinfin being enveloped by the dust release, Onoki sneered. In front of his dust release, all ninjutsu would be meaningless. However, the next second, Onoki was stunned, because in front of him, Zinfin was walking out of his dust release step by step, intact. How is it possible? Seeing that Shinfeng ignored his dust release, Onoki was completely shocked. Just when Onoki's attention was completely attracted by the wind, a white jade hand suddenly stretched out from the space behind him and stabbed at his body. Lightning release, Thunder Blade. Almost in an instant, this jade hand directly pierced Onoki's chest and shattered his heart. This. Onoki looked down at the knife that pierced his chest, with a look of disbelief. He turned his head with difficulty, but what he saw was Samui's cold face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the third Tsuchikage Onoki of the Uegakur, completing the achievement Tsuchikage 3, and obtaining 2 blank character cards and 1 dust release skill card. Seeing the prompt in front of him, and taking another look at the dead third Tsuchikage Onoki, Zinfin sighed. Although Onoki is a supporting character, he shines in the original work, and uses the dust release ninjutsu to perfection. In the original work, he even used dust release to destroy Uchiha Madara's 25 Susanos in one fell swoop, showing his strong strength. However, such a character now died so easily under Samui's sneak attack. What should we do now? Samui put the body of the third Tsuchikage into the Kamui space, knelt on the ground and cleaned the blood, while asking. Zinfin sat on the Tsuchikage seat, pinched his chin and thought quickly. Onoki was dead, and if he wanted to control the rock village, he needed a suitable puppet. However, Kuratsuki was the same age as him, only 5 or 6 years old, too young, and not suitable. The only suitable candidate was probably Kuratsuka's father Huangtu. As for Deidara, Zinfin needed him to join the Akatsuki organization like in the original work, so that he could complete the achievement mission. It seems that I can only directly control Huangtu, my father-in-law, and Hai-Tu. Zinfin thought so in his heart, with his hands behind his head. After Samui cleaned up the blood, the bored Zinfin lay in her arms and played the daily game between the older sister and the younger brother. A few minutes later, the space in the Tsuchikage's office twisted again, and a figure appeared in front of Zinfin, carried by Bokuto and Mabi. It was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and the Five Tails in the Rock Village. Since he was here, Zinfin was also ready to copy the Four Tails and the Five Tails. Go get some yellow soil and black soil. After leaving a message, Zinfin disappeared with the Four Tails and Five Tails. Samui and the other two also entered their own divine space to complete Zinfin's message. On an unknown desert in the land of Earth, Zinfin stretched out his hands and pressed on the chests and abdomens of the 2 Jinchuriki, and began to break the seals of the tailed beasts. Boom! Boom! As the seals of the tailed beasts were broken, 2 huge streams of tailed beast chakra instantly soared into the sky, forming 2 twisted chakra balls in the sky. The 2 chakra balls continued to twist and merge, and finally successfully shaped into the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts and landed on the desert. Seeing the 10-tailed and 5-tailed beasts in front of him, Zinfin took out a few cards from the card space and threw them in the air. Bang! 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 Several huge white smoke bursts, and Black 2, Black 3, Black 8, and Black 9 instantly appeared around 4 and 5. Hey, why do the 9-tailed fox look different than before? The 4-tailed Monkey King looked at the 9-tailed fox in front of him and asked in confusion. Hey, old 8, what's wrong with you guys? 5-tailed King Mew frowned and asked the 8-tailed in front of him. However, what responded to them were 4 small-tailed beast jades. Looking at the tailed beasts fighting continuously, Zinfin came to the 2 Jinchuriki and injected the chakra of the 4-tailed and 5-tailed that he had obtained in advance into their bodies. The rock village will become his own force in the future. In preparation for searching for the whereabouts of Atsutsuki Ishiki, it is always good to have a stronger combat power. Not long after, the four-tailed and five-tailed were suppressed and crawled in front of Zinfin. Taking out two blank summoning beast cards, Zinfin threw them on the heads of the four-tailed and five-tailed. Psychic Beast, four tails currently unable to act. Host damage ratio 100%, greater than 80%, meets the replication conditions. Do you want a copy? Summoning Beast, five tails. As Zinfin clicked to confirm, the blank summon beast card suddenly burst into brilliant light, penetrating the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts' bodies and enveloping them. Then, two platinum-colored cards appeared in front of Zinfin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the four tails, completing the achievement, 4 of the tailed beasts, and obtaining a random card. Ding! Randomly obtain a blank summoning beast card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the five tails. After the copy was successful, Zinfin cancelled the pupil power of the black nine-tailed beast and other tailed beasts, sealed the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts into the two Jinchuriki again, and then took the two back to the rock village. As soon as he returned to the Tsuchikage's office, Zinfin saw a prompt in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 4th generation Kazekage of the Sand Village, Raza, and completing the achievement, Kazekage 4, and obtaining a blank character card, a blank summoning beast card, and a magnetic escape skill card. It seems that Yakang has successfully avenged himself. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfin grinned. As the first person to follow him, Yakang is now naturally a member of Zinfin's Kamui army. In order to control the ninja world as soon as possible, and to collect all the tailed beasts as soon as possible, Zinfin is fighting on two fronts this time. He led the three girls, Sumui, to the rock village to capture the four-tailed and five-tailed, while the three girls, Mikato, Yakang and Izumi, went to the sand village. Swish! After waiting for a few minutes, Sumui, Yukato, and Mabi returned to the Tsuchikage office. Yukato was holding the unconscious Huangtu, while Mabi was holding the sleeping Zayahaitu in his arms. Let's go, it's time to move on to the next step. Zinfin came to the few people and absorbed them all into his own Kamui space. Perhaps because everyone's Kamui was obtained through cards, all of their Kamui spaces were different and unrelated to each other. Coming to his own Kamui space, Zinfin wrapped Huangtu and Kuratsuki in the big tree made by wood release, leaving only their faces. Next to the two big trees belonging to Huangtu and Kuratsuki, were the trees of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Behind these trees were the trees belonging to Ui Kurane, Mitarashi Anko, and others. These people were all his future Kamui army members and the key to his control of the ninja world. In this forest, Shizun was taking turns to look after the situation above. Make sure these people will not die from too much chakra being absorbed by the tree. A few minutes later, Zinfin took Mikato, Izumi, Yekara, Tamari and others into his own Kamui space again. After taking off Mikato's eyes and imprisoning her, Izumi, Yekara and others on the tree and making them unconscious, Zinfin asked Sumui and the other two to retreat. Then, the Sharingan in his left eye rotated rapidly and gradually turned into the pattern of Kodayama Tsukami, Desert of the Kingdom of Wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the one-tailed beast and completing the achievement, 1 of the tailed beasts. Get a random card. Ding! You will get a blank character card immediately. Zinfin looked at the card of the one-tail Shikaku that appeared in front of him, and began to perform sealing techniques in succession, sealing the one-tail back into Gaara's body. This time, Zinfin used the same 4-symbol seal as Naruto, so that Gaara, the brother-in-law, would not become a mentally ill child due to long-term insomnia. Zinfin also looked up the method of the 4th Hokage, leaving a secret door for the sealing technique in Gaara's body, so that he could borrow the chakra of the tailed beast like Naruto. It has to be said that Gaara in the original work was really miserable compared to other Jinchuriki because of the unstable sealing technique. Not only could he not borrow the chakra of the tailed beast like other Jinchuriki, but he was also tortured by Shikaku and suffered from long-term insomnia. He was undoubtedly the most miserable Jinchuriki. Seeing Shikaka being resealed into Gaara's body, Tamari, who was watching from a distance, looked at Zinfin gratefully. Beside her, Yakang, who had returned to the sand village and was ready to compete for the position of the 5th Kazekage, was inexplicably relieved. Looking at the one-tail card in his hand, Zinfin grinned. He had defeated the 6-tail and the 7-tail in succession within this month, and with this one tail in his hand, he had basically collected all 9-tailed beast cards. Unfortunately, with the 9-tailed beast cards, it is impossible to directly fuse them into the 10-tail. The 10-tail's body is also needed, which is the Outer Path Demon statue in Nagato's hand. Of course, after copying the 9-tailed beast cards, the blank summoning beast cards in Zinfin's hand have also been used up. He needs to complete new achievement tasks and obtain additional blank summoning beast cards before he can find a chance to copy the Outer Path Demon statue. Zinfin, we should go back to the sand village. Tamari came to Zinfin, took his hand and said with a smile. Yakang also picked up the unconscious Gaara and came to the two of them. Well, let's go and solve the last thing. Zinfin held Tamari in one hand and Yakang in the other, and disappeared with the three of them. Huang Tu had successfully become the 4th-generation Tsuchikage of Rock Village, allowing Zinfan to obtain a character card of the 2nd-generation Tsuchikage. And as long as Yakang successfully became the Wind Shadow, then according to the system's past rewards, Zinfan might be able to get a big achievement reward. A few days later, the ceremony of the 5th-generation Wind Shadow of Sand Village was successfully held, and Yakang also successfully ascended to the position of Wind Shadow, becoming the 5th-generation Wind Shadow of Sand Village. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking charge of the Sand Village and completing the achievement, Unifying the Ninja World, Wind. You can actively select a Wind Shadow character card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successively taking charge of Konoha, Kimagakur, Mist, Rock, and Sand, and completing the achievement, 5 Constant Ninjas, and obtaining 3 blank character cards, 3 blank Summoning Beast cards, and a character card of each ninja village. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Zinfan smiled. In this way, the ninja world can basically be considered to be under his control. With the new Summoning Beast card, it is time to go directly to Trouble Nagato and the 3 major sacred places of immortal arts. But before that, let's go see how Tsunade's experiment goes. After muttering these 2 words, Zinfan directly entered the Kamui space and disappeared on the spot. In the Shinwei space, Tsunade, wearing a white doctor's coat and black high heels, is carefully observing the experimental data in her hands in front of the laboratory table. Zinfan, are you here? Seeing Zinfan's figure, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she grabbed him into her arms and kneaded him hard. She really liked this child who looked like her second grandfather, Senju Tobirama. Shizun, who was wearing a nurse's uniform, looked at Zinfan, who was almost suffocated by Tsunade's turbulent waves, and said helplessly, "Lady Tsunade, Zinfan is past the age of breastfeeding, let's finish the experiment quickly." Hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade and Zinfan glared at her at the same time. How is the experiment going? Zinfan raised his head with difficulty and asked. Tsunade is the person with the highest medical level in the ninja world, and she is also good at scientific research. At this time, she has obtained all the information about cloning technology from Orochimaru, and Zinfan also gave her the Hashirama cell transplantation technology obtained from Uchiha Obito. Tsunade is now verifying the newly obtained experimental data step by step with the assistance of Shizun. Zinfan also hopes that Tsunade can successfully master this technology, so as to provide strong support for his future Kamui army plan. Orochimaru's technology has some flaws, but the information left by Uchiha Madara is quite good, and White Zetsu has a special physique and the ability to split. As long as a qualified mother body is cultivated, the subsequent cloning will be much simpler. Pinching Zinfan's little face, Tsunade said with a smile. Zinfan nodded and said, "In this case, I will bring you some other cells soon, and you continue to transplant them into White Zetsu." In order to cultivate the strongest Kamui army, Zinfan plans to add the cells of the Otsutsuki and Uzumaki clans to White Zetsu as a carrier for card replication. And as long as Tsunade's experiment is successful, Zinfan will save a lot of blank character cards and cultivate more members of the Kamui army. After all, a blank character card means a member of the Kamui army, and Zinfan really doesn't want to waste extra. Okay. Tsunade nodded, and then kissed Zinfan on the forehead. Seeing that the two of them ignored her intimate behavior, Shizun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then, she was suppressed by the two of them and was severely needed. After the 3 of them played together for a while, Tsunade and Shizun continued their White Zetsu cloning experiment. Looking at Tsunade and Shizun concentrating on the experiment, Zinfan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Samui, Tsunade, Mikato, Mei Terumi, and Yakang, there were so many ripe and tempting fruits in front of him, but he couldn't pick them directly, which made Zinfan very depressed. However, at his current age, it is estimated that he will have to wait for 5 or 6 years before he can barely awaken. When he thought that he had to wait for such a long time, Zinfan became a little frustrated. He even hoped that the card system would give him a fast growth card, or a time acceleration card or something. Thinking about this so depressed, Zinfan left the Shinwei space and went to Mayaboku Mountain. The Great Toad Sage stood on the highest peak in Mount Mayaboku, staring at the sacred place of Mount Mayaboku below in a daze. Ever since Fukazaku and Shima went out some time ago, the Great Toad Sage has always had a feeling that a disaster is about to happen to Mount Mayaboku. As the only great sage among the 3 sacred places of immortal arts, Mount Mayaboku, Gamamaru is well aware of the accuracy of his predictions. So during this period of time, he basically used the telescope technique every day to observe the situation in the ninja world, looking for Jireya's trace, but to no avail. It was as if Jireya and Fukazaku Shima had disappeared directly in the ninja world come yet. Suddenly, Gamamaru seemed to sense something and turned his head to look behind him. In the distance of Gamamara's gaze, Zinfan's young figure was slowly emerging from the void. Looking at Zinfan's young figure, the Great Toad Immortal did not despise him at all, but spoke solemnly, "It seems that you are the one who will bring disaster to Mayaboku Mountain." Zinfan looked at the environment in Mayaboku Mountain and said slowly, "Surrender, and I will let the other toads live." Mayaboku Mountain is not only one of the 3 sacred places of immortal arts in the ninja world, but also has a strong presence in the original work. If Zinfin can destroy or subdue it, he will definitely be able to complete the corresponding achievement task. And for Zinfin, the 3 sacred places of immortal arts must be in his own hands. The big toad fairy frowned and said in a deep voice, Mayaboku Mountain is one of the 3 holy places of immortal arts in the ninja world. How can we surrender without a fight? Your tone is too arrogant. Although the great toad immortal knew that the strength of the person in front of him was extremely terrifying, as the helmsman of Mayaboku Mountain, it was not so easy to be controlled. Hearing this, Zinfin said indifferently, that's right, you toads have been calling yourselves immortals for too long, and it's time for you to recognize your status as livestock. Hearing that Zinfin dared to call himself a livestock, even the big toad immortal was furious. Mayaboku Mountain is a holy place for immortal arts, how can it tolerate others looking down on it like this? Arrogant little brat, you will pay the price for this. As soon as the words fell, the big toad pill formed a seal with one hand and sprayed a stream of water from his mouth, instantly piercing through Zinfin's body. This feeling, was it penetrated? The great toad sage looked at the water column that penetrated through Zinfin's body, his face darkened, and he quickly thought of relevant countermeasures. The great toad sage had heard of this power of the Sharingan from Toadien, and knew that it was a kind of power of the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha family, the descendant of the 6 paths. At the same time, Zinfin directly ignored the great toad sage, the chakra in his body gathered, and the pupil power in his eyes burst out instantly. It is forbidden to mobilize natural energy here. As Zinfin's voice fell, the symbol instantly flew over the Mayaboku Mountain, hovering there, illuminating the entire Mayaboku Mountain. The great toad sage could also clearly feel that the natural energy in his body was sealed by some mysterious force, and the natural energy that could be mobilized was greatly restricted. This situation made the great toad sage look even uglier. It obviously didn't expect that this seemingly harmless child in front of it actually had such a terrifying ability while mastering the ability of time and space. Then, Zinfin turned his head to look at the great toad sage, and the pupil power in his eyes burst out again, and his left eye focused on the great toad sage's head. Divine power. Oops. Feeling the power bursting out of Zinfin's eyes, the expression of the great toad immortal changed, and countless black mucus instantly secreted from his body. The next second, the space was twisted by the power of divine might, and the body of the great toad immortal twisted, and then instantly exploded. Did you escape using the earth escape technique? Looking at the black slime all over the ground, Xin Feng frowned and looked towards a place not far away. There, the body of the big toad immortal was rising rapidly.